our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tyler Bass will try a 44-yard field goal to tie. The snap is good. The ball put down. The kick is up and no good. Wide right. Wide right. The Bills kicker missed a field goal. Wide right. Jubilation for the Chiefs sideline. Bass missing wide right from 44.
Kevin Harlan with the call. This is the live edition of Sean and RJ Monday edition with Choppy dancing it off already on the fan cam.
Man, you might as well, right? Just dance it off. I wanted Buffalo to win.
I know,
I wanted Buffalo to win. I felt bad for the people up there.
So when they were throwing the snowballs, man.
Yeah,
Chris Jones and Mahomes and all them inciting the crowd. I guess getting hit with a snowball from row like 12 or 13 isn't that big a deal because they were running towards the stands. They had helmets off.
Yeah.
Mahomes was seeing the snowballs being thrown, and he doubled and tripled down and went on over there to give stuff to his family, and the snowballs just kept coming.
Man, that's they had to not. Look, people in Buffalo know how to make snowballs into ice. Okay, they know how to do that. They know the trick, and obviously they didn't do it. They were just picking them up and throwing them, and had to be fluffy snow. Had to be fluffy snow, but that was you got to bring your game when you're going to play the Chiefs. Like, they got that guy. They have him, and you don't.
6th straight year in the AFC Championship.
Every year of his career. Every year. Some of us are waiting 30 years, and he's gone every year.
Yeah, people are comparing the agony of Bills fans to Cowboy fans, and then some people are like, no, one side is definitely worse.
Mm-hmm.
One side is worse. Which side is that?
Well, how old are you?
42.
No, I don't mean you. I mean just like how old are you in general? Like if you're 25, it's obviously I think it's worse to be a Cowboy fan if you're 25.
Yeah.
If you're 60, you've seen 5 championships if you're 60 years old,
Yeah.
I didn't see 5. I was 13 years old when the Cowboys won their first. That's still young. That's still young, but I don't know that you necessarily soak in everything at 13. But I think if you're 25, you'd much rather be a Chiefs fan. Or Bills fan, I should say, because they're at least in the playoffs every year now. They've gone. They went to the AFC Championship game once or twice. Just it stinks for them.
Did it feel like one team was controlling this game? Did it feel like Buffalo gave it away? To me, it was basically a coin toss. It was a coin toss. I felt better about Buffalo early on, and then in the second half, I texted you guys, and I was like, Kansas City's defense is locked down. It felt like the Chiefs, especially with the Hardman fumble, they had more control in the second half. Even if Buffalo ties there with wide right, I was still going to favor Kansas City.
Oh, yeah. For
That's
sure.
the way it seemed.
They had a minute and 40 to go, 45 to go. That's a lot of time for Mahomes. Like he would have needed to get 50 yards. I mean, I think we all think that he would have done that, especially the way they were moving the ball early in the game. And towards the end, they did have to punt, a couple of times, and there was a fumble, of course. But that was a fun game, and I don't think anybody was necessarily in control. The Chiefs had their moments, and the Bills had their moments. It felt like Allen, when he was running the ball, was unstoppable. But Stephon Diggs was definitely stoppable in this game.
Yeah. I'm waiting to see how much noise he makes. A lot of people are getting on Josh Allen for Romo pointing out that he didn't take Diggs on the check down underneath. And I think that was on the same play in which he had the touchdown post open. He just got hit and couldn't get enough on the throw.
Right.
That could have been a game winner.
Could have been a game winner. He got hit. Whatever happened, it just didn't get up on the throw.
Little pressure.
Next play, too, he had Shakir there on the left side, and he missed him, and he rolled out. Now, that could have been pressure, forcing him out. Maybe he just, I don't know.
But Diggs had his moment with that deep ball down the sideline. That was his moment.
That was his moment. That was a dime. If you want to say it was a little bit off to the right because maybe the wind took it like it did the kick, fine. And that's still something that a guy who doesn't shut up should make a play on. 5
different lead changes at one point, just back and forth, heavyweight fight. It felt like their January 2022 game in Kansas City that, brought all the overtime controversy of who should possess, should each team get it. McDermott with the fake punt. Hardman with the fumble. All the Buffalo weapons hurt. Everyone just getting knocked out in this game. goes through Diggs' hands. Allen had the fumble. He had the fumble that they somehow ended up recovering wide right from the kicker, Bass, who was 1 for 3 the previous week. He was 1 for 3 the previous week. Jim Nantz did a great job of setting all of that up, and then Pacheco iced it for the Snowballs to rain down there in Buffalo as the absolute heartbreak continues.
He missed that kick, probably a little bit of wind aided, and they're going to build another stadium outdoors.
That's what Amanda was saying. She's like, why is this stadium outdoors? What are they doing?
Man, they should. I'm telling you, every stadium should have a roof in this league. That's like the Bills, the Packers, I'm convinced, were screwed over the last 30 years at Rodgers and Favre because they had home field so many times and they couldn't use their best weapon in the elements. They just couldn't use Rodgers and Favre for their ability in the elements. And Buffalo saw that. They've seen that over the years. The game against Cincinnati last year where it was a snowstorm. Who knows what's going to happen? It's a toss-up.
Earlier in the day, this happened in the NFC.
Baker leans in. There's the snap. Blitz comes. Mayfield back. Loads. Throws. Picked up by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes. Oh, baby. 1:33 to go. The Lions are going to San Francisco. Derek Barnes with the interception.
Was that Herman Moore, you think?
It may be Herman Moore. I don't know.
Trying to think of a Detroit Lion color
Night Train
analyst.
Lane, wasn't he a Lions player?
Second ever NFC title game appearance for RJ's Detroit Lions. The longest 2 NFC championship game appearance droughts. Both belong in the NFC East. The Washington franchise, 1991, they have not been. And number 2, right here in DFW from 1995.
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions made the NFC Championship game before the Dallas Cowboys.
Before the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Put that in your pocket right there and just remember that one.
And I think Buffalo was only the second home win of the postseason after what Detroit did earlier. I'm sorry, the second home loss in the postseason after what Detroit did earlier in the day.
Home teams have held serve for the most part outside of us and Buffalo throughout this playoff. So what is that, 8 games, something like that? It just
8-2.
8, so 10 games, yeah. It stinks. It stinks for the home. If you're the Cowboys and the Bills, because you were the only ones that couldn't hold serve at home. But Detroit, that crowd was nuts. And I don't want to hear anybody say that. You got to learn. You got to teach these fans how to be loud and how to be fans. And we heard that. Yeah, you don't have to. Detroit doesn't know how to be fans.
Yeah, and I didn't go off on the Cowboy fan experience like I did the Rangers when I went to 2 World Series games. But going with you for that Detroit game in Arlington, it's weak. Like, Choppy and I are the only fools standing up in our section. Maybe you'll get a towel wave. Yesterday to open up that game, it was chaos. It was mayhem.
It was really cool. It was cool. It was a cool scene. And those fans have been, dying for that for
starving
decades.
Yeah.
But that's, they're going to run into a buzzsaw, man. Like, it's going to be a tough spot for them in San Fran. Even though they didn't look great.
Yeah, did not look great. 3 straight touchdowns scored by the Lions. I mean, this game ended up being really, really fun. Amon-Ra St. Brown stepping up in the biggest moments. I think it was a 3rd and 16. And then Goff hit him with the dime to make it 31-17. Mike Evans making it close. Right? Bringing it back within 1 score. They were down 8, and then you had the interception right there that ended it.
Detroit works the middle of the field, downfield a lot. 10, 15, 20 yards. They work that a lot, and that's just their offense. And it's hard to beat. The St. Brown does not mind getting hit over the middle. Their defense had moments in the secondary. That's going to be a tough matchup. Their run defense is pretty decent. At least it was in this game, but that turned out to be fun. It got scary. If you're Detroit, it got scary at the end.
We will unpack all of the Cowboys drama with family members tweeting, talking on social media over the entire weekend. The reports that Mike McCarthy is indeed a lame duck coach. A report on why Bill Belichick wanted no parts of the Dallas Cowboys. But first, a Texas Ranger target ends up in the perfect spot. A hated individual joins a hated team. And is anyone else putting this on their breakfast sandwich this morning? It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Hopefully you had a fantastic and safe weekend. We are just getting started right here on The Fan.
All
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we will review the division round, get you set for conference championship matchups right out of the gates at 2.
Starts ahead, banked it on for Bo Horvath with a path to the net. Horvath, winner! Islanders take Patrick Waugh's debut in overtime, 3-2 over the Dallas Stars.
Yes, that Patrick Waugh. That Patrick Waugh, the new head coach, the new coach of the New York Islanders, 41 seconds into overtime. New York helps him win his debut as they beat the Stars in the Big Apple 3-2.
Ooh, man, the East Coast swing for the Stars was not the greatest thing. They lost 2 of their first 3. Now they've got one more game on the road. They head to Detroit. Is that tonight? No, it's tomorrow night. I had no idea Patrick Waugh was the coach of the Islanders. You had to tell me that this morning.
Yeah.
He was in Colorado as a coach for a little bit, been an executive. Had no idea he was getting his first Islanders win as their head coach. Good for him.
Mavs have not played forever. It feels like they had the loss against the Lakers. They had the Warriors game postponed because of the death of one of their assistants, and they will be back in action tonight against the Boston Celtics at the AAC tip time at 7:30.
Oh, man, the Grant Williams return, homecoming of sorts, even though it's not going to be going back there, but it's to face his former team. Celtics are they're nasty. They are nasty.
Yeah, best record in the NBA. They're 33-10, 7-3 in their last 10, and they are loaded up. This is really a Kristaps Porzingis return.
That it is.
I mean, I think he's been back here since, but
yes.
In his last game, he scored 32, and they beat the Rockets last night. So a little back-to-back action for the Massholes.
He's really in a perfect spot because he's their 3. That's really what he is. He's not necessarily a 2.
Yeah.
He's a really good 3. Like, he's at the bottom tier of the 2s, but he's near the top tier of the 3s in terms of if you were to like just do a snake draft. Like, he'd be one of your first picks. He's putting up 20 a night. I mean, he's a good player. It didn't work here. It just didn't work.
Yeah. He was 22 and 23 a night for the Wizards in the last 2 seasons. He's dropped down to 19, but the field goal percentage has shot up. He's a career 45% guy. He's 52% this year. 3-point shooting has dropped off. The rebounds have actually dropped off. Some of these numbers have gone down, but he's playing with an absolutely loaded team with Jaylen Brown and Holiday and, of course, Tatum. So if you have tickets for that one tonight, it should be a fun one. The Celtics against your Mavericks. We got a hater going to the armpit.
Josh Hader, 5 for 95. What a big-time contract that is. But this is perfect. I love this because he's so easy to hate, and so are they. And it's a match made in heaven. You want to go have one of the most hateable players go to one of the most hateable teams, and that makes it a perfect fit. On the field, though, that is a disgusting back of the bullpen. Presley, Abreu, and him, yikes. Like, that's big time. That is, you better have a lead on them through 6.
Would you have wanted the Rangers? I already know your answer because we work together all the time.
We do.
But for the radio audience, would you have wanted the Rangers to kick out this deal?
I would not have. I would not have wanted that. He's a great pitcher, but I don't think a reliever's worth $20 million a year, or in this case, it'd be $19 a year. I think you could find that money better used elsewhere, especially when for 5 for 95. Like, what are you paying Jordan Montgomery if he comes here? $25 a year? You know, you want to pay him $30 a year? So you're going to kick out $50 million a year on Montgomery and Hader? I think that's too much. I'd rather take that money because this team is cash strapped until this Bally thing. We know what's going to happen with it. So until we know exactly what to happen, I think they're better served using that money on Montgomery, who wants to be back.
He's 29 years old as well. Hader is. You know, this Bally thing, I got some text messages and messages from Tolo saying this may not apply to us.
It may not. With the Amazon, we don't know yet. Like, there's 3 teams, and we're one of them, that apparently are not part of this. For whatever reason, I don't know exactly why. Because you would think that you would want one of the biggest, because New York's not a part of this. Both the Mets and Yankees have their own TV deals. They've got their own networks. Dodgers have their own thing. All right, so the big markets have got Chicago has their own thing. Why would you not want the next biggest market?
This is from my local TV exec.
Well,
Said, sounds bigger than it is. This is only for teams who already have their own digital rights, which is 5 MLB teams and does not include the Rangers. So I was like, oh, okay. Oh, we were all excited about this. I was getting ready to totally, completely cut the cord, as I'm going to do, but apparently not final yet. Weather update. You were holding your breath that it wasn't going to be freezing this morning with the rain that started last night.
I went out to let the dog out after the end of the Bills-Chiefs game before bed, and it was raining.
We got enough humidity, though.
Yeah. Look at you, Mr. Weatherman.
Well, I read Dan Brunoff's email.
Okay,
even
very
though
nice.
He was talking about more chances of it freezing.
Yeah.
But enough humidity. You could feel when you walked outside this morning, you're like, all right, this is not going to freeze.
Yeah, you could. It's a southern wind. It's a southern storm, Sean. It's going to the south. So maybe that was part of the reason, but we stayed above freezing.
High of 44 today, low of 33 with the rain. Then tomorrow, more rain, thunderstorms. High of 52, low of 45. Only in Texas could we be dealing with humidity issues. 96% humidity after freezing.
That's higher than it is in the summertime here. In the summertime here, it's like 60% humidity. 96%? You'll be kidding me.
Next 3 days is like 90% humidity. 52 today, 44 today, 52 tomorrow, 54 Wednesday. Then we're in the mid-60s to close out the week.
Are we in the ocean with 96? I've never seen 96%. It's insanity.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
All right, speaking of insanity and crazy, RJ blown away as the rest of the internet was. Pepe, you get a breakfast sandwich, okay?
Yep.
What are you getting on there as your meat, unless you just want like egg and cheese? What's your ideal breakfast sandwich?
Well, you got to go the egg. Got to go the fried egg too. Don't go scrambled or sunny side up or anything. It's got to be fried egg, and then I go usually.
Well, I think sunny side up is fried.
Well, I guess over easy is what I do then. I do over easy,
Okay.
but I'll call it the fried egg. And then I'll go bacon and then cheese on it.
Okay, bacon. What's your breakfast meat of choice?
Breakfast sandwich, sausage, egg, and cheese, bacon, egg. You can't go wrong with either one.
Okay. Well, apparently you can't go wrong with mayo.
Yeah.
Mayo is being put on breakfast sandwiches, and people are just discovering it.
They're discovering it now. Somebody saw this. They posted this on social media. It went viral. Somebody in a deli, I assume it's in New York because that's where delis are really, ordered a bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup, and mayo on it, which is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Mayo on bacon, egg, and cheese.
Now, are you mayo fans to start off? That's very important to get established. I'm a huge mayo person.
I like a very small dollop of it.
Okay.
All right. Like even with sushi, all those mayo-based sauces, they get a little bit much for me.
Okay.
Love mayo. Got to have it on the burger. Got to have it on like the cold sandwich. Like if I go to Jersey Mike's or something, got to have that. Got to have a condiment on it. It's usually mayo.
Will you do the ketchup mayo French fry mixture?
Oh yes,
you will.
I will. I do that.
You know, Jersey Mike sells breakfast sandwiches. Some places do.
I
Some
can't even
locations.
recall the last time I've ever been there or had them.
Oh really?
But my wife pulled this out on me. The mayo breakfast sandwich. She's huge into breakfast. She makes fantastic breakfasts. She got it from her pops. Happy birthday, by the way, father-in-law, Big Rudy. Happy B-Day. We'll go to lunch after the show. But I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm putting mayonnaise on this. That's what you do. And I was like, I never have heard of that.
No.
I've never heard of that. I couldn't really taste it that much on the breakfast sandwich, but I don't mind it. I didn't love it. I don't mind it, but I don't know whether it's a Hispanic thing or not.
I don't know. I put mustard on just about everything I could get my hands on, so I know I'm weird too. But there are people who put vinegar on fries.
Oh, yeah.
They put salt in their beer.
Mm-hmm.
Just some weird things. And then mayo on breakfast sandwiches.
Coke on their pork.
Coke on their pork. It's right. Yes. Yeah. I saw that photo or that video you posted. But I don't get mayo on breakfast sandwiches. Mayo and eggs doesn't seem like it works.
There's a lot of people who don't even want to put ketchup on their breakfast sandwiches, which I've always eaten. I can eat scrambled eggs without it, especially Bobby's. His are phenomenal. But people revolt at the idea of ketchup with their eggs. I like it. I can do it. You?
Yeah. Well, my thing is I don't do ketchup before like lunch. Like I won't dip the hash browns or anything in ketchup. I'm fine with like French fries and ketchup, which is really weird.
Well,
but
hash browns, ketchup, French fry.
I know it's the same thing, but like for breakfast, I'm not. And the ketchup is just too much for me in the morning. I'm not a dipping guy in the morning.
All right, let's recap everything that happened. We already talked about yesterday. What about Saturday and the NFL playoffs and the Dallas Cowboys drama? Is this all falling apart? Are we spiraling because of family members and all the crap that came out this weekend? Bobby will join us next here on Sean and RJ for the Monday edition. Thanks for waking up with us with your mayo on the Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2 times. com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming in motion, Warner. Next to Kittle, tight right. Juszczyk goes right. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side. Breaks a tackle! Touchdown! San Francisco!
We talked about Sunday to start off the show. Let's talk about Saturday before we dive into the Cowboys drama here on Sean RJ, along with our Cowboys insider, Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as San Francisco survives. We'll talk about Cowboy implications and angles a little bit later on. This is our annual tradition. We watch the really good teams, and we go, okay, the reality's setting in. The Cowboys couldn't match up with that. The Cowboys couldn't play with them. That's what my whole day was yesterday with Bassick with text messages. Dak and Cowboys comparisons to the final 8 teams. We'll get into that, but let's talk about the games themselves first. San Francisco survives the Packers 24-21 with a Brock Purdy game-winning drive.
I think that's key word there is survives. Like they survived that game. It felt like they were chasing the entire time. And Green Bay they're a good team. They're not this great football team. It took Vegas a long time, even in the middle of this game, to even put Green Bay as a favorite. Like the Green Bay was
you mean like a live bet?
Even a live bet, like near halftime, it was still San Fran minus 8.5, Green Bay plus 350 on the money line. I mean, it took until the fourth quarter for Green Bay to finally be a favorite, and just as that flips, San Fran comes back and wins. It was a chase. They chased the entire time, and they got it. They still got the win.
Something was, I guess it was just the rain. I think he was blaming the rain afterwards, but something was just not right with Brock Purdy in this game.
The rain.
Like, when you watch him throw the ball, it was not coming out the way it normally does. He looked way more rattled than he typically has. Jordan Love was better than him for most of the night. I know he had the 2 interceptions and everything, but he was better for the most part. I really thought, like, okay, Green Bay is going to win this, and we're going to have full-fledged Dallas meltdown. Because there's 2 sides to this, depending on how you melt down. I think if Green Bay wins, you've set it up, Sean. You feel much better about it now. You go, okay, this is a good Green Bay football team that gave you a run. I think most of Cowboys fans would have taken this as, you see, San Francisco could have been had. They were rusty. They were down. This was an opportunity for Dallas to actually get somewhere with San Francisco over these next couple weeks.
They had 20 days off. They had dang near 20 days off because they rested a lot of their guys that final week. But I think the Brock Purdy he's among the smallest hands in the league. What is it, 9 1/4 inches? That's very, very small.
I wouldn't know.
Don't take shots, Chop.
Like Burrow and Goff are the only ones that are like smaller, and they got like 9-inch hands. Like no Pickett too, but very few of those guys.
Kyler?
I didn't see Kyler on the list, but he might be. But the point is, like that is a problem in a wet environment.
He still threw for more yards per pass and had a much higher QBR than Jordan Love did. Purdy was 23 of 39 for 252, 6.5 a pass with a QBR of 62.
They are trying to spin this too, and San Francisco is like, well, we needed this. Like, we needed to remember what it was like to come back and win a tough football game. It's
the
like,
Shanahan 7-point stat.
What? Yeah, whatever you say, guys. Like, I mean, that I would be if I was a San Francisco fan, and I think San Francisco is really, really good. But man, I would feel uneasy about the next week and moving forward if I'm a 49ers fan.
Yeah, I look, their Baltimore game was our game against them. Okay, you're not invincible. Okay, you can be had. That was their Buster Douglas.
Yeah. It was.
It was what the Ravens did.
That's a good
but
analogy.
like, you know what I think what that game showed you was like, you know, Love is the better quarterback than Purdy, but San Fran is the better roster. When you have one team with a better roster, but the other team is the better quarterback, that can make for a really fun game.
Is that the position you're coming down on now? Is that Love is better than Purdy? Because I mean, most of the year you were saying Purdy was best quarterback in the NFL.
He was, but I don't think like his ceiling is. Like, you know, you could be the best.
But this offseason, when we do our quarterback lists, who will you have higher?
Probably Love. Probably Love. I don't know. I think
it's amazing this 2-game transformation on Jordan Love, too. It's amazing.
Well, I think his ceiling's just high.
Well, and it could just be that it's the national exposure over 2 games, because we talked about it. Like the back half of the season, Jordan Love was arguably top 3 quarterback in the NFL. He had 18 touchdowns to 1 pick over the last 8 games of the year, led the NFL in passing yards.
Of all the teams that lost, though, this weekend, I think Green Bay should feel the sickest. Well, I'm just talking about with the way that the game went.
Sure.
They control. Buffalo feels the sickest.
Yeah.
But Green Bay, I think, was more in control than Buffalo was at any point in time yesterday. Buffalo was there, 50-50, maybe a little bit of control, but San Fran was in trouble. 21-17 with the missed field goal, 6 minutes left. That gave San Francisco their injection of hope. That would have made it a 7-point game. 6 minutes left, and the Packers miss from 41.
Yeah, and that was it. Like, they gave them their hope, and they go right down the field, and they score. And there was a chance for Green Bay. I mean, they had a chance to go down and get that field goal. They did. It would have tied it, but
until the video from Texas Live.
That guy in the Jordan Love jersey.
Did you see it, Bobby?
I did not.
He's wearing white pants and a white Jordan Love jersey. He looked like an ice cream cone
he thought
out
he was
there.
in Miami.
And that, I guess that field goal misses, or the interception, I should say, and he, bam, tennis rackets all the drinks off the bar.
Reasonable reaction, I think, given everything.
The 4th NFC Championship game in the last 5 years for the 49ers.
It's a fun fact here. Every team that missed a kick this weekend lost. They were every team that missed a field goal lost. Every team that made all their field goals won every game.
Wow. Look at that.
The Packers have lost 5 playoff games with a lead in the final 5 minutes since the year 2000.
Since the year 2000.
Most of any team in the NFL since 2003 versus the Eagles. They blew one. 2015 Seahawks again, San Francisco. So Green Bay has had these playoff leads with 5 minutes left. And of course, all those coming with Aaron Rodgers. 4th time for San Francisco trailing by 7 or more in the second half of a game this season. They were 0-3 in the previous 3, and now they're trying to spin it. Yeah. All right, check that off the list. We came from behind.
Now we know how to win. We've taught ourselves to win. We have the mental toughness, the fortitude. We're gonna take on Detroit. It's not gonna be a problem. We'll bounce back against Baltimore. That's the way they're trying to spin it in that locker room.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And then earlier in the day, we were all together at Boomer Jack's thanks to Choppy's hookup. And I thought I was going to walk out of there crotch first. First half, I was feeling it. Let's take some first half shots. We are tied with the armpit in the armpit. That's what Baltimore is as well, except probably even more dangerous. And then this happened.
Lamar, holding himself, runs to the left, he's to the 5, Lamar's in, touchdown Ravens. They're going to have a championship game in Baltimore because the hay's in the barn. Lamar Jackson will win his first playoff game in Baltimore, and he will get to play in his first AFC championship game.
How about that? Lamar's first playoff win in Baltimore as he and the Ravens end up running away from the Texans 34-10.
First conference championship game in Baltimore since they were the Colts.
Jeez.
Wow.
The Ravens have never hosted an AFC championship game.
Yeah, because Pittsburgh won the division that year, I think, that they won the Super Bowl.
In 2000?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
they've won 2.
Yeah, but then they had to go on the road.
The 2000 one. I remember the 2012 one. They were they barely snuck in. They were the Giants.
We saw that in the 30 for 30. Titans, Raiders, that dominant win over, I think that was Bill Callahan's team.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Yeah, with Gannon. That was a nasty team.
Nasty team.
But
and
first
when
one
Ray
they
Lewis
hosted.
emasculated Eddie George, I never thought the same of Eddie George again after the Ravens. Were they the Titans then? They were the Titans, yeah.
They were the Titans. They had just become the Titans 2 years prior. They were the Tennessee Oilers playing in Memphis for a year.
Well, look, this was Lamar on the ground.
Yeah.
This was 11 for 100 on the ground, 152 in the air, 4 total touchdowns for your guy, Bobby.
I mean, it's just running the ball in general. Houston just could not stop Baltimore running the ball. They were able to move the ball completely efficiently, and it set up all these easy tosses for Lamar that when he did have to throw the ball, they were able to do so effectively.
Could we see a year where both Harbaughs win their championship with a relatively old school formula? Because
Right.
in the modern era of college football, Michigan is not
Yes.
the modern era of college football.
They're
right?
old school. Baltimore
Defensive front and run the ball.
That's a good point.
Baltimore runs, but they run it in such a different. It's like that
Right.
San Francisco, Miami, like new school open like throw. So it's an old way, but like I mean the tools they used to do it is pretty different. But
Whatever it takes for Harbaugh to dance more like that in the locker room afterwards.
Yeah, it's
that
good.
was hilarious. Then they brought Pops in there for nobody. Who's got it better than us? The Ravens had 23 net passing yards at halftime. 23 through the air. That was their fewest in any half this year.
Houston should feel good though, because Houston's going to be good for a while. I think now. Like I mean,
if you're the Packers and you're the Texans after this season.
those are
kidding
two really exciting teams heading into next year. But
They're
I mean,
cheap.
honestly,
The quarterbacks are cheap, man. Well, Love isn't, I guess.
I don't think it was because the lone touchdown
Not
Houston
about to
got was special teams. They didn't even score an offensive touchdown in this one. But do you think it's any different if at the end of the second half or at the end of the first half they make that field goal and they're up 13-10 going at half? Does it change anything? Does it change the tone coming out of halftime? Anything?
Maybe a little bit, but like they still couldn't move the ball well, like against Baltimore. Just they were not
22 minutes. They held the ball for 22 minutes. The Texans did.
in the first half.
Wow.
For the game.
I'll say
for the
probably not, because going in tied, I was thinking, okay, Baltimore could get shook here. Like Baltimore could get scared in this locker room. Being down 3 only adds to that, but man, they came out and just established in the second half. And go look at the Texans season and CJ Stroud, and then go look at the 2 plays against the Ravens. The Texans did not run a single play inside the Ravens' 25-yard line. First team to have 0 plays inside their opponent's 25-yard line in a playoff game since the Rams. In Super Bowl, I think 53, is that what L is? L-I-I-I?
Yeah, that's 53. That was the Goff Patriots game.
That was an ugly game.
Yeah,
that was not an enjoyable
13-3
game.
or something like that.
One of the things that stands out to me from this, though, is like, I mean, they didn't even have Marlon Humphrey, and Baltimore's just so. Yeah, they took a team that scored 45 last week against considered one of the best defenses in the NFL, Cleveland. And I obviously know there were 2 pick sixes in there, but played really well against one of the best defenses in the NFL. And it just goes to show you right now, like Baltimore's just a different level right now from everybody else.
Roberto, congratulations on your perfect weekend.
Yep. I'm now 8-2 in our playoff run, leading the playoff standings. Peyton's looking at my ass at 7-3. He's behind me here. And that's now, I think, in the 2 years I've been on the show, Sean, 18-3 against the money line. So, Chop, if you need somebody to ghostwrite your BetQL picks.
Hey, listen.
I mean, I can't say anything about the spread. I'm awful at that. But
If we ever do NFL, let's do it.
18-3 over the last 2 years.
stuff.
Roberto getting it done.
This is a down year then.
it is, yeah, because I was
down year.
10-1 last year, or 11-1, whatever the hell it
Shame
was.
yourself.
So it's going to be Baltimore against Kansas City in Baltimore, and then the Lions going to San Francisco after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that San Francisco-Detroit game might be the most physical football game we see all year. Like, those are 2 nasty, like, hard-hitting, aggressive football teams. And I don't know, though. It's just watching the teams this weekend, and I know San Francisco struggled. I just feel like it's been what we felt for 10 to 12 weeks, which is this is going to be Baltimore and San Francisco, and this is where we're heading.
How are the early lines?
So San Fran was coming out as a 6.5-point spread to start.
Peyton, you were stunned by that, right? You thought, it came out at 7, 6.5.
Yeah, it was 7 when I went to bed last night. I thought that was a lot. That was a lot, especially how San Francisco played so close against the Packers.
It stayed at 7, so it's at 7 currently at MGM, Caesars, and such. But the other game, Ravens and Chiefs, is 3.5. Baltimore by 3.5. So you're outside the field goal there, which I don't know, man. That's a lot for Mahomes to give Mahomes outside that field goal the way they've been playing the postseason so far.
Win it for Tay-Tay. I mean, you're going up against the Taylor Swift Magic. That's a lot. By the way, my daughter drove me nuts last night about Taylor Swift in this game because she got home. She was doing a thing, and I said, hey, when Travis Kelce scored a touchdown, he held up a heart to her. He did this, and I held up a heart just using my fingers and my thumb, and she goes, well, that's the wrong heart. Taylor Swift does it with her full hands.
Oh, yeah.
And then we went and rewound it, and I was like, oh, I guess he did do it with his full hands. I have no idea. And she's like, yeah, that's the heart that Taylor does.
The heart that you did was wrong?
Yeah, because I did just my fingers and my thumbs, and she was like, no, she does full hands with her heart.
She counted your fingers.
She just saw me do it, yeah.
By the way, early degenerate here, get on this before. Tease the Chiefs to plus 9.5 and tease San Fran to -1. And there's your game.
Such a tease.
All right, we'll get back to what happened yesterday, including all you misogynists at 640, loving Jason Kelsey, but hating Taylor Swift. But we have nonstop Cowboys drama over the weekend, and for once, Jerry did not cause it. The brothers of Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott, plus CeeDee Lamb's mom with the Cowboy mess that will take you inside after this.
Let's get you over to betterhelp.com/Sean and RJ.
Inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
How about that drama? Here we tweet.
Here we tweet.
Why did he say that?
That's a good one.
Here we tweet. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt for the absolute mess that played out this weekend with Dallas Cowboy family members. Bobby, I think you were the one last night who power ranked the turmoil amongst Micah Parsons' brother, Dak Prescott's brother, and CeeDee Lamb's mom. I have my clear favorite. I have my clear...
Lamb.
What was that?
That's Micah.
CeeDee Lamb.
Which one is the biggest concern amongst the three? To me, there's an easy answer.
To me, CeeDee's mom.
Yes.
Yep.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because that was
targeted at a certain person.
That was a post, and then it was several replies, which for those that don't know, she put up a Facebook post that was basically like, get Dak's trash ass out of here.
So someone commented, tell the youngin to come to the home team. CJ would love him, talking about the Texans and CJ Stroud. She wrote back, S, I wish he would. CJ is great. And then it just continued with message after message after message.
He don't want a ring.
About Dak.
Yeah. He don't want a ring. Those boys want a ring, and he don't want one.
Dak doesn't want a ring?
That's what she says.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one, but...
She deleted it.
She deleted it. And CD has not come out and addressed it, right? Micah did. We, of course, are not going to hear anything about Dak when it comes to Tad, because Tad's been doing this for years. But obviously, the number one most important question is this how CeeDee Lamb feels? Oh, good job by Rivalry. Has it up on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. He don't want to go ahead and win a ring. Is this how CeeDee Lamb feels? Is there any bad blood between the two? Did we see that playing out again in the embarrassment against the Green Bay Packers? How much of this is CeeDee Lamb's feeling? That is the question.
That is the great question. Same thing for, Dak. Same thing for Micah. Is it how they're feeling when their siblings talk? Look, I think it's really, really odd that a mom would go out there and put this on social media on her own.
Is CD tight with his mom? I mean, I don't want to get into family dynamics, but are they close, or is she a wild card? Is she someone who just goes on these tangents? Is he really, really tight with her? As everyone was sending back the video of the Lamb draft night gif saying CD just swapped the phone out of her hand.
I wish a family member of Dak would type back and reply on that thing, or Dak himself. Or some friend will reply on that thing and say, yeah, tell your kid to stop checking out of games after the first series. How about that one?
I feel like if I were to play in the NFL, which is very reasonable.
I can see that.
Very close.
Especially the way you walk with your hands flying everywhere.
Absolutely.
Someone did superimpose your face on Jason Kelsey's body. Oh, that was Texas Williams.
Yeah, I was going to say, not someone. You know who did that. If I were to play in the NFL, I do feel confident that there would be times where Kristen and a couple of my brothers would probably get me in trouble with their own thoughts that I don't share. And so I'm not saying that.
Probably my brother as well.
He's a dumbass. I could 100% see my brother, if I played for the Cowboys and something happened and I don't feel any sort of negativity towards him, I could see my brother going on a negative rant about the Dallas Cowboys and saying how trash they are and I need to leave them because that's my brother. So I'm not ruling out that that's a possibility, but it also definitely needs to be considered that this is how he feels and she's mirroring that.
Yeah.
And the next question, if that's the case, is does that matter? They've clearly been successful. Does them liking each other, do they have to like each other?
Well, let's ask this follow-up as well. And I already know Mike Bassick is going to be texting my phone yes to this question, and we need your reply on the TruckRight.com text line. Would CeeDee Lamb have a right to feel this way? Because when you look at the numbers, the answer is no. He led the league in targets by 6.
Is that good?
It's very good. He obviously had an amazing, incredible year that has people like me asking if he can be the best 88 in the history of this franchise. He was second in the league when it came to yards, behind Tyreek Hill. He was third in the league in touchdowns. Clearly, Dak Prescott loves him. We were doing segments during the regular season. They were overly reliant on him. It's a force feed thing.
It was.
They need more help from another receiver with my boy Jake Ferguson trying to do all he can.
The Detroit game, we were sitting there at the game together saying, boy, they are absolutely forcing it to him on every play. Now, it worked. He had a great game. He had over 200 yards in that game.
Yeah.
But you do have to get somebody else involved, too.
But then there's the Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen factor.
Yeah.
Does CeeDee Lamb feel like Dak Prescott ain't that guy to get them over the hump? If CeeDee Lamb is all about championships, which his attitude, to his credit, Bobby, you were giving him credit late last week. We gave him credit in training camp for the phenomenal sit-down interview that he did. If CeeDee Lamb is like, I don't care about all that crap, props to him. That's a winner's championship mentality. But maybe he thinks this dude is a playoff choker. This dude cannot get it done. Would he have the right to feel that way? Tolos.
Sure. I mean, if he thinks that way, he has the right to feel that way. I think it's
and he might be right.
Yeah, maybe he is right that he's a playoff joker, but I think the idea that doesn't want a ring is insanity.
Well, yeah,
that's a problem.
That's the issue. If what he cannot say, and what's like a toxic position to have, toxic for your locker room, would be to claim that Dak has no genuine desire to win.
I don't even give that a second.
I don't either.
I flush it. That to me is meaningless. This has to do with whether CeeDee Lamb thinks Dak Prescott is good enough, not his desire. That's obviously
also,
idiotic.
Here's what I think is I'll be totally honest. This is what I think is the likeliest reality here, is that there have been several times where we've seen CeeDee is frustrated in games, rightfully so. Like when you go the first 5 weeks of the season, and in 4 of the 5 games you have fewer than 5 receptions, that's a problem. Like he was not getting targeted the way he should early. So is it possible that in talking to his mom over the course of some of these frustrations, he complains like everybody complains at times and gets emotional, and she is holding on to that. And instead of being the reality of how he feels about Dak, which I think when you talk to people in the locker room, when you're around them in the locker room, when you hear them talk about each other off the record, at their lockers and everything else, like I don't think there's any, I don't think there's genuine animosity there. Now, could that have built up in the last couple weeks and I'm just unaware of it and it's not leaked out yet? Possibly. But I think generally people feel like they're really good with each other. They trust each other, and probably in the heat of some complaining before to his mom after games, after tough losses, she internalized way too much of that and then she spat it out, is what I would guess has happened.
We're talking about CeeDee Lamb's mom going off on social media over the weekend, and if you're Lamb, you got to text Dak privately. If things are cool and good between you, you got to text each other. You don't have to sit there and address it publicly. But yo, man, my mom, she was on one. Like, hey man, she was partying. Hey man, you know she's a little cray cray. One of those things. You got to text Dak.
I would hope Dak would bring it up first, just flippantly, just walk up and be like,
yo, what the,
like, it's not the first mom that's not liked me. It's all right, dude. Like, I mean, just sort of joke about it, because I mean, I think a lot of these, especially when you put it in the context of, remember, no disrespect here, but Dak's brother Tad has done similar very public things that Dak has probably had to deal with before. So I'm sure Dak understands hey, this is the reality of having a family member that really loves you and will do anything to defend you.
Next, I believe the second most important issue comes from the brother of Micah Parsons, Terrence Parsons, posted on Friday. Now, Dak and Micah's brothers are going off on the fans. The reason the CeeDee thing is the most important because the mom is going off on the teammate, the player, the quarterback. Here's Micah's brother. I'm going to just start exposing you fake-ass fans, ATP, because it's no way we watch the same games. Laugh. And Micah doesn't show up? He be the one of the few who actually shows up week in and week out. Y'all be clueless looking at the box score when his impact is way more than that. And then someone wrote back with Skip Bayless with a criticism and said, is there a Cowboys fan on earth that feels like Skip Bayless? And Micah's brother said, if they do, they are fans that we wish were not part of the organization. LOL. Micah Parsons then followed up yesterday and gave the disclaimer that we always have to do for Bobby. The views and opinions of my brother are not mine, and he is his own person and his own man. So Micah Parsons addressing it.
I would say to Terrence and Tad, if you or your brothers think this fan base is tough, this is not a tough fan base. It's not a tough media. anything south of the Ohio River is not a tough fan base.
I wonder if we are a worse social media fan
I was
base.
gonna
It's
say
because we're bigger.
because
we're bigger,
Yeah.
right? But this is not tough media. Bassick has come in here and said the New York media is 10 times more ruthless than we are when it comes to even the Cowboys versus they treat their baseball teams in New York tougher than we treat the Cowboys. It is not a tough media.
I think
they'll ask the important questions. They don't get confrontational with the coach the way they do up there.
The fan base is very aggressive when they lose. Like that, I will say that
Because
the
it's
swings,
big.
the swings are wild. Like when they're good, the fan base generally thinks like there's nobody that can touch them, and it's offensive to even like suggest they could lose a football game.
Yeah.
And then when they lose, it's like, don't you dare breathe a word of positivity about this awful football
swings.
team. Everybody needs to jump into a lake. Like that's the way they generally approach it. So
Josh Allen's the perfect example. I said all you idiots who are blind, you know nothing about football, killing me when I was talking about how great Josh Allen is during the year. And then he has, a string of turnovers and Dak is playing well. And how's your take now?
Yeah.
How's your take now? How's your boy Josh Allen, you idiot? And now yesterday when Josh Allen is running around and running through people, it's, Dak could never do that. You flip-flop.
Right.
I mean, it is
flip-flop. It is
big-time flip-flop fan base.
And it's a massive. I think the issue with it's a massive social media it's a flood.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily difficult, it's just there's so many of them.
You're not getting 500 Jacksonville tweeters.
No, you're not. But like in Philadelphia, they went to a Super Bowl last year. They want to fire the coach and the quarterback.
Right.
That wouldn't happen here.
You're going to get this everywhere.
You're going to get stuff like this all over the way. It's just more here because there's 5 billion Cowboy fans.
I blame KMC. They did the huge topic about possibly trading Micah that blew up on 105throughthefan.com. So that's their fault.
Terrence Parsons is the one I'm least worried about of the three. And to be honest, the CD one is on a whole other level to me compared to Tad and Terrence Parsons here. But Terrence, like, Micah has been the only one of these three that came out and went guys, not true. Don't listen to it. 2, Micah said his very first press conference, they're like, are you going to move this whole family down? And he was like, no. He's like, I am not. And he's like, time for me to get some time. I love them. Time for me to make sure that they're comfortable, but they're comfortable far away from me.
He did say a couple weeks ago, maybe Dan Quinn will take me too.
He did. And the best point there that he made in his statement, and this is the truest one that I found with Micah and why I'm not worried about it. Like he said, as you guys know, if I have something to say, I'm not afraid to say it. I think if he absolutely was totally unhappy with this organization, we would hear about it. And so I that's the one that least concerns me. Tad doesn't concern me a lot.
We'll get to Tad. We'll get to what Dak's brother had to say. And if you hate Taylor Swift, are you allowed to cheer for Jason Kelsey being the absolute legend that he is during Chiefs-Bills yesterday? The rest of the NFL playoffs with Sean, RJ, and Roberto is next. But y'all, you need...
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Mahomes looks that way. He's going to go wide open, left side, caught. Kelsey, corner route, touchdown, Kansas City. Kelsey hasn't been that open since training camp in St. Joseph. And he slings the ball up into the stands, much to the chagrin of the Bills Mafia.
The Chiefs championship game is taking place again to decide the AFC. The Kansas City Invitational. Patrick Mahomes every single year has played in the AFC championship game. 6 straight. Before we get to that, let's finish up with the Cowboys drama. CeeDee Lamb's mom calling out Dak. Micah Parsons' brother calling out the fans. And then you have Tad Prescott doing what he normally does. Cowboy fans, why continue to DM me? Trust me, if I could get at Dak to leave Dallas, I would. I, too, want him out of Dallas. The city and organization have been great to he and our family, but done with drama and the so-called fans. But he loves this team and wants to bring it rings. Those who really know or follow me knows I've never spoken badly about the Cowboys as an organization or team. I've never spoken badly about a player on the team or the city of Dallas. It's the so-called fans that I have an issue with. So that is Tad saying, I wish that Dak did not play for this organization. And, of course, you have Micah's brother dogging the fan base as well.
Again, find me that fan base. That I bet you there's a lot of fan bases that would act like this on social media after a game. I get it. There's more Cowboy fans out there than anybody else, and that just makes it seem like it's a barrage, and it probably does feel like that. But, I mean, this is like, you really want to go there? My biggest question is, like, how much of this actually is coming from the mouth of the player?
Has Dak ever been asked? That's the one thing. If we ever get to interview him at training camp and not just G-Bag every year, has he ever been asked about his brother on social in the locker room?
I don't recall. I think maybe he has. I feel like, and I could just be making this up in my head because Dak has such predictable answers, but I feel like he said something before about, look, you love family, but family, they're going to be defensive and they're going to want to make sure that you're protected. They're going to cover it. My biggest takeaway for this is just, he does. I'll say this. I don't think it's even close that whether you love him or hate him, there's nobody who has to put up with more peripheral just BS at the quarterback position in the NFL than Dak. Like the fact that it's always something.
It's always something.
Here you go. It's his receivers.
Same thing with Romo.
Yeah. No. I mean, honestly, it is. Yeah. It is the same sort of thing. But I mean, like just the going back to it on very deep levels of Skip Bayless during an offseason going, I don't know if I can trust a quarterback who said he was depressed after his brother died. Yeah. Like, I mean, just there's so much that's awful about being the quarterback of the Cowboys. Like, people think of it as like this great, awesome position to hold. Like, oh, you've got a major, the quarterback of the Cowboys. It is so much to have to weather. And that's why, by the way, the Cowboys value so much his intangibles and his mental toughness is because it's like, I
compare it to Eli with the Giants. Like, Eli Manning to me is an overrated player. I hate the Giants, but I respect the way he was perfect for New York. Absolutely perfect.
Everything just water off a duck's back.
Yeah, I don't remember one outburst. I don't remember one media controversy with him at all. No cursing, no going off on a reporter, and Dak handles it in a very similar fashion here.
And so, and then I think that's something that is unique about trying to evaluate who your quarterback is going to be here is that you have to it's a genuine question of can you handle it? Because not everybody can. Like it is a mentally tough position to hold. So that's kind of the biggest thing. We've got how many years now of Tad saying things like this?
Yeah,
and
if this is brand new, maybe this is more important. But it's a Monday.
I also totally understand in a family where we know that growing up it was mom and the 3 brothers. When it's just the 2 of you left, I would imagine you're going to be very, very protective and defensive over somebody. And so it's going to cause you to speak your heart at times and want to protect them. And so I think that's what's going on with Tad. I don't fault Tad, honestly, for feeling that way. And we've seen enough of it over the years, even when Dak was out of contract and he's still re-signed here, that says there's clearly that's not a reflection of how Dak feels.
That's the hope. they're generally, we assume that they're very close, like very, very close.
Yeah, they are
like super close.
They are
So
very close.
It would not surprise me if some of these thoughts of Tad's do come from things that he has heard Dak vent about.
Of course. Dak Prescott has every right to feel that a portion of the fan base and the media is freaking annoying and incorrect and wrong. Myself, us included, except for Bobby.
Right? No, I mean,
it applies to everyone that has talked about the balance of him. He's such a polarizing player because it's, players that you have a really hard time deciding about are going to be polarizing. Yeah. Josh Allen is this in the AFC
right now.
He has been for a couple of years.
Unfairly or fairly, both of those guys are talked about in that, are they the guy, are they ever going to get over the hump? Can they win in the big spots? Whether that's fair or not, that's the reality of their position with their teams or in their standing in the NFL is, can they get over the hump?
No, I mean,
Josh Allen can play a really good game like he did last night, still lose, and we're going to talk about that today.
Yep.
Yeah, there's nobody with more pressure in either conference to win moving forward than Josh Allen and Dak Prescott. Like, those are the two who it's like, you guys have to, fair or not, the label is on you now, and you can't just say, well, that's wrong. Like I mean, we're talking about Dak's record over the course of his career is so strong, like as a starter, and their record is so strong as a team over these last several years that when you then say, okay, then why is it 2-5 in the playoffs? Why is it that bad? You have to start saying something's not right, and you have to then, with your play on the field, prove it wrong. You can't just say, oh, it's wrong.
Meanwhile, the big winner of the weekend, and we even have to admit it here.
Thank you.
In DFW, not Bobby going undefeated with his picks. Jason Kelce is just so damn cool. He's so damn likable. Where did that come from out of the blue? As Travis scores a touchdown, gives Taylor Swift the emoji there in Buffalo, and then Jason Kelce is there with his legendary moment. He's shirtless, pounding beers upstairs in the suite. Before the game, he was in the parking lot with Bills Mafia.
Yeah.
Only he can go in there wearing Chiefs gear. He had the Chiefs beanie on.
Yep.
He slams some type of drink, and then he's just hammering drinks upstairs. He hops out of the suite, hops back into the suite, which you were very impressed with from an athletic standpoint, from a plyometric standpoint.
Oh, I mean, he jumped out of there. This is a big man. This is not some parkour 140-pound dude.
Parkour.
Okay, this is a big guy. Jumps out of the suite, chugs a beer, arms up, and then hops right back in. Just hops right back in. First of all, way too easy to get into those suites if you're the fans. Okay, way too easy. But, I mean, he made it look simple. This is a 300-pound individual.
And then
he can't retire.
Travis scores another touchdown. They show Taylor, I'm just looking for Jason. And he's in the back. He's in the back, still shirtless, crushing a Bud Light. I think I saw Bud Light. I saw some other type. I don't know what was in the bowling ball that he chugged in the parking lot.
Is it okay to drink that now?
I don't know. Just for psychos. I think Kid Rock said it was fine. But then you have Jason Kelce sitting back there again, crushing it. What a legend. Yeah. Meanwhile, they go back down to the field, and every time Travis goes at the sideline, they're throwing the jacket on him down there.
Yeah.
So, man, even Cowboy fans, I cannot wait for him to retire so I can openly root for him.
That's a retired man's behavior, though.
It really is. And even Philly fans.
Look at that picture, that photo.
Yeah.
The GIF and photo of him going out will be an all-time celebration on X or any social media of the Braveheart.
Yeah. Even Philly fans who you would probably think would be like, what is he doing sitting here drinking and having fun? We just lost. He literally gave everything to that city. Like, they don't even care. They're not even upset this morning.
But it has caused a divide. We have a misogynistic debate focused on Bobby Belt, Tony Dungy, Brett Favre, and everyone else.
Yep. People are saying if you are okay, if you were happy and cheering on them showing Travis Kelce or Jason Kelce.
Which everybody was.
But you're upset about Taylor Swift. Maybe you just don't like women.
Okay. Here's where I will. Here's where I think there's a distinction, and I don't love the whether it's Jason Kelsey up there or Mama Kelsey or whatever, like I don't like the constant jump cuts up to the booth.
Why?
I really don't. Because like every now and then it's fine. Every single time a play happens, it gets old.
It's not every time it's a touchdown.
And here's the thing. There's a difference in, hey, let's get eyes on the NFL player who's jumping out of the box shirtless and pounding beers. Like there's a difference between that and like, let's go upstairs and watch Taylor Swift going, I don't need to see that 80 times a game.
It is amazing. You and everyone else like this, I'm talking to the Tolos who all tweet. You guys hate life. You're miserable. You're just miserable. We got a 3-hour football game and 2 or 3 seconds of a different camera angle or viewer shot makes you enraged and miserable. There's something deeper there.
I mean, look, we're talking about, I get it. Look, when Kelsey scores a touchdown and he's blowing kisses and holding up the heart, the full hand heart, not the other one, the full hand heart, I totally understand, like, hey, relevant context, let's jump up to the booth. Let's get those shots are fine. When it's just every single time he comes up, it's
that was the only time they showed her.
Let's get I
have a Taylor tracker. No. They showed her after the touchdowns.
Maybe this is my Burrow take again.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch this and I'm gonna grab every shot.
She was not on more. I want to say maybe 3 times. She was not on more than 4.
There was the Travis
2 touchdowns.
Yep, and then Pacheco's touchdown.
She went like number 10. Yeah. 10. And it's cool. I'm like, I want to see the celebrities, how they react, how they respond.
Yeah. I never Brittany
Mahomes is not. Gosh, how can you get mad about it? I don't get it. How can you get worked up about
this
it?
This is not This is not a drive-by relationship with those two anymore.
Clearly not. He's domesticated AF.
Yes,
man.
he is. And Jason is. I mean, this is the first. He's the court jester. He's the court jester, and this is like his first time out. Like he's retired.
I can't believe a podcast bit from Travis Kelsey turned into this. Like that he was able to get the biggest star in the world that he's now dating and is like one of the most prominent people just because he made a dumb joke on New Heights, essentially.
Is that okay? Are we saying that's how this started?
It has to be, right?
When he said I couldn't get the bracelet backstage?
Yeah, when he's like, oh, I was trying to, and then she it went so viral that she responded to it, and I think that's how they got to the point where they were talking to each other.
I assume that they were talking already.
It could be that this is just a whole maybe they've been dating for 2 months before that, and this is all just a joke to them.
I like the story. I would like to see a Hollywood couple make it. I would like to see.
I'm happy for him.
You're gonna get an album 2 years from now talking about the boy from Missouri.
I'm not gonna listen to it. I mean, I'll listen to it if it's on the radio when I'm not. Being a diehard.
It'll be on the radio because everything's on the radio from her dumb ass. It's all.
Yeah, you just don't like greatness.
No, I don't like Brittany Mahomes with a slightly out of tune guitar. That's what I don't like.
I don't think is it an out of tune guitar.
I don't know. I don't listen.
That's what Amanda hates the most. That Brittany is benefiting. That's what Amanda
talk about
stand.
Disappearing. I haven't seen her in forever.
Well, she was next to her.
But you don't know that because you're looking at Taylor.
Yeah, you're looking at Taylor. But Jason Kelsey. Gosh, that was so good. 877-881-1053. Pepe, what did some of the Tolos say about the Cowboys family drama?
I mean, some were like, this is just what it's like being a Cowboys fan. 469 said it. 214 said that he agreed with what, and a lot of Tolos are on CD's side with this. Like, fine with how he feels about it. They're trashing Dak all over the fan text. But yeah, 469 agrees with why CD would feel something like this way.
Patrick Waugh beats the Dallas Stars again, and we have a report about Mike McCarthy being a lame duck, and someone says they know why Bill Belichick is not the head coach of America's team. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
More Cowboys drama over the weekend. Not just the family members of the players, with CeeDee Lamb's mom calling out Dak's brother, along with Micah Parsons' brother calling out the fan base. We got some Mike McCarthy reports. Let's start with the lame duck status.
Okay, so this felt very obvious to me. I don't know why this even needed to be a report, but Adam Schefter reports Cowboys Mike McCarthy not expected to get an extension, sources say. It's like, okay, yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious. That the question was,
although it might not be totally obvious to Choppy. Choppy is thinking that they should add a year.
Yeah, even if you're not going to pay, even if you're not going to keep him for the extra year, let's just say right now that 2024 is a make or break year for Mike, which it absolutely is.
Mm-hmm.
It's still beneficial to you. Right. Well, for sure. But it's still beneficial to the Cowboys in 2024 to lock him in for 2025. Even if at the end of 24 you get rid of him and you pay him that extra year, it makes 2024 better.
I disagree. And a lot of times I'll agree with this.
Because you're lame duck, right? You're lame duck.
Oh yeah, because it'd be so obviously fake.
Sure, it would be. It's window dressing.
No player would be like, whoa, they think more of Mike. Like, he's safe. They're adding an extra year to it. No one could be that stupid. So it would be like, it'd be a total waste. Jerry may be too cheap to do it. I don't know. But I mean, the window dressing is just so not believable that I wouldn't do it.
As bad as that was, though, because I mean, it seems very obvious to me that you're not going to give him an extension. Like I didn't know that was something that had to be reported on. What was interesting here was there's a section here where Schefter starts writing about what sources are saying. McCarthy said he's more, here we go. Some sources around the league say that McCarthy could have a challenging time filling potential openings on his coaching staff since he will be in the last year of his deal. Okay, so people outside of Dallas are telling you maybe if he has potential openings on his staff, he might have trouble. It's like, okay, that's very much conjecture. I don't even know why you throw that in there. Others say that during periods of adversity.
That's an obvious thing, too.
Yes, during periods of adversity, McCarthy's lack of an extension could hover over the team.
Yeah.
Some other sources question how the players will react to McCarthy's contract status later in the year if 2024 is not going well. Again, that's all like speculative. Like, if they're not going well, we think maybe from the outside that their players might not handle that well because he doesn't have an extension.
It's not speculative, it's obvious. It's me wanting to like create. For years I wanted to create obvious gossip Twitter, a Twitter account to where I could give these fake reports and people think it's actual news. But we did ask Michael Lombardi, one of my favorite interviews that we've done in a long, long time. Former NFL GM. Thought he brought up a great point when we asked him about McCarthy having trouble replacing Dan Quinn if it comes to that.
First of all, you got to understand, when you go to the Cowboys, if you're a good coach, Jerry's not going to let you go. Okay, so you're working for the Cowboys. You're not tied to a coach.
Yeah.
So if Quinn leaves and takes the Seattle job, okay, and they bring Mike Zimmer back. Let's say they do that. Or they hire Don Martindale, right? Jerry and Steven and Will, they're smart enough to know, we got a good coach, why would we let him go? Why would we let him go? So there's really, that lame duck stuff is ridiculous because it doesn't mean anything. When you have an owner who's in control of the organization, like Jerry and Steven are, then you know that you work for them. And that your job is to do a great job. See, this is the NFL today. This is what's really been missing in the NFL is there's only two people in the organization. There's only two people that are paid to win, the head coach and the general manager. Everybody else can be good at their jobs and get head coaching jobs. I mean, look at Quinn. Quinn's got 4 interviews. His defense was atrocious on Sunday.
Yeah.
Now, I think Dan's a hell of a guy, and I think he's a great coach. And one game doesn't make a career. But the reality of it is everybody's looking at that. Nobody paid attention to that game. They hired him. I mean, the offensive coordinator of the Eagles, he has 2 interviews for head coaching job. Did anybody watch that offense? Of course, and he's got 2 interviews for head coaching jobs.
Sean Desai got fired, by the way. People are reporting that was a requirement from Jeff Lurie to Sirianni. You want to keep your job, Desai and Patricia have to go. So I think that's a great point from Lombardi. But to be honest, when I was listening to that live, I was thinking to myself, that's another problem here, right? His point is, and he's right, if they think Kellen Moore and Jason Garrett are great, they are staying on for the next head coach. And I'm thinking in my mind, the next head coach is supposed to have that power and then say of hiring their staff.
And that's a problem. Like but that's not a problem though if you hire somebody who needs the job. If you hire somebody like Vrabel or Belichick or Harbaugh, guys that should have options, they're not going to want to go to an organization where they're mandated who's on their staff.
Right.
They're going to want their own staff. But it's okay if you hire a guy who's out of the league and doesn't necessarily have another head coaching job opportunity. Maybe McCarthy fell into that. I know he had the Jets was a choice for him. But, like guys like Garrett. Garrett's choice was here or nowhere as a head coach.
Right.
At that point. I mean, he could have gone as an OC when he was the OC in 07. He could have gone to Baltimore before they got Harbaugh.
Turned that down.
But after that, I mean, at that point, it was either here or nowhere.
Peter King, who we believe to have close connections with Jerry, he lit Jerry up in his Monday Morning Quarterback. RJ Ochoa transcribed it. It sounds crazy to advocate for the firing of a coach who's won 12 regular season games in each of the last 3 years, but Jerry Jones putting up with the way these last 3 seasons have ended is beyond concerning. The clock mismanagement at the end of the home playoff loss to San Fran. The utter offensive toothlessness at San Fran again. Falling behind 27-0 after 19 minutes to the 7th seed. Seriously, with the same staff and same core, do you really expect anything different in 2024? This is a franchise that needs to be taken by the scruff of the neck, shaken, and changed from the inside out. But no, instead, Jones is running it back. Now, it could be true that Belichick told Jerry directly or through intermediaries he had no interest in joining the circus. Even if that's so, Belichick light, Mike Vrabel, would have been a smart chase. For a man who made millions risking it all in the oil business, Jones has been surprisingly passive in trying to win it all over the past 28 years. So that is Peter King going at Jerry, and that is why one of the best things that has come out of this guy's mouth will even cause Bobby to like him for this and give him props. Dan Orlovsky.
I think it's the wrong decision by Dallas. We'll find out next January who's right. I want to touch on 2 things that Shefty mentioned. That Jerry Jones said, well, Mike McCarthy's got the highest win percentage in the history of the Cowboys for a regular season. Stop right there. Don't talk to us about Super Bowls anymore then. Don't feed us this lie that there's nothing on planet Earth that you'll do more than try to win a Super Bowl. You are literally keeping a coach, and in your words, because he wins in the regular season. He doesn't win in the playoffs, certainly not with you guys. The second thing is, well, Mike McCarthy doesn't deserve the blame. Well, then who does? Yep. If you just witnessed and watched one of the worst playoff losses in the history of your organization, an absolute collapse, where does the blame fall? Jerry Jones, please stop talking about Super Bowls. You really aren't chasing Super Bowls. You're chasing comfort. That's why you kept this decision. And the third thing is this. With that decision, this better be the most aggressive offseason in the history of the Dallas Cowboys if you actually want to change the narrative around you.
There's a George Steinbrenner vibe here. Back in the Yankees had the winningest record in the regular season in the 80s. Most wins in Major League Baseball. They didn't win a World Series. Not a single one. They only went to one. That was in the early 80s. But he would always say, nobody's got more wins than us in the 80s. Always say that. And then he gets suspended, and they get all these talented players, and they wind up winning, a bunch of World Series at the end of the decade. And there's an element of that, like the fact that there's a regular season aspect to that. I understand what Dan's saying. I still think regular season's valuable. I still think winning 12 games a year is there's a value to that.
Well, that's why I want to extend Dak off the regular season, because other quarterbacks can't put up.
They can't do that.
The MVP type year that he just did.
The job is to get in the tournament. Like Tampa Bay almost won 2 playoff games this year.
And so did Green Bay.
Like, the job is to get into the tournament, and Mike does that, and Dak does that. And there's a value. Now, is there a ceiling? Sure. But look, Josh Allen's got as big of a ceiling as anybody in the sport, and he can't find his way to the Super Bowl. Like that, it's not easy to do.
Yeah, but I mean, you compare conferences and roads and everything else. The disappointment is much more for the Cowboys than for Josh Allen. Josh Allen can't get over one guy.
Yeah,
that's Josh Allen's problem. Josh Allen's not better than Mahomes, and he has to go against him every year, and that's his biggest problem. Mike McCarthy was hired here by their own admission to change the results in January. Like, that's why he was brought in here. It's like, well, Jason gets us to the playoffs too whenever the quarterback's healthy. Like, when the quarterback was healthy, Jason generally got them to the playoffs. Sometimes they'd win a game, they'd get to the second round, whatever else. You were brought here to do something different, and ultimately, he's done nothing different.
Then you have Mike Florio, and I got some random text from Florio yesterday suggesting that Bill Belichick does not want to go and coach in a place with a big-time media market. And that would keep him away from here and Philadelphia, according to Florio.
Okay, all
That's
right,
the
look.
suggestion.
Okay, I get it from Bill's perspective.
Understandable or soft?
Soft.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Shots fired at Atlanta.
I think with Bill, we're past the soft thing. I just think he's old and he doesn't want to deal with it. You know, he hates the media anyway. He just wants to kind of go coach and try to fly under the radar. Because let's be fair,
should have gone to L.A. with that team.
His first Super Bowl was an under the radar team. Yes. Massively. Like, they came out of
That's
nowhere.
when they were loved.
They were loved. Remember that? Think of that. The Patriots were loved.
Yes.
And I think that's what he wants. I think he craves that.
I mean, so that wouldn't be Atlanta either then, because Atlanta's like right there. They're the number 7 media market.
Yeah, but no one cares. No one covers the Falcons.
But I mean, Charlotte then? Where are you going to go if you really want? Like, I mean, look, worry less about TV cameras, worry more about Ring doorbell cameras, Bill. Those are the ones you should be.
Well, look, there's a lot of people who blasted. I mean, Florio's a disliked figure. Especially in the Metroplex after we had him on over the Des tape. And there's a lot of people. I even got some other messages from prominent media people in this town saying BS, bunch of horse crap. Not buying, not believing this at all. That Belichick doesn't want to deal with the magnifying glass.
I don't know if it's true, but I could see how he would feel. See that.
Honestly, maybe he's
because every place that he goes, is it going to become a magnifying glass?
It is going to become a magnifying glass either way. Like, I think he knows that. So does he want to?
But there's just no way you become the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. It's just never going to be what it would be here.
Right. There'll be cameras there all the time, and that first game he coaches, everyone's going to be looking at that, and his Tom went to Tampa. Tampa was not a big media market, not a big spot.
The Patriots were nothing.
The Patriots are nothing, but they became so. The Boston media is and plus they're so close to ESPN and Sports Center, but. I guess I could see this from Bill.
I mean, it may just be that he's tired. Like, hey, I've got enough going on. I don't want to put up. But this is just I want to finish. I want to focus on football. I'm trying to win a title. I don't want to. I mean, Tom went to Tampa. It's not like Tampa's the biggest media market in the world. And
he didn't have a lot of choices.
That's true.
A lot of people were saying that he was over and done with. Dallas Stars against Patrick Waugh. Yeah, that Patrick Waugh.
Matt Barzell made a nice defensive play to take it from him, and now Barzell starts ahead, banked it on for Bo Horvath with a path to the net. Horvath, winner! Islanders take Patrick Waugh's debut in overtime, 3-2 over the Dallas Stars.
Islanders TV, and the announcer guy said it perfectly there. They lose in overtime to New York. Scott Wedgwood had to play net because Ottinger has the flu. He played great both Saturday night in a win against Jersey and last night as well. And then the new coach theory, and Gavin Spittle texting us about this. It's called a bench bump.
A bench bump?
A bench bump. I thought my Mexican Coke reference was the drug joke of the weekend. But no, a bench bump. The Islanders played much better under Waugh. So they finished their 4-game trip against Detroit tomorrow night. And the Red Wings are in the playoffs.
Oh, man. They haven't been there since 2016.
Turnaround City.
City.
They'd be in the playoffs if it started today. Fresh Spits and Suds is up.
Spits and Suds.
With the podcasts, wherever you get them, 105throughthefan.com, recapping last night.
Yeah, they have not made it out of the first round since 2013. And they have not made it to the playoffs since 2016. And they're a solid team right now. This is a dangerous game because you don't want to be 1-3 on this road trip.
Was the NFL script, given away? Is this an argument? Patience in football. It pays off. You got Ivy League professors predicting the postseason. Oh, you got paint coming off of buildings in Baltimore because of urine and the Ravens. We recap everything from the divisional round weekend next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Zerez, get that carpet clean.
leans in. There's the snap. Blitz comes. Mayfield back, loads, throws. Picked up by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes. Oh, baby. 1:33 to go. The Lions are going to San Francisco. Derek Barnes with the interception.
Every year in every sport we do this. What's the trend? Is there a trend? Should you copy it? And are you capable of copying it? That's what we're going to talk about here with the rest of the NFL playoffs here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Thanks for being a Tolo. Hopefully you guys had a fantastic weekend. Be careful in some of the wetness out there. By the way, in this game, all right, I asked late last week who everybody was rooting for. I just quickly want to go through all the games and figure out what you were feeling in the moment. Was it exactly the same as you said before these games kicked off? Baltimore, Houston, I was rooting for Houston. In the moment, what were you feeling? Who were you rooting for, if anyone?
I didn't really have a great rooting interest, but I think I was rooting for Baltimore, just not for any reason other than they were the 1 seed, right? And I wanted to see that matchup against either Buffalo or Kansas City.
I thought I was rooting for Houston overall in the playoffs because I do love C.J. Stroud and like what they're doing there. And then in the moment when it came on, I would realize, like, I do have to be right. And the fact that you picked Houston and I picked Baltimore is like, I need the Ravens to. I don't want the separation. So I decided to cheer for my own genius, and I rooted for Baltimore.
Hope your therapist is not listening.
Oh, well, we're going to see her today at 11. So.
Oh!
So with me, the whole Dallas-Houston feud took over. You know, I couldn't root for Houston. You know, me just born up here in DFW. I had to head on Houston. You know, during the regular season's fine. I don't care about the regular season. But when you get to the playoffs, I need the Houston teams to be out, so I was rooting for Baltimore.
Saturday night, after a few drinks, at least that was all of our experience. More on that in best and worst of the weekend. By the way, this is the Expressway. We are commercial-free for the next 40 minutes here on Sean and RJ. San Fran, Green Bay.
Oh, I was rooting for Green Bay. I was absolutely rooting for Green Bay. Green Bay winning.
So no Cowboy hatred crept into this for you after what the Packers did to us?
No, it was all Cowboy thoughts. Green Bay winning is a good thing. It softens the blow. It would have softened the blow from losing to Green Bay the week before.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, so that's what I thought, and then Bobby came at it from a different perspective.
Bobby's wrong.
Well, except for his picks.
His picks are right.
Yeah.
He's 1 game ahead.
But
okay.
what if San Fran loses, would Cowboy fans have been more irate with their team saying San Fran could have been had? They were beatable. That's our NFC championship. They got exposed. They were susceptible.
Well, let's just say.
Or does it make you feel better? I don't want to get into this whole topic right now. We will, but that's the topic. Like, San Fran susceptible versus Green Bay. Oh, they're a lot more respectable.
Cowboys ain't winning a game in the rain on the road. Like that. But also, let's just say like San Fran. Let's say the Cowboys won against Green Bay. San Fran plays Tampa.
Yeah.
They're not going to lose. That wouldn't be a game like that against Tampa, I don't think.
The idea, though, is just that they're susceptible in general. Right. They're not who we thought they were, that kind of thing. I'll say this. I think Cowboys fans, we're going to find, regardless of the outcome, we're going to find a way to be upset about it.
We'll get to that a little bit later on. Who are you rooting for in the moment?
San Francisco. Part of it is
to be right.
No. San Francisco's just genuine. I like the way they've built their team. I really appreciate their team. I think they're really, really good. And I think that I think the more you can get San Francisco, Houston, you can get these things that the Cowboys have to grapple with themselves over and their success. That's what I'm going to root for. Houston getting to the Super Bowl would force the Cowboys to go, why is it that we finally got a Super Bowl in the state of Texas and it came from Houston and they've been around for 20 years or whatever it is? Why is it that San Francisco, who we're chasing all this time, was able to get to the Super Bowl and has created this massive gap between us despite us doing everything we can to tweak and adjust to them? So that's part of why I was rooting for San Francisco was that.
Look what they've also done. Super Bowl, tear it down, rebuild. Super Bowl kind of rebuild, right? They've done that 4 times. San
Francisco?
Their Super Bowl with Kaepernick, it's a completely different team.
Yeah.
They rebuilt it. They've gone back.
Sure, not in the Shanahan era, though. They've been 6-7 years committed to this.
And I had some Niner fans texting me that they wish Shanahan would just run his offense, stop farting around like that. I don't follow the Niners closely enough every play to know what their offense looks like, but they were like, he wasn't running his offense, according to them. on Saturday night. Again, no idea, but why would that be the case?
Well, don't forget they did this without Debo, too. Debo gone with the shoulder. We'll see if he can play his NFC Championship game. Pepe, who are you rooting for?
It was the Packers from start to finish. I mean, I put the 49ers in the same category as the Eagles there. I mean, I felt like the guy at Texas Live when the Packers were up by 7 in the fourth quarter and they blew that lead. I was literally upset about it.
Man, by the way, so we were at Boomer Jacks watching the first game. Then I met my neighbors at.
I was there too.
Yeah, you were. And then I met my neighbors out at Twin Peaks for the later game.
Wow.
The amount of
Thanks
Niner
for the
fans,
invite for the follow-up party.
You wouldn't have remembered.
You wouldn't have remembered. You wouldn't have come out by the Speedway anyway.
Oh, I would have.
He would have drove.
The amount of
On the
Niner
Speedway.
fans. Yeah, the amount of Niner fans that were in there was disturbing. It was very troubling.
Really?
Yes. Very troubling.
San Fran, for me, I was rooting for them to lose. Sunday, I thought I was going to be Lions, but I have this weird respect for the Buccaneers.
Sure.
And I was giving Baker a lot of props yesterday. He played well. He played too well for his receivers with these fastballs getting on them real quick. But, man, a nice performance from Baker. Obviously, the bad interception at the end. And I was kind of like 55-45 in this. I would not have minded if the Buccaneers won, even though the Lions are the Disney movie right now.
They are. And,
can I say that? Disney? I don't know where we're at with that.
I don't know.
I'm not
I don't
sure.
know. We'll see.
Yeah, are they cancelable right now?
Then I think the Detroit San Fran game will be much better than a San Fran Tampa game.
Yes.
On paper, at
Yes.
least. It's San Fran. I could easily see San Fran beating both teams by double digits.
Yeah, here's the deal. You root for Cinderella up to a point, and that point is usually a step or two short of actually winning a title. Because Cinderella, if they're a bad team or there's no names, like it kind of sucks the air out of it. Like everybody can say they want to see San Diego State make a run in March Madness or Florida Atlantic or whatever. Then when it becomes a reality, you're like, crap, there's none of the blue bloods left. So Tampa's a little bit like that. I do have, it's weird, Baker was one of my most hated players in the NFL for forever, and I'm still not like a big fan, but something about the getting kicked and being humbled and passed around and finding himself in Tampa where everybody thought it was going to be a mess, I kind of respect. But ultimately, I was rooting slightly for Detroit.
Yeah, I was rooting hard for Detroit. They're my gym crush. But, dude, Mike Evans is a problem.
Yeah.
He is a problem.
We got to have some legit Hall of Fame discussions about him every year. Don't matter who he's with, he just does it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think he's in. I mean, he's
him
in.
or DeAndre Hopkins?
Him.
Had no hesitation.
He did it. Did he do it? He did it longer, right? Than Hop.
Evans?
Hop,
I'll go check it out.
Done it for a while. I'd be interested because I kind of compare those two to each other, even though Mike has probably played with slightly better quarterbacks. I'd be interested in that.
Mike Evans, what did he's one short now of Rice for like most 1,000-yard seasons or consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. Like, I mean, Mike Evans has put up a sneaky, like, dominant Hall of Fame career. Like, I mean, I think everybody thinks of him as one of the top, but like when you look at the numbers, it's kind of jarring to see how dominant he's been. I think Evans probably hasn't beat a little.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopkins got more yards and catches. I have to go back to see how many years they've played. But I'm just looking at their Google search on the numbers.
Pepe, who are you rooting for yesterday afternoon?
It was the Lions 100%. Mainly just because I don't think the Buccaneers stand a chance against San Francisco. And to see the 49ers lose, I think you got to have the Lions in the NFC title game.
Zero hesitation for me with the night game. Like, it pained me a little bit the way that ended. I should have tweeted it and said I only texted you guys wide right. I'm like, just imagine. Just imagine if this went wide right. But I was definitely rooting for Buffalo. Definitely rooting for the Bills. My heart breaks for Bills Mafia.
It does break. I didn't really care one way or the other. I wanted Buffalo to win, but Kansas City wasn't going to hurt my feelings because I love Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't hate the Chiefs.
No, I love seeing Pat play. I wish I had the guts after week 14 to keep number one on my power rankings all year. But that was why. This is why I had him there that long, because like he is at the end of the day, like, you cannot. Josh Allen played an A- game, and the only way you beat them is A+.
The problem also too is your coach had what felt like a D game or something. Like, I mean, I don't think Sean McDermott was very good for them. I think he put them in a really bad spot.
When they ran the fake punt, I said, "This is it. He's fired.
Yeah,
he's going to get fired." And then Hardman fumbles.
Yeah.
He had the dumbest rule in the sport.
He had to do it. Now, I don't necessarily like the fake punt. I would have gone for it, right? Just have Josh Allen out there. But the Chiefs had scored on 5 consecutive drives at the moment of that fake punt. That's one of those things where you know your team. You had to go for it there because you knew you were not stopping them, and they didn't.
That was on their. Was that on their? It could not.
It was on their side of
the field.
I know it was on their side of the field.
I think it was inside the 40. I think it was inside their own.
Now
40.
maybe you don't. Maybe the fake punt was the element of surprise because if they went for it, it's too long of a distance. And look, they didn't stop them there either. I mean, they got lucky with a bad rule.
4th and 5, own 30. They were down 3 with 12 left in the 4th.
Yeah.
12 minutes.
12 minutes.
On your 30.
But then again, you had not stopped them the entire game. The Chiefs had scored on every single possession the entire game. And we're in the 4th quarter, for crying out loud. You had, and the only reason, and you didn't even stop them. They just fumbled out of the end zone.
And then everyone started getting stops in the game.
Everybody started getting stops there. But like, imagine if it's 10 points there with 10 to go, you're done. You're out.
I think if McCole Hardman doesn't fumble, if he scores there or they score on that drive, I do think McDermott's fired this morning. And I think people are pointing to that.
Anyway.
But I mean, can you imagine, like, wide right, like that is the equivalent of if the Cowboys would have lost that game last week on a CD like catch that they said wasn't a catch or something. Like it's
or the catch on the other
honestly,
side.
yeah. Like I mean that's I cannot even imagine.
What do these
how
Bills fans
brutal
do?
that
What did they do to deserve this?
Gave OJ a platform. That's what it is. It's they gave OJ his career.
Recognized Tim Russert.
That's right. Oh wow, good one there.
Growing up in my house Sunday morning.
It's a bad spot. I mean, like they're miserable today. They have to be, and they're mad at Diggs. I mean, what an awful. This is why he is Exhibit A on why you do not listen when your diva wide receiver speaks. Exhibit A.
What about the diva's mom?
Don't listen to her either. Don't listen to her either.
By the way, Josh Allen is now 5-2 in the playoffs when it's against anybody but Mahomes. He's 0-3 versus Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Brady Manning element to the Mahomes Allen rivalry. The problem is Manning actually won against Tom in the playoffs, and Josh hasn't. Like, he's got to do that eventually.
And Manning, I think, for their careers,
he had a winning record in the playoffs.
he actually. Well, no, for their careers, I think he beat Brady more than Brady beat him.
Dude, they lost all their weapons. They didn't have big game Gabe.
Right,
that's Basic's guy.
Their defense was
Shakir got hurt.
He did.
I thought the tight end got concussed.
Right, and they lost a lot of guys to their defense in the Pittsburgh game at the end.
Oh, yeah. And Matt Milano's out. Like, they lost a lot. Of guys.
Yeah, they needed.
I think their middle linebacker. They come back with a report 3rd quarter. Josh Allen is out, and I was like, what? Where did I miss this?
Right.
They're talking about, I think, the middle linebacker who they had to replace. I thought there was just one other Josh Allen in the league playing in Jacksonville.
Right?
Did I get that? Am I crazy? It was a Josh Allen defensively. Obviously, it wasn't the quarterback, but they got a Josh Allen linebacker, I guess.
Well, I mean, the Jaguars do, but there's not a second one outside of that. Outside of Josh Allen, I think they just screwed up probably.
Oh, did you hear the same thing I heard? When she said Josh Allen out, I wasn't drinking yesterday, so I'm pretty sure that I'm correct and right. But anyway, sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, so like they needed Josh to be Superman, and he was like just a little bit. I mean, there was some kryptonite that was thrown in there, and he was just a little bit not Superman. But they needed it. He did everything you could have asked for except have Diggs make that catch. Like that's it. That game is not on Josh. He missed 2 guys on that final drive. He missed Diggs underneath that would have moved the sticks, and he missed, was it Shakir on the left side?
Man,
on the final play. Other than that, that's nitpicky.
I know what Romo said. That should have been a touchdown if he doesn't get hit.
Yes.
Like the post is open. Like he saw that.
That was the right throw.
That would have been. We would have all been talking about how look at that anticipation and him throwing it. It was just he got it. What I had a bigger problem with was he was definitely not on that final drive. He had 2 back-to-back throws that almost got picked on that final drive. Like he didn't look as sharp.
All right, couple of leftover things from the NFL weekend. Apparently, Chip Kelly is drawing interest from multiple NFL teams looking for an offensive coordinator. So how about that with Chip Kelly? Surprised he didn't do more in his return back to college, UCLA? I am. I thought he was going to go back and, be dominant again.
I did too. I think UCLA is a tough job. They don't have they have they don't even have an on-campus stadium. Like that's a tough thing to recruit. It's terrible. Like it's a really tough spot to recruit in. They don't have an indoor practice facility. At least they didn't.
How do they ever practice in California without being inside?
California.
At least they did, but it's just their facilities stink. There's no commitment to winning. if I were him, that was a bad job to take. I would have taken the UCLA job.
Man, he was there for 6 years.
Yeah, he got them like to the top 10 for a little bit, a hot minute, but
35 and 34.
Yeah.
I know it's UCLA, but I was expecting more.
I was too.
Bob.
It's really difficult to go in there and have to. And by the way, he's still under contract with UCLA through 27. Like he's under contract, and so, but man, it's really hard to go to UCLA, and they were a bad team when he got there, and recruit against USC. Like it's the USC UCLA comparison, and you got to remember that being in that conference, like Oregon draws a ton of attention. Oregon's got a ton of Phil Knight money and everything else that flows into that school. It's really difficult to compete there. I think honestly the fact that he's made them, they've churned out some NFL talent recently. He's turned them into like the last several years, like all right, they've been like right around a 9-3 type of football team. Like they've been competitive, but it's just going to be really hard to compete against the USCs and the Oregons and teams like that.
He'd have been better off going to Nebraska. Like I think he would have had a better chance to win there. And they're stuck. But you get a quarterback, and that's all you need. UCLA, that's a tough job.
How about this from Greg Bedard out of Boston? Mac Jones being at Gerard Mayo's press conference rubbed a few people in the Patriots organization the wrong way. Quote, he was in his workout gear, which is ironic since he cleared his entire locker at the end of the season. Not a single hanger, completely empty. I mean, come on, man. Everyone watched him play. They've watched him act like a prima donna. The team is sick of it. Everyone is sick of it. This is from Nesson. Like, this isn't some random... Oh, so he showed that this is like, I've made up my mind that I hate you, and anything that you do, the way you breathe, is going to make me just hate you even more. Showing up to the presser has you ticked off versus, so if he didn't show up and it would have been better, he's wearing workout gear, Patriots clothing. Get out of here.
Hey, Terrence, it's better here. It's easier here. That kind of stuff doesn't happen here. That is Boston in a nutshell. That is a reporter with an axe to grind. Now, Mac Jones brings a lot of it on himself.
Yeah.
He is
very unlikable.
He is probably the most unlikable dude out there.
Punchable face.
The only thing that's likable about him is that he eats like a plate of cookies a night. Chocolate chip cookies. That's the only thing that's likable.
That's a likable thing?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's very likable. Chocolate chip is very Santa. But other than that, there is nothing likable about that dude.
I cannot remember for the life of me who all showed up to McCarthy.
Boomer Jacks?
I know the one that surprised me when McCarthy got introduced was Randall Cobb did, and then Randall Cobb didn't even re-sign here. But like he showed up because that stood out to me as just again an example of what a pro he is. Like he was leaving and he still showed up, showed support. Zach Martin was there. So I mean, players show up to these things. That's not unusual.
All right, everyone, let us know what you did, what type of trouble you got into. The best stories on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. Best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Got to start with our big gathering on Saturday for the first game, and RJ Choppy hooking us up at Boomer Jacks.
Fun night or afternoon at the Boomer Jacks off Northwest Highway in Dallas.
Is that the old Gas Monkey? Is that the same building? I think that is the old Gas Monkey Bar and Grill.
I don't remember.
No, it's behind it.
It's behind it, right?
Yeah, I think behind it's still there.
Gas Monkey's like in an old department store kind of thing. Looking at some big, massive building, but we're at the Boomer Jacks, Northwest Highway, and Technology. It was fun afternoon. Big, giant outdoor table, fire pit in the middle.
Yeah.
All the apps, all the drinks.
Awesome table outside. And that was, a little first controversy of moving inside to outside.
Yeah.
With about 17 deep.
So there was a lot of us there. The atmosphere on the inside was very crowded. On the outside, we got more of the spot to ourselves.
Yeah.
But they've got these all-weather patios. They're kind of indoor-outdoor.
Yeah. Heated.
It
was a sweet setup.
Best TV setup in town, man.
Had our own waitress out there. It was good.
I was concerned when we made the move outside, and I was not going to complain about it. I'm not one to complain.
They put that all on me. I was like, I don't want to make the decision. I don't want to. And they're all looking at me. My wife always does this. She's incapable of making a decision, and then she looks at me like, okay, are you going to do it? Like, people are waiting on you. People are waiting for you to say something. And I'm like, I don't want, I want to go here and observe. I'm here to people watch.
To be fair,
I don't want to order the food. I don't want to mess with the drinks. I don't want to get involved in tabs.
To be fair, you are always the one that when we go out to dinner, like, you will like, all right, you sit here. Like you
If I organize it.
You are orchestrating
If I put it together, if I organize it. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of did do this, but I was just for the invite. This is Choppy's place.
Sure.
This Choppy's place, but the issue was our first table was like, you know me. I want everyone together.
Yeah.
I don't want someone to feel left out. So there's like a table of 6 behind us and then a table of 10. And I was like, this outside table is sick. This thing's got a whole fire pit in the middle. We can all be together. Until Peyton Russell screwed it all up.
Yeah.
With the dumbass move of the night. And I was glaring at him. I was watching him directly across. These random guys came up and was like, any of y'all sitting here? And Peyton's like, no, after like my girlfriend's seat, just, go ahead, take them. Took up like the other like 5 spots there. Meanwhile, we had about 9 people who had not sat down.
They were standing up.
They were standing up. I wanted everyone to converge. I wanted everyone around one big family table with the fire pit, and Peyton just gave away all the seats.
No one's dying. Look, we were there for 30, 45 minutes, and no one had sat in those seats. If you want to be on the left side away from us, I thought me and Mackenzie had a good position there. We were like in the middle. No one wanted to sit by us. That's fine. But you're going to lose out your seats.
Okay,
You want to stay on the other side? Stay on the other side then. You want to stand up and eat and talk and drink?
You know what? I kind of respect that position. You took it. I
took offense to it.
You took offense to it that no one came and immediately sat down next to you guys. You know what? Yeah. I like the move.
And you know what I did? I said, hey, don't sit next to my girl. You sit away from her. That's why I told the other people. I said, hey, after this seat, you're good. Stay on the other side, but don't sit right next to her.
Oh, you should have told that to Wolchuk.
You have been played. You have been played, Sean. Because
you're
that
not
is
that
not
bright.
that is not
bright.
his thought
You're not
process.
that bright.
That's his defense here. That is his defense to
That's
try
what it
and
was.
no, it
You
was not.
sat up.
I'll get Mackenzie on the phone right now.
Last
That's what I was
48
telling him.
hours thinking that excuse up.
No.
You just weren't thinking.
You just
weren't
trying to-
thinking.
I thought you were afraid to say no. I thought you were afraid to tell the people you can't sit there.
That is
But
what
I
it is.
kind of like this vengefulness of, no one wants to sit next to me. Screw you. I'm giving away your seats. I like it.
I didn't even take a seat. I stood next to them most of the day.
You never sit.
I stood next to Mackenzie and Peyton most of the day. By the way, the move outside, the only thing I was concerned about was I was wearing shorts because I thought we were going to be inside all day.
It was 70
So
degrees.
what?
out
You
there.
wear shorts?
No, that's what I'm saying. It ended up being okay. I did not know how warm the fire pit was actually going to be with it being cold.
I went outside and
was a little
tested
concerned.
it. I went outside.
And
No one has a harder time dealing with the cold than my wife. So I knew if I made this move outside, it better be warm because she cannot handle it.
It worked out, but no, Peyton. I think this is a CYA
that's what it is.
statement from Peyton. I don't think there was vengefulness there at all, especially after we spent a great time with Mackenzie. Star up to Mackenzie.
She was my number one highlight of star up, star down.
Yeah.
Of our gathering is your girlfriend.
Right.
Number one, star up.
She's a savage. She's funny.
She's a savage, and Wolchuk's girl's a damn savage too. And she says stuff stone cold. She was talking to me about childcare and how I should be pulling these shifts even after I'm working and all this stuff. And I'm looking at her like waiting for her to
He likes
smile
to fart in bed.
and crack, and she didn't.
She didn't smile. She's never smiled. She's never smiled once. She's never let out a ha. No, a ha's never left her mouth. She never even texted a ha.
She's not happy.
She didn't even text laugh.
She never texted.
I have the
Never texted a ha.
The entire thing. Like she
I know they texted that family. I know they do. I know they text. So
Yeah, they text.
Maybe she does.
They text, that's for sure.
But I just think given Mackenzie's testimony, once we find out a little bit more about Peyton's relationship and an understanding of the power dynamic, I think there's zero chance. I would have believed him if this was Friday. Now that I've gotten the insight from Mackenzie, I think zero chance. He was uncomfortable telling them, no, you can't sit here.
Yeah, you didn't want to say no.
He doesn't have that savage in him.
Who did? And just so you all know, in case you have any questions and you want us to rat anyone out, who all showed up? It was all of us. We had,
including Ryan. Ryan came out.
Ryan
drank
Ryan
a couple
came
Moscow
out.
Mules.
I tried to make Ryan drink. I made him take a shot at the end.
All right.
He took a shot with you.
Yes, I got him a shot.
And me?
And
What a
Pepe.
traitor.
Who?
I had been trying to get him to take shots all day. He's like, I don't do that. And he wouldn't do it.
Oh, I heard
He's
something in the
yelled
back
something.
there.
He said he sipped it.
He sipped it.
There you go.
It was a Mexican candy shot. You get shots of vodka, which no one, unless
Double
you're
vodka.
Russian, gets.
Yeah,
no
it's
one wants
just-
to. And vodka's my drink, but I'm never drinking it straight.
No, the
it's
shot's
horrific.
terrible.
It's awful. You're like getting straight vodka.
Doubles, baby.
Dude, it is a last resort. I would shoot Listerine before I shoot vodka. I would shoot
awful.
What is it? Vanilla? You get vanilla extract is out. That's what if you're like a real alcoholic, you do a vanilla extract shot.
Chiafalo. We had Wolchuk. Who else am I missing?
Derek showed up.
No, Derek Holland. I didn't basically talk to Derek at all.
No, I talked to him quite a bit. He was sitting over by us. Will
Chambers. Always love having Will out for an outing.
Derek was oddly like kind of quiet, like keeping to himself.
I know.
Like
I feel like he had a bad time.
I
feel like he doesnn't want to come out with that group again.
He didn't know many people, he said.
I went and sat down with it. I
mean, he worked here for like half a year.
That's fair.
Did he feel like he thought it was just going to maybe be dudes? He's always asking in the group text, are we bringing ladies?
Okay, so he
are we
is.
bringing girls?
What are you staying to the beach for?
I didn't know that term could be repeated on the radio.
I think he. Oh yeah, Carter Freeman was there as well.
Oh yeah,
that's what another. I look at it as I think he is the one who likes dudes outings. Like he wants like hey, it's the guys, and I think he doesn't know like, all right, what's the dynamic if the ladies are here? Can I like talk as freely as I would? Can I be foul mouthed here? I think that was his thing.
Corey couldn't come. Dawson couldn't come. Broadus never responded. I mean, probably the rudest interaction I've ever had with Brian Broadus. So he's out. He's out for future gatherings.
Are you gonna say what his excuse was why he was too tied up?
He wrote me 9 of them.
But the main one that I was laughing at.
Oh man, this is good. You talk about a flex. I'm gonna read it because of what he did to me with the hand stuff last week. He tried to call me twice yesterday. Boop, voicemail. Boop.
Oh, baby.
Don't call me like that. You don't want to text back on the chain. Not happening. All right. Promised my mom and dad I would help them with some projects. Told a friend I would help them with their business plan. And here we go.
Wait, this is Broadus helping somebody with his business plan?
Yeah. But listen to this. This is why he couldn't show up.
Did I tell you this?
No.
Okay. Read the middle line. See if you know what I refer to. I want you to read it.
Probably
Took
my Super Bowl ring in for some work.
What a flex!
What
a flex!
He's like, the shine's coming off it a little. I need to get polished.
My God!
My Super Bowl ring in for some work. That's what he dropped on me.
Took my Super Bowl ring.
He hit you in a
what a flex!
Some work.
He hit you in a number of places. I promised my mom and dad. What? You want me to break a promise to mom and dad? I promised a friend. You want me to break a promise to a friend? Oh, by the way, if that doesn't get you, I'm better than you. I had to go get my Super Bowl ring cleaned.
Wow.
My word. I'll tell you what, my goal was at this entire outing, and I don't know if I achieved it. You guys are gonna have to tell me. But
if people from other stations invite Broadus out, he's there in a cocaine heartbeat.
Oh, no,
Bam,
really?
there you go. So, Brian, I don't want to hear nothing back after last week, the Ranger promotion. This is all I thought all weekend about my shots back at you. More coming.
I get told routinely.
That's probably the business plan.
I get told routinely how often when I start drinking at these, my volume goes
bang,
up.
bang, 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 bang.
Machine Gun Sharif.
Bang, bang, bang.
I'm just uncomfortable. I keep trying to talk past all of it. I get told routinely that my volume goes up by threefold whenever I start drinking at these events. So I was very conscious of I'm going to make this as quiet a drunk outing for myself as possible.
Stop.
Was I not?
Stop talking. Did you hear what he just said? He was conscious of it.
He's loud?
But he made a conscious
And I was
effort
still that loud.
on Saturday to keep it down.
Yeah.
That was a conscious effort.
That was a conscious effort.
I thought I was quieter than normal.
We told you at least 4 or 5 times to shut up. Stop
That's
yelling. True. Cody did it. I did it. Chiafalo did it. And then he shuts down, he does mid-interview on this show.
Yes,
he just he throws a hissy fit, and he's like,
mid-interview.
fine, I'm the third. That's what he kept saying. You don't remember. I forgot I was the 3. I forgot I was the 3. And when Sean tells me I can't speak in public, I can't speak in public.
No,
that's what he kept saying.
He did. He went. No, Sean was just like, shut up. I was like, sorry, I forgot I'm the 3rd. I was like, dude, it was not a self-conscious thing. It was a jab. It was meant to be like a spar. But I do think that I was. Now to be fair,
That's why Holland didn't like it, because we were talking about jabs.
The last hour, I probably was aggressively loud, and I don't remember. But I do feel like early on I was conscious of don't be loud.
Okay, well, fail.
Damn it.
Pay. This is our outing at Boomer Jack's Saturday on Technology. Tolo Eric came out as well. My girl Amy, I didn't realize she was going to come in a neck brace. Jeez Louise, Amy. I mean, I've seen you without the neck brace. We're rolling with the neck brace. But I get told Amy out there as well. What did your girlfriend think? This was like the first big social outing.
She was impressed. She was nervous going in because she was like,
I was worried since no one was sitting next to you guys. Now I know why, the real reason, that she was going to think it was a little boring.
At first, yeah, because I felt like, we were all supposed to, be around the same table, but it was a big table, so it was going to be hard anyways, and people were off to the left side. I was like, dang it, I could have picked by Choppy and Sarah, but I picked on the other side to space it out. I picked the wrong side at first, but then Bobby and you, Sean, came over, and we all kind of huddled up together. But no, she loved it. The one big takeaway, and we weren't even out of the parking lot yet, and she was like, because I asked her, I was like, all right, what'd you think? She said, why is everyone's wife so hot? She said there are so many good-looking ladies out here, and she was like, "Is it a radio thing?"
Significant others.
What a night.
She was like, "Is it a radio thing?" And I was like, "I don't know, but I mean, they have the money. Maybe that's why."
What a nice compliment.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying it's our looks, our personality.
I did respect. We were talking about like Peyton's weak drinking habits out there at the bar. I was like, come on, take a shot, and like she threw it out there. She's like, nah, he's just a P word. He's not gonna do it.
Whoa!
She did drop some explicit words.
No, the power move that she pulled is, or like, where's Peyton? And you were up by the bathroom in the other part of the restaurant, and I'm like, he's over there, and she goes, yeah, I think he's waiting for me. And I've sat there for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. She did not look. She did not text. She did not get up to go get him. She's like, let him sit there. And he was standing outside of the bathroom like a schmuck, just sitting there waiting. And finally, I went to get him.
Yeah.
I went and I was like, hey, she's out there. He's like, oh, I figured.
Yeah.
I figured she's sitting out there. But she's funny. I love her personality. And we're like, what? How do you react when Pepe talks on the air and this and that? She's like, just don't talk about this and that. Nothing, nothing.
Just biographical
Don't give away
details.
too much.
Nothing, out of the norm. Nothing unreasonable. And we're like, and Bobby goes, well, he did say that. He's already said that.
Bobby rats me out. Well, he did say this. I got it right here on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe don't, Peyton, try and schedule Love of the Stars on a night where I'm trying to rest, Peyton. I'm just kidding. I was drunk and I wasn't thinking.
There you go.
It was fun.
It was a very fun time. Very fun afternoon. And then, dude,
Then you went to Twin Peaks.
And then I went to Twin Peaks, watched the Packers and the Niners game with my buddies. That they're all
your closest San Fran friends.
Oh, I know.
Your Argentinian friend?
Way too many. They're all the guys that were there in the group. They're all going through divorce. All those poor guys, man.
Really?
Oh yeah, nothing worse than that.
Are you getting a kickback from your lawyer that you recommend to everybody?
Oh yeah,
you should be.
I get free advice if I
get you a finder's fee.
He gave me a referral for one of my friends.
Oh yeah,
twice.
Not for you, Oto.
For the same friend. 877. Well, maybe.
No one's dying.
Maybe it was me. 87. I'm kidding. No one's dying. It was. So thank you to Boomer Jacks. Thanks, Chop, for setting it up. All right, the Dallas Cowboy lessons to take from the teams that were actually still good enough to play. Next on Sean and RJ.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Goff moving behind center, offset eye behind him. Up back Kabinda, deep back Gibbs. Goff turns, Gibbs to Gibbs over the left side. There he goes inside the 30, inside the 25. Gibbs, speed, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown,
Yes,
Lions, turning on the Jets. Jahmyr Gibbs running away from the defenders, and the Lions are back on top.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto. A messy Monday. Supposed to be more rain tomorrow as well. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And if you're new to the show and the station, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Not saying that as proudly these days. And your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. But it is an annual segment that we do. Certainly in the 13 years of this show, and probably the Jagger was probably doing this before us. You're watching the divisional round. Shout out Jagger, by the way. Love Jagger.
Jagger Mafia.
That's right.
The divisional round and then stacking yourself up. I feel like we can go through each game and pick something that one of the teams did and be like, the Cowboys can't do that. The Cowboys couldn't stay on the field with that. That's what my whole day went in yesterday with Mikey, as he's like, can you imagine the Cowboys being on the field with this Kansas City Buffalo heavyweight fight? Can you imagine Dak exchanging playoff roundhouses the way Mahomes and Allen were doing early on? So was there a particular game? I know the easy one to focus on is Green Bay San Fran. That or another game stylistically measuring up that you were thinking of the Cowboys in your mind the most? I think we should probably, start with Green Bay San Fran. Did the outcome of that game, Tolos, make you feel better about the way that the Cowboys lost? I will admit this, as we just talked about in the Expressway, I was a number of drinks in Saturday night, so I went home, and I'm watching Green Bay get ready to pull this off, and I didn't feel better about the Cowboys' effort. I'm separating this. Egg yolk. Nothing will ever excuse their effort and the coaching plan. I did feel better about the quality of the Packers. I'm like, okay, this team, we just disrespected them. We overlooked them. And this team is legit because they're going to win this game. They're in control here. So I felt better about the opponent that the Cowboys faced, not the way that the Cowboys played, not the way that they quit, their holes, their coaching. But I did feel better from that aspect. I was just too inebriated to tweet it all out specifically.
Youngest roster, right? Green Bay?
Yep.
So I think we're going to look back in like maybe 2 or 3 years, and then this we may be caught in the moment here, but look at those receivers and like, man, they got some guys.
They're good. They're really good. They're just not names.
They're not names.
And there's not a true one, but they're good.
Right. Dobbs is a good player. It was Weeks, a good player.
Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, they're good.
Yeah, they got good players. So I think we're going to look back and like, you know what? That loss. Now, getting out to 27-0 in the first 19 minutes is not good or whatever. But that loss wasn't like, okay, that's.
I'll tell you what I took away from.
You felt a little bit better?
I felt better. I mean, Green Bay, they took it to San Fran, man. They had that game. They had that game won. If they kick that field goal, they make that field goal, they're going down the field with the ball at the end.
Would have been a
tie
7-point game.
It would have been a tie game at the end, assuming that, San Fran scores, which I'm sure they would have. But did they get the ball back? You go to overtime. Who knows what happens?
The thing that I come away from that game with, obviously, like, we already know who San Francisco is and what they do. So that's not what stands out to me. What stood out to me, though, was, like, Matt LaFleur is such a damn good, like, play designer. And the way, like, I have not seen anybody this year have plays drawn up where they're throwing the ball and it's 15 yards in the field. It's like there's nobody within 5 yards of this guy. Like there's no one. Like San Francisco was completely confused by a lot of what he was trying to do. That's a big part of the advantage they have. I think the biggest advantage right now, obviously Love, when you have somebody who can execute it, it's a big plus. But LaFleur gives them such an advantage schematically compared to other teams. He's such a sharp play designer.
Pepe, you feel better about what happened to the Cowboys after the fight that Green Bay gave San Fran?
I gave more respect to Green Bay after putting up a fight against San Fran. But, I mean, feeling better, no, because you still got you still got dominated by the Packers. You shouldn't have. On paper, the Cowboys, talent-wise, are 10 times better than the Packers. Should have been, and they got blown out. They got exposed. So, a little better maybe, but not really.
Any of the other games where you were matching up, taking something from Cowboys comparison in your mind?
I mean, look, I think the Cowboys could not have beat Baltimore. Like, let's go to the AFC. They were not on the same field as Kansas City Buffalo. You could see Kansas City Buffalo was a different animal. They could have beat Detroit. I don't think Detroit played their best game. I thought they went away from the run early on too much, and then they finally went to it in the second half. They started having their offense really started to click. But I don't know if they match up with their receivers, though. I mean, they already beat them, but do they beat them on that field in Detroit on that night? Probably not. But I think they could have hung with either one of those two teams. They could have beat Tampa.
I don't think. I think on a given game, like Dallas could beat Kansas City. Like I don't think Kansas City stylistically is too much for them. I think right now with Kansas City being depleted, I don't think just because Buffalo beats you down and then Kansas City beats Buffalo on the road, I don't think I can pass that on and say Dallas can't beat them. I do think Dallas this year, just this year, 2023 Cowboys would beat 2023 Chiefs 6 out of 10 times on a neutral field. I do think. But one of the things in general that I took away was 3 of the 4 teams that won this week have really, really good linebacker play. And Dallas just doesn't, and it always kills them. San Francisco and Baltimore have the 2 best linebacker crews in the NFL, and they're the 2 best teams in the NFL.
David Hellman had an awesome tweet on this. 4 of the 6 all-pro linebackers for 2023 were drafted outside the top 50. 4 of the 6 all-pro. Only 1 was drafted in the top 15. Good linebacker play is incredibly valuable, much like good running back play, but unless it's a truly special talent like Roquan or CMC for the running backs, you can also find it all over the place. And I thought that was a great tweet.
And this is not any sort of that would have been the whole difference. Believe me, it's not. I still believe they probably get worked against Green Bay because they were terrified. And I don't think it changes any of the outcomes of the games. But I will say, they are so high on what DeMarvion Overshown can do. And we're so excited to have him this year. When they lost him in the preseason, that did really screw up a lot of what they want to do.
He's outside top 50, right?
He was 3rd round pick. And he was I remember the Jacksonville game in the preseason. He stood somebody up, and he stood up Tank Bigsby, who is a big, physical, powerful, just stopped him in the hole, moved him back, had 6 tackles in 20 plays or something in one of the games. He is such a dynamic player. And I think Quinn had a ton of ideas for hey, I'm going to use him like this. Imagine how they used Marquise Bell, who had a decent year. He gets blocked up a lot because he's smaller. But imagine Marquise Bell, but you're 30 pounds heavier, and you've got more muscle. That's what they want Overshown to be.
Yeah, I mean, I look at look at Detroit in this game or this year. They drafted a running back and a linebacker in the first round, which generally is not, recommended.
People last night were saying, see?
Yeah.
You questioned Jahmyr Gibbs. Here's Jahmyr Gibbs.
But look how they use him. They barely use him. He is splitting carries. He's barely used. I still wouldn't recommend it necessarily.
Well, and he's a difference maker as a pass catcher, too.
But,
he could play receiver almost.
But for a very short term, and I think the Lions do have a short-term plan, he works well for him. He works really, really well.
All right, speaking of Dak and, all the fighting and the quarterback drama, what about a lesson in quarterback patience from the earlier game yesterday?
Well, that's also key, and this is the Tampa-Detroit game. Now, I don't think Baker's going to be this game-changing quarterback, but I do think you could have him as your QB.
He played well.
And he could make the playoffs.
I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I'm happy for him, too. And he could win you games. He's got a good arm. He's tough. He had guts. I mean, there was a few times in that game where you're all right, maybe this is where Detroit's going to take this thing over. They need one stop.
Yep.
And, he kind of picked him apart at times. And then on the other side, there's Goff, who, when you pressure him, he definitely has his limits. But when he's given time, that dude could pick you apart too. The problem, this is part of the problem with the evaluation of quarterbacks. Some guys figure it out instantly, like Stroud or Mahomes, first year starting, Love, first year starting. And then there's others that figure it out every year a little bit more. I think Romo, he had a really good start to his career, but he sat for a while. But he really figured it out in that 2014 season.
Yeah.
He figured out, he knew all the answers, all the tests.
So what's the timelines for Baker, Goff, Dak?
Well, Goff and Dak are on the same timeline. They were drafted the same year. Baker was 2 years later in 18, and Goff and Dak were 2016. And Dak had a better first year than Jared, a lot better. Jared was terrible his first year. I didn't even think he started every game. He only started half the games. And then Jared goes to a Super Bowl, but then he has a downturn, and now he's back up. And I think he's kind of figured the sport out. And I think Dak at the same time, they figured the game out just a lot better. And, Jared still has his issues with pressure. And Dak seems to now have issues with road play. And that's really their main.
And
when you blitz Dak, he's going to pick you apart generally.
Honestly, the guy that I look at when I think of, and not play style, just trajectory in terms of bouncing back and starting to resurrect his career. The guy I think of when I think of Baker Mayfield is Tannehill. Like where it's like there were expectations, first round pick, considered a bit of a bust, a guy who was down and a lot of people had like counted out, and then turned it around, became a legitimate, option at quarterback for Tennessee. Like not just like, oh, you can get by with him, like played really well for a couple years for Tennessee. Like Tannehill was a good quarterback there for a little while. And so I do think that Baker's trajectory reminds me probably most of him. But I would not count out Baker continuing to progress a little bit because it
Did you give a long-term deal?
Right, that's their decision.
And define long-term or define money. Like you're not gonna give him $60 million a year. You're not gonna reset the market with him.
No, but approach him probably similar to the way they did with Tannehill, which was he signed Tannehill got like a 3-year deal that was near the top of the market and average, but obviously had all these little escalators and things in there, these caveats. And so I would
you give money to Fields or Baker first?
Fields or oh man,
serious question.
Yeah,
probably about the same.
Ooh. I think Baker's more advanced.
Because Michael Lombardi thinks that Justin Fields is getting 40 because of Daniel Jones. He's like, fine. I'm not upper tier, but the NFL gave him 40, so I need 40.
40's outside the top 10. 40 is the new 25.
40 for a quarterback is nothing. Think of that. That's nothing. And that's double what Romo ever got.
Fields did play pretty well coming off of the injury. He played better down the stretch than he had been. And it's because he started running more and he was part of me wonders if it's do you guys just not know how to use him? Do you guys not know how to foster his talent? Did Luke Getsy not have any clue?
Yes, because look at the beginning of the year. There were games where he had 2 rush attempts for Justin Fields.
And Jared Goff, after yesterday's win, second ever NFC Championship game, they get there before the Cowboys said this is not an accident.
We've said this a million times about how it's the same group. It's not like we've added a ton. It's a lot of the same guys, and Brad and Dan have been very intentional about bringing in those type of guys who can handle moments like today and moments like last week and ups and downs of a season. And I think it's all been intentionally done by them, and we're not here by accident.
So they're doing this chant with him too, apparently.
I know, the Jared Goff chant.
Yeah.
Jared Goff.
They're chanting it really early on yesterday. You heard it at the end of the game as well. I just never thought, I knew Mike Zimmer would hate Kirk Cousins' guts, this tough guy versus whatever you think or label Kirk as. And I just thought Jared Goff with Dan Campbell would be the same thing.
Same thing. I thought really exactly this. I
was wrong.
And I think at the beginning, they did not get along. I don't think Dan liked him at all. I think Jared is maybe tougher than that California persona, blonde hair, beach bum.
Maybe
he is. I don't know.
Dan Campbell talked about that last week. He's when we started 0-10-1, he's I learned so much about Jared Goff and how tough he is and how resilient he is. And he's I made up in my mind then, I will go to war with Jared Goff any day. He's because when things were awful, he came to work, continued to prepare the right way, and showed toughness.
All right, the horns down controversy that played out some more during the weekend. And who in Fort Worth turned in RJ Choppy over the last few days? We got an unsolved mystery on the morning show with Sean, RJ, and Roberto next.
Let's get you over to
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
These crackers are addictive.
Oh, they're going to say they're making me thirsty.
I'm totally in. RJ
reference.
made some concoction, brought it in here. I mean, I'm blown away. Now, my breath
it's gonna be ripe.
Ridiculously bad.
Yeah.
Because of this, but it's worth it right now. Just talking to you guys. Oh,
they're great.
Amazing.
What is the rub?
This is amazing.
Yeah, we went to Canton a couple weeks ago, and Sarah made these. They're just like regular those, what are they, club crackers? Is that what they're called, Bobby?
Yeah. Those
and,
Keebler
it's
club
this
crackers.
called Kick It Up
Say
seasoning.
that 3 times fast.
No, I can't.
It's called Kick It Up seasoning. We got it in Canton. Some like East Texas bag seasoning that lasts all year.
So good.
Put it in chili, whatever. And then you throw like ranch on it too, ranch seasoning. It's fantastic.
This could be, though, the worst breath that I've ever had after eating a cracker or a chip. Doritos Ranch does that to a lot of people, but woo!
We had to give you guys half because like we don't want to eat all that.
Yeah.
There's so many. We made a whole box.
They're so good. So good. All right, let's get to we got Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. Let's get to this horns down thing. We got to get Pepe and Bobby's reaction to this being drive-by Longhorn fans.
Okay, so let's do a little backstory here. This is from last week. Last week, and it culminated over the weekend, so there's a new wrinkle to this. But last week, on Wednesday, UCF took on the University of Texas. UCF does the horns down to Rodney Terry and the University of Texas.
Dear God.
The horns down symbol.
You're kidding.
To which Rodney, during the handshake line, was going up to the head coach and all the players. That's classless. You don't do that. That's disrespectful. You don't do that. We don't do that around here. It's very Mike Krzyzewski. Remember Coach K with Dylan Brooks at Oregon in the NCAA tournament. He got on Dylan Brooks for doing something, and a lot of people had a problem with that. Like, coach your players, don't worry about coach somebody else's. A lot of these college coaches, they think they're teachers.
Yeah.
Because they're at an academic institution. They take that Bobby Knight, I'm a teacher coach thing.
Yeah.
Which that may have been cool back, and it was nice for the back of a bubblegum card back in 1987. But today, we don't hear that. So Rodney is catching heat for that. And in his post-game press conference that day, he talked about how disrespectful it was that they did the horns down.
You know, I'm a big believer in, you win the right way, you lose the right way. And, I always tell my guys, whether you win or lose, you win the right way. You lose the right way. You carry yourself the right way. You don't go through the handshake line or try to get into the handshake line and have about 6 or 7 guys putting the horns down. We don't do that, because when you do those kind of things, it looks very classless, and it also looks like you were just hoping to win. We never go into games trying to hope to win. We go into games expecting to win. So we don't act like that. We expect to win. We don't jump up and down like we won a national championship. We sure don't step on anyone's home court deal and act crazy and try to show them up in any way. We don't do that.
Okay.
Just another example of the Longhorns from their bloggers, some of the media that cover them, and you fans. It's just so self-important. It's really nauseating.
Kirk Bowles.
You're so you treat this like the middle finger. If you put the horns down, like, get over yourselves.
Oh,
for
no.
God's sake, get over yourselves.
They treat it as worse than the
They
middle
do.
finger. They treat it almost like it is for lack of a better term, they treat it like it's almost a slur to their entire program. Like you are being that level of offensive.
Yeah.
And look, I love the
You're
Longhorns
so
and everything else.
arrogant.
This
You're
is
so arrogant.
This is the softest part of the Longhorn fan base.
It is.
It's just typical
Horns
trash talk. Like, you should love it. You should love that you are
In their heads.
No,
Yes.
you should love that you are that big of a program that people feel like they have to lean in. That, like, you're not doing that to, like, you're not going guns up. People aren't going like this with the gun to Texas Tech because nobody cares.
Right.
Like, it's Tech. Longhorns matter. Like, every program from, you go from the very bottom all the way up to Alabama. People at Alabama, if the Crimson Tide are doing this, like, that means you are relevant enough for Alabama to feel like they need to trash
Just
talk.
stop doing it if you don't want anyone to do it back to you. Just stop doing it, because when you have a hand symbol like that, people are going to figure out the opposite of it because, as Bobby said, it's good, fun trash talk. But you're so untouchable and you're so important that no one should dare ever think of doing it against you. Shut the hell up. I wonder if he's like just placating his fan base and his school here, or he really is like, that's classless.
If you remove...
Get over yourself. Shut up.
This has been on my take the whole time. If you remove horns down, you remove the entire like power of horns up. Like the idea of somebody standing there doing this to you is it makes them sick. That's why they do it. If this is taken away, it's like, well, what are the repercussions for you? What does that stupid little hand signal even mean?
Doesn't mean anything. So fast forward to this weekend. They beat Baylor on a last-second layup. And in that clip, he said, we don't jump around and act like we won a game. We won a championship. We don't do that. Well, what happens when they make a last-second shot to beat Baylor? There's Rodney Terry jumping up and down on the sideline. Jumping up and down. And then, he gives an apology. Now, in this apology, what is the one thing you hear in every apology? He pulled the full-on Tom Brenneman in this thing. In his apology.
I'm a man of faith.
There you go. Like clockwork.
I had no intentions of trying to show up anyone or offend anyone in terms of, what occurred at the end of that game. Johnny Dawkins is a good friend of mine. He's a really good coach. He has a good program. They're having a good year. Personally, if I offended him or his program or anyone for that matter, that was not my intentions. I'm a God-fearing man. I lean heavily on my faith, and there are no obstacles in front of me that I can't ever overcome because God never leaves me, no matter in good times, bad times. He's always with me. And so, I think, again, you control what you can control. If I offended some of our fans as well and not handling myself the right way in terms of, going about it the right way, then, I apologize to our fan base as well.
Thanks, Josh Hamilton, by the way. Is the fan base giving him... Who's he catching heat for? No one in Austin.
No, there are a lot of people who are Longhorns fans. Like, this is not just a universal thing. There are a lot of people among Longhorns fans who think, like, quit whining about the horns down. Like, there are a lot of people who think, like, that's part of the spirit of what we're doing here.
Hey, you used to be a Longhorns fan. What do you think of this?
Well, still am. Die hard.
Would guns down affect you just as much after your girlfriend made you wear the Red Raiders shirt?
No, see, I hate when, it's from our fan base that they get mad when people do the horns down. The only thing I shake my head at is when, little bro Alec behind me does it, when his TCU Horned Frogs are playing Houston for battle of last place in the Big 12. And, you see some random fan do horns down, and the game has nothing to do with Texas. That's the only time I'm like, I just shake my head.
Did Alex show up Saturday?
Alec was on the air till 6. And so what happened was Alec was on the air at 6 and he had to run home first. And by the time he ran home, we were all leaving.
What did he have to run home for?
Listen to the payload.
That's what he said. He lives in Arlington. So he had to drive back to Arlington to get something or drop something. I don't remember. He had to handle something.
So he was scared to show up with Peyton there in person.
Scared.
Alec Medford.
Yeah. He didn't want the in-person confrontational,
Yeah.
I got you.
And Rodney's in a tough spot there. I mean, they're probably going to miss the tournament. And, they had moved on from Chris Beard after he had his run-ins. And Chris is back in college basketball. He's at Ole Miss. Their Ole Miss was, ranked as of a week and a half ago. But they're going to be a tournament team most likely, unless they fall apart. And I get it. It's a tough spot for him to be in. The horns down is not a big deal. It's just not a big deal. And coach your own players. Don't coach other teams' players. If I was Johnny Dawkins, I'd be like, dude, I get it. Call me after the game. Call me after the game. Send me a text. Tell me what you want me to convey to my players. Don't do it on yourself.
All right, Chop, who ratted you out in Fort Worth?
I don't know.
Wow.
But someone ratted me out. I took Luca to the batting cage on Saturday morning.
Well.
And, and then you bring him home, and I'm on my way home, and Sarah calls, and she goes, did you call the Fort Worth Water Department? And I was like, no, I did not. Well, they're here. They said they have a work order. Someone turned you in.
Ooh.
Someone from either the HOA or the neighborhood called the Fort Worth Water Department to turn me in. And I'm like, what for? And she goes, well, we went to the side yards. So we live on a corner, and I never see down that side street because I never take that side street. And now I knew there was runoff water, because all of the drains from the roof and the pool deck go over there on the other side of my fence. Well, there's about 3 inches of ice on the sidewalk.
Ice.
It had
Still.
frozen over. Yeah, because it was still like, close to freezing, under freezing for, about the last week. So I'm like, oh boy, I got to get rid of this because it's a hazard. Someone slips on this thing. So that's a hazard. So I got to get this thing fixed. I am out there with a pickaxe and a shovel and a koa dahima, one of those like that you would cut agaves with, chopping away at this ice for about 2 hours on Saturday.
Just chopping it up.
I still can't hardly make a fist. What's that area between your thumb and your ring finger, your index finger, that soft spot where you test on a meat?
Right.
What is that?
I don't know.
It's all cramped.
Hand fat.
It's all cramped.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Flesh.
Oh yeah, it hurts so much. I'm sitting here trying to rub this. Sarah gave me a good rub yesterday.
Really?
And it hurts. It hurt. I could barely make a fist. Can't even open them all the way. I would fail the Kenny Pickett hand test right now at the NFL draft. But I'm chopping away at this thing for 2 hours. I
hope Wolchuk's not listening to this segment.
No, I know, right? Absolutely doesn't want to hear this thing. But chopping away at this, and now I got a fence. I put those little construction fences around it, so nobody walks there.
So you are responsible for the sidewalk?
I'm responsible for the sidewalk. Yep. So now I got to get the pool guy's going to come on out and bore this French drain to go underneath the sidewalk out onto the street. So I got to get him out there because.
So what if someone slipped on that ice? That's you?
Probably. I assume so. Yeah.
It was probably that. Didn't you try to overthrow the HOA president or something?
I did try to overthrow the HOA. It's probably him. He's probably out there with a hose. He probably uses my hose and starts spraying down because that's a lot of runoff. There's a lot of runoff from the house. Now maybe turns out the pool guy said when he built the pool that I had a lot of rock underneath my yard, and he goes this could happen. We could have hit like an aquifer, and now it's just spraying up. You never know because we tested the pool. Pool's not leaking. There's no leak. We did a pressurization test. It's not leaking. So it's either all this water coming up the house or the drain of the pool deck, or we hit oil or water.
See, Bobby, just another reason to stay in an apartment. Sidewalk problems.
I've been mocked the whole time. Maybe I was just 2 steps ahead of all of you. Although, see, you know what I've got the issue of right now is that dishwasher that exploded. The apartment still has not come in there and fixed it or taken it out. They say, well, we're just backed up with all the, cold weather, and they've been having to do a bunch of different plumbing things and stuff like that. We'll get to your exploding dishwasher later. I was like, okay, all right, you can.
Well, is it leaking? You can hand wash the dishes.
No, I know, but in general, you're talking about something that literally when you turn it on starts smoking.
Oh.
Like that, I would think is an insurance liability that they would want out of there. But I guess not. Maybe I should just plug it back in. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll send you this clip so that you can see that I'm going to plug it back in. CWS Apartments.
87. Oh, don't tell people anything.
Where you live.
Oh, Kenny Smith over here. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
And trucker.com text line saying, why didn't you put salt down? They were sold out everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went to the Home Depot. Couldn't find any.
Should have put that ranch seasoning on there with all
I know,
this salt.
right?
It would have
Yeah.
melted it away
Absolutely.
right there.
Get some of that. I need some of that. Maybe if you're a
I just didn't realize, like, the sidewalk in front of my house, if there's ice on it, that I have to pick that. I have to get that out of there.
Yeah, like, you would think
you're in
that
a richer neighborhood than I am.
I don't know about that.
I do.
You got
For
to
now.
You would think. You would think people would be smart enough to see ice and walk around it.
No.
But then you never know. That's why I put the fence around it now.
All right. With all the talk of culture surrounding the Cowboys, what can they actually learn from the San Francisco 49ers? Next, and below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to the
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
In motion, Warner. Next to Kittle, tight right. Juszczyk goes right. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
49ers radio on the call. Thanks for that, Peyton. Should the Cowboys make a vision board, just like the 49ers apparently did, to set the wheels in motion of a dominant football team? More on that in a second. First, this is interesting stuff that I've been wanting to get to for the last couple days. Seth Walder put out he's ESPN analytics guy. He put out the motion report for the 2023 season. They basically track what percentage of plays teams include motion before the snap, at the snap, and then specifically what the number is at the snap of the ball. What percentage of plays are you motioning at the snap of the ball? Any guesses as to where the Dallas Cowboys ranked on that list across the league?
Middle.
11th.
Bottom 10, 23rd.
Oh, no.
They were 23rd in the league. And so not a lot of motion at the snap. The top teams there, number one.
I want you to go through these slowly for the top and the bottom.
I think you'll notice a theme in the top four. Like maybe they all come from kind of the same system. Number one, the Miami Dolphins. 68% of the time they would run motion at the snap. Yeah. That's way ahead of number two, which is the Rams with 44%. Number three, San Francisco 49ers, 37.7%. Number four, the Green Bay Packers, 36.3%.
Wow.
So clearly the San Francisco coaching tree believes that this is the way to attack teams. Now here's the interesting part of this that I wanted to look at. Let's go look at the teams that picked up the most yards on the Cowboys this season and the teams that picked up the fewest. Because we have heard for a while, motion is something the Cowboys really struggle with.
Yep.
Even Dan Orlovsky said it. But, I mean, that's been a point that they really struggle with motion. Top team to gain yards on the Cowboys this year, San Francisco, 421 yards. They were third in motion at the snap. Number two, Detroit, 420. Detroit was fifth in the NFL in motion at the snap. Number three, Green Bay, 415 yards. They were fourth in the NFL in motion snap. And number four, Seattle, 406 yards. They were seventh in the NFL at motion at the snap. So motion clearly causing issues there. How about the teams that picked up the fewest yards on you? Bottom two are the Giants, 171 and 172. They were 13th in the NFL in motion snap. So top third, but not quite near the top. Commanders picked up 180. They were 30th in the NFL in motion at the snap. Panthers 187. They were 25th in the NFL. And then the Jets with 215 were 22nd in the NFL. So motion at the snap seems like the way to attack the Cowboys.
All those teams are awful.
Yes.
All the bottom teams are awful. And, you know, as for like whether the Cowboys should run more motion, they led the league in points.
They did.
They led the league in points. So I think we got to be a little hesitant and careful to criticize too much.
Look, there are teams that
Here's the points leaders, by the way, just in order. Dallas 29-9, Miami, San Fran, Baltimore, Detroit, Buffalo, Philadelphia. Do you have like the bottom five teams in motion?
In fact, the bottom.
Because I know Philly was like down there.
Yeah, no, Philly was dead last motion at the snap, 10.9%. After that, it's the bottom five are Philly, Cleveland, Arizona, Washington, and Tampa.
All right, Cleveland gets props with Stefanski.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona, Washington, and who?
Tampa.
And Tampa.
I mean, look, I have to go back and look. Like, did the Brady Patriots have a lot of motion? You know, I know the Manning didn't like motion. Rodgers, right? I mean,
this is not a argument for me anyway to say Dallas should be doing more. Like Dallas's offense is clearly fine. Like,
the offense works.
That's not my problem at all. More, I think it's just here is a demonstration that these teams, because like for instance, I don't think we're all going like, hey, we got to be more like the Seahawks. But the Seahawks were seventh in motion, and the Seahawks put up 35 on you and really put a lot of pressure. I think it's more just that is clearly something that needs to be addressed this offseason is why do you have so many problems defending that?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Why is that such an issue?
And look, I mean, can you make an argument that motion like that to that extent is used by those coaches who believe they don't necessarily have an elite quarterback. And they need to create advantages
Trick
for
it
them.
up.
Yeah, they got to create advantage, which
And I think McCarthy also talked about their GPS. Like, he doesn't want CeeDee Lamb running an extra, 50 yards a game, 70 yards a game.
Yeah, the GPS, right?
Yeah.
The game GPS.
Yes. Doesn't want his players getting tired or a little bit worn out with some of the motion.
In fact, it's funny. I think I'm looking here. Half of Dallas's losses this season came against the teams that were top 10 in the NFL in motion at the snap. In fact, I think it was actually top 8. It was less than that. It was top 4 were half of their losses this year. The bottom 10 were the other half of their losses. So the Cowboys were the very top of the league in motion snap and the very bottom of the league at motion snap. That was all their losses this season. All their victories came from everybody in between. And they had a couple of victories, of course, against the teams that were at the bottom, teams that were at the top. But still interesting. The teams that were really gashing them for yardage, though, whether win or lose, were these teams that were near the top.
And this seems to be the new, kind of, at least from a lot of Tolos, and I'm going along with it, find these Shanahan guys now. That's the new coaching tree.
Yep.
Right?
It's the new McVay.
It was McVay.
It was McVay. Then he had a half dozen guys, and now it's...
I mean, honestly, it's
Shanahan.
Mike. It's Mike Shanahan. It's Mike's coaching tree from Washington and all those guys that were on there. The name that's going to be included here soon, as soon as he gets a head coaching job, because a lot of people, it'll be the new one that they throw into that crazy Washington staff. Bobby Slowick was an intern on that staff. So as soon as Slowick gets a job, that's going to be like the 5th head coach to come off of that Mike Shanahan staff in Washington.
Wow.
And they still couldn't figure it out. Dan Snyder still got in the way. Isn't that a miracle?
So RG3 and Jay Gruden.
Should the Cowboys make a vision board? Are you guys big into the idea of name it and claim it, or set clear goals and
envision it?
Yeah. Is that, do you believe in that thought process?
I don't know what you mean.
So the vision board or the vision statements of hey, this is the goal that I'm setting, and I am going to basically claiming it as reality and speaking it to an existence.
Oh, like the shirts that Garrett would make, the I fight and all that crap.
No, just a goal in life. You never heard of a vision board?
No, it's
I never heard of a vision board. No.
A vision.
No?
Oh man, vision board is basically here's a pictures of all the things that I want to attain this year as a reminder.
I'm gonna will it to happen, motivation, your goals.
When I put Tim Tebow's shirtless photo on my mirror in the bathroom.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And you seek to attain Tim Tebow.
I don't not believe in it. I just don't do it.
I think it matters wholly on who you are.
Like Emmitt Smith, right? He wrote down the goals every year. Mm-hmm. Every year from coming out of Florida and what I want to do, and that was his vision board.
Well, this is an article from David Lombardi over at The Athletic, and the title is How a Stanford Professor Helped Lay the Foundation for This 49ers Era. Because we keep talking about culture here, and I know you've asked the question, Sean, what does that mean? It's so vague and general. What does that mean? Well, the 49ers believe that a large part of their success is due to culture, and they think that it was specifically John Lynch believes it was built thank you to the Stanford professor Burke Robinson, who Lynch had taken his course in the spring of 2014 at Stanford when he went back to finish up, some extra schoolwork. He took this course called The Art and Science of Decision Making. And Lynch had joined, and he said he got the advice from, he had been given a tip, I believe it was from Pete Carroll, that somebody said, hey, if you guys want to line up, you and Shanahan, you need to go into just a room and watch film for 4 hours and just talk. Like that'll help you guys see and connect. And he said that he and Shanahan really got tight through that, and that they really felt man, we see things the same way. We're challenging each other. I love this. And Lynch said he really was struck by, we got to put this down on paper. We need everybody else in this organization to see things as clearly as we do. From the front office to the coaches to the players, we need them all to understand what we're learning about each other right now and the way we view building a football team. So that's when Lynch thought of this professor and had asked him, he said, hey, you've advised companies before, I know, specifically tech startups usually, on how to achieve what they want their goals to be. And so he said, will you please come in here and do this for us? So he did. He came in there. He met with Lynch, Shanahan, Adam Peters, and Martin Mayhew. Martin Mayhew was obviously hired to be the GM of the Commanders last year. And then Adam Peters was just hired by the Commanders to also join their front office. So the idea was to sit them down. And at first, Kyle Shanahan was like, this is kind of stupid. He apparently just had told John Lynch, he's like, I would rather just sit here and keep watching film. I'm not too terribly interested in wanting to do this.
Kyle seems a little surly.
He does.
Yeah.
I've been watching his pressers, and I'm expecting him to laugh and have these moments, but it doesn't happen. I'm like,
he's the life of the party, man.
Is he jackass? Like, I think Jane tells some Kyle stories from Austin.
I haven't.
Not bad.
I don't think he's like Tomlin, Popovich, Belichick, like kind of catty level. I just think he's humorless is what it is, at least publicly. I just think he's publicly humorless, and he's going to be straightforward and direct and to the point. But when they sat down, John Lynch told him, like, hey, I think this is important. I've taken this guy's class. He's helped a lot of companies. You need to do it. And Burke Robinson had told The Athletic, he said, I've advised some of these startups, and they don't have a vision of what they want to do. It's like, hold on, you're not just tech geeks designing features on some tech product. These have to add benefit to a customer somewhere. Where is the unmet market need that you're going to satisfy? Where's your vision for developing a product that meets the minimum set of needs and then advances from there? It's the same in companies and a football team. If you're on a sailboat, you have to know what port you're heading for. And so that was the idea. And Kyle Shanahan, through this process, really started to buy in and really enjoyed what they were doing. He would basically have everybody kind of lay out like, hey, I want you to give me 3 things that you think this team really needs to be about. These are the things that you want to see. And then from that, he cultivated it together, narrowed down the meeting to just Shanahan and Lynch, and they had created this vision statement that they wanted to give out starting with the 2017 draft. And it says, our nucleus of dedicated players will redefine the 49er way and lead us back to the top of the NFL. They will live and breathe our core values in both their talent and spirit. So talent to them was speed, physical toughness, character traits, scheme fit, and football IQ. And the spirit to them was passion, loves the game.
Say those again, I'm sorry.
Speed, physical toughness, character traits, scheme fit, and football IQ. The spirit was,
I know 2 of those we don't have.
Passion for the game, contagious enthusiasm, mental toughness, dependable on commitments, and accountable to self and others, protects the team. And it finishes by saying, we firmly believe that the players who embody these core values will change the culture and create the 49er way, a brotherhood that will lead us to winning championships year after year after year.
Scheme and IQ, is that what you're saying?
IQ and toughness. I think.
Toughness. Okay.
Yeah.
And John Lynch says the evolution of the statement has affected their on-field product. He said that in 2019, their draft selection of Deebo Samuel was a direct response to the league-wide resurgence of physicality at the line of scrimmage from defensive backs. So they were like, hey, we got to get tougher up there. We've got to respond to it. Deebo's the guy. And to improve the perimeter run defense, the prototype for the team's speed rushing Leo edge, like the Randy Gregory type, pin your ears back and go, morphed from a slightly, like from a lighter edge rusher to a larger, bulkier, physical type of edge rusher. They wanted more the DeMarcus Lawrences than the Randy Gregories. That's the type, which is funny since they signed Randy Gregory, just to be kind of like a situational pass rusher though. But Lynch finished by saying, we didn't want it to just be a cheesy slogan that we talk about every now and then. We wanted it to be about who we really are. It's our beacon that reminds us who we are and what we're trying to be. And that right there is what the 49ers consider their culture, and a big part of why they think they've had the success that they have.
Below the belt every day at this time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. There is a report that Travis Kelce is going to retire.
What?
A Philadelphia Eagle, was the hero of Sunday football, and an MLK sighting in Baltimore. Around the rest of the games, final hour, Monday edition, next.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. QC Kinetics.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mahomes looks that way. He's going to go wide open, left side, caught! Kelsey, corner route, touchdown! Kansas City! Kelsey hasn't been that open since training camp in St. Joseph. And he slings the ball up into the stands, much to the chagrin of the Bills Mafia.
Final hour, fist pump time on a Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Roberto and Pepe here on DFW Sports Station. It's a messy Monday. Does it feel weird, depressing, or off to not be recapping a Cowboys game for the first time in 2024?
Yeah, this was an odd week. Like, I enjoyed, just kind of like sitting there during the first game, during the games yesterday, like just kind of enjoying them, just enjoying the games, right? Just watching them, as opposed to have like a notepad out or something.
Getting a break.
Yeah, so I enjoyed that, but the 3-hour enjoyment that you get out of each game does not offset the 5 days a week you get to talk about a game,
right,
or preview a game. That is something that either maybe today I'm okay with, but come Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's like, all right, I want to be previewing a football game here, man.
Yes.
It's January 22nd. I feel like usually we're done talking Cowboys by January 22nd, so that doesn't feel that weird. It feels about on par, to be honest. So
Pepe, I can't keep track of when you actually work Cowboy games anymore because of Alec. Feel weird today? A little football sad or no?
Yeah, because it's the Cowboys. Plus, I tell my friends this. When the Cowboys lose, it messes with my money a little bit because I don't get paid if I'm not working the Cowboys game. So it's like I want them to keep playing, but if I have to stay up here late at night or overnight, nonetheless, and it's not that big of a deal. I've done it all season, but yeah, a little sad that I'm not, working the Cowboys games.
For the 6th straight year, the Kansas City Chiefs and Pat Mahomes are in the AFC Championship game after pulling it out in Buffalo. You also had Travis Kelce holding up the Taylor Swift heart. You had Jason Kelce being the hero of the NFL weekend, shirtless. And he stayed shirtless. That wasn't just for attention for one camera shot. He was pregame with the Bills Mafia in the parking lot drinking. Then he went shirtless, hopped out of the suite, and was sitting second level behind Taylor, drinking beers and pounding them throughout the entire night. Guy is so beloved. And yes, we can admit that even though we despise the Philadelphia Eagles, but that brought out the Swiftie hypocrisy saying, oh, how are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
How are you mad, Tony Dungy, Bobby Belt, when they showed Taylor, but then they showed Jason, and you're like, that's my hero.
Yeah. And look, you could say the argument between showing Eminem and Taylor's different because Eminem's like a Lions fan, a true Lions fan. And it's like, okay, you're just showing a fan. But there's no difference in Jason and Taylor.
Yeah, but all this comes down to frequency.
Right. It does.
We've dealt.
It's 28
I'm not
times.
going to say we've dealt because I'm not sick of it. But those who can't stand Taylor Swift being shown have dealt with it all year long.
Okay,
this
that's
Jason
true.
Kelce thing was once. This Eminem thing was once.
That's
if they
that's
showed
fair.
Jason Kelce 3 times every game for 10 weeks, people would be sick of that as well.
Yep, it's
true.
Yep, you're probably right. They absolutely would.
We get sick of everything. People are sick. People got sick of Romo. People are sick of Greg Olsen.
Yeah, but they've shown Jack Nicholson at Laker games for 40 years. And I don't remember people getting sick of it.
That's true.
But maybe it's just because it's Jack, and it's just like he's just like the actor of the last 100 years or whatever, and nobody is going to say a bad word about him.
Yeah.
But there's no you could at least make the argument that, hey, look, Eminem's a lifelong Lions fan. Like, he's been there. Taylor just is a Johnny-come-lately. But
what's she supposed to do? Wear neutral colors?
But there is no difference in Taylor and Jason because they're rooting for the Chiefs for one reason. The same reason, right?
And Jason was wearing a Chiefs beanie going and partying in the midst of Bills Mafia.
That's cool. That's really cool because generally you would not go in the middle of that mafia, but he's Jason Kelce.
Taylor and Jason Kelce, they are exactly the same because they are both Eagles fans that turned and started rooting for the Chiefs because of self-interest.
Taylor was Eagles?
Yeah, she's from Pennsylvania. She was like near Philly. She always claimed to be an Eagles fan. But here's the thing. I don't like Taylor Swift. So when she's on my TV, I don't like it. So basically what it comes down to is, do I like the person or not? Like I love... Let me think of another female artist. I love Hayley Williams from Paramore. I think she's great. If they threw Hayley Williams up on the screen as much as they throw Taylor Swift up on the screen, I probably don't care. It's just a function of, do you like Taylor Swift? Yes or no. Depending on that answer, you probably like whether or not they show her on the screen.
before the game, Michelle Tafoya, former longtime sideline reporter, had a little Travis Kelce possibility and rumor on Sirius.
I think Travis Kelce is retiring after this season like his brother. So I think there's just a ton of motivation there for them to do this. They got badmouthed at a certain point here in like the last quarter of the season as being, maybe Patrick was losing it, which is kind of ludicrous. But I think they're highly motivated. I got to be honest. I think Kansas City wins this game. I think they go into Buffalo and they win.
The Travis Kelce remark you just made, Michelle, can you shed any light on that? Any inside knowledge there?
I can just say that I think he's looking at future plans. And so now with his brother retiring, you got to ask yourself, okay, I kind of tweeted this out as a tease. I could totally see those two pulling a Peyton and Eli Manning sort of gig, maybe on Peacock, be the companion piece to Sunday Night Football.
So there she is. Now, people have been talking about us throughout the year with Travis, especially with the down season that he's had for his standards. But then I thought he came out with Andy Reid and was like, no, this isn't happening. Florio continues to push the possibility that Andy Reid steps away when Kansas City is done. So that was the Travis Kelce story from Tafoya.
Boy, all my jokes about Yoko Swift that I keep throwing out there would become actual talking points from Chiefs fans.
Yoko Swifto.
If he leaves the Chiefs because he's found his domesticated bliss or whatever else, you break up the Chiefs, you break up the football Beatles in the name of the lady there, Taylor Swift, people would start freaking out. They would turn on her fast, those Chiefs fans.
Pretty desperate reach there.
I'm telling you, that's what it would be.
No
That's
one's
not a reach.
breaking anything up because they have the kid from Texas. Nothing's being broken up. Just like I told all you morons that the Bills' window's not closing because they got an MVP freak who is young.
And that the Cowboys were going to be in the NFC Championship game.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you know what? You inadvertently made another point for me that Josh Allen's better than Dak. So there you go.
Ow!
For all you idiots who wanted to doubt me on that, I don't see any more tweets apologizing for that apologize. So there you go. That was that game. But there's something that I like to do. There's three things I like to do when we are watching from a distance in our Cowboys. Sorry. By the way, people are asking which fan base is more tortured. Texas William made a meme. Dallas or Buffalo's? Since, we haven't met or been to any, relevant. Have they been to an AFC championship?
Yeah, they went a couple years ago.
Was that
2020?
The 2022 game? Was the classic overtime the AFC title game? I don't know.
That was divisional.
That was divisional because the Chiefs lost the next week. Right?
They lost.
2020 was when Stephon Diggs was off on the side holding his hands. He was watching the celebration for the Chiefs. That picture, that was 2020.
Yeah, it was on January of 21 was that game.
They were
the 2020 season.
They were up 9-0 at the end of the first quarter and lost by like 14.
So they've at least been to a conference title game.
Yeah, this is not even close, though. The Bills are much more tortured than the Cowboys. You have 5 Super Bowl titles, and I get like
wide right.
Yeah, 5 Super Bowl titles. And the Cowboys have been generally good for like 20 years now almost, right? Mm-hmm. Really since Parcells' second year here. Yeah. His first year they were good. The second year they were down. Then they kind of got bad. They were competitive. The Cowboys have been generally good for 20 years. The Bills were bad until, they had a spurt here and there. Like Ryan Fitzpatrick started like 4-0 one year. But for the most part, they've been awful until they got Josh Allen.
And Jim Nantz with the wide right call yesterday.
Yeah.
Then you text that was cold-blooded?
No, it was Bobby, I think, that said that.
That is cold-blooded to throw it wide right instantly. Like, as soon as he goes, wide right, the 2 most dreaded words in Buffalo again. It's
great call.
Let them be, man. That
No.
No, it is a great call. But, man, that hurts. That would hurt. Like I said, could you imagine if they would have lost to the Packers with a drop and then whoever was calling the game would have been like, CD caught it. That would kill people if they heard that again.
Yeah, so some of the things I like to do during this time of year, compare how far away the Cowboys are from the 8 teams playing. Is there any trend or something to copycat? And I also want to compare coaching mistakes because these are getting magnified. And we're paying attention to one game, and we can talk about everyone else for all this Mike McCarthy game management stuff. These are some of the different things that happened over the weekend. And y'all tell me how you assess or reassess Mike based off of it. Kyle Shanahan had a clock issue that people were calling out. Sean McDermott with that fake punt yesterday that McCole Hardman kind of flushed as something that could maybe even cost him his job. And how about Todd Bowles? Todd Bowles did not call their last timeout to make the Lions attempt something on 4th down. And here was his explanation for it afterwards.
They already had a field goal and lined up, and it would have been about 12 seconds left on the clock to end the ball game. We weren't going to come back from that. No sense of prolonging the obvious.
Okay, so it's an 8-point game. You can block the field goal. You can do something. And he's like, nah, forget it. We're going to eat this final timeout. So Todd Bowles with that, not fighting till the end. Kyle Shanahan, clock. That's kind of come up a couple of times with him. Nick Wright does a really good job of breaking down clock stuff since he is smarter than everyone else. Just ask him. And then Sean McDermott with the fake punt. Game management things to kind of compare since we always talk about ours here in DFW.
True. There was a lot of that. I would say that, did any of those teams come out looking just woefully underprepared, though? Because that's been the biggest marker for them at the end of seasons. We've always talked about the clock management stuff, and I think there is something to the idea of, like, nobody's great at it, or there's just so many different angles. Because there's only so many scenarios you can have playing out in your head before, like, you're standing there and you actually see it in front of you and have to react to it, and you've probably got 3 different opinions getting thrown in the headset, so I do understand a little bit of that. But it's the total lack of preparation. It's playing down or even below competition.
Well, that's a separate discussion.
No, I know, but it's like I'm saying that's what I think is the bigger issue, that when you talk about what is the difference in terms of game management, because I still think game management can be like, how is your team prepared? And that's where he falls short a lot of times. Or just the issue for me with McCarthy consistently has been the weird ways he chooses to settle for field goals, like when he does. And how he's willing to bleed clock to settle for a tie or not pick up any more yards. That's some of the weird stuff that he does that I'm like, I don't know what your thought process is there.
Yeah, look, in terms of those plays, I mean, I get Todd Bowles saying that, but I also don't. Like, you're right. You had a chance to block a field goal. Like take bull rush him, for crying out loud, for all I care.
Make them snap it.
Make them snap it. Make them fumble the snap. Anything can happen. We've seen that happen. And then you give yourself a chance. I mean, let's just say they miss the field goal. Even if they miss it, you get the ball at the 40-yard line?
Down 8.
Yeah. You're at the 40-yard line. You know, you with 30 seconds to go, you wouldn't have had a timeout. That's not a lot of time to get down the field, but you know, Detroit was going to play soft coverage. You could have gotten the ball at least to the 30 and then take your chance.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff just in general this weekend. I mean, also the Bowles, like, going for 2 thing when he did, like, that could have, like, totally destroyed them if he gets down the field and they're not able to then get 2-point conversion, where it's like, why did you even push that? Like, I mean, in general, this is what coaches do. They make dumb late game management
And Mike
decisions.
Evans, right, scores. It's 31-23 with 4.5 left, and Collinsworth, like, did a nice job of really breaking down the 2-point math. 31-23, they went for 2, they did not get it.
Yeah, because the reasoning is that, first of all, like the extra point is not automatic. So you factor in the miss percentage.
Yep.
And then you couple that with the chances of getting 2 points. Because if you go for 2 every time throughout the course of the year.
Listen up, Bassick.
And you don't even, you need to be, I mean, you don't even need to be 50% and you come out even. So the math says it's you should really, they say, go for 2 on every time.
And that's a great position to hold if you have the courage of conviction and you're doing that.
Every time.
When Bowles just randomly brings it out there, that's where I go, what are you doing? Like why is now the time? Unless he just felt like this is a road environment we're not going to win in, and we need to just go ahead and go for it now.
Now
we need to try and win this
what
now.
it does do is it gives you the best chance of winning the game in regulation by going for 2 there. If you get it.
And then this guy went viral during the Baltimore game, Martin Luther King look-alike.
Yeah, he was wearing a little hood and he was closed up. And
Kevin, are you listening to us nodding your head? Okay, Kevin in the other room is prepping and he started shaking his head up and down. He's like, "Yep."
There were a lot of people who were saying that this Ravens fan looked like Martin Luther King Jr. with his beanie on and his hood up, and I thought he did. I thought he looked a lot like him. But the question is, like, are we allowed to have fun with this?
No.
Are we allowed to? I don't think we are until Bernice King tweets about it and says, she posted a crying, laughing emoji. She goes, I have a great sense of humor, y'all. This post is funny. Some posts about / uses of my father's image are not. This man resembles daddy, though. And I feel like she's giving us the clearance to laugh about it and have fun with it.
All right, Bobby's going to laugh and have fun with the Martin Luther King Jr. lookalike next on Sean and RJ. No, we're really going to talk about all the Cowboys family drama after this. And this is DFW Security. Have you ever ordered something online that looked great, was actually not?
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Lamar, he'll hold it himself, runs to the left, he's to the 5, Lamar's in, touchdown Ravens! They're going to have a championship game in Baltimore because the hay's in the barn!
Gosh. I think that's Jerry Sandusky on the call. I'm not making a joke. That's the Ravens
with a G. Jerry with a G.
Yeah. I just can't stand the call. It's so bad. It's so annoying. But
a letter change isn't enough for me. I'm changing my last name if that's my name.
Boy, and here's the thing. He was probably 50 years old when that happened. Can you change your name at 50 years old? You have to.
You have to?
I think you have to.
Yeah, you have to. Look, I mean, like tomorrow, if like the greatest,
because Jerry, the other Jerry Sandusky's alive in prison, or did he die?
I think he's alive.
I don't
like, what if
know.
your name was Jeffrey Dahmer?
I know.
Or like, let's just imagine today, like the greatest atrocity ever committed in the history of the world. He is alive. The greatest atrocity ever committed in the history of the world is committed by a guy named Sean Sharif. Aren't you like probably changing your name?
Yeah. My college fraternity pledging name before 9/11 was Osama. It was a guy who was like really up to date on foreign affairs and everything.
Wow,
and
he's really up to date.
Really up to date. And they named me that, and I'm like,
he should have worked in our intelligence community.
I'm like, okay, like what? Yeah, right. And I was like, I didn't know
the foreigners.
Oh my! What a show! What a show! Some Tolos are being like, "Are you guys gonna be like this after the Cowboys season ends? Have them never make the postseason and playoffs, especially after what happened during the Expressway."
Yeah. Speaking of Osama, let's cover what happened with the Bills yesterday.
Jeez. Wow.
All right. Let's.
God.
I'm gonna move on. I had one more
That's a
comment,
good
but I'm not gonna
reference,
do it.
you know.
Okay. Let's talk about the Cowboys family drama that took place. We all agree the number one issue. Ryan is going to put up the social media posts on the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube. CeeDee Lamb's mom roasting Dak Prescott. Someone was like, "Hey, your kids from around here, have them come play with CJ Stroud on the Texans." And she was basically like, "Yeah, sounds good to me. Dak is not it. Dak ain't it." And she goes, "S. I wish he would. CJ is great." So that is Dak's mom, CeeDee's mom going off on Dak Prescott. Then you have Dak's brother talking to Cowboy fans saying, I wish Dak would leave the Cowboys. Nothing against the organization or anyone else on the team. It's because of you fans. I wish he would get up out of here. And then you have Micah Parsons' brother responding to fans, and probably KMC will troll them at 9:40, talking about maybe we should trade Micah. Maybe, there is a draft package that you would take back. Maybe we shouldn't pay him $35 million. And Micah Parsons' brother put the fans on blast, being like, "You don't know anything. He's one of the few that impacts every game week in and week out." And then Micah Parsons, he's the only one who has publicly acknowledged any of this. Yesterday, Micah said, "Hey," and he put him by name. He didn't say my brother. He said, "Any comments made by Terrence Parsons Jr. are his and his alone. As you know, I have something to say. If I do, I'm not afraid. I love my team. My brothers on my team in the city of Dallas. I'm more committed than ever to bring a championship to the greatest fan base on earth." And then Terrence followed up, the brother, and said, "Bro, they said I launched a verbal attack on Dak because I believe he should take a team-friendly deal because he wants to bring this team a championship. LOL, the media is crazy." So all of that playing out over the weekend. But my number one concern is, does CeeDee Lamb have an issue with his quarterback?
Yep. And I don't care.
You're saying yep?
Yep, he does.
That's the number one concern.
Okay.
That's the number one concern. And I don't care if he does. Just...
You don't care if he does? You don't think that would maybe affect anything?
Absolutely would affect things. Okay.
Because Dez is going on his yearly, with T.O., Romo and Garrett, like he's throwing different people under the bus.
Look, listen.
Did it not affect T.O. Romo? I wasn't here for that.
I mean, it had an impact. I mean, they had the argument with Witten, and you had people going around, Garrett to Wade to Jerry. It was a nightmare. I'll start listening to CeeDee Lamb when he stops checking out of games after the first series. I'm done with diva wide receivers, man.
Well,
Stephon
did he
Diggs
check out? Did he check out on
when the
Sunday?
head coach on the sideline trying to keep his head in the game after he a 3rd and 8 pass that did he drop? Was it a bad pass? Whatever.
He had like 17 total targets in the game. A lot of it in garbage time.
Yeah, but like they had to keep his head in the game.
To be fair, I don't know that he had to keep his head. Like we don't know.
Mike said it was an option route, an option discussion on a vertical route.
Yeah, and so Mike may have just come over and told him like, hey, you need to be looking for this. That may have been coaching point. That may not have been keep your head in the game. That may have been, hey, I want to tell you this is what you need to be looking for. It could be as simple as that.
But he also is going to protect him in the media.
Yeah. Sure, he always does.
Because did it not look like that he was jawing at Dak on the field? You could
multiple times
in that game.
They do, but they also like have Dak and CD at least have talked about how they choose to air that out then so that they can get it.
Well,
done.
you're coming up with a lot of defenses, and I think that some of them could be valid. So let me just ask you straight up then: do you think that CeeDee Lamb's mother just came up with all that on his own?
No.
Okay.
I think he's probably in the heat of a game that what frustrated him. He probably, like anybody goes like, yeah, and Dak didn't throw him the ball, or like I'm sure he's done that. But I also don't believe that even, I think both can be true. I don't think that was created from whole cloth. I think she's probably reiterating something that she has felt or heard. But I think it's also more likely than not that it's just heat of the moment frustration. Like I complain about like,
me?
I no, but I complain about like Kristen or whatever. Kristen and I can like have something, but like it doesn't change like, it's not like, oh, well, he hates Kristen because he was upset that she did this or that. Or same with her. If she complained about me and it got back to me, I'd be like, yeah, okay, like I imagine that happens in the heat of the moment. So I think that everything I know about them is that they're good and that they're close and that they both believe in each other to a great deal.
What would be your advice to the brothers of Dak and Micah Parsons about social media and the Cowboy fan base?
I would tell both of them, look, be careful what you wish for. Like, this is not the most difficult fan base to deal with, or the most difficult media. It's bigger. I think they're mistaking a lot of people versus vile people, and
vile people are on Twitter.
Vile people are on Twitter. Twitter's also not a real place. That's where people have their alter egos with no consequences. Twitter facilitates argumentative with no consequence. There's no consequence. Half these people are behind fake names.
Yeah.
You can say whatever you want there. So I would say, A, stay off of it. But B, like in Philadelphia, a franchise that has had far more success over the last decade than we have.
Yep.
They went to a Super Bowl last year, and those fans literally want to throw the head coach and quarterback out.
Yeah.
And they went to a Super Bowl last year. Y'all even haven't gone to a conference championship game.
Yep. I would say
it could be worse.
My advice to them would be if you are concerned about if you're concerned about the fan treatment of your brothers, then don't weigh in on it because that will make it worse. If you're genuinely concerned about what they have to weather and what they have to deal with and the questions they have to answer, you become part of it when you insert yourself like that. And I understand in a lot of instances, it's them just naturally being defensive, trying to stick up for family. Sure. I totally get that, appreciate it, respect it. And I know that in the heat of the moment, sometimes you don't think rationally about it. You just jump to, hey, I'm going to defend him because I see all this that they're taking. But I think try to remind yourself that you're only going to make it worse.
Yes. If you can somehow be blessed with a family that stays off of it, like I don't know how Pat did it, but it seems like he silenced his brother Jackson on TikTok this year, or there haven't been Jackson Mahomes incidents. Maybe he's on,
He had Taylor talk to him.
Legal watch or something. But Matt Stafford's wife, like it's like every other month, something happened with Matt Stafford's wife. Maybe he does not mind. But I first started this with Eli Apple. I'm like, man, if your mom doesn't love you enough that she can't stay off of social media for you, and she's gonna make your life miserable. Now maybe Dak, and I'm not saying Eli Apple and his mom aren't close. That's just how I would view it. I would say to my mom, do you love me? Why are you making my life miserable? Why would you do this? Now, maybe CD and his mother are not tight or not close. I don't know the nature of it, but hopefully CeeDee Lamb has texted or called Dak Prescott like, bro, come on, man.
I hope so.
Like, don't pay attention to this. She was having a little bit too much fun at night, like Bobby was Saturday. Same thing.
That was not too much fun. That was just the right amount of fun.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. You also did have Micah Parsons going off on the most toxic, poisonous weasel in our profession. That would be Skip Bayless. Skip tweeted a week ago, "Can't wait for Micah's podcast tomorrow. That's what he does best." Micah responded, "You just a hating ass MF who mad I don't want to do your show. Where was all this when you were on my nuts wanting me to come on your show every Tuesday? You lame as F, Skip. Real S, fake ass Cowboy fan." Woo! And of course, Skip, that just empowers him and makes him grow even more into the evil menace that he is.
The hate feeds into him.
It does.
And helps him. It gives him energy.
Yes,
it's his
gives
resource.
him energy. Exactly. Mike Florio suggesting that Bill Belichick not wanting to be the Cowboys head coach or Eagles head coach. By the way, did I miss a Sirianni announcement? They're firing Sean Desai, defensive coaches. I did not see an official announcement that Nick Sirianni was returning, but Florio's saying Belichick wants no part of a major media. He wants no part of the scrutiny that would come media-wise, attention-wise, of being the head coach of America's team. And Jane Slater said this. Is this DP, Dan Patrick?
Yes.
This was Jane Slater.
No, Rich Eisen, right? I think it's Rich Eisen.
Okay. You should give Peyton a bag of these crackers here since he's looking at all of them the same. This is Jay. You getting all my jokes today. I'm happy about that.
I like it.
Here was Slater's Cowboy coaching report.
I don't believe that Jerry even reached out to Bill. Now, I know Bill wanted the job. I know that he was looking to have somebody that I've spoken with prep him if they were to call. I know that Mike Vrabel would have liked this job. It's my understanding Jim Harbaugh would have loved this job. And I think that's the most frustrating part of all of this for the fans right now.
Oh, my God. It was Rich Eisen. That was the clip that I successfully kept off the show Friday because I didn't want to ruin my mood. Right before Crosstalk, Bobby got his hands on this, and that Jim, Vrabel, and Bill may have been interested. And to her knowledge, they did not contact or do their due diligence on Belichick. With all due respect to Jane, I hope she's wrong. I hope that this is just agent negotiation. I hope Jane is wrong because this would infuriate me. This would be malpractice on Jerry's part. Malpractice.
Who benefit? Like I'm curious, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but like I'm just sitting here trying to think of like just like who benefits from like saying Belichick wanted the job and was prepping for it, and no one even reached out to it. That makes him look sad almost, or like I mean, think about like where Bill Belichick's been in his career, and at this stage of his career, all the football he's seen, all the connections he has, everything else. He wanted this job bad enough that he was like, "Hey, can somebody prep me? Can we go through like mock interviews so I can prepare myself to make sure I really nail this?"
I mean, look, there's conflicting reports. Either he didn't want the job because it was too big of a market, or he did. Like, who do you believe? But I'll tell you this: it's embarrassing if I'm Bill that Atlanta had to ask for a second interview. You didn't interview me twice? I'm Bill freaking Belichick. You didn't interview me. You didn't interview me twice?
Oh, maybe he's interviewing them a second time.
That may be the case. He is interviewing them, and I hope that is.
Yeah.
Because like, come on, like you got to interview Bill twice. What are you gonna just watch film in the last 20 years?
Did they're like, well, we watched the last three.
Yeah.
Did KMC tick off Micah Parsons and his family? Crosstalk with the fellas after this. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Trajan Wealth to start your week. Trajan, Trajan Wealth, offers tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to figure out your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your time horizon. By working together, they will develop.
the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Tyler Bass will try a 44-yard field goal to tie. The snap is good. The ball put down. The kick is up and no good. Wide right. Wide right. The Bills kicker missed a field goal. Wide right. Jubilation for the Chiefs sideline. Bass missing wide right from 44.
Mikey, you were disappointed with that ending, huh?
I was, because I was texting you. And when you watch greatness, and I can go back just 10 years or so, when you're watching Manning and Brady play each other, you know you're watching something special. And I feel like, obviously, Josh Allen does not have the resume of Brady or Manning. But when you watch Allen and Mahomes play each other, you know you're watching something special. I feel like you're watching two future Hall of Famers. Mahomes is already a Hall of Famer, but I feel like you're watching greatness of this era. You feel like I'm watching the best matchup I can possibly watch in football, like Allen versus Mahomes.
Except for maybe in the fourth quarter where it got a little sloppy with the multiple fumbles. And
right, but that wasn't, in a way, that wasn't obviously
on the quarterbacks. Well, I guess one of them was on Josh Allen.
Yeah. They recovered that one, though, right?
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
But
heads up play by Kincaid there.
But yeah, I just wanted it. I wanted him to kick the field goal. I was rooting for Kansas City. I'm not going to be devastated if Buffalo wins. I just be like, this is great football. I wanted it to end with a great drive. Either one of them end in, if Kansas City with a minute 45 seconds takes the ball down to the 20-yard line and they kick a field goal to win it, awesome. I got to watch greatness in a 2-minute drive. If they don't, it goes to overtime, great. I'm probably going to watch somebody do something great to win this game. I didn't like that it ended on a missed field goal.
Yeah, that was very anticlimactic of it all. I just wanted something special to happen.
I think it's the ultimate climax.
What?
Missing?
Not the ultimate.
Is that right?
Wide right?
I mean, it's a memorable thing.
And then
you miss a field goal, it's memorable.
Are you embarrassed? Don't you think it would have been more memorable, though, if he would have made it and Kansas City, drove down the field in the last 5 seconds to win the game?
Yeah, instead of kneeling the game out.
Wide right was, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah, we'll remember that forever.
Sean tweeted me back, championship drive right there. That was Mahomes late in the third, right?
I think, no, starting the third. They came straight out and scored, and I was like, oh. Okay.
Because I responded to you, Allen will match, Dak wouldn't, unless that TD would have put KC up by 30.
Oh, my God.
I wasn't going to read all that.
So did you think then that Allen was I know it didn't work out, but did you think Allen was in the midst of his own championship drive? Because for most of that drive, it looked like that was the case.
Yeah, and for most of the game, their offense looked like it had very good control of itself. Their offense looked like we have a tempo, it's slow, we're taking time off clock, trying to keep Patrick Mahomes in the cold as much as possible. Most of that game, they look like they had the right game plan, and then every time you turn around, Mahomes and the Chiefs are making the right play to get them down the field to score. But it did look like that you had Josh Allen set up to be like, all right, now here's the stage. I get to go see Lamar.
Till Diggs dropped the moment.
Dude, was that a
that was a moment?
Looked like he threw the ball 100 yards. When he released that ball and it kept going, I was like,
it was like 56.
This ball looks like it looked like he threw it from end zone to end zone, how far that ball traveled.
Yeah,
perfect.
It was from his 20, and he touched it like the 24.
That's the Michael Irvin argument of it doesn't make sense to me, and maybe because I use a glove and not hands or body, is you body catch everything. And Diggs tried to body in a weird way. Instead of putting his hands up to snag it, he tried to baby cradle it. And you can't do that on most passes. And Michael Irvin was unbelievable on boxing out on slants, where you can body catch it because you're literally kind of rebounding a ball type of deal. And I'm boxing you out to catch it. But in non-box out plays, you should catch the ball with your hands.
Corey, one more thing. Mike, you don't have to answer this.
Mm-hmm.
The Dak versus Josh Allen debate or argument, if I toss it up to you right now, you would say what?
I mean, I would rather have Josh Allen.
Okay, but you're not laughing at it.
No. Look, we talk about this all the time. I think Josh Allen takes less flack for turnovers than anybody, but, I mean, he's a quality quarterback.
Corey?
He scores points. He's the most touchdowns.
50.
Yeah, the most touchdowns.
Woo.
So he does that, and he hasn't had a time where he's been afraid to run. That dude will always put his shoulder into it. Now that could be his detriment at some point. It could be a detriment to his team too, where maybe there's something else that he needs to push. But has he been to a conference championship game?
Yeah, a couple years ago.
So he's done that, and he still has that on Dak in this conversation. But yeah, I understand there are lots of turnovers. Everything's on that dude, and he puts touchdowns in. So fantasy people aren't going to hate on him, and that's a huge portion of that conversation.
And he didn't underthrow that pass. Romo made sure to tell me that Chris Jones trucked him, and that's why he didn't underthrow that pass.
You don't think that the pressure affected that throw?
Yeah, but that's not what he said. He didn't say, "Oh, the pressure," and he goes, No, that wasn't an underthrow. He really got hit by Chris Jones right there. That's not what he said.
Touched. He got touched.
Lightly touched and couldn't step all the way through. That ball was going to be short either
that was
way.
a bad throw.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like a hater.
Okay.
You are a hater. Did Green Bay?
I don't know. I think they're the same. I think that Dak throwing for 80 yards and 2 picks on most games at halftime in playoff games. I feel like they're about the same.
Of the 7 best QBR seasons between the two of them, Dak has 5. So
hey, I agree with you. As long he is the greatest quarterback in the history of football, literally from 1910 to whatever. He is the greatest quarterback at beating up on the little guy. And that's going to get him $500 million playing. In life, Dak has won. Can you beat up on the bad teams? And he does it. And he makes the playoffs almost every year, beating up on the bad teams, putting up these stats. It's just unfortunate that, except for the one game against Tampa where a little guy made the playoffs, an 8-9 team made the playoffs, you're unfortunately going to have to play good teams in the playoffs, and that is where Dak dies.
Corey, did Saturday night make you feel better about Cowboys-Packers after Green Bay almost beat San Fran?
Well, it did validate that Jordan Love's better than anybody expected, which I said was going to be the case heading into the game against the Cowboys. I was very concerned that would happen. They still ran the ball really well against a really good defense. But man, I really wanted Green Bay to win that one. I wanted Green Bay to walk away from that one and just go, thumbs up, we got it, boys. But no, Jordan Love's something that now I'm terrified we have to deal with that crap for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
We had Aaron Rodgers for his whole career. Now we're going to have to deal with Jordan Love, and Matt LaFleur is a damn fine coach.
Did you back off some of your Cowboy anger?
Hell no.
San Fran could have been had.
Freaking smoked by the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, that's a reality.
And they still lost. It'd have been different. If Green Bay would have won that game by 17 points, I'd have been like, holy moly. But they didn't. They lost. And you were losing to that team by 32 points when they quit caring.
You lost to San Francisco by 60 then? Is that what you're kind of saying?
I think you would have seen a repeat of earlier in the regular season.
I think, you have certain things where you separate the men from the boys, and it happens at different levels. And we're seeing, I know they're called the Cowboys, but literally that's a team of
men.
That's a team of boys led by a boy. And
oh my goodness.
Cows are girls, bulls are boys.
When you watch the playoffs this weekend, you saw men play football. And the Cowboys do not have men on their team to play at that level. There's a separation. We're at the top 1% of people in the world who can play this sport in the NFL. And the Cowboys separate themselves from the trash. And that's great. That makes the playoffs. It does. But then there's another separation. When it comes playoff time, how do you separate yourself from this? And when I was in high school, Emmett, Michael, Troy, all those guys, they separated themselves. And they said, hey, Philadelphia Eagles, you're a bunch of boys. That's fine. We can play with you in the regular season. But now when it comes, for the most part, for a 4-year period, they looked at Green Bay and said, Brett Favre, you're a little boy in this situation. You don't know how to play at this level. You don't know how to control tempo, control flow, stay away from big turnovers. He couldn't do that until halfway through his career. He figured that out, I guess, early on because he had a 20-year career. But it took him 6 years in the NFL to figure out how to play playoff football. And you're a little boy compared to the Cowboys back then. But now Cowboys are little boys. They're a little boy to Green Bay. They're a little boy to San Francisco. They're a little boy to all those teams that are left in the AFC. They're a little boy to Buffalo. They're just little boys who are like, it's okay. I want to play the boys, but eventually we're going to have to play men. And Green Bay played the little boys, and then they had to play a man, and they went toe-to-toe with them.
They did.
But
they should have won.
When I thought they were going to win when this happened. when they had about the 70-yard kickoff return and he fumbled.
Yeah.
And they recovered it. I was like, those are the moments where I'm like,
what a hell of a play.
when those things happen, like you just feel like we are hustling our butt off. We're playing like men. We're going to figure out how to win this game. And I thought, Green Bay's going to win this game. Like, that was the break San Francisco needed to put them away. And Green Bay, some dude hustled for 70 yards and made a man play. And the Cowboys would have buoyed the play up. First of all, Turpin would have never ran the ball that far. He would have found somebody to get tackled by.
Oh, he was thinking of what bottle service to get.
Yeah.
For the night party. I'm just joking.
I like the phrase night party.
Yeah, I'm really trying to think of. That's how old I am now and out of the game. The night party.
The night party.
You guys
pants party.
You guys feel a little bit bad for contributing and probably starting the Micah Parsons brother drama. Doing that segment that blew up, and now you got Dak's brother and Micah's brother and CD's mom all going on.
Your words have power, guys. Come on.
Yeah, they do.
All I said was that I value the picks and the future of the franchise.
I stand by what I said.
I'm not.
What was y'all's answer to it? Just the idea of trading Micah.
I'll trade him. Yeah, I want picks. I want to retool this team. I want to reinvent this team.
If you're going to trade Micah, though.
For how much?
But I'm also trading lots of other pieces.
You're going to
too
trade
while I'm
Lamb
doing
and Dak,
it.
too.
Yeah, I'm probably keeping Lamb.
I definitely agree with one of those.
Yeah.
Lamb. I'm done with wide receivers who don't shut up.
No. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So the interesting thing is, we talked about, is Micah might represent all the things that people don't like about the Cowboys, right? Is he's really good, and we all accept that. But does he come up short in the biggest moments? He likes to talk a lot, but where is he when the pressure comes back on him? Like, does he disappear? And he's still going to be expecting the ginormous paycheck. Like, those are all issues. If you don't think the Cowboys have a culture, or you have an issue with the culture, I feel like he's probably one of the players that represents what some people don't like. He's damn good, but could you go in a different direction?
And did you come up with a price tag? Roughly?
Well, yeah, we would love it if Chicago
6 first-round
was like,
picks, yeah.
we'll take him for the number 1 pick.
I think Mike gave
a
out
reasonable price tag.
You don't think they would do that?
No. The number 1 pick?
Oh, if you're telling
their
me,
next quarterback?
I think if you tell me like that's all it's going to cost them is just number 1 pick straight up for Micah, I think they would do it.
The Chicago Bears?
Yep. If that's all it is, if there's nothing else behind it, if it's just here's number 1 for Micah, I think they would.
Would you do that, Sean? If Chicago called
Are you
up,
speechless?
Well, I was trying to think, does that mean they're
Would they
giving
trade-
Fields his money? Right? So they've already decided we're going to pay Justin Fields. He's our guy. We don't need Caleb. That's what that would have to go hand in hand.
Yeah, that would be
They
it.
didn't hire Coach Bro.
The number 1 pick.
Let's go back.
Who
was the quarterback in that draft?
Which one?
Micah's draft.
That was the Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Trey Lance draft.
Well, let's just say it's a regular draft, and there's not like because at the time Trevor Lawrence was easily the number 1.
Yeah, and Andy Dalton was too good to.
But you would go back,
get you that quarterback.
Right? You would go back in time if you were in that draft and it wasn't some generational player. You could make a case Mike is the first pick in that draft easily.
The odds of anybody in this draft definitely like being better than Micah Parsons are not great.
Well, that's not the whole argument discussion.
But I mean, like
and his position of value.
And they got to pay him $30 million.
And Chicago has the 9th overall pick too. Like they've got another top 10 pick. They'd be getting Micah Parsons, a guaranteed like game wrecker. You're talking about a defensive head coach, a defensive-minded front office. I think it makes a ton of sense.
They would get more.
I don't think Dallas would do that.
Dallas wouldn't do it if they could give him 10 first-round picks. And I know Jerry's saying no. He's literally never in his life traded a good player in his prime.
I'm doing it I got to get more picks though. That's what I'm trying to get because
Chicago
I
would
got
get
too
more.
I got too many holes to fill.
Yeah, you don't know the known of the player, but they get a ton for trading out of one.
And if you were to get, let's say you were to get the number 1 pick, you trade out. If you're the Cowboys, you trade back twice.
Well, not if you want to get rid of Dak.
No, that's what I would do. So that's
trade,
why
you draft Caleb
in
Williams.
my world, I want the number 1 pick. Even if Micah doesn't get me the number 1 pick, as in straight up the number 1 pick, I need enough that I feel like I can go to Chicago and say, I have traded these assets to rebuild my franchise. I got to try it with a better quarterback. I know my guy's going to die in the big moments.
Call Eberflus, Scallum. Aren't hypotheticals fun when the Cowboys aren't playing for anything? The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
DFW. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation on the truckwreck.com text line. Also want to hear from the Twolos, from the YouTubers. Get involved in the conversation today. Now, we're going to start with, let's go with cut number 8.
Goff looking, St. Brown, end zone, touchdown Detroit, St. Brown.
Now, I wanted to throw that game out there is because I understand like the main focus for a lot of this stuff was the Chiefs and the Bills for divisional round, as it should be. That game was awesome. But that Detroit game, I thought was pretty entertaining as well. In fact, I felt like, can we logically agree that 3 of the 4 games were entertaining, perhaps with the exception of Ravens-Texans?
Oh, that was still entertaining.
I found it entertaining as well.
Yeah, it was still entertaining. It was a tough first half, and then you saw Baltimore turn it on. So that was like the, whoa, hold on. And you got the speech somewhere, Kevin. I'm sure you got the Lamar Jackson speech in there somewhere. Where he cussed out everybody in his locker room.
It's just a giant beef. That's all you can hear.
But that, like, I thought the whole weekend was entertaining, man. Yeah, like every single one of the games was, and I think Mike has a really interesting point of they all looked like, and you could see physically, all of them looked like big boy teams, and they played that way. I personally think that Baker Mayfield threw a little too hard on some passes when he didn't need to, and that was some problems. But he's got to learn a little more about touch sometimes. But yeah, I thought it was a great weekend of football.
I don't know how much more we'll talk about Baker Mayfield, so I did just want to throw this out there. When he's like, I mean, I hope I get to come back. I do kind of sit there and I'm like, I mean, that makes sense. Like that he would get another shot at this.
It's just a matter of, if you're Tampa Bay talking about this, is Baker Mayfield good enough to win the NFC and to give you a chance to win the Super Bowl? I think that's an easy answer. But you don't have to answer it that way. If you're okay with, hey, I think he's good enough to win 10 games, maybe a few more, and win the division, and then we'll probably lose. Like, he's not good enough to win 2 or 3 playoff games in a row. But, you know, I mean, we're here in Dallas. Like, there's different standards. The standard of the Dallas Cowboys is Baker Mayfield's standard.
And I don't imagine he would cost anywhere near as much.
And that's why I'd rather have Baker Mayfield. I don't think there's a difference come playoff time between him and Dak, and he's going to give you a $20 to $25 million less per year contract. But watching the game, like Corey said, whether it was even Houston and Baltimore at halftime, that was the first game. And you're like, this is a different sport. The Cowboys don't play this sport. The Cowboys play some sort of track meet, finesse, pretty boy football.
Got down in the trenches, punch you in the face.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not playoff football. So when you watch, whatever game you watch, even Houston, they obviously got ran out of the game as the game progressed. And it was a wake-up call a little bit for Houston. They're a building young team, aren't they? Are they the youngest team?
Yes.
They're the youngest team.
I think Green Bay is, right?
Houston's
but pretty young.
They're a young team. All right. Let's see if they take the lesson of great job beating Cleveland, very physical team. Then you had to do it again the next week. And then you'd have to do it again the next week. There's a man part of professional football, and it usually happens in the playoffs. All right, can we build a team of men? Or you can build a team of boys and still make the playoffs. And so I just watching all of those games going, wow, this is a different sport than the Cowboys play.
I will say also with Tampa, they do have a lot of remnants of that championship team on the defensive side of the ball, so that keeps them in tight games, right?
Yeah.
And Baker Mayfield, while he has every chip on his shoulder, dude. Like, you could put all the chips Frito-Lay has to put on his shoulder, and then he'd be like, yes, all of them, bring them. He has every reason to be motivated, too, to play at his best. And Kevin, motivating factor for him, contract season. Yep. Revenge. He's actually looking for revenge on the whole league.
Yep.
So like that does exist with him, and I do wonder if he ever settles in somewhere, how he'll respond to that. But that is a good defense with an inspired quarterback at the moment. So there's a lot of good out of all 4 of the games, though.
I'm going to throw this out there because I think this might have ended up being the most impactful play just because of when it happened. But I want y'all to ponder, like, was there a particular play across all the games that you thought this was the best play? Let's fire off cut number 10, because I wasn't rooting for one team or another, but I was rooting for this field goal to go in for dramatic purposes.
Tyler Bass will try a 44-yard field goal to tie. The snap is good. The ball put down. The kick is up and no good. Wide right. Wide right. The Bills kicker missed a field goal. Wide right. Jubilation for the Chiefs sideline. 1:43 to go. And Bass missing wide right from 44.
It was probably about, I don't know.
That's the best call.
Yeah, that is.
Like, Kevin Harlan's the best.
He's the best at everything. I agree with you on that. It was maybe 1/3 of a second where it looked like it was going to be online. And then it took this dramatic, I forgot this was my exit turn, and it wasn't even close, right? That's what it felt like. It was like, oh my God, this is my exit. The way that ball turned.
Yeah, you would have thought.
And don't do that, by the way.
No.
Just go to the next exit, y'all.
No.
Go to the next exit. It's safer that way
Agreed.
for everybody on the
Agreed.
road. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, it stunk that game ended that way because Mahomes and Josh Allen were playing such great, fun football. And I didn't even know Kevin Harlan was calling that game because obviously I'm watching on television. But there was at one point I told my wife, these teams have no regard for human life. And I'm using Kevin Harlan's take because I'm like, they are trying to kill each other.
Yeah.
They literally, all these players are like, if I die making this tackle, I die. And the person trying to catch the ball a lot of times like, I'm going to try to catch this ball. And if I die, I die. And I'm sorry, I don't know their names. The little white guy for Buffalo might have died on one of the plays.
He did not. He lived.
But that was so fun to watch. You're watching two of the greatest quarterbacks of this generation. To me, I compare it to somewhat Manning Brady just about a decade ago. And then you're watching the other guys on the team. When they handed the ball off, the person running the ball was like, if I die, I die. I'm going to go at this hole as hard as I can. And the person trying to make the tackle, like, if I die, I die, but I'm going into this hole as hard as I can. And so you're just watching real men play football. I don't know. The Cowboys are probably vacationing, and I get it. Like, they don't want to watch
going
football.
back to the Cowboys, though. I hear you.
You kind of do, just because if you when we fake talk about the Cowboys actually trying to do something this offseason and fake talk about them at training camp, do they want to put their life on the line like a lot of those guys did this weekend playing football? The answer is no.
The play for me, Kevin, let's go cut 7 on this one. This was my play.
2nd and 2. Gibbs, good move in the open field. Gibbs accelerates. Gibbs to the end zone. He's in for the touchdown.
He blew that wide open,
right,
and it was tough. Like he makes the cut, and Winfield's like, "Oh crap, I don't know what to do," and the space is just there. He had one guy to beat. He had one dude to beat, and he said, "Here's the move. I'm going to the end zone." Then when he turns around, and go back and watch this play if you can. When he gets into the end zone, Winfield tried to push him and whatnot. He turns around and he's in Winfield's face. And the referee runs up to him and says something, and it's probably along the lines of, you're going to get a flag if you try to taunt him. So you might want to just look at the fans right now. But that moment right there, that was the, hey, we just put it on you. Can you respond? And Tampa had an opportunity to respond. Now, the dagger was St. Brown's touchdown. That was the dagger in that game, and it needed to be. That big run right there, that was the, hey, do you have enough to come back? I do have a question, though. I wanted to ask you guys. Is the only song that exists? Is Seven Nation Army the only song that exists in football stadiums? Because everybody was chanting that at the Lions game and at the Bills stadium, and I was like, there's got to be something else that can fire us. Let's start our own chants up here. We don't have to copy everybody else. Isn't there is it the Braves? Who else does that in baseball too?
Well, I know they do that.
Baltimore? I remember,
chop.
but yeah, that exists. Get rid of it. Not everybody has to do that one.
But yeah. I think in Wisconsin, do they do jump around? Is
jump
that
around Wisconsin,
that's a cool one. But I think that's going into the fourth quarter. Maybe it is for kickoffs now, but I feel like that's going into the fourth quarter, which is a really cool scene. I do have a play.
Okay.
That I thought, wow, this separates them, and that is cut number 5 and the 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
McCaffrey scores! 49ers in front!
And I know that's a quick one. It was the one where he ran for 50 yards, approximately. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how long, but he hits the hole hard. It looks like two people have a good angle on him to keep it to about an 8 to 12 yard run, but he kind of gives stiff arm, sidestep, and then takes off again at full speed, and nobody could catch him. And I just thought to myself, wow.
Yeah,
then I thought to myself, I need to go back and check all the second down runs that they had and see how stupid those were that they handed. Is it matter who it is?
Yes.
Are you okay if it's McCaffrey?
Yes.
You're like, I don't care it's 2nd and 10. I don't care that it's
that's probably where I'm
first
at.
and 15. We're handing the ball off to McCaffrey. So I just was wondering through the kind of, it's stupid to hand the ball off on second down, especially long. I get it. 2nd and 3, no problem. But 2nd and 10, 2nd and 7, is it dumb to hand the ball off? Maybe you're saying with Pollard it is.
With McCaffrey, I'm taking my chances. He scored a touchdown in every single one of his playoff games, had at least 100 yards from scrimmage in every single one of his playoff games. So he shows up for these games.
You like McCaffrey?
Unfortunately, I do. I wish he was on our team.
Or still on Carolina where he didn't matter.
Sure.
That would have been awesome.
That would be great. That would be great. Now, I had a question about about Allen and Mahomes. When we talk about the Manning and the Brady, are we to the point where it's going to lose luster because Josh Allen doesn't win these playoff games? Because Manning won, Peyton Manning, that is, won more playoff games against Tom Brady than the other way around. Manning won 3, Brady won 2.
Wow, I didn't know they only matched up.
Yes.
I thought they matched up more.
It felt like it was a million times, right? Because they also played in the regular season a whole ton where Tom Brady has a major advantage. But it wasn't until game 3 where Peyton Manning won one of the playoff games.
All right.
So are we to the point now where it's incredible, but you're like, but I know what's going to happen. Kansas City is going to win by about 3 points.
A little bit right now. It just seems like Patrick Mahomes has that Michael Jordan thing. Now, I know he's not perfect in the playoffs. He's not perfect in the Super Bowl. He's already lost one. And this will be his 6th in a row. He's 6 for 6, making it to the championship game. And obviously, he's 3-2 in that situation. He has not been perfect. He lost to Tom Brady on a coin flip, and they had a coin flip against Joe Burrow, and he didn't get it done. They actually won the coin flip, and he threw a pick, I believe, which set up Cincinnati to go to the Super Bowl. I don't know if it's going to lose its luster, but I will say this. The AFC quarterback class is so much better that next we have Lamar Jackson versus Patrick Mahomes Sunday at 2 or 3 o'clock. And then you also have Joe Burrow coming back. So I feel like there's a 4-pack of guys over there. And really it's a 3. I guess it's a 3-pack versus Patrick Mahomes. So every time Patrick Mahomes plays Burrow or Allen or Lamar Jackson, you feel like you're getting something really special. Where on the NFC side, nothing against Brock Purdy, nothing against, let's say, Jordan Love or Jared Goff, like
Baker Mayfield.
It doesn't have, it just doesn't have the same deal. Like it's not a quarterback situation in the NFC.
I don't think those 4 match up at all. In fact, it is a good thing that Brock Purdy made that comeback, or else people are dying to tear him down. But as long as they keep winning, then they're like, oh.
Can't. Well, I mean, people are dying to tear down every one of these quarterbacks.
That's probably
just
true.
The ones that win, you can't.
Heck, I didn't even mention maybe next year CJ Stroud. It's a 5-pack.
Could be. Absolutely.
Or a 6-pack if my guy ever gets better coaching. It's Trevor Lawrence. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not his fault.
He needs to get a little better, too.
And that could be a factor in this,
At least
too.
I'm honest about a guy and say he has to get better. The Dak people are so stupid. Like, who's the
all right, Mike, I got it.
Nothing could happen. He couldn't have won.
I know you're talking about the two good guys, facing off against each other, but Mike has a really good point there, is that as long as Josh Allen beats a couple of those guys along the way, that continues to go that way.
Yeah.
I'll be excited to see them, but I understand what you're saying. I did have a moment last night where, as they were driving, I was like, it's going to end poorly. And so, while I loved the whole game.
Well, hold on. When they lined up for the field goal, you're like, they're screwed.
Oh, absolutely. I was like, this is going to be the worst right here. But I was excited about the whole game. I enjoyed it all. But then there was that moment where I was like, dang, Mahomes does it again. He just got away with it because they didn't score. So he gets away with it.
Yeah. And he's doing it. He's last year and this year, he's doing it with, I hate saying this, he's doing it with arguably the worst receiving core you can have in the NFL.
Are you going to give some credit to Valdez-Scantling?
Oh, yeah, that was a good catch.
He played way better than
that was a really good catch.
He had his Michael Gallup game. Give him. Jerry would give him 4 years for $80 million.
He's not wrong. That dude he is so inconsistent as a receiver.
I realize I swear I'm seriously asking this.
And you got to give Kelsey a lot of credit too for stepping up in this game too with 2 touchdowns.
He was very good.
The big heart with both hands to Taylor.
That I don't care about as much.
I do.
Is there even a tiny part of you that thinks Patrick Mahomes was hoping they would make that field goal so he could go do his thing? I realize
so he could have a game-winning drive.
Yes.
I 100% wanted that field goal to go in.
So he could just be like, boys,
both ways, right? That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
You don't want to see at the end of a game a guy I'm going to basketball. If you're watching playoff basketball, you don't want to see a guy miss a free throw and the game end because it became a free throw contest.
Yeah.
You want to see that guy make a basket to tie it or take the lead, so then the other superstar guy has to go down and make a play to try to win the game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Lamar Jackson was incredible over the weekend. Has he shut the haters up, or is there at least one more win to go? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Lamar, holding himself, runs to the left, he's to the 5, Lamar's in, touchdown Ravens! They're going to have a championship game in Baltimore because the hay's in the barn!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Serious question.
What?
Why do you say like that?
Is this about the moon?
No, it's not about the moon. That's what we were talking about off air. Nobody heard that except for the people in this building. Has Lamar shut the haters up, or is there still at least one more win to go? Like, clearly, if they win the Super Bowl, or if he's a Super Bowl MVP, then everyone will be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's two more to shut up the haters, if that's what you're asking. It's kind of like, look, we've seen it here. Dirk Nowitzki couldn't shut up the haters until he won it all in 2011. Then it was like, okay, that's it. The whole narrative changed the rest of his career. It was later in his career than it is with Lamar Jackson. But I would say he has to win it all. If you want, Kevin, nobody to really say anything more about Lamar Jackson than he's a great quarterback. Like, you have to start off with he's a great quarterback.
Yeah.
You can say he uniquely plays the position different than what we're used to. And there's not many people that can do it his way. So you don't really want to create that position in a Lamar Jackson way, because that guy comes along, it seems like once every about 15 years.
Yeah.
Michael Vick was the last one in 2001, and then in 2018, Lamar Jackson came about. And it doesn't look like there's been a guy since that kind of plays the game at that speed that he plays the game at with his feet. So I would say he has to win it all.
Okay.
For the ultimate shut up, because we heard it when Dirk went to the NBA Finals and lost up 2-0. That actually extended it more. That actually made it worse for him.
This is why he can't win. This just felt like a game that I know the Ravens had to win, but he had to win for narrative purposes, or else it'd be done.
Well, and I do want to have a discussion about this real quick.
Okay.
Narrative. Because a lot of people use that word and to act like there's a story out there that's not true. A lot of times the narrative is the story. Like, that's the story that exists, and it can be changed. A player can do a lot of different things to change whatever story has existed in the past. That's why you always hear it's not done yet. The book's not done. It's just part of the chapter. So when it comes to narrative, I think going into the game, you heard pregame, hey man, he hasn't played in a bit now. He hasn't played football in 2.5 weeks. He wants to get out there. He understands what he gets to prove when he gets out there. And I think at halftime, whenever he gave his impassioned, all bleep speech,
We can just play a long bleep if you want.
That was definitely part of it. Did he go out there and throw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns?
Okay.
No. He owned.
He did have 4 touchdowns.
He owned the game, and yes, he did. He owned the game. And Kevin, that's where the Bill Polians that said he couldn't play quarterback didn't take into account how much he affects the game in so many different ways. So I don't think he shut anybody up. I really, there are still people that are like, well, prove it at the next level. Prove it at the next level. That's definitely gonna happen. But he's giving people the other part of the story now, where if he does it, everybody who said that a guy like that can't be special in this league is wrong.
Yeah.
And so that's where I stand on that. Is I'm really pulling for him to show that there is a different path whenever it comes to the position, that it can be played a certain way, because some people believe you can only play it one way.
Okay, and I totally understand y'all's point about, hey, go win the Super Bowl. I get that for sure. I would hope that there could be some common ground along the way from the 2-1-4. Why? Because Lamar is now 2-4 in playoff games. It's 2-3. He still didn't put up a stellar line throwing the ball. Who cares? The point of your quarterback is to move the ball down the field. In this game, he had 6 incompletions and 4 touchdowns. That's amazing. He's the first quarterback in playoff history to have 4 touchdowns, 100 rushing yards, and 0 interception. If you look at the game on Saturday, if you still don't think Lamar Jackson is good or great or whatever, okay, fine. But if you didn't think he was excellent on Saturday, I don't know what to talk about from that perspective. If you don't look at his game on Saturday and be like, wow, he was really good, I don't know how to.
Well, then why you don't have discussions with those people?
You just move on with your life.
They're stupid people.
Oh,
I
hey,
don't know what to tell you. It'd be
what's-
like Shaq's not good because he can't shoot a basketball. All right, well, he still gets 35 and 20 rebounds. It feels like in all of these playoff games. So, like, if they. You can always knock somebody for something. Now, the tough thing is, Corey, he is going up against right now, it looks like Michael Jordan of football.
It does.
So that he just might, Patrick Mahomes just might do like Patrick Ewing, Charles Barkley. I know Hakeem got his too when he retired. Like, it just might be a part of the era of football. I know Tom Brady beat him, but like it just might be an era of football. I'm not going to be surprised at this point if Patrick Mahomes wins with a lesser team, because he looks like Michael Jordan of football.
To go along with what Mike said prior to that, Kevin, about arguing, what do we say about arguing with idiots? This is from Letterkenny. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Never forget that, all right?
Yeah.
And that is, I really like this matchup a ton now. I like it even more now because of what Mike just said about the Michael Jordan of football. This is a dude that whenever it comes to the biggest moments, he thrives on it. He lives for it. He can't wait for it. That's Patrick Mahomes. He trains for those moments, and he lives up to it. For the most part, the dude absolutely does. Hell, the Super Bowl he lost to Tom Brady, he was everything on that field. He was laying down sideways, making passes, and his team let him down.
That
on
was
that.
Amazing.
So, like, this is this is a fantastic matchup for Lamar Jackson to say, I got over that hump too. Now, does he lean on his defense? The whole team leans on each other, man.
That defense
is amazing. John Harbaugh is coaching and has probably the best front office when it comes to building a football team that you could possibly find. He has it all put in place. Harbaugh's done an amazing job of keeping it all in line as they've gone along. But this matchup right here, this could be another like feather in the cap along the way. Then he's got an even more serious matchup if it turns out to be San Francisco.
You know, it's really funny too, because I feel like point spread, I realize why the point spread's there, but I feel like a point spread doesn't always necessarily dictate like what other people generally think is going to happen. Because I realize going into this game, Baltimore is the favorite. But doesn't it?
What was the point spread again? Do you remember?
I think it's down to 2.5.
Oh, okay.
I saw it as high as,
I'm sorry. What was the Houston game? Do you remember what it was?
9.5.
All right. Interesting.
It was pretty big.
All right.
So now they're like 2.5 to 3.5 point favorites over the Chiefs. But doesn't it feel like going into this game that you expect the Chiefs to win? Just because like they're always here. They usually figure out a way to get it done. And this is the first time the Ravens have ever hosted an AFC championship game. You have to go all the way back to the Baltimore Colts in 1970, the last time Baltimore hosted an AFC championship game. So it just feels like the Chiefs make sense to win this game, even though the Ravens are the favorites.
Yeah, it does, because that's what the Chiefs do. They get to these games and then turn out the way that they do. They find, there's Travis Kelce again, and then some big play downfield that Mahomes makes, and then their defense has actually been pretty good this year.
Mahomes is undefeated in his career now in road games in the playoffs.
That is true. Fact.
We're going to say that Dak has more playoff wins on the road now. Patrick Mahomes has never lost a road playoff.
1-0, baby. It'll go for 2-0 this weekend.
I am kind of curious how people will assess. Here's the next phase of this for Lamar Jackson, because people won't just shut up, right?
Sure.
If he wins it all.
Okay, he wins it all. All right.
I do, because I'm comparing it to Dirk.
But he never wins again. So Dirk's in the top 25. He's in the conversation.
Right.
He's at the what is it? The imaginary basketball game of all the
best 24 players of all time.
He's there.
In it.
But he's not number 5.
Right,
he's not number 1.
For sure.
And Lamar Jackson, people will still be like, yeah, I mean, he won that one Super Bowl, and that was great and everything.
Troy Aikman won 3, and we have to defend Troy Aikman all the time. My buddy, I love him.
That's true.
Ryan Drees, former Rangers pitcher, 49ers fan, he will tell you that anybody want to win those. I worked with Kavanaugh. I love Jeff. Jeff Kavanaugh doesn't believe that Troy Aikman was a great quarterback. He believes that was just a team that any human being could have taken and won a Super Bowl with.
Dilfer won
there'll
right?
always be haters, but I don't want to listen to that. It's not fun to have conversations with people that are just going to be like, well, wait, he won it all. Well, he won it because his defense was great. He won it because his offensive line. All right, well, name me the guy. And really the closest I can ever come up with is Patrick Mahomes last year. Name me the guy that had not many offensive weapons, wasn't that great of a team, didn't have a great running back, and they still won it all. It's going to be a really short list of, maybe Tom Brady, but
there were times.
He did have a great defense, but the guy has to lead that team. Yes, you do have to have a good team around you, and then you have to lead that team.
I'm just saying, the next phase of it is, well, he did win the one, and that's great, but it's not sustainable quarterback play. He can't continue. People will find the next argument.
And if we wanted to have a conversation, I do not think Lamar Jackson's going to have a 15 to 20 year career. The way he plays, I don't think he's going to have that, but it doesn't mean that he wasn't great in his time.
No, and that's okay. So that's a really interesting point. Honestly, all I'm really looking for is for people to begrudgingly just be like, yeah, okay.
You want to hear people say you were right, Kevin, all along.
I want to hear them say Lamar Jackson is, I'd even accept pretty good. And I understand what you're saying about longevity. I will say the flip side. Let's say they did win the Super Bowl. He will have been in the league 6 years. He's 27 with a Super Bowl and 2 MVPs.
And probably a Super Bowl MVP.
Yes.
Probably.
That's a pretty damn impressive resume. That's honestly all I'm looking for, is for people to stop being like, oh, he's a great running back. Neat.
If he wins it all, you will have such a high podium to stand on. The people arguing will be arguing looking up to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so at that point, they're going to have to go, gosh, they're going to have to back down, and almost Lamar's going to have 3 years where he doesn't get close to that again for them to start getting raised up to your level. But if he wins it all, just like Dirk, it's going to be very tough. A white guy can't win it. A Euro can't win it type of deal.
Right.
That all went away. All the people who said that are like, crap, I can't use that anymore.
I think this is really interesting, shows off his unique skill set. In the last 10 seasons, Lamar Jackson has had 3 playoff games with 150-plus passing yards and 100-plus rushing yards. No other quarterback has done it in the league. One time.
No other?
None. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Rangers lose another person off of free agency, and it looks like this pitcher might not be getting traded. Next.
RJ Choppy, your friends over at Q.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassler.
All right, Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Now, let's go to the pitching market, as obviously people are talking to me at the Dallas Card Show. It was really fun.
That place was
Josh Young. I saw the Josh Young line. I did not Sunday. I wasn't able to go yesterday. That was when Evan Carter and Cody Bradford were there. But just to give you an idea, I saw the Josh Young line. I forgot to go out in the hallway when there was the Marcus Semien line. From what I understand, it was very similar.
It was very similar.
There was at least 200 people in that line, and I might be undervaluing that. I'm somewhere between, I'll say 200 and 300 people were in the line.
I would say at least 300. It was a happening. It was cool.
So a lot of Ranger fans came out to Allen to get the autographs of the world champion Texas Rangers. Well, I've talked about this guy for a little bit, Corey, and I think I convinced you this is the guy. It's Dylan Cease of the Chicago White Sox.
Yep.
Unfortunately, as going into the offseason, if you follow baseball, you would see MLB Network, you would see all of the websites that are covering baseball, all the insiders say, well, Dylan Cease didn't get traded at the deadline, but the Chicago White Sox are going to trade him in the offseason. He has 2 years left until he becomes a free agent. But it's sounding like the Chicago White Sox asking price is so much, this is from Mark Feinsand of MLB.com, that they're not backing off of, we want everything from your organization. We pretty much want your AAA and AA team. So if you're willing to give us Round Rock and Frisco, we will trade you Dylan Cease. And so the Rangers have decided not to do that, along with the 29 other teams that possibly have interest in Dylan Cease. So at this point, it doesn't look like he's going to get traded. That being said, Danny Ainge pulls this in the NBA and is able to get what he wants in the end. So will a team, a weekend of spring training, let's just say it's February 20th, that's approximately a weekend of pitchers and catchers have already reported a few days into your whole team being there. Will a team give in? Will they see bullpens being thrown, getting ready for spring training games in a week and go, look, let's give up these 4 or 5 premium prospects. Let's give up 3 of our top 10 prospects and 2 of our top 20 prospects. Let's give them these 5 guys and let's go get Dylan Cease. I'm not saying the Rangers should do that. It just seems like the White Sox are banking on somebody's going to give in and give us everything we want. And do I know what that is from the Texas Rangers? I literally don't. I know the Rangers aren't trading Evan Carter. They're not trading Wyatt Langford. Those guys are off the table. There's no way that is happening. So I'm just wondering, will it take from the Rangers, if they wanted Dylan Cease, will it take Sebastian Walcott, who's their number 3 overall prospect, who's a 17-year-old shortstop who they think could have the 5-tool thing that you want. He has everything, but look,
he could replace Seager down the road.
He's 3 to 4 years away from possibly being a major leaguer. And then you add in Owen White and you add in Jack Leiter. Right now, that's your 3rd, 4th, and 5th best prospects. I don't think that would even be it. Like, I think that the White Sox would say,
holy moly,
that doesn't do it for us. We need more. So now do you add in, now this would be another top 10 guy. Do you add in Justin Foscue and say, we are literally giving you a prospect who's ready to be in your everyday lineup, 2 pitchers who haven't developed the way that we hoped, but we are giving you our 2 best pitching prospects, and we're giving you our best prospect that we're willing to maybe move. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know if the Rangers are even willing to move Sebastian Walcott. He might be off the table in all trade offers for the most part.
Right.
Now, obviously,
especially at that young of an age,
right,
with that kind of frame to build into.
Yeah, and maybe why am I drawing a blank here? Strider. Like, I'm sure for Spencer Strider, and the Atlanta Braves aren't offering him up. They'll offer up Sebastian Walcott. I mean, like, yeah, you can have our 17-year-old. We'll take your guy who has 4 years of control that strikes out 4 million people a year. Like, we'll be okay with that one. But anyways, it's looking like Dylan Cease is not going to get traded, at least in the month of January. And I don't even know if he gets traded. Maybe they look at it and say, look, we still have 2 years on him. We can trade him in July if a team is desperate enough to give us what we want. And then now you usually pay more money for a guy that has 2 years of control rather than a year and a half, rather than just 1 year left.
Right.
So could the White Sox, and look, you follow a little bit of the White Sox, Kevin, they're a pretty pathetic, I hate saying that word. They're not a very good organization in the last 5 years or so in running a premium organization.
It looked like they were set with talent for a while. A couple
2-3 years ago, I thought with Eloy Jimenez and Luis Robert and I'm forgetting the dude, the Jan Moncada. You can go down the list, and it just looked like they had the veteran guys with Lance Lynn. They had the young guys with Dylan Cease. It just looked like they had everything in place to compete for a championship.
La Russa screwed it all up.
And their front office did too. They fired. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on their general manager who used to be there, but they're cleaning house. And maybe the guy who is now in charge is just like, if I'm going to make my first move has to be a grand slam. I don't even want it to be a home run. It has to be a grand slam, and that means 4 premium prospects for Dylan Cease. Now, moving on, this one hurt a little bit because I do think this is a very doable deal for the Rangers. Robert Stevenson, who we've been talking about.
Yep.
He was the Tampa Bay relief pitcher. He signed over the weekend with the Angels. It might have been Friday, but he signed a 3-year, $33 million contract, which seems seems in the range where the Rangers would probably be competitive in, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Obviously, he signed with the Angels.
Doesn't it seem like the Rangers also have potentially an aversion to the multi-year bullpen contract?
Probably so. Now, obviously, we talked about last week Hector Neris. He has not signed anywhere, so he is still available, and the Rangers seem like they were in on him, to your point, because he's 34, 35 years old. That's a 1 or 2 year deal.
Sure.
So maybe the Rangers are in like a 1 or 2 year deal. I didn't mention this last week. I guess I should have. Kendall Graveman, who was traded from, I believe, the White Sox to the Astros. I was disappointed with that at the time. I was like, dang it. And he's under contract for 1 more year. And then from what I understand, the Rangers really didn't love that he was under contract for a year and a half.
That's odd to me.
The Astros did. I remember watching the Astros game and listening to their general manager talk on their broadcast, and he was like, what we really like about Graveman is not only do we get him for this year's run, we also get him for next year too. Well, they don't get him for next year because he is going to miss the 2024 season with shoulder surgery. So the Rangers, in a way, I'm not saying yay this, but in a way, they didn't trade for Kendall Graveman because now you're going to pay him, I think, approximately $7 million. I haven't looked up his contract in a while, but he's not going to pitch for the Astros.
Does Scherzer hold any trade value?
Not with his injury, because people don't know if he's ever going to pitch again.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the Rangers are optimistic. They're rehabbing and everything like that. But if you're another team, you have to look at it and go, now, wait a second. Now, I know the Mets picked up a lot of the money. The Rangers are only paying, can you remember, was it 12 to 15 million approximately?
I think that is correct.
For this upcoming season. But at the same time, that's like Clayton Kershaw. I know he doesn't want to play for anywhere else except for the Dodgers. And I think if the Dodgers say no, that's still up in the air. Then I think he would come to the Rangers. But I think both teams are monitoring his shoulder issue and going, can he pitch anymore? Because at this point, especially for the Rangers, I know, giving him, let's say, $10 million on a 1-year contract, that's a lot of money right now for the Rangers if he can't pitch anymore, because the Rangers are paying right now, obviously, Jacob deGrom a lot of money, and he's not pitching, and they're hoping he pitches at some point next year. They're going to be paying Max Scherzer. That is quite a bit of money when you're up against that line to be paying 12 to 15 million and not sure if he can give you 10 to 15 starts this year. So it's interesting right now when it comes to the market. There's still plenty of people available, but the Rangers do lose out on Robert Stevenson. And I think we were kind of hoping that they're not in on Hader. If you didn't hear last week, he did sign with the Astros.
Right after our show.
Yeah.
Right as our show ended.
You didn't think they were going to get him.
No, I don't think. I mean, and they're still struggling to try and figure out their Jordan Montgomery conversation. So I'm not thinking they're going to spend that much anywhere.
Now, what's going to be interesting with Robert Stevenson is this. I do think he's signing with a team. This is my opinion. I do think the Angels are going to lose close to 100 games. So did they sign him to a deal to then trade him? He helps you out. If they are winning a game, he'll probably be their closer with the Angels. But that's a contract that seems doable for the Rangers, and I'm just wondering, the Rangers did this for the last 5 years before this turnaround happened.
Right.
You would sign guys like this and then move them for prospects because you
Eric
can't.
Gagne and
Yeah, so I'm just wondering in this Robertson-Stevenson deal, because I just don't see the Angels being any good at baseball for the next 3 years. And I know they have Ron Washington, and in a way I'm rooting for Ron Washington, but obviously not rooting for the Angels to turn it all around. I'm just wondering, Robert Stevenson, Edwin Diaz, even though I just saw an article that I can't get into, maybe I'll get into it at some point later, but about the teams that could be the Texas Rangers of 2024, a team that kind of comes out of nowhere. The Mets were on that list. But if the Mets don't come out of nowhere and you're in year 2 of a 5-year, $100 million contract, we've seen the Mets eat a lot of contract with Verlander and with Scherzer to move guys. So if the Rangers are having an issue in their pen in June, and it's just like, dang, we don't have the depth. We'd like to do this and do that. Maybe Stevenson, maybe Edwin Diaz. There could be some premium relievers that we were thinking about that could be available through trade.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys family drama has Mike concerned for one specific reason. What say y'all? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys family drama that has Mike concerned for one specific reason. What say y'all? However, I'm going to tell you the drama that's going to come up at first is people in offices who just eat things that aren't theirs.
Well,
Would never do that.
I bought those Think Thin bars cost $2, and I believe I had 3 or 4. I think 4 left on Friday, and now the box is gone. So, Alec, I look to you, weekend host man. Are you guys during the weekend getting hungry up here? Because you guys are working like 5 to 7 hours, and are people just like, man, there's Think Thin bars in there and they're free, and I get it. Like, you guys really are working for free. Is that what's happening?
We do get hungry, but I bring my own stuff, so I can't. I can only speak for myself.
Yeah,
what about Blake? You're up here with Blake.
There's like 12 cases of sour cream. You can eat that at any point.
Yeah. There's some French
if you want
onion
some
dip that we can
Daisy
dip our
French onion or ranch dip, we do have cases of those available.
There is a lot of it there.
Yeah, Blake is a big Pop-Tart guy. He always comes with a couple of packs of Pop-Tarts for the shows.
That's
so
smart.
yeah, for me, it's my own little protein packs that I keep in the fridge. So hopefully those don't disappear too.
I was really hoping my Think Thin bars were here today, but they're not. But hey, life goes on.
Is this the 1 year anniversary of that too? When Mike went on his tirade was it last year or 2 years ago?
It's probably 2 years ago now.
Okay.
And maybe it's the afternoon show. I know Chiafalo gets hungry during the show, and maybe he ate some of them.
And he's like Mikey.
But
He'll
I
eat
feel
anything.
like you'd have to be up here quite a bit because I don't think you should be eating multiples of those at a time. They're not a low calorie bar. They're just a low sugar bar.
I'm more intrigued by the people who are like, hey, this isn't mine. I didn't bring it, but I'm just going to eat it anyway. That's a weird bit.
Must be a high level of hunger going on in that
Let's
situation.
talk about these Dallas Cowboys who don't have hunger situations.
Okay, and I want to preface it like this. I asked y'all ahead of time. I was like, I don't care about this at all, but Mike, at least you, I don't know how you feel, Corey. You do care, but maybe for a different reason than most.
I guess I care. This is where I care about it. Theory-wise is maybe they're just rogue family members.
With CD, Dak, and Micah, they've all had family members involved with saying various levels of things about either their teammates or the fan base.
But your 3 most popular, important players on the team all have issues with the Dallas Cowboys, have issues with possible coaches, issues with the way they're treated, issues. Obviously, CeeDee's mom has a major issue with Dak Prescott and doesn't think he's good enough to throw the ball, to her son in the NFL. So
let me just make sure I got this right real quick.
Yeah.
So it was CeeDee Lamb's mom that was going after Dak, but it was Micah and Dak's siblings that were going after the fan base
and coaching staff.
And coaching staff. Okay, thank you.
And I won't say Tad didn't really go after the coaching staff. He kind of just went, Tad Prescott. He kind of went after the way Dak is treated
by the fans
here. But good luck, man. When you play that bad in the playoffs, it's really tough. Like I don't know who plays like that, and then their fan base is like, we love them.
Where do you want to start with this? Because I have them all up.
Okay,
if you want to,
maybe we should read
through
Hit me
some
with
of
Tad
those.
Prescott first, because I think I've changed my opinion about this over the years.
Okay, with Tad Prescott, those who really follow me or know me know I have never spoken badly about the Cowboys as an organization or team. I've never spoken badly about a player on the team or the city of Dallas. It's the so-called fans I have an issue with. Cowboys fans, why continue to DM me? Trust me, if I could get Dak to leave, I would. I, too, want him out of Dallas. The city and organization have been great to he and our family, but done with the drama and the so-called fans. But he loves this team and wants to bring it rings.
And was that a second text? That is all true. I know that. Wasn't that a response after he kind of was like, I want Dak out of here?
Maybe so.
Like, I think that's like a response of it's a great response. It's like a very professional response.
It is, yeah.
After
Sounds
I think
like somebody in the Cowboys organization wrote it.
One of his first responses was more of like, I want Dak out of here. And then he kind of responded in I thought that was a very good professional way. It's only my opinion. Like, Tad hates me. Like, it's fine. Like, it doesn't bug me because I'm not a big Dak fan, but that's not that bad, to be honest. I think what to me is looking bad and what can fracture a team is now family members are taking shots at Dak and family members are taking shots at the defensive philosophy.
I have to admit,
which is coming from somewhere.
And I want to start with Tad Prescott's comments because I think I've changed my opinion over the years about it. I get it. It irritates some people. To me, that's his brother that he's trying to stand up for. And there are also some people who think fans should only say positive things ever. Like, you should never deal with anything negative or say anything negative or like deal with, in some cases, reality of situations. You just got to stay positive at all points.
Right.
There are some fans who absolutely think that's the case. But I think at the end of the day, Tad is just like, hey, I don't like it when people are talking bad about my brother, which I have to admit, I totally get.
But that's life. Dak Prescott talked bad about Tony Romo when Dak Prescott was, I think, at Mississippi State or a senior in high school and didn't like the way Tony Romo was playing playoff football or 8-8 football. It might have been the 8-8 times where he threw the pick against Washington. And that's when Dak, as a a kid, because I don't think he was in college yet, but it's like, I'm done with the Cowboys and Tony Romo. And I'm paraphrasing, I could be wrong about that tweet. People get emotional and they get upset with their team losing a game. So, I mean, Tad, your brother did it when he wasn't a professional and on the Dallas Cowboys. It happens. Where I'm coming from on this, Kevin, is being a former pro athlete and being a nobody, right? I'm nothing against Mozzie Smith or Schoonmaker.
Right.
These are rookies on the team trying to figure out if they can play in this league. Is like they're not going to have voices at all. But the guys that have the biggest voices are the ones that have the issues of their family members speaking out. And the thing that you have to wonder is, are these just mom's opinions and not CeeDee Lamb's opinions at all? Because CeeDee Lamb does seem to be a little bit frustrated with Dak Prescott pretty early in that game going, oh crap, is Dak turning back into the guy I had to play with against Jimmy Garoppolo where he couldn't play football? Is he turning back into the guy that played against Brock Purdy that couldn't play football? And then we found out he couldn't play football again. Like, there could be real frustration there, and maybe mom exaggerated it, and too bad. CeeDee can't ever leave Dallas. He's too good of a player. There's no free agency for good players in the NFL. They created a league where there is no free agency for good players. So he's never leaving. The Cowboys would have to trade him.
Yeah, no, I totally hear what you're saying. And I will just say this. It is entirely possible, for the record, I want to say, it's entirely possible that CeeDee or whoever talked to their sibling, their mom, and they were like, hey, that got repeated. But also, don't you probably have, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. Don't you probably have some radically different opinions from your other family members? I do. And so this could be a thing where
about your job?
Yes. Actually, yes.
Okay.
And so I'm curious if that comes to pass at all.
It could, but man, this isn't good.
Yeah.
This isn't good. This is, if we're looking at this from it doesn't matter
Agreed.
standpoint,
No,
I would say
I'm not saying that.
There's, yes, in a way it doesn't matter, but right now, and it could have happened 2 days ago, CeeDee's having to text Dak.
Yeah.
And if he's not texting, then that means Mama's right. Mama's telling the story that I want out there. And so I don't think that this is a huge deal, but it is a deal because here's my opinion, Corey, throwing it back to you. If the Cowboys have a tough schedule, we know that Dak dies against good teams. Sometimes he beats them in the regular season. We'll never beat him in the playoffs. So if they have a schedule, I'm just going to start the schedule off, and it won't be this. They play at San Francisco, home against the Ravens, at Philadelphia, and home against the Bengals. I'm just giving you a hypothetical of 4 games that they would have to play. It's not going to be what if they go 1-3 to start the year? Fingers are getting pointed right now. There might have been no finger pointing at halftime because they all stunk. And there might have not been finger pointing at the end of the game because everybody stunk. But it seems like the fingers are starting to get pointed all of a sudden in Dallas a little bit. And winning cures it. But man, if they get off to a rough start, I think that this starts getting louder and louder, and then there's a major issue on the Cowboys' hands. But the schedule will probably be Giants or Washington's on there early. Another Shlomo Glickstein's on there. Dak puts up 45 points and 5 touchdowns. This is an MVP candidate and Player of the Week candidate. And that's what the Cowboys take advantage of. So you just have to hope, I think right now, that the Cowboys get a really easy, soft schedule to start the year. Because if they get a tough schedule and get off to a slow start, I think these things start coming back up again.
Yeah.
During the season when you have to handle it.
And you know, that's where then you're talking about a coach that has no control over a locker room that, oh man, there was a big problem there. And what point does he have on the future of the franchise? You're not even signed for next year, coach. You could be gone. Why should I buy in? Well, this championship, all this at this moment. And it does. There are lots of things being lofted at multiple different people within the organization because that's what happens. You lose, you don't win at all. Everybody's upset about something and trying to figure out what the real problem was. Here's the Terrence Parsons Jr. one, Kevin. I can't wait because y'all are really clueless out here. The greatest crimes to this man is being done by his own organization. Y'all are going to miss him when he's gone. And that's the accusation that the club is doing things to keep him from being at his best.
And that's what I really want to know more about.
The Des Bryant stuff that came out over the weekend, which was aimed at, hey, look, the front office is trying to keep CeeDee Lamb down and other players out there. The front office is trying because they don't want to have to pay them. Dude, they end up paying them. So I don't understand that argument because they always end up paying them anyway. I guess it's because the players, in spite of the organization, go out there and perform. I don't know. But I agree with Mike in that the first part of foundation is the locker room. That's a huge factor. When the locker room's good, whenever it's working together, when it's pulling the same rope, it matters. And now you have to answer the question, hey man, why did your mom say that? Or maybe you just ignore it and move on. Maybe Dak just goes, hey man, family members are family members. Let's move on.
I think he ignores it, but he knows it too.
He's
waiting for CD, and CD probably did. I think you're like, I'm not going to address this, but if CD doesn't address this to me personally, then I got a little side eye to CeeDee Lamb and it's kind of like I take enough shots. Like if it's Dak, right? He's like, I take enough shots already. Like I get it. I deserve the shots, but I deserve the shots from, the pre and post game shows, from the radio stations and stuff. I don't deserve the shots from mamas on the team.
So that becomes, I do think that becomes a factor in being something that divides a locker room. Who was the best at dividing a locker room? T.O.
Right.
Because he knew exactly, like, he had a personality that some people revolve to. They were like, man, I'm drawn to the way he is. And so he could do that. And that becomes part of that discussion of, well, are you a CD guy or are you a Dak guy? And it's on them to keep all that together. Like, it really is on Micah and Dak and CeeDee Lamb, the three most important people on the franchise, to be the ones that break that and say, that's nothing, we're moving on, we're focused on the field together.
And we're human, and so are they. I'm going to ask you this. We're 3 offensive linemen for the Dallas Cowboys, or defensive linemen. We have questions about Dak in our head right now, right? Sure. I mean, we've been on the field with him for these playoff games, and we're like, what the hell is happening? How can this guy that we believe in so much, do so much in the regular season, turn into a totally different person in the playoffs that can't get anything done? Like, we would be human and we would have discussions about this. So if you think that, publicly, Zach Martin's not saying anything to the G-Bag Nation about it, but like Zach Martin might be like talking to his brother or something and going, son of a gun, man, I don't know why he plays that bad. Like his brother's like, what happened to you guys? What happened to Dak? How come Dak did this? And you're just like, man, I don't know. It's just for some reason he's not playing his best in those moments, and hopefully he does. But they're all human. They're all playing with Dak Prescott going, what the hell is happening to Dak Prescott in these moments?
Every time, Kevin, you get to the Thanksgiving house, whoever's house you're getting to, and one of the first things brought up about the Cowboys, and man, if they lost that week, Dak ain't it, man.
What's wrong with Dak?
If they won, oh my gosh, this team is never losing another football game, and like, God, let's just and those discussions, they have to happen at the families' houses too. They all do.
And by the way, on Twitter, X or whatever, Terrence Parsons was saying about the defense, because Kevin, you were asking, he's pretty much saying he thinks that Micah should be playing linebacker, middle linebacker.
Okay. The first 2 downs?
Like, yes, and then if only on known 100% passing situations, kind of line him up as a defensive end. So he's kind of saying he's a linebacker first, and a pass rusher second. Let him rush the passer from the linebacker position if you want to do that early in downs. But he needs to play his position. His position is linebacker, and then defensive end is only a specialty position in 100% passing situations.
All right. I appreciate that information because at least then, like, I hear you. Here is what I don't like. Here is the strategy that I think should go. Even if I don't disagree, if I don't agree, I appreciate knowing exactly what they're thinking.
And I think that, look, I didn't like doing it, but I love doing it in this way. I don't like driving to Frisco. I did it a year ago and was with Nate Newton and Tony Tolbert. I really respect their opinions. Two great players, two championship players. When Tony Tolbert says, Micah Parsons, this wasn't this year, it was the year before. He's too small to play defensive end. He has to put on weight if he's going to do that on an every game, every down basis. So don't take it from me. I'm the stupid baseball guy. Tony Tolbert, former defensive end for a decade, champion, played opposite. If you don't know who he is, I get it. You're not 40 years old because he played back when the Cowboys were great at football. Number 92, really good defensive end, opposite of Charles Haley, was able to take advantage of a lot of one-on-one situations, good run stopper, good all-around player.
Hard worker.
He understands that position and knows that Micah Parsons' body is not built for that position. He can't do it for 17 games every day. And we see him. That's why he dies at the end of the year. His body isn't able to handle that position. So at this point, you either say, Micah, do you want to put on 25 pounds in the offseason? And it might make you slower. It might make you a worse player. Or do you move him back to linebacker for 60% of the snaps?
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It's time for some Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Get involved. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
House and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Zach Ertz signed with the Lions to be on their practice squad with potentially elevating for the NFC Championship game. And also at 4 p.m. today, the Narc will be on with the G-Bag Nation. So get ready for that. Mike, I think you're going to enjoy this fella.
So you might be out there asking, who is the Narc? And this dude has a very specialized bit, and I'm a fan of it. As long as it doesn't get him hurt, and it shouldn't, because people should just accept that this happens in life.
If you watch his videos, that's not usually the direction those people go, right?
There are people that do these videos. That's just one of the things. Avery has these ideas for I've told you some of his ideas for like going to the ice cream store, buying an ice cream, eating most of it, and then saying, hey, look, this melted. I'd like my money back. And I think it's funny. It's a funny bit, as long as it doesn't cause problems, right? But some of these guys are like, man, to get the views, got to cause all the problems. Let's start chaos. But this guy, his bit, Mike, is you didn't put your cart back. And he catches you. And he wears this little SWAT thing and everything. And he's like, hey, that's not cool. You need to put your cart back. And they're like, what were you? Who are you, car police? He's like, yeah, I'm the cart narc.
Okay. Well, I thought you said card narc and not with a T, cart
narc.
Narc. Yeah. Well,
so that's this dude's bit. And he's going to be on with G-Bag at 4 today. And I like that bit. I'm proud of it.
I have a friend who does the How It Should Have Ended on YouTube. And I was teasing her, she should do How It Should Have Began with the Dallas Cowboys playoff game.
All right. Go cut number 22 right here.
Mike McCarthy. Hey,
Kawhi for 3. Oh, my goodness! 41-15 in the fourth quarter. The Clippers dominating on a 22-0 run.
Do the Brooklyn Nets belong in Wanker of the Weekend? 877-881-1053. They gave up a 22-0 run to close their game yesterday, which, you might have been able to guess. They lost. That was tied for the longest unanswered scoring run to close a game in the last 25 seasons. The last time it happened, the Clippers were in that game too against the Memphis Grizzlies. How they were winning this game. It's not like it was a 30-point game and they're like, who cares? They gave up a 22-0 run to end the game.
We're seeing this a little bit more, not to end the game, but we're seeing crazy runs in the in the NBA more and more. And so I guess it's because there's so much three-point shooting. If you get cold from the three-point line and the other team gets hot at the same time, it can go a 15-0 run because they hit 5 threes on 5 possessions. You hit no threes on 5 possessions. And then all of a sudden you get close to these 20-0 runs that are now happening on a more consistent basis in the NBA. But I will say this, I mean, the LA Clippers, after getting off to a rough start trading for James Harden, it is working out tremendously well. Now, at what point does Kawhi get hurt and sit out 40 games? I don't know.
Hopefully not.
But well, hopefully so. What?
I'm not going to root for him to get hurt.
Okay. Well, how are we going to get a top 6 seed?
Well, we're going to make a trade, Mike. I'd rather us make a trade than root for injury.
You don't have to root for it. It happens. Like, that's what Kawhi does for a living. He gets $50 million and gets hurt. Tell me I'm wrong.
Corey!
Kevin, I would like to add.
Didn't say I was wrong.
I'm not upset with Brooklyn here, but I am upset with Denver for snapping the Celtics win streak over the weekend at home.
Oh, their home win streak?
Their home win streak. It could have been 21. That would have been really cool. But more importantly, the next opponent for the Celtics is the Mavericks, and they're going to be mad. Now, it is on the road, so maybe it won't matter. But they're going to be mad. And Denver didn't really have to do that to us.
It's here, right?
Yeah, it is. That's what. It is. Yeah. It is on the road for them.
Yes.
But now they're going to be upset, and so thanks a lot, Jokic, for beating them.
Otherwise, we would have won tonight.
They only have 10
tough.
losses. Didn't they just beat Houston last night, or am I crazy? The Celtics.
I missed that one. Yeah, they won 116-107.
I mean, that's the The tough thing about the NBA, and I've said it, is I just don't know what effort you're going to get on a nightly basis from all teams in the NBA. It's not just a Maverick issue or just a Brooklyn Nets issue.
Right.
It's a weird deal where this league is starting to go, we don't care about the 82 games. And then they say, but we need you people to watch it and pay for it. And so that's the tough thing I have with the NBA right now.
I did like Kevin, who's your favorite wrestler? Sean
Undertaker.
Sean the Hitman Hart. Is that his name?
You're the wanker
that
of the
guy,
weekend now.
That somebody posted.
Those are two different people.
This is Jokic walking out of the arena, and it was that video of him walking, and somebody splashes beer on him, and he just shakes his hair.
Oh, that's Shawn Michaels.
I love that video so much. That's how Jokic was. He's just like, ha ha! I did knock y'all out. Ha 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 ha.
He doesn't care whatsoever. Tampa Bay.
They don't have a basketball team.
That is true. The Bucks. Are they wankers of the weekend because they didn't use their timeout at the end of the game? It's 31-23. There would have been 33 seconds left going into the Detroit field goal. I realize Detroit makes the field goal, you lose, but it's an 8-point game. Don't you at least call the timeout, make them have to snap the ball or kick the ball or whatever and hope that something amazing happens?
I would, yes.
Now you hold on to those timeouts.
No, the game was over.
You're right. You know
what? No, the game was over.
I think Tampa gets 4 timeouts on opening day next year.
Okay, even if that were the case. No.
Actually, Mike, hold on.
That's the benefit of making the playoffs. You carry your timeouts that you didn't use in the second half of your last playoff game.
And they gain interest in the offseason, so you get extra timeouts in the regular season.
You know what? I concede to both of those points. You get to keep that timeout, and it gains interest. Tampa Bay gets 5 timeouts in their first game next year. Don't you still call the timeout to try to make it to the NFC Championship game right there and then?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
You would call it.
All right. I just needed that point.
Yeah, you don't need to hold on to those.
I just needed that point for clarification.
Embrace the vision.
That's Seth Rollins. All right.
You think Green Bay regrets beating the Cowboys because they have the 25th pick and the Cowboys have the 24th pick?
No,
Seth,
I don't.
Now we're going to get their guy.
Yeah, well, that's great. I'm sure they thought it was worth it.
They didn't make the NFC Championship game, was it?
I guarantee you the Cowboys would have traded down, or they would have been like, give us a worse pick if we were still playing this weekend.
I don't know.
Or even this past weekend.
Fool. I think you're right, Kevin. I'll say that you're right on that one.
Okay.
Mike, don't try to argue that.
I mean, right now, they would have if they would have lost this week, the Cowboys would have had the 28th pick. So would you have rather have the 24th pick or the 28th pick?
And if I would have still been playing the 28th pick.
But you would have lost because now you're not in the conference final.
I hear you.
From the 817, every timeout you finish with is worth 5 points.
Ooh.
So you can start the game next year with 15 points.
All right. Usually we don't read text exchange verbatim, but I've decided that this is the way to go. From the 469, I'm going to read it exactly as it says.
All I know is the last response from both of y'all, so I don't know anything more than where this is headed.
I stayed from your so-called sports radio. Y'all are still a big joke. That's the actual sentence. And I said...
Jor?
Jor.
Jour.
Yes.
So they not from the United States?
I don't know.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
And I said, I have no idea what this means. Put my name on it. Kevin. Their response, really? That's your answer. Figure it out, Einstein. Duh, duh. And so I decided to respond.
I read that.
They're Tolo now. You're reading their responses. They Toloing.
I read that more as dun-dun. Yeah. But I see where you're going with that.
Okay. Figure it out, Einstein. Dun-dun. That is more dramatic.
He's saying that you're as smart as Einstein. I think that's what he's telling you.
Yeah, it's a compliment.
And so I said, ha, ha, ha. Okay, so you're just a moron. Thanks for clarifying. Again, we've been over this before.
Oh, you name called him?
Yeah, I did. Because they tried to say that our program was a joke. I guess I pieced that together. Their response, your mother is a moron, and she raised you like... And she raised a loser like you.
Hey, I'm rubbing off on Kevin and on the listeners.
But see, that feels unnecessary. My mom didn't do anything to you. If you want to trash me, that's fine. But I still don't understand why people try to throw out these salty comments in the text. And then when they get a response, they're like, what? I can't believe it. I literally sent them a text saying, I need clarification. And this is what they went with.
Kevin,
well,
what do we say about arguing with idiots?
Now you're blocked, dumbass. There you go.
You block him
there
off of
is
the whole
Mike
thing?
Bassick.
The whole thing, you
aspect of
blocked.
it.
You're able to do that?
Just that one person.
I didn't know you could block.
Yes.
Just that one
I've
person.
never blocked a single person on here because I believe in freedom of speech in this country.
Yes, absolutely. I believe in freedom
How
of
are you
speech
gonna know
too.
when they
I
change?
just don't have to deal with their freedom of speech.
When they change into just loving you, Kevin.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
when
we're
you
gonna
say
miss-
something they love.
I guess we're going to miss that down the road. If you take a shot at my mom, then that's probably going to get you blocked. Now,
if you don't want to be blocked, text in right now and say something nice to Kevin, or he's going to block you.
no, untrue. Just as long as you don't say something against like my mom or something like that that have nothing to do with this.
Susan is an amazing
She
woman.
is.
She is very awesome.
Now,
what's her name?
You don't know.
I've never known your mom's
That's
name.
fair. No, that's fair. You're
we
right.
just called her mom.
No, you're right. That's fair. I probably shouldn't repeat it. She gets a bunch of Facebook requests. Is Anthony Rendon, is this the person that you want delivering the message? He said, we got to shorten the season, man. There's too many dang games. 162 games in 185 days or whatever it is. Man, no. We got to shorten this bad boy up. Here's the thing. I agree with him. However, in the last 4 years, Anthony Rendon has played 52 games, 58 games, 47 games, and 43 games.
Well, he wants a 50-game season, it sounds like.
Is this the perfect message from an imperfect messenger, right?
How many games did he play in the COVID year?
50. You know what? 52. That was out of 60, right?
So, yeah, that's what he wants. He wants a COVID schedule.
All right. That's a good point. That's a fair point. 2020, he played a lot of games. But the last 3 years, he's played 58, 47, and 43. So I don't know if Marcus Simeon said that, I'd be like, whew, that guy always plays. That's a good point.
Yeah. And I'd love to hear Marcus Simeon say that, something along those lines, because there are times in the season where I'm like, whew, this has become a chore for me even. Now, that was whenever we were losing. When we were winning this season, I was like, let's end the season now so we can get to the playoffs, because we're starting to hit our downhill moment, and I don't want that to happen. But Mike,
I have
162 is a long season.
I agree. It is, but I was as a player, I was fine with it. Now I was also somewhat a starting pitcher, so you only get 30 to 32 starts in that type of season. So you're kind of in a football schedule more than in a baseball everyday player thing. But I've also heard about Anthony Rendon, it was always funny when the Rangers said they were going after Anthony Rendon and offered him less than what he turned
the contract
down.
he had on the table from the defending champs.
Yeah, so that was always interesting. But I'd heard at that time when the Rangers were interested, they were concerned about his love of the game.
Okay. Interesting. I've always been curious about, outside if they just tell you, hey, I don't necessarily love this, how you were able to discern that from just talking with somebody.
Watching how they like their work ethic, I think.
Okay.
Like, you watch Michael Young, that dude was dedicated to the grind, right? Marcus Simeon is another person that you would say dedicated to the grind. There are, I would say, the Josh Hamiltons who are super talented, but maybe not really committed to this whole thing. Like his love for baseball, maybe there was love for other things out there in the world.
In the meantime, there's a lot. I'm going to try to respond to all of the people who have asked if they're blocked.
They're hating on you?
No, they're just asking if they're blocked. So I'll try to respond to all of them.
What are you going to say to them? I say you tell them yes, they are blocked.
Text in on.
No, you're
say
not
yes,
blocked.
you're blocked.
I think during this break, everybody
You are now.
compliment Kevin's mom somehow, some way.
You're blocked now.
in whatever way you'd like to compliment Kevin's mom. Kevin's mom. What's the number to compliment Kevin's mom?
How do you not know the number by
Is it
now?
888-787-1310?
No!
Or
You
105?
shut your freaking mouth for God. What the hell, Mike?
Don't give out the number anymore.
Man, I knew you
You
still
made
thought
me
you
do
were on the
it.
G-Bag Nation. I didn't know you thought you were all the way back there.
I forget numbers.
Do you think it's a cooler badge of honor to actually be blocked by Kevin or to not be blocked?
It is difficult to get blocked by me.
So
It's
that guy's walking around.
There's
he's
a
like,
handful of people, that person who joked about when we had the miscarriage,
yeah.
they got blocked. There's not a lot of people, but there are some people who've gotten
So
blocked.
if you block everybody that's texting right now, it wouldn't be that cool.
No. And there's a lot of people I'll try to stop texting in. A lot of you guys are not blocked.
From
I'm
the
gonna work on
214,
this.
Kevin, your mom raised a fine young man.
Thank
they
you.
don't want to be blocked.
That's great.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Thanks for that text.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
You're a clown, Kevin.
That is so hurtful.
I just want to, you know what? I want to do the rest of the show where we just talk with the text. Like, that's all I want to do from now on. Just chat back and forth with the text.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy plus more of your hurtful comments. Probably. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
RJ Chop.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw. Still up. He needs to get down. Greenlaw still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Just go down and the game's over.
KNC Masterpiece. I guess mark that right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go.
You're never going to respond to all these people.
I'm like only 6 minutes behind now.
And don't forget,
that's gonna be trouble.
If you all day today, text in and ask Kevin if you're blocked. And he will respond to you.
Can you wait a couple segments to restart this campaign?
And say something positive about his mom.
The Twolos on the Twitch are saying they're going to block you from the chat. So,
oh, no. Man, can I tell you what? The very first time I went into the Twolo chat, they didn't believe it was me because they were like, no, you're sick. And I was like, I'm not sick. I just can't talk. And so I was listening to the show and I tried to get in and it took a while for people to be like, okay, I think this really is him.
I am on this computer. It's logged in as Choppy on Twitch. So when I respond, I always respond Corey, not Choppy, because I'm too lazy.
Okay.
I actually don't know my password on Twitch. So I've but when on my laptop, it's logged in, but it's auto logged in. So it's one of those situations.
I'm trying to.
We love responses, though, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond to as many people.
We'll wait, dude. Go ahead. No. We'll wait. We got plenty of time.
No, we're gonna get on. We're gonna get on with the show. Interesting how this is going together. Is the Eagles fired their defensive coordinator? So you know who is now interviewing to be their next defensive coordinator, Ron Rivera. I just thought that was a fascinating little.
He might not be a bad coordinator at this point.
No, I would agree with that.
I do. Because he hasn't been a defensive coordinator in so long, though, I do wonder a couple of things. A, does he desire that like as much as, because it doesn't seem like McCarthy really wanted to be the play caller. He, for a while. And a lot of times those guys get to a certain level and they're like, I don't have to do that anymore.
Sure.
But if he wants to work, maybe he does, and maybe he just really likes the sport. But the other thing is, has he caught back up to what currently is happening in the game? Does he have any new wrinkles to it, or is it too easy to play against because that defense doesn't work anymore? He always had a pretty good system, though.
Now let's go from that to, so you said could be a pretty good coordinator. That makes sense. Chip Kelly, per Yahoo, has drawn interest from multiple teams who are looking for an offensive coordinator. All right, Mike, explain the look.
Hold on, before you do. I listen to a lot of the G-Bag Nation when we were working nights because during the day I picked up all my kids and they were on. Mike does not like Chip Kelly and does never like anything about Chip Kelly. So, Mike, if you want to go ahead, there is a lot of hatred about to be.
Well, he's stunk for a decade now. Like, if you want to be bad, Chip Kelly's a great person to hire. Where'd he go? UCLA?
Yes.
They did UCL nothing.
Is that?
Well, an
that
A
wasn't
would be
quite as clever as I thought.
An A would be the best grade you can get. So UCL nothing is no grade. So
Okay.
it's like a 0.
All right.
He wasn't at the end. He had 1 year with the Philadelphia Eagles when he was good, and then he said, all you guys who are good at football, I don't want you anymore.
Yeah.
Watch me do this with crappy players, and we watched. And unfortunately, it turned into Doug Peterson winning a Super Bowl because they had to get rid of him. And I was like, yeah, he screwed up their organization. 2 years later, Super Bowl champs. I'm like, screw you, Chip Kelly.
All right, so yes for Ron Rivera as a potential coordinator across the league.
I'd
no
be like,
for
I
Chip
don't
Kelly.
know. Like, he's been in the NFL for such a long time with Ron Rivera. I think he could have success. Chip Kelly, why couldn't he go back to UCLA and put in his system and it works still?
Right.
Like, I don't know. Like, it worked with Mariota. It worked with probably a few other quarterbacks at Oregon, but I don't know. He has not been impressive for a decade now at coaching football.
I know we're not high on the Cowboys right now. I'm going to tell you a positive Cowboys story that I do really think is nice.
Still better than Washington. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that actually is true. Interestingly enough, this involves a Cowboys-Washington game and somebody named Timothy Washington. So Timothy Washington, he passed away while on his way to FedEx Field with his son for his first ever NFL game, his first ever Cowboys game in person. You remember the regular season finale, everything like that.
Is this the running back who almost won MVP in the Super Bowl? Or am I crazy about that?
I just think he's just a fan.
Oh, just a fan.
Yeah, just a fan.
All right.
But Jerry Jones sent his family a care package, including a handwritten note, and said how much he appreciated the enthusiasm and love of the Dallas Cowboys, and it was humbling and heartbreaking. Look, I understand from a on-the-field perspective right now, tensions are very high, but I thought this was I thought this was really cool.
Yeah, I
sent flowers to
Kevin recently. I don't know if you were there that year. I think it was the year that you were supposed to have a baby.
Right.
You
did.
You did have a baby.
Yes.
Allegedly. And
I've met this
he's a
child
cool kid.
many times.
While we were there was somebody was like, "Hey, can you get us in touch with Jerry Jones?" And it was a child who was feeling pretty sick. And they did something nice there too. Cowboys do have some very good presence in that area.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
I was getting because you said this guy's name is Timmy Washington.
Yes.
So
Timothy,
it was Timmy Smith, who I was thinking of, who ran for 204 yards in the Super Bowl that the Redskins beat the Broncos. So I'm sorry, because when you said that, I was like, I was hearing it totally different. Thinking,
just a person.
You're talking about the former running back is
Yeah.
taking his son to a game, and I was like, I feel like this would have made more headlines than I would have seen.
Just a person. I thought this was interesting. We will stick with the Cowboys and then go back with the Commanders. Is Jonathan Hankins was telling DallasCowboys.com he feels like he still has unfinished business, goals I want to achieve. The goal of mine is to get to the Super Bowl, and I would love for it to be in Dallas. I realize a lot.
Wouldn't we all?
Wouldn't we all? I realize a lot of free agent discussions come down to what's the money like, but just looking at it on the surface and what he can do, knowing he might miss a little bit of time along the way. Do you look at Jonathan Hankins as a player that you're like, I would like him back?
I would, and I don't think the money's going to be too outrageous for him.
Agreed.
I think he does something that you don't have anybody on the team that can do, and that can't be it. You can't go, well, we did it. We signed Jonathan Hankins back. We're good at defensive tackle. Like, there has to be a continued effort to add to that position and the position right behind them too, to make sure you're better there so you don't get run all over.
Well, how much are they hoping that Mazio Smith improves?
It won't be enough. And he's undersized.
Yeah.
He's undersized compared to what Jonathan Hankins provides.
And the interesting thing about that is they had concerns. The Cowboys had concerns about Jake Ferguson in terms of stepping up, so much so that they had to draft a tight end. Well, what in the world did you see from Mozzie Smith that you're like, nah, we can let him walk? Like,
yeah, zero. I did not see anything near enough to make me think that I can move on from there.
I know we would keep track of this in terms of I hope he doesn't leave. Now it feels like sentiment has shifted. Dan Quinn has in-person interviews with the Titans, Seahawks, and Commanders this week. Are you still keeping track of that process, but now maybe with a different hopeful outcome?
I want it to be over with.
Meaning?
I just want the whole coaching. I want to move on to the next season, Kevin. I want to just keep. Yes. I would like for it to be done.
And he comes back or no?
Yes. Yeah, because I do like continuity.
Okay.
I like there's part of me that looks at at what happened and how like there were like lots of concerns, but then there's this other part of me that looks at it and goes, there's a lot of really good stuff that comes along with it too. Was the personnel right? And a lot of times I don't think the personnel was exactly what it needed to be. And they did the best they could. You know how sometimes, Kevin, when you're like, hey, here is a microphone, do a whole radio show.
Right.
You're like, but I need more than that. And they're like, don't worry about it. Just do the best you can. And we'll deal with the outcome later.
I say bring them back.
I could see that.
This is a perfect team.
Okay.
They've built a championship program. I heard the press conference.
But in all seriousness, you were okay with bringing back McCarthy, right?
I'm okay. Like, if you bring back Dak, you're saying everything's fine. So as long as you bring, like, Dak's the problem.
Do you...
Well, and Jerry, but that ain't changing.
But you know one thing is not going to change. Do you think now's the time that Eric Bieniemy gets his head coaching position? He also interviewed with the Commanders this past week. Word is that it went excellent, and he had a very highly detailed approach to their interview.
I don't know why he wouldn't be one of their top candidates.
Yeah.
You know, because he's in-house, he has familiarity with what they're doing. He probably knows just as well as anybody else what they need to replace, what is going to fit best on his vision of what the team is. And so, yeah, I think that this is the time for it. But I guess getting Sam Howell in that area kind of gives you that, hey, look, everybody, I also got Sam Howell here. Does anybody else believe that Sam Howell was an elite quarterback that could do this? Now, he didn't turn out to be elite. The team wasn't elite. But look what I just did with Sam Howell. So I can continue to do this for another team that might want my services.
He never called a play in Kansas City. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he had a major opportunity in Washington to show what his offense could look like, and it didn't. And I'm not saying you had Sam Howell. It's going to look bad, but I wasn't impressed. I think that's a little bit tough. That was why I didn't understand, why would you choose Washington out of all the places to show you can be the coordinator, you can be the guy? Why did he choose Washington? So to y'all's point, I hear what you're saying, but if he didn't call a play in Kansas City and nobody wanted him out of Kansas City, then he goes to Washington and they go 4-13. That's not a good resume for me to like look at and go, now I know that you can do this, because after you left Kansas City, you did what?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have an alarming update. I was 6 minutes behind on the text. I'm now 9 minutes behind on the text, trying to respond to people who are asking if they are blocked. So we're losing steam here. If you could hold off for a segment
text
or two.
in if you think that Kevin needs to text you back. That's all. That's it. That's
my losing battle. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. You better not. I know your phone number. The great Cowboys fan survey results. You guys voted.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What?
I use your votes.
I didn't vote.
Yes, you did. How did it turn out? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we always appreciate when the people in the room remember where they work. Now, it's time for the Great Cowboys Fan Survey results. You guys took this survey on Thursday or Friday. Now, courtesy of John Machota at The Athletic, we have the results. Let's see if
I saw John Machota at the Dallas Card Show.
Did you?
Yeah.
I did not see him there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Did he know who you were?
Yeah.
Nice.
Did he say he wanted to trade Micah Parsons?
I didn't talk about that.
Okay. All right. Was keeping Mike McCarthy the right decision? Do you remember your answer? Your options were yes, no, or undecided.
Ooh. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
10% said undecided. Look, if you're undecided on the very first question, I think maybe this survey is not for you. 25% said yes. 65% said no.
All right.
So, in y'all's face.
So that 65% said no, they're mad, right?
Correct.
They
Or me.
I wonder what they were thinking when McCarthy was hired, initially anyway. And did anything ever change their mind? I would say probably about 35% of that 65%. 65% of that 65%.
Oh my God.
Probably didn't like him in the first place and never wanted him here.
All right. Is that like 40%?
Yeah.
I don't.
And so they but they're also mad now and they just want some change. Any change. It doesn't matter what the change is.
I think you're right about that.
That's not necessary.
But there were probably the best options at coaching that you've ever had out there.
Who would you have wanted as the replacement?
It was kind of, I think I voted Harbaugh.
Okay. Harbaugh leads the way with 20.
I voted to keep Mike McCarthy.
That's true. So we don't need to go to you right there. 26% said Harbaugh. 21% said Vrabel. 21% said Belichick.
Huh.
And then a whole bunch of other votes got like 4 to 5%.
Chip Kelly?
Not Chip Kelly. Ben Johnson got 4.5%. I voted for him.
Was Bobby Slowick on that list?
Yes, he got 5.3%.
I think that's the guy I like a lot. I just don't know if he has head coaching in him. I know he has the ability to draw up a really good offensive game plan, but Harbaugh probably would have been my option.
I think these next two questions will show you where the disconnect is. How many games will the Cowboys win next year? Less than 8, 8 to 9, 10 to 12, 13 or more?
I'll still say what I said when I did this thing now that I remember I did this. 10 to 12.
Let me stop it right there. 77.5% said 10 to 12.
Right.
So the vast majority of people are like, this is still going to be a good team next year.
They are going to be a good team next year. Just there's one thing that everybody holds against them all through the regular season because I said 10 to 12 also.
Well, then let's go to that. How far will the Cowboys go in the playoffs next year?
Bounced in the wild card.
Really?
I don't know.
No, you're right. 100%. Like, it's over. They get to play a playoff game unless they get to play an 8-9 team, but you can't even be the 1 seed and play an 8-9 team. Most likely they're going to lose in the first round. So your chance of playing an 8-9 team is being a 2 seed or I guess the 5 seed playing the worst division winner. So that's the one chance the Cowboys have at winning a playoff game.
And that's where the disconnect ends up being because 77.5% say they're going to win 10 to 12 games, but 41% said lose in the wild card, 34% said lose in the divisional round, and 10% said they won't make the playoffs at all. So of that 77% that said 10 to 12 wins, it appears as though the vast majority of them are like, oh yeah, they'll be good. And then they'll lose in the wild card or divisional round again, which it's really hard to argue at this point in time.
I mean, I'm looking at their schedule next year, and it's obviously not in order yet, but Dak, if you have 11 easy games on your schedule, it's like, that's a win. He'll win 10 of 11 of those games. That's what he does. That's how he makes – he's going to make close to $500 million or more playing quarterback by doing that. And congratulations to him and his family and his future family. Like, what he's doing is not easy to do. A lot of quarterbacks don't take advantage of the bad games, and he takes advantage of those bad games. Unfortunately, that's where I think the connection is there for Cowboy fans, is they know he takes advantage of the Carolina Panthers and the Washingtons and the New Yorks, and then you have to play a good team in the playoffs. He doesn't beat those teams in the regular season, and then he gets even worse in the playoffs.
Now, this might be the most astonishing answer to me. Where does your current Cowboys fandom rank? A, I'm done with the team. B, will take a while to start caring again. C, I'm a diehard no matter what happens. Or D, I've never believed more in the team's direction.
I voted for I'm dying to see what happens next.
Yes, not on the board. 1% voted for I have never believed more in the team's direction.
That's
a whole
Mike,
percent?
That was Mike McCarthy and his wife.
Is it not like greater than or equal to 1%?
No,
or less than or equal to?
No, it's
one
it is
full
actually 1 full
Right
percent.
now, Micah Parsons and CD Lamb wouldn't even vote for that one.
Now, 9% said I'm done with the team, while 45%, it was exactly even. 45.1% for both. I'm a diehard no matter what happens. Will take a while to start caring again. Look, I realize this is a survey and you don't have to be held to these results, but I would imagine that should be pretty alarming for the Jones family to see 55% of the respondents said, or 54% said, it will take us a while to start caring again, or I'm done with the team.
But that's the preliminary poll, Kevin. As we all know, the real polls that matter are the voting polls. And so when it comes down to it, if that 55% exists, but the 100% or 95% of the sales continue to stay where they are, and I mean sales and everything, then they're like, that's the preliminary poll.
What grade would you give Mike McCarthy for his 4 seasons as the Cowboys coach?
Hey, I think this is as good as you can do in this situation.
I think I said something along the lines like B+.
46% said B, 41% said C, and obviously that was the chunk of it right there. You got 2% A, 7% D, and 3% F. The F vote, that feels pretty tough. But then again, I wouldn't give him an A either. So
you're in the B range?
The vast majority, B and C.
Are you a C?
I'm a C+. But
there wasn't that option, so
yes, C.
C.
What grade would you give Jerry Jones for his last 4 seasons as GMing?
Can I ask you this question off of your grade? Do you truly believe that Dak Prescott can win if he has better coaching?
No. Not now. Because I do think that McCarthy is a quality coach and knows how to. He's won a championship.
And I don't think he's the best. I think you can do better. But I'm to the point, and I was just wondering. I think most Cowboy fans are with you, Kevin and Corey, is like, what coach is going to get more out of Dak Prescott at this point?
That's hard to say. It really, really is. Jerry, the GM grade?
I gave him an F on that day.
Oh, that feels harsh.
That's more of a career than it is for just this last year or the last, let's say, 3 years. I'll give him
just a little bit.
Well,
I'll give him a D.
I will, man.
Was D part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
That is part of the regular grading scale.
It would have been a B for me at the beginning of the season, but it's a C for me right now because they did nothing to address the most important parts of their team whenever you had injuries. They just said, let's put safeties there instead. So they did the Brandon Cooks move, and I know
Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, those 2 moves were amazing. Those are great. It would have been better if Cooks maybe produced more. I don't know, but the threat existed, and you went and made that addition to your team. But then whenever you needed better linebackers, you were like, man, we got fast guys.
It was weird because they came on our air and been like, no, we already made those moves. And I'm like, right, but you can make more moves. It is allowed.
Yeah, no. That's where it stops. Once our off season's over.
Only 4% gave Jerry an A, 26% a B.
He has a big family.
That's true. 29% a C, 20% a D, and 21% gave him an F. Are you fine with giving Dak Prescott a new contract that makes him one of the highest paid players in the game? I believe we all said no.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, because to be in my opinion, if you're going to be the highest paid player, you have done the things and are going to be doing the things that prove it. You already got a big contract and you did nothing.
26% said yes, 57% said no, and 17% said I don't know.
I just wonder this. It goes to Tua T over on the other side. Tua T, it's a little bit different because he's been hurt his first 4 years, but they have this decision to make. And they've sounded like they're going to, look, we know enough that we know Tua's good. We know that he's not good enough, but we believe he can improve to get good enough to compete against all of these AFC quarterbacks. So they're going to give him a huge 4-year contract. And I would say if you're a Miami Dolphins fan, which I have no clue who's listening who's a Miami Dolphins fan, but let's just say you are. And in the next 4 years, he gets hurt 1 year. He goes 12-5 for 3 out of the 4 years. And he goes 1-3 in the playoff games. And the only team he beats is an 8-9 team that shouldn't be in the playoffs. I don't think Miami would say, man, if he accomplishes all of those things, he makes the playoffs 3 out of 4 years, wins 1 playoff game, and you get to the divisional round 1 time, that you'd say, yeah, do it again, but this time make him the highest paid quarterback.
And if you're looking for if you're looking for change from the personnel, that's not what folks are looking for. 70% said they would like to give Micah a contract, making him the highest paid defensive player in the game. Only 18% said no, with the rest undecided. CeeDee Lamb, new contract that makes him the highest paid wide receiver. 73% said yes, 18 no, and only 9% undecided. Which one gives you the most confidence going forward? Jerry?
Rangers.
McCarthy, Dak, or none of the above? Which could be the Rangers.
Yeah, I would vote none of the above. We've seen Jerry do this for 3 decades. It ain't happening. We've seen now Dak do it for almost a decade. It ain't happening. And McCarthy's good, not great. He's not good enough to uplift this team.
Well,
so I vote Chris Young.
Jerry's the consistency.
He only got 3%.
He'll
Mike McCarthy, 8%. Dak Prescott, 21%. None of the above, 67.5%. Last question on here.
How much do you think that will change by July? As in the hope as a Cowboy, right?
I think it'll get better.
And I do too. I think when you answer that question and you say none of the above, what's the point in watching next year?
Yeah.
But I think that will change for the 67% who voted that. I would say most of those people, that will change when the season is getting near.
How many years before the Cowboys win a Super Bowl? Next season, 2 to 3 years, 4 to 5, 6 to 10, or more than 10 years?
We all answered more than 10.
4% said next season, 19%.
So that's the Jones family, right? Because 4%
true.
voted on the Jones being good.
You know what? You might be right about that.
So his grandchildren and everybody got on this poll, and that we know that's 4% of the fan base.
4% said next season, 19% said the next 2 to 3 years, 19.5% said the next 4 to 5 years. So that's a pretty decent amount of folks right there. But then
I'm dying to know what'll happen next.
26.5%. I did not log your vote for that. 26.5% said it will be 6 to 10 years, but the number one vote getter, 31%. So nearly a third of the fan base for the Cowboys said it'll be more than 10 years.
I don't believe in Dak. Obviously, I don't believe in other things in the Cowboys organization, but he's going to be the Cowboys quarterback for probably the next 6 to 8 years. So if you don't believe in Dak, then I don't know how you could vote anything but 6 to 10 years or 10 plus years.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Adrian Beltre is getting elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame tomorrow. But who will and should join his class? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball inside third, base hit down the left field line. Mazzara gets to third. Adrian going to second. He's got a double for 3,000.
I was in the building. I was sitting next to Hicksy when he said that.
Fancy masterpiece.
What was that again? You want to play
Number
it again?
3,000.
Oh, yeah. I saw that on TV.
Against Baltimore. In your face, Manny
My kid's
Machado.
librarian was sitting there.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a huge Beltre fan.
Now, Hall of Fame voting comes in tomorrow. I believe it's going to be revealed at 3 p.m. Adrian Beltre is in.
Says who?
The voters.
The voters. Okay. Correct. All right.
My son was wondering why he's not 100% guy. And I'm like, everybody knows he's a Hall of Famer. It just doesn't work out that way. It doesn't matter. There's people that vote that say, I don't care who it is. I'm not voting for that person the first time they're on the ballot. And there's like 5% that pretty much will almost always do that. And I think they all regretted voting for Mariano Rivera. I do. I think that they regret that Rivera was 100%er. Because I think that person was like, I'll vote him. There'll be enough people that don't vote that he'll only get 98%. And when they all accidentally voted, they're like, son of a gun, we let somebody in on 100%er.
Now, Corey, to your point, there is the Baseball Hall of Fame tracker. They currently are in possession or know the votes of 50.5% of the voters. So just about, let's just say half for the sake of this. And so
is this the spreadsheet that we always go to
yes,
every year? Okay, gotcha.
All right. So Adrian Beltre is currently at 99%.
Woo!
So feel pretty good about him. Joe, so I want to start with him. We're all in agreement. He's a Hall of Famer. No problem.
100%. But I will say this, just to go back in the day, and I was wrong. I remember having a conversation with Jared Sandler right around 2014 or 15, and I said, I'm just not sure he's a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
So, but then he was great, right? Now, Jared Sandler, and I'll just be honest, Banny was already convinced he was a Hall of Famer. I think they were right. I was wrong. And obviously he is going to be a Hall of Famer. At that time, I was just thinking, I just don't see everything, but he got to 3,000 hits. And I'm not saying he had to get to 3,000 hits to be a Hall of Famer, but he just kept playing great baseball as he got older. He stayed at a certain level and was able to stay healthy enough. Helped 15 and 16, the team win the division, make the playoffs, and then kept racking up solid numbers later in his career.
Now, what do you guys think about, let's go to cut number 15 here. What do you think about the Hall of Fame bona fides of this gentleman?
High drive, left center field. Going back is Bradley. It's gone! A walk-off home run for Joe Mauer.
Now,
I thought you were talking about Milton Bradley.
No, not Milton Bradley. So Joe Mauer, as of right now, is 83%. You got to get 75%. The thing about this is, when we get to a couple of these guys, for a lot of people, those numbers dip because the people who have not submitted their votes to the public, it's because they don't want you to know that they didn't vote for person A, B, or C.
I'm sorry, I don't know this, and I should. I didn't prepare for this segment well enough. What year is this for Joe Mauer on the ballot? First year. Okay. Since it's this close, he might not get in. He might fall below that. Is it 74? 75%. He might not get in this year, but with that number being so high, year one on the ballot, I couldn't remember if this was 1 or 2, he'll get in. But it's going to be really close.
And right now, he's in second place. So the only person he's behind.
Was Pudge a first ballot?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want Beltre to have the podium to himself? Because it's kind of cool. If you are a lone guy, like literally, they will have a Ford Frick Award winner and a couple other people that do get in. But you would be the program. You would be the guy. Because I remember when Nolan Ryan got in, his class was unbelievable. It was Robin Yount and George Brett. So, I mean, it was just you're like Nolan Ryan, Robin Yount, George Brett. And it's like, what a class. But if Beltre was the only one to get in, it would literally be all these Ranger fans in Cooperstown, and the whole celebration, a lot of the celebration would be Adrian Beltre.
I see the appeal of that.
I am cool with it. And that's where I leave it.
Okay. All right.
So it'll be interesting with Mauer. He's the one who could also get in.
I think Joe Mauer belongs in because I realize he shifted to first base in the last few years, but
he was a good player.
No, yeah,
and an MVP. He was in the conversation for MVP multiple times.
He won 3 batting titles.
His hitting was great. He was great. He was a really good catcher. His size was kind of interesting at that position. He wasn't one of those power guys by any means. He had 120 home run season, I believe, something along those lines.
I think Corey is really onto something here. If it was a different position, that might change the metrics. But If you play catcher, win an MVP, 3 batting titles, and 3 gold gloves, that sounds pretty damn good to me for that position.
I think you're right. It's weird, though, to your point, that position. If I do that same in center field, you don't get in.
Now, this next person is very interesting. Let's fire off cut number 16. Do you think this fella is a Hall of Famer?
Line drive, left field, fair ball, there it is. Helton digging for second, safe. Wouldn't you know it? Number 2,500 is a double.
So Todd Helton, if you
I thought you were going to say Bartolo Colon. I was like, hell yeah, that's him digging for second.
No, stop it.
There'd be a lot of digging.
God, that is so rude. If you just go by the numbers, Todd Helton is a no-brainer, easy stamp it Hall of Famer. However, he played his entire career in Colorado at a time where I feel like the Colorado penalty was pretty pronounced. Like over the years, you feel like that's
in fact
flattened
now
out a lot.
When you go to Baseball Reference and you see how many home runs would this guy have hit in each park, just based off the distance they hit it in that game. Colorado now plays as one of the worst, not worst, but it's average at best to hit home runs. It's unbelievable for doubles and triples, guys.
That's crazy.
So they've done so much to humidify the ball to make it not travel as far, and the gaps are so big. Remember, they've raised the walls to make it harder for it to just be like a wall scraper.
Yeah.
So it's really a place now where it's way more of an extra base hit place to play than it is a home run place to play.
And this is just a casual baseball fan, I guess, during his era. I didn't think of Todd Helton as like my top 20 All-Star or top 15 All-Star even when he was playing.
I hate saying this because there's so many guys that I know that know Todd Helton and love him and think he's a Hall of Famer. But I'm with you, Corey. I just, for some reason, I find him falling just a little bit short for me. It's like, it's one of those things that's really tough. Like Del Murphy, for example, won 2 MVPs.
Yep.
He's not in. Juan Gonzalez won 2 MVPs. He's not even considered to be in it. And I totally get it. I look at it and go, from 2000 to 2004, he was an all-star. He was never an all-star the rest of his career. So at 30 years old, it ended him being one of the 2 or 3 best first basemen in the National League.
This is his 6th year on the ballot. Right now, he's 82.5%. So I think there's a
He's
good
right on that.
shot
He'll be right
for
on that
him.
edge. And I hope, like, it'd be great if he does. I'm not rooting against him at all. I've heard he's a great guy.
No.
Wasn't he Peyton Manning's backup quarterback at Tennessee? I'm pretty sure he was.
I
don't know that story, but I'm going to go look it up.
I think he was their punter, and their backup quarterback at Tennessee.
Yes.
Huh.
Actually, I'm sorry. Manning was briefly Todd Helton's backup quarterback at Tennessee.
Oh, well.
It looks like he took the job.
Seems like it worked out for all parties involved. Let's go to cut number 17. Would you like, or do you believe, do you believe this fella is a Hall of Famer?
2 balls, 2 strikes on Jaha. Got him over the inside corner. And the breaking ball from Wagner, his first of the inning. 3 strikeouts for the National League pitchers, Hoffman and Wagner to the 9th.
All right, so we all agree Adrian Beltre's in. We're all on point that Joe Mauer should be in, and probably, though not definitely, will get in tomorrow. Todd Helton feels iffy. Billy Wagner, because
his ERA.
It's a tougher metric, but I do think about what Corey was just saying, and I felt a lot of times like Billy Wagner was in the top echelon of relief pitchers,
And
but
underlooked at the same time,
yes,
in my opinion.
But because he wasn't Hoffman,
Yeah.
he wasn't Mo,
And he was an Astro.
Yeah, does that make him a Hall of Famer?
I will say yes, and this is a weird way to say it, barely.
Okay.
And I have heard from the Hall of Famers that there's kind of the Hall of Famers, and then there's the Hall of Famers.
Sure. Like Jeter's the Hall of Fame.
Right, or Griffey Jr. or Willie Mays, those guys, like, they even separate themselves tremendously from the Hall of Famers, but they're all Hall of Famers, and then there's the Super Hall of Famers. I just remember when he would come in the game, it was over. I guess in his record, he did lose 40 games, and I have no clue how he lost 40 games. I remember being in spring training with him in 2005, and he was a nice guy with Philadelphia. And I remember watching him warm up before spring training games, and I was like, how has anybody ever hit the ball? I just want to know how any human being has ever hit a baseball off of this guy. It was, for me, the nastiest stuff that I ever have seen in my life, like being that close. I obviously did not get to play with Nolan Ryan in the 70s or anything like that. But for me, I've never seen a person warm up in a bullpen and look more impressive than Billy Wagner in my life. That shouldn't make you a Hall of Famer by what I'm just saying, but I look at his numbers, a 2.31 ERA and over 400 saves. If you're putting closers in the Hall of Fame, and they are, Dennis Eckersley, Lee Smith, obviously there's other guys too, Hoffman and Rivera. I think he belongs in that group of Hall of Fame closers.
Yeah, I guess, Hall of Fame closers is a different place. It's just a weird place to be.
It's a newer place, right?
I will tell you this. I don't think, if I had to guess, he's not going to make it.
Right.
Because a couple of days ago, his number was at 80%. Now it's at 78.4%.
Oh, no.
And so I think he's just going to miss out.
I think when it comes to closers and designated hitters, it's really tough to make it. And in a weird way, I'm not trying to poop on anybody here. Like, if you go back and look at like Harold Baines, you go, wait, how did he make the Hall of Fame?
Right.
Like, I'm not.
I hit home runs with him all the time in RBI baseball.
Maybe he made it for RBI baseball.
Maybe so.
Wasn't it more Ken Griffey Jr. baseball? I don't remember him on RBI baseball.
It's a different game.
Now, I know Bobby cares about this person. We have already gotten a lot of texts about this person. Cut number 18, Gary Sheffield, a Hall of Famer.
2 on, 1 out, 1-0 pitch. Driven in the air to left field. That ball is up and out. 3-run home run for Sheffield, and the Yankees are back on top. It's 9-6.
He played for 200 years of baseball. From 1988 to 2009, that dude was playing. That's a lot of baseball.
A long time.
Did you have it pulled up? Did he debut at 19 years old?
He was 19 years old when he debuted for the Milwaukee Brewers.
With braces.
With braces.
On his teeth.
Never was MVP,
legs.
but was top three times, I believe. Top 3 in MVP voting 3 different times. His batting average, pretty amazing, 292. It fell off later in his career. His home runs, there was a stretch where it was like, man, this dude is dominant. Now, again, that's after 30. It was after 30 whenever his numbers really were more consistent and good.
And believe it or not, I think Sheffield might have a better shot to make it than Billy Wagner, because when I told you that Wagner's dropped from 80 to 78.4%, Gary Sheffield has gone from 73.7 a few days ago to 74.7, and this is his last year on the regular Hall of Fame ballot. So I think he makes it just barely.
One other thing I would like to add to that, Kevin, is the dude had swag for days at the plate.
True.
Whenever he'd get up, I was just always like, ooh, this dude's fun to watch.
Well, he's a guy that you would mimic, right, with your wiffle ball bat or whatever because of his waggle. He actually has multiple sons, but one of his sons hits in the same type of way. He's a pretty premium prospect, I believe, in this upcoming draft.
Had pretty decent, his numbers compared strikeouts to walks, and nobody cares about that in MVP or in Hall of Fame. But his numbers and strikeouts to walk were really good. Very good numbers in favor of him.
Now, you talked about somebody who had swag on the plate. This person had swag in the outfield for days. Is cut number 19 a Hall of Famer?
In the gap to left center. Can Andrew catch up with it? A diving catch into the game! Andrew Jones does it again with a tremendous diving grab in the alley in left center field, preserving Tom Glavine's 22nd career shutout.
All right, so here's the tough thing about Andrew Jones. He's a little bit Terrell Davis to me, if I'm trying to compare him to an NFL football player. So I thought for sure, when I was playing against him 01 to 07, when I was in the major leagues at parts of those seasons, I thought 100% he's a Hall of Fame. This isn't even he is going to be an easy Hall of Famer. Here's what's amazing. At age 28, 29, and 30, I'm just giving you home runs and RBIs. 51 home runs, 128 RBIs, 41 home runs, 129 RBIs, 26 home runs, 94 RBIs. Those were ages 28 to 30. Dropped off somewhat the face of the earth as a baseball player at 31 years old.
Yeah.
He got heavier. If you remember him with the Rangers, he was a heavier guy. So,
different version, yeah.
And so he couldn't play center field anymore. He won a Gold Glove in 2007. That was the last one. So at 30 years old, that was the weird thing. From 19 to 30, for sure, like he's building a Hall of Fame resume. It's going to be pretty easy to make. And then I don't know why. I don't know if it was weight issues. I don't know if it was injury issues that I'm not recalling in his career. But all of a sudden, he goes to the next year, and he was obviously hurt. 3 home runs, 14 RBIs, 17 home runs in Texas with 43 RBIs. And he never even had 50 RBIs again in a season. So this is where it's tough because you're kind of supposed to have longevity in a Hall of Fame career.
Does the 10 straight seasons of Gold Glove make for some longevity?
And like 100 plus strikeouts, all the
well, and that's,
that I believe.
That's the thing is he was for sure a Hall of Famer. Him and Torrey, like honestly, I don't know if Torrey Hunter, he's probably not getting enough votes.
Not even close. 4.6%. He's going to get dropped off the ballot.
Did he ever win a World Series?
Torrey Hunter?
No, Jones. I don't know.
No, because he wasn't on the 95 team. That was the only time they won it, was against the Clevelands.
Yeah.
So I look at him and I go, son of a gun. Like, this is such a tough one because from age 19 to 30, no doubt, no brainer. 10 Gold Gloves. Pretty much he was a gold. As soon as he became an everyday player, he was a Gold Glover until age 30 when then everything fell apart for him.
And somebody did ask this question. This is a fair question from the 575. I'm seriously asking, what do you mean on him being in the last year of the regular ballot? So after this, he will be dropped off. Sheffield will be dropped off the regular Hall of Fame ballot. And then you could be revisited by the Veterans Committee, Senior Committee, and have an opportunity again. But you get the 10 years. And so this is the last stand for Gary Sheffield.
You have to be retired for 4.
Yes.
Then you get on the ballot after 4 years of being retired. And then you have 10 years to make the Hall of Fame.
And then
682 Torrey Hunter is listening. Is that Torrey Hunter?
Torrey Hunter lives in this area. For me, I don't think he gets enough respect.
I don't have a Hall of Fame vote.
He was. And I 2 guys that it just shows that when we get to the Hall of Fame, defense means nothing anymore. Omar Vizquel's the second greatest defensive shortstop in the history of baseball.
And he was struggling even before the other things came up. By the way, he's at 11%. But for the people kind of in the steroid class, I guess, is A-Rod's at 39%, Manny Ramirez is at 35%, and Pettit is at 15%.
That
stinks,
so, man.
Yeah, not looking particularly promising.
I think A-Rod is a clear Hall of Famer. I think Manny Ramirez is a Hall of Famer too.
Well, it'll be interesting when they hit the Veterans Committee. Obviously, Clemens and Bonds will hit before they hit. And Palmeiro, too, because Palmeiro, 3,500. There's been 7 players in the history of baseball that have 500 home runs and 3,000 hits, but obviously they never really got that close when they were on the ballot.
Yeah, so if I had to guess right now, obviously Beltre's in, and I think Joe Mauer is going to get in as well, and I am going to say Gary Sheffield gets in. I realize he's still got some ground to make up.
You've always been a Gary Sheffield hater. That's awesome.
That's definitely not true.
I think I just classified you as that for a while. Okay. My bad, dude. This is one of those where, like, this is the Mandela effect. You know, maybe I just always thought that you thought that.
Todd Helton makes it as well.
Okay. I think it's pretty much this, just because my son always, rags on me because I would give up a lot of hits and stuff like that and then get sent to the minors.
Like to who?
Everybody.
Okay.
Torrey Hunter listening right now. I don't think he hit a homer off of me, but I'm sure he got on base.
Let's go find out.
Is only 1% of Major League Baseball players make the Hall of Fame. I don't know what the percentages is in all the other sports, but literally if you make the Hall of Fame, if you make Major League Baseball and you play, you have it's the top 1%. It's no more than that. But it's 1% of guys that make the major leagues end up being Hall of Famers. So as good as, Michael Young, I saw him on the list. It's really cool. They listed the best shortstops in Major League Baseball not in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not saying Michael Young should be in the Hall of Fame, but that's how tough it is. Michael Young is one of the 5 greatest Rangers of all time. But it's just tough. My son will always like, why not? Why couldn't you? Or why couldn't they? And I'm like, dude, you're talking about the top 1%. You have to literally be what is considered the top 1% of major leaguers in the history of this game. It's not easy.
Torrey Hunter was 2 for 3 against you, Mike Bassick.
Oh.
Where did the thing go? There it is. Torrey Hunter, 2 for 3, no home runs.
In your face, Torrey.
No, 1 home run.
Oh!
No, 1 RBI. There you go. Yeah. My bad.
Only 1 RBI off Mike Bassick.
What a roller
and I got you
coaster
out.
that was.
Look, I can always say I got Torrey Hunter out.
We're the KNC.
No. Well, it's my turn anyways.
Well,
right?
so let me at least do this transition.
All right, transition.
KNC Masterpiece
Make it a smooth
right
transition,
here
Kevin.
on 105.3 The Fan. Now.
You wanted to make it like a Lakers versus Mavs transition.
Yeah, and you decided to just throw ice on the court.
Oh,
now it's time for Mike Likes It.
KP's out tonight against the Mavericks.
He's never played here in Dallas since he's been traded. Did you know that he misses every game? He had like a lot of threes the other night not the other night, last night in Houston. I wonder if he's like, I don't want to play there. Well, let's start this off with Mike Likes It because I was going to talk baseball, but you just led me into this, and hopefully I can recall my baseball thought.
No chance.
I don't think Porzingis is going to get booed when they announce his name. Do you? Is he worried about he gets booed in New York every time they announce him in New York? Obviously, a lot of boos when he was with Dallas. They've gone down a little bit when he was with Washington and Boston, but he still gets booed in New York. Is he worried about getting booed here?
Do people care enough about him still to do that?
To boo him?
I don't think so. I don't think. And Mark Cuban, he throws up billboard. If you played one game on the Mavericks, like I'm sure we're going to have a Moreland Wiley night if he was on the Dallas Mavericks when Mark Cuban was the owner. Like everybody who played for the Mavs gets like a Mavs night when they come back. Like here's the highlight film of Moreland Wiley.
I don't know who the hell that is.
This is funny.
He's like a third string backup point guard for the Mavs in the late 80s and early 90s.
That make me feel better, Kevin, when he said that and you just shook your head like I don't know. But I have no idea. I don't think anybody will boo him because I don't think anybody really cared. But I think a lot of people are still disappointed that it didn't turn out. Like it should have been better.
Our first round pick this year for the Porzingis trade.
And I also am. That's not his fault.
Partly it is.
The one thing I did respect his coming out and having the conversation of, look, there were some real problems here. And I think a lot of people that brought me a little more closure in that conversation about what existed there. So, but yeah, no, I don't think he's getting booed. I think sometimes he's a pansy about stuff.
I'm wondering, and this is the NBA. Like he played last night in Houston. Like there's no way. And well, gosh, I'll just keep going down this.
Well, he never played back-to-backs for us.
Do you blame? Here's my next one. I was talking to my father about this. Do you blame Greg Popovich for the destruction of the NBA? Here's where
because he had an
management?
older team that he was trying to keep healthy.
Yes, and so it was a genius move. Let's be honest here. It's an opinion. It's not
a
facts.
genius.
But he was a genius for this. He said, 82 games doesn't mean much to me. I know I need to win 50, and my team's going to win 50. If I win 60, I win 60. He didn't care anymore with Tim Duncan and Ginobili and Parker, and even he was load managing Kawhi a little bit. But he's like, with this team, I know that I am a championship contender. And these 82 games are somewhat meaningless to me. I know I need to win 50 plus, and we're going to do that. And so everybody's followed suit. It was such a perfect plan. And then here's what else hurt. And this isn't Pop's fault. When Golden State won 73 games? 73 and 9?
I believe so.
And they didn't win the NBA championship. It was like this light bulb went off for the whole NBA. 82 games is the most meaningless thing in the world. And me and my father were like, as genius as he is, and the right decision that it was, Greg Popovich might be the one who's destroyed the NBA.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I don't think Greg Popovich foresaw it happening this way either.
And now Wemby, and I get it, he's protecting his asset. He's like, we're not going to win this year, and I don't think they're going to win next year either. And he's like, he's a skinny, young kid. I don't want to put too much pressure on his knees and his feet because at that size and at his weight, it's a scary proposition to make sure you don't hurt this franchise guy. So he's like, yeah, Wemby he'll play about 50 games this year. He'll sit out about 30, and he's only going to play about 25 minutes a game. And I just think it's a destruction of a league because when I was growing up, The Celtics versus the Lakers in the regular season meant a lot.
Yeah.
When the Celtics and the Lakers and Shaquille O'Neal, when he was with Orlando, when they would come into town, when the Utah Jazz with Malone and Stock, it was a big deal here in Dallas because you're like, these guys are going to give it their all. They are going to play every game, all 82, unless there is a major injury. They're going to play all 82 games, and they are going to go all out for these games. And you're going to see, they might blow out the Mavs, but you're going to see these stars play their best basketball on a nightly basis, whatever level of energy they have. Every once in a while, they throw up a stinker. I can't say they played great every game they played, but, there was a thing growing up where basketball was a load of trash. Since most people are young listening, in the 70s and early 80s, they didn't even show the NBA Finals on television. CBS, NBC, and ABC. They didn't want to show the games. They're like, nobody cares. We're not showing NBA basketball on television. Nobody cares about this sport. And then Magic and Larry came and they changed the narrative of it. And they said, oh my gosh, we should. But Magic and Larry played so hard and the game meant so much to them. And Michael Jordan followed and all the rest of the league started following this attitude of Magic and Larry. And then it was picked up by Michael. And over this period of time, the death of the NBA is happening. And I'm not even that excited about Boston and Dallas tonight. And I should be. Boston's 33-10.
They're a good
But
team.
I don't know if they're going to try. I don't know if the Mavs are going to try. They might both try, and it might be a great game. But they might just go out and kind of jog around and be like, it's just one of 82. Who cares? And so now there's no meaning in turning on TNT games. There's no meaning on the Mavericks playing Milwaukee or the Mavericks playing Denver. There's no meaning to it anymore. And I think that's a ugly part of the NBA that I'm struggling to get over. That I don't know. Is Tatum going to try his best tonight? I think he will. I mean, he's a great player.
Yeah.
Is Luka going to try his best tonight? I think he will. He's a great player. But you could tune in and by halftime, you're like, this isn't very entertaining.
Yeah. No.
And so Milwaukee and Boston played the other night and it was a 40-point game. Yeah. That's supposed to be a premium game in your league that you can't even market. You're like, we can't market this. Giannis doesn't want to play tonight because he's something, there's load man. Wait, this is a marquee matchup that used to. The only reason the NBA caught up to baseball in a way was because of this.
Yeah, and that was a different mindset too. And I guess here's the other part of it though, Mike, because those guys that you're talking about that played in that era, they didn't want to lose to their adversaries at all. That was so saving their bodies, preserving their bodies. They wanted to win every time they stepped on the court.
Right. But so shouldn't that be it?
But that's not the mentality now.
Right.
And now some people could say LeBron, they'll use LeBron as the reason. I see where you're going with Pop on this because he gave them the opportunity to sit. Whereas Scottie Pippen, he would have played.
Pippen played all the games.
He played all the games.
Yeah. I'm so impressed that you had that ready.
There are the players don't look at it the same way anymore either when it comes to, I don't want to lose to that guy tonight. Or I got to be on the court just to prove I'm better than him. It doesn't matter to them anymore.
Am I crazy?
Is it because the money is so outrageous and back then all that money was advertised? I can go, if I beat these guys, I can prove that I belong at Nike.
Or Converse.
Or whatever, yeah. Or I should get the McDonald's or the Sprite or whatever because I'm that guy.
Yeah, in fact, I have on my Barkley shoes from the late 80s, early 90s, his Force shoes. But I think the NBA is at a critical state right now, and maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe people don't care. This is just what they grew up on. But it hasn't been a long time. Dirk didn't go out and jog around.
Right.
He tried. His team tried. It's been about, I think maybe that Golden State 73-9 team that didn't win it all and just really where literally all 30 owners got together and said, let's do the San Antonio Spurs thing. And that way none of us get hurt by us all not trying for 82 games.
And I haven't looked at the NBA NBA TV ratings this year to get a sense for if it is translating. So I'll go look at that.
Are they good? Are they up enough in playoff time that they can go, well, that's where we really get our money?
Or the in-season tournament is what they're going to now hang their hat on too. I'm not saying they should, but they touted those numbers a lot.
But if I told you this, Denver, see, this is how bad it is for me right now. Denver beat who in the NBA Finals? Miami. I can't believe they made it. All right, that's not a good example. Denver's playing Boston. You just mentioned that.
Yep.
Did any of us know or care about that?
You weren't locked in on it because of that.
I was more locked into Iowa, Ohio State women's basketball this weekend.
The other night, I know Philadelphia and Denver played each other. Embiid versus Jokic. And there's just no hype anymore to an NBA regular season game. I might be wrong. Maybe it's just me.
I do think a lot of people will say the playoffs are where you build the rivalries, but I think the regular season is where you keep those things going. Because something happens where a dude wants to punch another guy, and now that's carrying over in the playoffs. You're going to see that. Like those things, the regular season is a place where you keep that fire burning between those guys. But I don't think it exists like that with this regular. Like this next year, when the Rangers play the Astros.
Oh my God.
See? Exactly.
It's like April 6th through the 9th or somewhere around there is like their first series.
It's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
I am excited for it because I know it's going to continue to burn then. It'll keep going. I got it in the playoffs, and it's going to keep. It just turned a corner and got even better.
Yeah. And what if the Rangers and the Astros for that series goes, you know what, we're going to call up our AA teams and just see how they do. We'd be like, what in the world's happening? No, this is what we're waiting. But that's what the NBA's turned into. They're like, this is supposed to be a big game, and let's just throw our G League team on the court and see what happens.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Is Dan Orlovsky right? And what should this person do with $27 million? Next on The Fan.
Boomer Esiason is on The Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on The Fan. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I really appreciate that introduction, Kevin.
No problem.
We will start. I got a question. What should this Austrian heiress do with her $27.4 million? We'll get to that story in just a moment.
Fire
Like, what's that? Did you say fire a Congress?
Fire a company.
Oh, okay. It's interesting. For $27 million. Well, never mind. All right.
Like the Frisco Rough Riders? I don't know what's worth $27.4 million.
And listen, Mike, there's lots
You don't
of options.
have to buy a thing.
There's a lot of options. You can do
Like
all
a-
sorts of stuff with this money. We'll get to it in just a moment. Okay. Because she also loves to tax the rich.
Oh my gosh.
But before we get into that, I wanted to play a piece of audio that I heard this morning on our morning show, Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton. And sometimes
you include Peyton. That's nice.
It is nice, you know. This was what I heard. This is from Dan Orlovsky to Bobby's ears. And there's part of it that I'm just like, that's the part right there. That's what I want to drive home. Let's hear what Dan Orlovsky had to say.
I think it's the wrong decision by Dallas. We'll find out next January who's right. I want to touch on two things that Shefty mentioned. That Jerry Jones said, well, Mike McCarthy's got the highest win percentage in the history of the Cowboys for a regular season. Stop right there. Don't talk to us about Super Bowls anymore then. Don't feed us this lie that there's nothing on planet Earth that you'll do more than try to win a Super Bowl. You are literally keeping a coach, and in your words, because he wins in the regular season. He doesn't win in the playoffs, certainly not with you guys. The second thing is, well, Mike McCarthy doesn't deserve the blame. Well, then who does? If you just witnessed and watched one of the worst playoff losses in the history of your organization, an absolute collapse, where does the blame fall? Jerry Jones, please stop talking about Super Bowls. You really aren't chasing Super Bowls. You're chasing comfort. That's why you kept this decision. And the third thing is this. With that decision, this better be the most aggressive offseason in the history of the Dallas Cowboys if you actually want to change the narrative around you.
Okay, that third spot was what I agree with the most. All the other stuff, like those are arguments that we've all had, man.
No, you're right. I heard him say this last week, and I was like, yeah, I see your point, and I don't think it will be.
The part where he says, this better be.
Yeah.
Or else is where I was like, and Jerry's sitting there going, or what? What's going to happen if it's not? And that's the part that stinks, is he's right. If you're going to say Mike McCarthy he's the guy that's going to lead this team to a Super Bowl championship, if you're saying that Dak Prescott is that guy, but you're not coming up with the solutions for the things that we're missing from this team before that, the one where you went like 6-10 or whatever.
Right.
Like, if you're not going to say, well, the solution is this, and that is invest in very strong free agents, continue to add, because ultimately Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks got you no more. They got you the same regular season record.
That's true.
And got you nothing more. So Jerry could sit back and say, "What? I mean, why should I, guys? Like, why? Look, I went out and got you guys. I got more guys. We added to this team, and look what it got us." So ultimately, they just got to coach them up, you know? Or you set up for the ultimate failure season, the ultimate backfire. And you just say, we're not adding anything to it. Let them guys go do it themselves. If they don't do anything, blow the whole thing up and move on from there, which Jerry doesn't do.
No, and I see logic on both sides of that's what you need to do, but then I'm going to fall back. And I'm not just trying to bash them for no reason. I'm just saying, historically, we have been shown that they probably won't put in the work.
Yes.
To make this the most aggressive offseason. I don't disagree that it needs to be. I just don't think they will.
I was thinking about this the other day, and we're not going to have Jerry Jones on or Stephen Jones on until the draft, right? That's when
Stephen will be on a few times around the draft, and then Jerry will have him on at like training camp. Yeah.
Okay, so the meeting. Remember we had, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, the old Kansas City Royals general manager who then did the interview that we listened to, and he talked about at the All-Star break, Chris Young had every important person that's in the front office or the coaching staff for a meeting and said, do you believe we're good enough to win it all? I need to know this. Do you think we're good enough to win it all? This core, if I add, it's good enough. And they came to a decision. Yes, we are. And he said, then I don't want to hear about the future. I don't want to hear about this player I'm about to trade. I'm going to go all in. I'm going to try my best and give everything I can to this team. And it'll probably hurt us in the future.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hear
it could hurt us in the season.
I don't want to hear about the future. I want to commit to this team because I listened to you and you said yes. Would Jerry and Steven ever have a meeting with Will McClay and Mike McCarthy and the rest of the most important people in that organization? And honestly, I don't even know if there's any more important people. And say, do you believe that we failed because we just had a bad day? Do you believe that we are good enough to win it all? We just were unlucky? Like what is the answer here? Because if you guys answer yes, Will and Steven, I don't want to hear from you. If you answer this question yes, I'm selling all my draft picks. I'm doing everything. And you won't, right? I mean, the Rangers didn't trade Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter and all. Like, you are going to commit a lot of your future to 2024. And you're going to say, I don't want to hear about my 2025 first-round draft pick or 2027 first-round pick. I might use those right now to get this team. If you're telling me Dak is as good as any of these quarterbacks in the league, and Micah Parsons is as good to lead a team as anybody, and you're telling me that this team's a championship team, I'm going to Chris Young this thing, and I am going to do everything possible. I'm going to screw over our cap in the future. I'm going to screw over draft picks in the future, but I'm going all in for 2024. They won't do that. They won't even have that meeting.
And Mike, I agree. And also, I also have a hard time believing that the people that he's asking in that room are going to be as honest as they were with Chris Young.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people.
Why is that? Because honesty will get you canned.
Yeah, I mean, I also like one of them's the son, so he should be honest. Like, you just be honest.
Yeah, you're not going to get fired.
But keeping a job's important, for a lot of people. But I mean, like, there's a real, and that's where Mike, bringing Chris Young up, bringing Ray Davis up in this conversation, because Ray Davis also gave the okay to Chris Young.
We heard him when they got the All-Star game.
Whatever it takes,
right?
Whatever it takes to go put this thing on the map.
He publicly said, "I give Chris Young free reign to do whatever it takes to make sure Bruce Bochy is managing this All-Star game." Well, how do you manage the All-Star game the next year? You have to be in the World Series.
Yeah.
So Ray Davis said at the All-Star break, when they got the All-Star game, this now upcoming season for the Texas Rangers, I give Chris Young free reign. Spend as much money as you need to in these trades. We're gonna go for it.
And that's where Jerry's in that place and somebody needs to be in that position of, look, I'll do all the work. I'll work tirelessly to make this happen. I want a Super Bowl. That's the only thing I want. And that has, in my opinion, that you're giving McCarthy this last season on contract. You're giving, I don't know, you feel like Dak's going to be back forever, but let's say he dangles on that contract.
Right.
You look at all those things and say, you know what? We might go add a piece here, and we're going to keep drafting because that's it. No, man, go for it. Pick the time. Pick one time to say we're going for it all the way, and not just part of the way. We're going to give y'all just enough. We're going to give you the Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, and that's good enough for us. That's where I am.
Look, and you've really tapped into something in terms of the logical follow-up question that I'm super intrigued by when Jerry's like, I would write the biggest check in the world. The logical follow-up question is, would you do all the work in the world?
When? That's my other. When are you going to write that check? When are you going to make all those moves happen?
And then the other thing that I thought about, because I don't know if you guys saw the social media post. It was like, would Jerry take the deal if he wins a Super Bowl, but he can't do a press conference or radio show interview all year? And I said no. I don't think he would. Or Barry Bones would start coming on our air and sound very similar.
He specifically, to your point, he specifically wants a title his way. He wants to win it all his way. You can't stop at he wants to win it all. He doesn't want to win it all, to your point. And it's factual. Just stop listening to Jerry. Don't listen to his words. His words are a salesman. He's the greatest salesman ever. Watch his actions. Don't listen to what he says. And what he does will tell you a lot more about the person that Jerry Jones is.
Dirk Nowitzki told Mark Cuban to not talk. And Mark Cuban was like, all right, fine, and didn't talk.
Look, it kind of reminds me, this is going to be a weird analogy. Hear me out. My wife loves the show Catfish. I have seen so many episodes of Catfish. And I wish the people would be honest when they're like, What I really fell in love with was their heart and their sense of humor. And they come out and they look different and they're like, oh, I can't because of all this other stuff. I'm like, just admit that you also thought they were hot. I want Jerry Jones to be like, hell yeah, I want to win a Super Bowl, and I would do whatever it takes to win that Super Bowl as long as it fell into the parameters of I can write a check and get all the credit. Not have to do all the hard work, not have to risk Belichick taking some of the credit or whoever.
Or sacrifice like the future. I think I look at Jerry Jones's second favorite team, and maybe it's tied, is the LA Rams, because he's kind of part owner of that team too. Is the Rams decided without Jerry making decisions for them, just helping them financially, is, all right, screw it. We know we got Jared Goff, younger guy, has way more time in the league. I think we have a now team. With Aaron Donald and the pieces that they had, they're like, I think we have a now team. We're going to have to sacrifice a lot to do this. I want Matthew Stafford. He's available. I think he's better than Jared Goff, and we're going to have to sacrifice future. I'm going to sacrifice more future. I'm going to go get other players. I'm literally going to have no draft picks for about 3 years. And that's what they did. And they said, if it doesn't work out, it's going to really suck because we're going to do all of this and we're not going to have a championship. But just like the Rangers, it ended up working out for them. We're going to sacrifice a lot of the future to see if we can do this now. The time is now. We're going to screw ourselves over in the future. And the Rams said, let's do it. Let's go all in and possibly screw ourselves. Jerry won't go all in. He refuses to go all in because I think Gavin Dawson does a great job of this and has done it for years on G-Bag Nation of just like, look, this is just about being good. He actually has never committed in Jerry's life, after Jimmy Johnson, he's never committed to being great. If you can just be 12-5, I just need the dominoes to line up perfectly for that Super Bowl path. But he won't go all in the way the Rams went all in. He just won't.
Last year, there was a video that was clipped from our show, a couple different areas of me demanding for them to be better at their jobs. And I called a few people out and was like, look, just be better at your job. Your job is to put the talent on this team that's ready for a championship, a roster that's willing and able to be there. And they went out and they made some additions, and I was like, man, those are really good moves that were very shrewd. Very good, shrewd moves, in my opinion. Didn't cost a lot. Like, as Brandon Cooks cost a little more than you really wanted to, but weren't too outrageous. I am now giving, so since that mattered, Kevin, I guess what I said last year, they heard it and they were like, we do need to be better at our jobs. Now I'm saying I'm giving you permission to go for it. I have given you, the fan base will give you permission to go for it this year. In Mike McCarthy's final year to prove it, you have permission from the entire fan base to go for it. Do it all. If it only lasts 1 year and we have to spend the next 10 years dealing with that, that's fine. Go for it this year. All right, so that's that. I got 1 minute left, Kevin.
Oh.
I don't know if I can cover this entire terrain here in 1 minute.
Let's give it a shot.
All right. Australian heiress is giving away her $27.1 million fortune. She's recruiting 50 people to tell her where it should go.
Whoa.
Marlene Inglehorn is 31.
Writes for the Star Telegram.
She was, nope, that is Mac Inglehorn. She was bequeathed the vast sum by her grandmother, Trouty Inglehorn Vacciato, who died at 95 in September. But with no need for this money, because she's like, I don't need this money.
Right.
She has set up an initiative called Good Counsel for Redistribution. Quote, I've inherited a fortune and therefore power without having done anything for it, she wrote in her statement, and the state doesn't even want taxes on it. If politicians don't do their job and redistribute, then I have to redistribute my wealth myself. And so the question was, what should they do? And according to Barstool Sports, Kevin, where I get all my lists.
That is not where I would have guessed that the best charities
invest in an NFL team.
Oh.
The highest paying game show of all time.
Oh.
A public scavenger hunt. Sarah McLachlan ASPCA animal cruelty charity.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Non-Power 5 Division I football program.
No.
You don't want to just give $27 million to them?
Man, it would be awesome if all of a sudden, like, Hofstra was the best at college football.
Those Prince emails that actually pay. You know, the ones that you're like, hello, how are you today?
Oh,
I hope this email finds you well. And then the last one, shutting down the lab in China that's creating super COVID for fun.
Oh,
have you heard about that?
Lord,
Mike,
what?
have you heard about
For
that?
fun?
Okay.
Super COVID.
I didn't get to this one last week. There is a lab in China that has created a mutant strain of COVID that is killing humanized mice, which basically they take the DNA code of mice.
Like the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Splinter.
Yeah, they're
right?
grown
Splinter
up
was
mice.
a humanized mice. I
Love
think.
pizza.
These mice do judo. Yeah. Okay. This seems like a terrible idea.
So their cells are like humans, but they are mice. They are killing these mice at a 100% hit rate. The mice are all dying within 2 weeks. They don't even have a reason for it. They just said, "Hey, let's create this thing."
Did they take the Pfizer shot before?
I don't know,
Why do
Mike.
we learn nothing?
Obviously, doesn't matter at this point. It's got a 100% hit rate.
Yeah,
So-
but 100% hit rate if you're not vaccinated.
I don't know any of the answers there either. So there it is. That would be their suggestion: is shut down that lab with this $27 million.
Do we learn nothing from this? Like, I get studying that virus, but to say, what if we weaponized it?
Yeah, sorry,
What could possibly. Have you ever
I didn't
seen
get this
a movie?
last week.
My God.
Yeah,
I've seen a movie if you're asking.
Yeah.
I was.
These people clearly haven't.
It was.
Well, they could have seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, so they're a little bit confused on what movie you're talking
And they
about.
wanted the virus because that movie sucks. That's right.
Corey, do you agree? Oompa Loompas and
Listen, man, I always felt like I'd done a bunch of acid when I watched those movies, and I've never done acid before.
I thought it was. I loved it because every time they put it on at school, I knew we weren't doing work.
There's like a 15-minute scene of their grandparents being poor and all sleeping in the same bed. That's way too long. They talk about schnozberries, which is a code for something that should not be in a G-rated movie. Then they show a weird chicken getting hatched in that tunnel of doom. And then that effing kid broke the rules just like everybody else. Why does he get the chocolate factory?
If weaponized COVID was a thing, Kevin, is it like one huge missile? Is it like a crop dusting thing? Or
That's what I think.
You think they're just going to crop dust us?
But not in the way that people are probably guessing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Gridiron Gravy just wasn't enough. So now you get your second helping with some playoff porridge. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Art weight loss, that's soda, and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or just call 214-333-3333.
And second down, launched, wide open! Kelsey has the touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, and it's that time of year where you get a nice hot bowl of that playoff porridge. We had 4 games: Ravens, Texans, 49ers, Packers, Lions, Bucks, Chiefs, Bills. Which game would you like to start with?
I think we just go with the champions.
Yeah, we're the home of the NFC East champions.
Which means we go where?
Did the Cowboys get to play the Eagles again in the consolation game?
Both lost.
Who won the Super Bowl last
Let's
year?
go in order. Let's go Baltimore, Houston.
All right.
That was the first game of the playoffs.
Baltimore, Houston. Fire off that cut number 4, will you please?
It's now 2nd and 1. Jackson, end zone, likely for the touchdown.
Now,
it was likely, Jackson.
It was. The Ravens win this game 34-10. I'm going to talk about the Ravens in just 1 second. But the Texans, they had 6 penalties in the first quarter alone.
Gross.
Which makes it all the more amazing.
How many false starts? It felt like it was 800 false starts by that one offensive lineman that was like, my bad again.
And you know what? By the time you got to the end of the game, they had 11 penalties, so you might have gotten up to 8 false starts. But that was problematic for the Texans. Makes it all the more amazing that the game was tied at halftime. And the Texans now fall to 0-5 on the road in the playoffs all time.
Oh, that's tough for them.
It is tough for them.
But I think everybody there looks and says bright future ahead. Will Anderson, I know afterwards, Kevin, was like, y'all have no idea how much better we're going to be next year. And that's a good,
scary.
That's a great thing to say. Now, again, you got to go put in the work to do it. And now the league is on notice about you for sure. But man, I think that for Houston, bad showing against a great team, but lots of good, bright future to see. Now, again, it could be a Dan Marino situation where he never gets back to the playoffs again.
No, that is not what happened at all. Is he definitely went back to the playoffs. He was back in the AFC Championship game again. That happened.
But Stroud might never get back to the playoffs again.
I do remember the last playoff game that Dan Marino played in because it was the day I got married, January 15th, 2000. And I believe Jacksonville won that game 70-7. They beat
That's
Miami.
a wild-ass score right there.
I am going to say that I do not think that was the final score.
What do you think the final score was?
What do you think the final score was?
62-7.
Oh, dang it. They didn't go for 2.
Was that the final score?
Yes, that was.
Oh, did you just look
He
it up?
was really close.
Did you?
No, you were.
Yeah, I knew it was bad.
As soon as I saw the 7, I was like, oh, crap.
Hey, Mike's actually really in on that.
Yeah, they won in the wild card round just to really trip you out. They beat the Seahawks in the wild card round. And you're like, hold on. That can't be right. Yeah. Seahawks used
Back
to
when
be in
Steve
the
Largent
AFC.
was on the team.
No, it's not quite there. All right. 4. Do you want to talk about the Ravens or do you want to move to the next game? We got a lot of stuff. We can go to the next one.
All right. If
What's
you
it?
hate the Ravens.
Yeah, we do what you say.
All right. Let's go to the 49ers and the Packers. Did you see the statistic? Were you worried when you saw that Kyle Shanahan was 0-30 as a head coach when they trailed by 5 or more points going into the fourth quarter?
Well, I guess since I didn't see it, I did not worry about it. But I was thinking, holy cow, Green Bay's going to go to the NFC Championship game. And at that point, I thought, I think they're going to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they look like it looked again like they had the receivers to do whatever they wanted. And I was all of a sudden very jealous of all their young receivers that now get to play with Jordan Love for the next 6 years or whatever. But yeah, everything looked like it was going to be Packers rolling down the stretch there. Although San Francisco had another haymaker to throw there late, and then defensively was able to stand up. I did hear
it was Purdy.
This is an interesting,
Well, that's true.
And Brock Purdy did a nice serviceable job.
That's a good
making sure that team was on track. Like that's exactly. I'm not saying he's a bus driver because I think he can make some really good throws and some really good plays. but he did exactly what that team needed, and that was they felt like they had a steady hand. There's a line from Troy Aikman back in the day that was always, look, if you can just kind of withstand the early stuff, knowing those guys aren't going to be as fast in the fourth quarter, knowing those guys aren't going to be able to do this late in the game, that's where I'm going to have my edge against you. And that's where I feel like the San Francisco 49ers, their defense plays at that level all the time.
Right.
And so in the fourth quarter, while the Packers were, throwing those punches at them, they still had the late games ability to take over.
I've got a couple of rating notes about both of those games that are pretty impressive. The Texans-Ravens game drew approximately 32 million people, which is the highest rated NFL game in the history of ESPN. So
ESPN's never had a playoff game? Is that what they're saying?
No, they've had playoff games before. They just never reached this level.
Okay.
And then you get to
I just saw this number. So
the 49ers Packers, which the way they compare this is amazing to me, is the telecast average approximately 37.5 million viewers, which makes it the highest watched telecast on a Saturday of anything since the 1994 Winter Olympics. And that would not have been the comparison I would have guessed. It's like,
I was alive in 1994. What was so special about the Winter Olympics?
Hold on, don't tell him. Think. It was the biggest story in the world.
Dan and Jake took on each other.
That's not the Winter Olympics,
Man,
Mike.
and that is your second reference to a different sports radio station today. It was Dan and Dave, you jackass.
Jeez.
They've made movies about it. They've made documentaries about it. People have won Academy Awards for this story.
The guy that went really fast.
Eddie the Eagle.
Eddie the Eagle.
It was infinitely bigger than that.
Jamaican Mom.
It was the literal biggest story in the world.
Is that the one Herschel Walker was in the bobsled? The lady hit her knee. Tanya Harding.
Good enough. Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan. Good enough.
Lilyhammer. Whoa.
Who's Lilyhammer?
That was where those were.
Took place, right?
Was it Lilyhammer?
Or was it Lillehammer?
Lilyhammer.
Where is that?
Norway?
Oh, Norway.
Maybe?
No way.
All right.
That being said, you said 37.5 million?
Correct.
Hey, on that last drive, McCaffrey had 3 carries for 11 yards. Obviously, his last carry was for 6 yards and the game-winning touchdown. But just to show, would have Dak driven them 69 yards for a touchdown if his running back would have ran 3 times for 11 yards? Hell knows the answer, because they would have been down by 24 at that point. But
God, Mike,
if he would have had that opportunity, because somehow we've seen it when he's played the 49ers in the playoffs, we know that he would have ran the timeout when sliding at about the 30-yard line.
All right, let's go.
Facts.
If Kevin had hair, it would be harder to deal with than Mike every day. That is an amazing text. Thank you very much from the 254. All right. Let's go Lions-Bucks. Did you see what C.J. Gardner-Johnson did? This is the most baller move of the week.
It was very early in the game. He gets the interception and throws the ball to Baker Mayfield on the sideline.
He kind of half-tossed it, half-handed it to him, and it's a tough call for me. What was more baller, that or Jason Kelce picking up a kid so they could go see Taylor Swift while he's been drinking?
The fact that he just jumped out of the suite
that was
and
amazing.
Was like, hey, I'm amongst all of you. Even if you're flipping me off, let's party. I'm shirtless.
Those two things, that and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think those were the two most baller moves of the weekend. But remember, Baker Mayfield was like, I don't know if he's been studying the tape. We haven't had that guy play all year.
See, and that's the thing. He didn't need to say that, but he was right. Last week, it looked really good for Baker Mayfield. He got the burn off, and then he throws the interception to the guy that he talked trash about. Again, Mike, there are some times to throw the fastball and sometimes to not, and I thought Baker Mayfield there were some times where he didn't need to throw it as hard as he did in there. He needed a little more touch.
Do you think he can improve that?
I don't know. I don't know if he'll listen. Maybe he will. I think somebody's going to have to tell him those things, though.
Tom Brady.
That's nuance.
It's his mentor in Tampa.
Now the Lions
or Vinny Testaverde
will go on the road where they have not won a playoff game on the road in 66 years.
Their history says they've never won anything.
Guess what? Mahomes had never won a road playoff game either.
Ooh, that's a good point. The last time, though,
That was before the merger, Kevin.
That's true. But the last time the Lions won a road playoff game, they went on to be the NFL champions even before there was a Super Bowl. So catch the fever.
They're losing by 10 points.
You did not catch the fever at all.
I'm intrigued by the game, but I do think San Francisco is better than Detroit, and I would be shocked if Detroit figures out a way to win that game.
Although I do want to go ahead and fire off cut number 2 because this was just pure joy on the radio when the Lions won.
Mayfield takes him straight to the line with 1:40. Baker leans in. There's the snap. Blitz comes. Mayfield back, loads, throws. Picked up by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes. Oh, baby. 1:33 to go. The Lions are going to San Francisco. Derek Barnes with the interception. Oh, baby, stand up, Ford Field. Look at this. Woo! Look at this.
Is he losing it a little bit?
It does feel like it's with the yes. That did kind of sound Mike Bassick-esque.
That's awesome. I mean, now Detroit, now they've been doing NFC Championship games.
Here, if you're looking for this, the last time the Detroit Lions were in the NFC Championship game, the Cowboys won the Super Bowl the next year. So,
yeah,
that's the best I got for you. I know, Mike.
Do you know after, obviously, Washington 91, Dallas 95, do you know the team that has the longest streak of not going to the NFC Championship game after those two teams?
I know the Dolphins is
long. No, NFC.
Oh,
not
NFC.
AFC.
It's Washington.
Washington 91.
Yep.
Dallas 95. Do you know the next team now? Now that Detroit's off the list.
Oh, I don't.
It's Chicago Bears 2010. Do you see how horrible this franchise is? Why are we talking about I talk about them all the time to really destroy their asses.
That's not good.
Like literally 2000, so you go 91, 95, 2010. So now Chicago has the third worst streak. At 2010 was the last time they've been in the NFC Championship.
Now, let's talk about the flip side of that. The Kansas City Chiefs, they are going to be in the conference championship game for the 6th straight time. That is the second longest streak ever, behind the Patriots, who were in the AFC Championship game from 2011 to 2018, so 8 straight. But yeah, the Chiefs being in the championship 6 straight years is absolutely unbelievable. You know who really was the biggest celebrity at this game?
Did you just say this? And I'm sorry if I wasn't listening great. I was looking at some David Wright stuff. Has any team ever been 6 straight years?
Yes, the Patriots from 11 to 18.
Did you just say that?
I did.
That's perfect. I'm glad you said it again for my dummy
How many other teams?
Just those 2. The Raiders made it 5 straight years, but 6 or more, just those 2.
Pretty sure the Cowboys did in the 90s.
6 straight?
They did not.
4.
What do you mean?
They made it 4 straight. That's pretty good.
I don't know.
We lost to the Detroit Lions in 91 in Detroit, and then we lost to the Carolina Panthers not the next year, in 96. With Billy Davis as our star wide receiver for that game.
It was looking good for the Bills early, not only on the scoreboard, but because Peppa Pig was there.
What does that mean?
Knows who that is.
I know who she is.
I've heard of Piggly Wiggly in North Carolina.
What year are you coming from with that?
Peppa Pig is the reason.
Peppa Pig is a big deal.
She's the reason that Lucy talks with a British accent sometimes. She'll be like, I gotta go.
Are you talking about Miss
post
Piggy?
No, we're not. It's Peppa Pig. Would she be more excited to see Taylor Swift or Peppa Pig?
Easily Taylor.
Okay.
There's no.
Yeah,
wait,
there was
Peppa
a time.
Pig's a real person?
It's a cartoon pig.
Oh. Well, you made it sound like Lucy could see either one of them.
Peppa and Bluey about the same level of
Blue's
love.
Clues?
No, Mike.
I thought the
Have
dog's
another
name
child,
was Bluey.
Mike, so you can be up to date on what kids are up to now.
Is Blue's Clues the dog's name is Bluey, right?
That was old,
no, it's Blue.
Oh.
that was
There
Blue.
is a different thing from New Zealand called Bluey. It's like huge. Anyways, they had Peppa Pig, the mascot, out there, and the Bills had won the only other time that she was at their game. But
and then they lost.
I feel like there's something to clip about how you just said it's huge from how you just talked about Bluey.
It is an international phenomenon. That's what I'm going to go with.
Huge.
Huge.
Speaking of that, did you see
gotta
where
go.
DeSantis dropped out of the...
We have to go. Yes, Mike, I did.
Why? That was the most out of nowhere.
We could have talked about
He
that
said
off
huge.
air.
Donald Trump says huge a lot.
Coming up next.
This is a sports show.
God help us all. Let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Hey, Mike. Next, right here on the Fan.
Miss any shows?
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang good, Hagee.
All right. I have the floor now.
That happened quick.
Okay.
So I just want to throw this out, Gavin, and then pass it around to the G-Bag Nation. When you watched this weekend's football, it's kind of like you're watching a different sport than watching the Cowboys play. The physicality of it, I'm going to risk my life on this play. If I die, I die. Like, I just feel like when I'm watching these other teams play, like they are all out physical, like I'm going to kill this person or I'm going to be killed. Like one or the other is going to happen, and that's football. And I'm like, dude, that's how you play playoff football.
And I think Tony Pollard ran that way last year. I think Donovan Wilson played that way at times during his career, but they don't have enough players that do that consistently. I think when they're front running, maybe you get some of that energy from the defense when we're up, 20 or 30 points and the opposing quarterback is scared. You get that. But you're not going to get that, at least from this group so far in the major situations.
How do you get a team to commit like that? Kansas City committed like that last night. Buffalo, I know Buffalo lost. I know that, Green Bay lost. But you watch San Francisco, Green Bay, obviously last night's game. You watch some of the other games, the Ravens, for instance, and you're just like, that to me, Zach, that just looks like a different sport they're playing than the Cowboys play.
It's like, it's the playoffs. Let's raise our intensity. We're going up another level. And, the front runners aren't doing that right now. So it's the playoffs. It's kind of like it's just every other game. It's like we're lining up and we're playing the 4-8 Giants. It's just going to be just fine, right? But no, there's another level you've got to get to, like the Packers defense, trash all year, Joe Barry wanting to get fired. All of a sudden, they went out and played maybe their two best games of the entire season against the Cowboys and had a chance to beat the 49ers. So, there's playoff intensity, and the Cowboys lack that. There's no doubt about it. And grit and toughness, but we knew about that already.
Yeah, I still see stupid things that teams do. 4th and 5 on your own 30, fake a punt.
Oh man, Todd Bowles not take a timeout.
Yeah,
I still something crazy.
These coaches, their teams might be tough, and we talk about how coaches put their players in situations to handle. Like for example, like the way Buffalo played Kelsey last night. Every defensive back that was on the field for Buffalo got to cover Kelsey one time. Some covered him more, but that's the kind of stuff you have to do. You have to become creative. You have to do things in a way that kind of allows you to maybe get off the field on third down. But you also have to trust your coach not to do something stupid, And that honestly, even the metrics said that was stupid, So, do you see tough football, winning football? Absolutely. Do you see coaches trying to give it away? Absolutely.
Now, after the Chiefs-Bills game, Donovan Smith tweeted out, "Damn, they caught an L and shut off our hot water." Shaking my head. It's all good. Do you think old stadium, gamesmanship, or, well, just poor sportsmanship?
I mean, if this was FedEx Field, then I would say we chalk it up to just, old stadium, terrible stadium. But the Bills, Bills Mafia, I think I could buy into this. I mean, that's a rabid fan base that'll do anything. They're throwing snowballs. They're mother bleeping these guys. Like, of course the Bills fans could sneak in it. They know exactly where the button is. It's just one button, Hagee.
Yeah, it could be small water heaters, too.
I think, this was on purpose.
Were you doing the story about the people diving down into the 40-foot crevice to sacrifice themselves?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I have heard about that.
I think it was more of a crevasse.
Crevasse?
Yeah.
But did you see that? I finally saw it.
Yeah.
There's people sacrifice, but the one guy that was doing it was wearing like a vest, like you could find him. Like if he was.
Oh, so in case he's stuck down.
Yeah, in case they couldn't find him, it's like, oh, there he is. There's the vest.
Oh, there's his vest.
Yeah, I was kind of hopeful. The first guy that ever did it.
Why did you take that off?
The first guy that ever did it had no clothes on. That's what I'm saying. So I think they tested the football gods last night by going with a vest instead of being completely naked. You have to fall into this pit.
Because if you told them that would get the job done, you would have so many
Yeah,
Bills fans are like, "Oh, me, I volunteers tribute."
Well, that's what I'm saying. This
You
one
need to
guy
be naked on LSD, cocaine, and drunk.
Yes, the
and
guy
set on fire.
Whoever went down in there wasn't good enough. You know, he had on a vest. He had on a vest that could find him. I think it's a poor choice of using a sacrifice to maybe win a game.
Leave it to Bill's Mafia to not be all in on something crazy.
Yeah.
Which is weird because what you just described, I could have found 36 people like that in the parking lot in a heartbeat. They're like, go through the flaming table? Done.
I will say this, though. Flaming table, I do like the flaming table because people will stand around and watch you catch on fire.
Yeah.
They will film you catching on fire and not help you put out the fire. I think that's a great bit they've got going.
But if they try to help you,
no,
they're going to catch
film
on
it.
fire.
Yeah, let's film Larry on fire.
Yeah, I guess they do try and help.
No,
Pat it out. Pat.
Yeah.
Roll.
No.
And most of them, they don't have a drink that's not hard liquor. So it's, if they pour it on you now, it's even worse. So
how often are we going to the hospital after these? It just seems like collarbone, ribs, ulnar bone.
Yeah.
Lots of ways this could go bad.
Yeah, how hard is it that suplex? Is that how it's called? The suplex?
Yes.
That's what we do into the table. Does that hurt in real
Well, I
life?
mean, they're going off like 20-foot platforms onto this now, whether it's a snow mound or an RV. Like the suplex is nothing. I'll take a suplex on a table.
You need the table to partially break your fall and slow the momentum. It's way better to go through a table than to just jump.
Yes, absolutely.
And the physical adaptation of the Bills fan over the years, they've sort of
did we
worn,
see
like their bodies are ready for this
Shane
a little bit more.
McMahon?
Like natural selection is sort of
he
taken.
fell through a table, right?
Yeah.
He did.
He fell through a table for like 25 feet.
They also had a crash pad underneath there.
But I heard he got injured bad.
That probably still hurts.
The guy on fire?
No,
and don't forget too that those tables are cut. By the way,
In
don't let
Buffalo?
wrestling lie to you. Those tables are cut.
Oh, in wrestling.
Yeah, in Buffalo, that's just insane. But in wrestling, they cut them just a little bit so that when you land through it, it doesn't
Yeah. Next thing you're going to tell me, Corey, is that they're all scripted fights too. Get the bleep out of here.
Go check out some of the videos where they don't cut it and it's still got the edging around it.
Yeah.
Some of those people got effed up.
I want to be a referee in wrestling. Get knocked out on the, and then all of a sudden wake up and
Always
count guys out.
Yes.
That's the guy I want to be.
That's what you're remembering. Oh, I got to count this guy.
count somebody out. Oh,
Like Michael P.S. Hayes when Kerry Von Erich took on Ric Flair in 1982 in the cage match at Reunion Arena. Was that
Christmas
at Reunion
Star
Arena?
Wars. That was the thing. They used to call it that, Christmas Star Wars. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We'll relive the football weekend right out of the gates here and give you 5 hours of gold.
Looking forward to it. Roll
Here
home.
we go.
With the G-Bag Nation.
Cowboys finally did it.
Shut up.
Oh.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Here we go. Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053 if you'd like to chime in on any of the topics we're going to discuss here with you over the next rainy 5 hours here in North Texas. This looks like a Portland day, where you're foggy and it's raining so much and you're trusting that you're in the right lane as you're going down the highway. Windshield wipers working overdrive, but hope everybody's being safe out there. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 Fitzhugh. Keeping the Gators down best he can. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, both present, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. A fantastic weekend of football, gentlemen. How'd you guys like it?
It was amazing.
It's beautiful.
I mean, really, every single game was a joy. The first half, Texans-Ravens was fun, and then Baltimore just went ahead and pulled away. Lamar was brilliant in that, but afterwards, I mean, how about the Battle of the Packers?
Awesome.
San Francisco.
Awesome.
If they're able to actually get into the end zone on 3 straight red zone drives, maybe that one they have a chance, but that came down to the wire. It was a blast. And then both games yesterday were so much fun. I mean, the back and forth with Bucks and Lions, but it ended with football porn in Josh Allen and Mahomes, Bills, Chiefs. And I do feel for the Bills Mafia. I mean, my gosh, they just can't have nice things. It's like the Bills, the Jets, some of these, the Cowboys fans right now feel like you're cursed. Wide right again, and it's beauty, the Jim Nantz call, and then Kevin Harlan on radio, they both were thinking the exact same thing. Wide right, 33 years in between, it's happened again. But if you're Buffalo, you had to get in the end zone in that situation.
Yeah.
A field goal was doing you nothing. They're going to kick the ball back to Mahomes, and he's going to get in field goal range for them to win anyway.
Yeah.
That was a 4-down territory deal for me.
Only takes Mahomes 13 seconds. They should
Right.
know that. Yeah, it was. Now we are all safe from the bet payoffs, right?
Yes.
Safe and sound.
Football guys.
Boy, I was nervous with Niners Green Bay. I was so excited that Green Bay could beat San Francisco.
Yeah.
But then I kept thinking, no, not another bet payoff. This would be absolutely insane.
It would have been historical.
Yes. I think it already is.
It might
I
be,
lost
yeah.
4 of 5, and it really became a bet payoff weekend as that massive glob of cheese that I ate on Friday, the 20-slice cheese Sando Bangkok burger. It wreaked havoc on my digestive system all weekend long. It was strange. It was clogged. It was bad, and I'm still not through the woods. I've still not overcome this challenge entirely. We're making progress.
So the floodgates have not yet opened.
They have not. No, they have not yet opened.
They actually sound pretty firmly shut.
Even with all those fiber thins and things like that.
I know.
How many
How
air balls did you shoot on the toilet this weekend? Just giving it a go and just couldn't do it.
I didn't have any, but I had some that were very, very unproductive. We'll just leave it at that. So, but no pure air balls. It was rough, and I'm still battling. But it was kind of a blessing in disguise because it made me clean up my diet a lot.
That's good.
I've been slipping. Everybody knows how that is. I was on a good diet in the holidays, and I needed to get back with some good momentum. So I actually established that. I think I actually might have lost a couple of pounds.
There you go.
I'm trying to take it easy on my stomach here, help things get resettled. But I also, this is an unrelated story, but kind of related. I installed a toilet for the first time in my life over the weekend.
Okay, so you were having the plumbing stuff last
I'm
week.
feeling good about that. I was capable
Oh,
enough.
that one that Abby?
So Abby broke her toilet
Yeah.
during the freeze. She took off the back and then dropped it, and that cracked the reservoir, which was making quite a water spill in her bathroom when everything thawed out. So I had to put a new toilet in, and I did pretty good. And the only problem I had was one of the nuts and the bolts that was down in there was kind of stuck.
Yeah.
You know how when you got to turn the nut and the bolt's turning too? So I had to demo the toilet. So I got some eye protection and closed the door and went after it with a sledgehammer there. That was pretty fun.
Dude, you were feeling like a badass.
That was pretty fun. Did no damage to the tile. Got the new toilet in there. New toilets weigh probably 200 pounds. Okay.
Wow.
So in my constipated state, I had to go into a Home Depot, wrangle that thing onto a grocery cart, get into her bathroom, and install it. I was feeling pretty manly.
What kind of bowl size was it?
I feel like
wondering.
I leveled up.
Ovular bowl size, or you just go with the little circle?
We went with the elongated and rounded.
See, that's the way.
How expensive are those? Are they expensive?
Very doable. Okay.
Really?
$100.
Get out of here.
Beautiful toilet. $100
with the seat included and everything.
Everything's in there.
Wow.
Yes. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was stunned.
And you test run it first, right? Like you take a leak, make sure everything feels right, and then
Take a leak. Come on, you got to go full gusto on that.
That's
bad
true.
boy.
Wooly Boy's got different. He's got different.
I got to make sure this can contain.
He lives by different standards.
Oh,
when the bully walks in, they're like, okay, we understand the deal here. He gets to go full two-ski.
But you're talking about a test at the store?
Yes, just to make sure. What are you doing? You buying a mattress that you're not just laying on real quick? You buying a couch that you don't sit on? You driving a car you're not driving? You driving a shirt you're not trying on? I mean, what are we doing?
Wait a minute. I bought a truck from you. I don't think I drove it. Did I?
Well, hey, that's
feels,
on you.
That feels like a little bit of an
I
on you situation.
I missed my truck, by the way.
I think they're actually playing defense against that at Home Depot because they're all like mounted up on a wall and tilted down. See, that's the fun of it.
There's like jerks
I can
like
sit
you come
comfortably
rolling
now.
in.
I know it's the one.
Just hit the ladder section, you're good to go.
They got everything in there you need to get to the height you need to get to.
Wolchuk
if you desire that enough.
Pants around his ankles, just sitting there.
Taking a vertical, too.
The guy with the orange vest walking by. What's going on, sir? What are you doing there?
Just testing it out.
Yeah.
Does it change how you look at the Green Bay loss, seeing how good they did against San Francisco?
No.
I think I'm just more convinced that the Cowboys are fairly mid when it comes to being a contender.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just was like, damn, San Francisco really can be had.
And Green Bay,
how bad are we?
Well, I thought Green Bay actually is better. That's what I think we learned.
Well,
could be the case.
It just shows you, though. I mean,
Yes.
look at two of the big plays in the game. Both were made by Greenlaw, the linebacker. You didn't have linebackers.
Sure.
That's the difference between you and San Francisco.
Well, the Lions
They
game
can
winning
run
interception.
you can run the ball in San Francisco a little bit now.
You can.
But all of a sudden, they've got like great linebackers, and that's really what makes the difference in the game. You don't have a pair. So that's where you're at.
San Francisco is considering it a 50-50 on whether Debo's going to play in the NFC
This might be the
Championship
same. This might be the same injury he had before the Cleveland game that he was dealing with. There's some concern there. Some legitimate concern.
You could tell their offense looks a little bit different when he's not in there. I mean, that offense, it's a well-oiled machine with all of its parts, but gosh, it feels like when Samuel or McCaffrey, and it's like, that could go bad.
Man, if Tampa could have got a couple of breaks or decided a couple of different things and gone back and done it again, I think they could have knocked off Detroit, but the Lions' run continues. And, I mean, now they get to the NFC title game, and, you know, they were one of the few teams that's taken longer for the Cowboys to get in there. I do think it's notable all they had to do was beat Philly and Tampa. But, hey, that is this NFC. You know, this NFC is down, and the Cowboys can't even get out of the divisional round. Another thing to look at. I mean, it's Goff against Mayfield. You know, it's Purdy against a guy making his first run in the playoffs. And
They beat the
Jordan Love,
Rams.
we're still not sure.
They beat the Rams. Detroit
that's right.
Detroit
Yeah.
beat the Rams.
Not a
So
bad. Yeah,
They beat Rams.
thanks for
Yeah,
that.
they beat Rams.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Chiefs could not get the big breaks, and they could not finish 2 takeaways on the final Bills drive, but Buffalo missed the kick. Not even the worst rule in football could help beat the Chiefs. So there you are. Now the Chiefs are back here in the AFC title game, and how do they figure it out? You know, I think a big part of it is you have a defense like that, and that's going to allow you to, you know, win a lot of games that maybe you shouldn't. But I thought yesterday the offense was just fantastic, and, you know, props to, I think, Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid for figuring out a way to get those guys the football.
Dude, and they finally started catching him a little bit.
How about MVS?
Yeah, MVS coming up with a couple of big grabs, and Mahomes, he really is just that dude. And their rushing attack was legit yesterday with Pacheco. I mean, he just runs. He is as angry a runner.
He's mad at the grass.
He's mad at everything.
Give me an idea. What happened to Buffalo's running game in the fourth? They have 156 yards through 3 quarters, and they're just 31 carries and just slamming it out.
Well, and you know, a big
all
part
of
of
a
that was
sudden it's
Allen
8
running.
carries, 14 yards.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they had some TFLs. I mean, it was Chiefs like -4, Chiefs -3, like getting in the backfield and stifling them a little bit.
I think you got to give credit to Chris Jones, Mike Pinnell. I mean, they've got players on every level too now. Defensively, we probably don't talk enough about the Chiefs' defense with Chris Jones, Nick Bolton, Frisco Lone Star product is a sensational linebacker, and then Snead, the legitimate Snead might be the best corner nobody talks about in the NFL.
Oh, my gosh.
That dude's an absolute dog.
Yeah, he is, man. There was a play last week versus the Dolphins where he was in press coverage on Tyreek Hill and just completely dominated him all the way to the ground. And so much so that Tyreek Hill, after the game, tweeted out the video of it and was like, "Man, you sent me all the way to Cancun." Like it was as impressive of a press coverage situation on that dude as I've ever seen before. Yeah. And then I find out during the broadcast yesterday, up until the unbelievable throw and catch from Allen to Shakur at the pylon, Snead hadn't given up a touchdown all season.
Unbelievable.
No, that's the first one he had.
The Chiefs defense is legit.
Yeah.
And so
Steve Spagnuolo knows how to dial it up in the postseason, man.
He does, dude.
He gives his. I mean, and he's been doing it for a while.
He has,
even when
back
they
to
did
the
not have
Giants
good
days.
personnel. Yeah. It would have been really interesting to see if the Cowboys would have taken Dalton Kincaid. That's what I kept thinking as I was watching the Bills. I mean, he's just, and I felt like they were taking him out of the game way too much. Like that guy's clearly a superstar.
He really was.
Yeah, and he came up with one of the clutchest plays. Didn't ultimately end up mattering, but Allen fumbles on that final drive, and he kind of knocks it away from the Chiefs guy so that the other Bills dude can jump on it. But yeah, he's legit. He's legit. I was thinking about having him or just simply not drafting Scooney. That was kind of what I was
the sad
doing.
thing was that Buffalo took him before the Cowboys were on
They
the
traded
No, I know. Yeah, no.
They traded
him.
No.
I mean, they knew the Cowboys probably had their eye on him.
Yeah. No, the fact that they went to Scooney is ultimately the issue.
It is. But man,
man, Scooney catches a lot of strays from you.
He's not a Scooney guy.
I just want to know if the Cowboys would have
them.
taken him. You know, like watching that play, that guy perform like that.
I think they liked Laporta better.
Hey, Laporta would have worked as well.
Laporta's
both those guys have turned out to be awesome.
Real deal. Yeah.
But that was one of my thoughts last night watching all these games is the Cowboys need a big bounce back in the draft. And I think the draft hurt them bad this year. If they have that again, I could see them like falling another half step back and maybe even out of the playoffs because this weekend gave you a look at what playoff teams look like. And hey, the Cowboys smoke and mirrors had as good of a record as some of the teams that we were watching. But those teams do football things better. Baltimore and Houston, the only real blowout. That was a game of great story versus a really great team, and the Texans just couldn't match up player to player, and it became obvious there as the second half went on. But now we are down to our final four. It is, I'd say, a pretty dang good year for the playoffs, even though we had some blowouts and not a lot of lead changes. Boy, it really finished amazing last night. Big game for the Mavericks this evening. They will be hosting the Boston Celtics. Dante Exum still doubtful. Been out for a couple, 2-3 weeks now. I think he's an underrated piece of the rotation, and he's got a hurt foot. Seth Curry is going to be out with an ankle. The key with Exum is you don't have to sacrifice a lot when he's on the floor now that he's making his shots. He can handle the ball, shoot, and play defense. And the Mavericks just don't have a lot of those kinds of guys. And he was like a fringe NBA player, but the Mavs need well-rounded players so much that he's become a key member of, I believe, their starting lineup.
Yes.
Maybe one of their best four players.
100% after Lively. And then obviously Luka and Kyrie. Exum has proven to this point in the season to be one of the most key or the top 5 key player on your team and in your rotation. The defense and just understanding how to play off guys like Luka and Kyrie. Like he totally gets that role, and they need all the defense they can get. And he's got he looks like a basketball player out there. He's not just some athletic dude who's got some nice physical genes, but he's just lost and all over the place. So he belongs. No Porzingis for the Celtics tonight either.
I mean, KP
has he ever played against the Mavs? I don't think he's ever played against the Mavs.
Not against the Mavs. Not at the AAC. Maybe scared about getting booed. I mean, he's used to it when he goes to New York. I wonder what the reception would be like for him. It's kind of like, you swung and missed, but I don't have any ill will towards KP.
Yeah, I think that they could do like the student section thing, and they just they have newspapers sitting under the seats. So when they're going through the lineups, everybody's just, we don't even care, dude.
Yeah,
we don't even care.
Just give him the silent treatment.
Happy we moved on. I mean, he really kind of would go out of his way in the media to not be a jerk. He was trying to be likable through a difficult situation. He's just injury prone and thought he was great still when he was here. The best thing that Porzingis has done in the recent years is not think of himself as a superstar that's demanding the ball.
I was, you did a good job of getting him traded.
Thank you. Yes.
I mean, I give you credit for that because you're
welcome.
You talked that one into existence. You said, "Hey, here's our plan, Mavs. I'm going to give you the plan." So I figured you would be kind of happy with Porzingis. You'd be okay. You're not down about this at all, right?
No, I'm happy. No, this is great. And I think I think everybody won. Yeah. He needed to be a little bit more humbled by an organization moving on from him, and he has that now. Yeah. And he's on a team with better players that can really handle the ball, and he is, into a better role. And but at this point, he's been healthy. We'll see on that one. Stars will be in Detroit tomorrow.
Tough one last night on the island.
Bummer, man.
That was a bummer.
Robo had such a sweet goal.
Yeah, but you know,
between the legs there, it was beautiful.
And the fact that the Islanders were so bad in overtime games, it gave me hope. I'm thinking, okay, now go take this point too. You know, but unfortunately.
And that was the issue for the Stars all last year. They've been a little more consistent at that this year, being able to get the full 2 points instead of the one. But that was a disappointing bummer after they just kicked the crap out of the Devils.
Yeah, well, the back-to-back, to get a point out of a back-to-back.
You'll take it.
You'll take it. Yep.
Okay, we'll have some Rangers content a little bit later on. Adrian Beltre is about to be voted into the Hall of Fame, and that's a Rangers storyline wherever you go at the moment. They're talking about Wyatt Langford and Justin Foscue, and we'll have a proper round tripper coming up a little bit later on in the show. Now, when we return here in the G-Bag Nation, Wolchuk has some NFL true or fault, and we'll debate those, then get your G-Bag of the day coming up next right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a terrific afternoon and hope you enjoyed the divisional round. Let's talk some more about it. It's time now for some NFL True or Fart, and this segment of the G-Back Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckbreak.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you guys a couple of questions here based on the divisional round, and just give me if you agree true or if you think that is fart false right there. So we start off with 49ers, and we mentioned the headline. Debo's right now looking 50-50 after he got hurt against Green Bay. True or fart, Brian, if the 49ers do not have Debo Samuel, they are in trouble against the Detroit Lions next week.
It's proven to be true because when you look at the time he was injured, their offense looked remarkably different. They still have McCaffrey. They still have Kittle. They still have the quarterback playing, pretty well for you. So, but yeah, he's the one guy that kind of does a lot of different things for you, where it lines up in the backfield, plays in the slot, plays on the outside. He brings a little bit of toughness to your football team. I'm going to say yes, true. Yeah. They're in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. They're not like, it's not like, oh my gosh, this is their ultimate kryptonite and they're bleeped and they're losing. But yeah, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Now, having a week to prepare without Debo Samuel, I think helps Kyle Shanahan. When you go into a game, you've been preparing this whole time. This is the ingredients, and then all of a sudden one of them leaves. That kind of you can expect some speed bumps there, especially when your quarterback's not playing well. But yeah, I think that will give them some trouble. So that's a true.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Niners are significantly better than Detroit when totally healthy, but Debo's such an important factor. There are few players that I think present a challenge like a physical or fast running quarterback, but Debo's one of them. Debo is like, holy crap, where is he? Mm-hmm. What's going to happen with him on this play? Because he can run through or over every single one of us.
No doubt. He can run it. He can catch it.
Yeah, it makes Brian Branch's job a lot easier for the Lions if he's not on the field for sure.
Yeah, maybe you can match him up more against Kittle if you want to. Yep. Ayuk on the other side. I think true, absolutely. That's gonna change things a little bit. How about this, Gavin? Jordan Love, who played pretty well, obviously, against San Francisco, gave them a chance to win, did unfortunately have the interception. But what we've seen from Jordan Love, true or fart, he's going to end up having more Super Bowls as a Packer than Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, geez. I'm gonna go with a fart on that, and it's not about him. It's just about the organization. Okay. I don't think the Packers build aggressively enough.
Yeah, I'll probably fart on that as well if you're just taking the odds here. I mean, most quarterbacks aren't winning a Super Bowl, let alone multiple, which is what he would need to do. I got nothing but love for Jordan Love. I think he's fantastic.
Nothing but love.
I mean, the dude is the real deal, and it's a perfect offense for him, and it's young. I mean, it is setting up sort of nicely for Green Bay with how young they are. Like there is a chance they could go on a run there, but I guess I'll just lean no. He'll have one or less Super Bowls when it's all said and done.
Okay.
I'm going to say true. I'm going to say true on that. I think that is a young team. They're going to kind of – the Packers, they do a pretty good job with their evaluation of their team. They draft generally pretty well there. They don't draft big-time wide receivers, but they find a way. They got to fix things defensively there. They've thrown some things at the defense. They got to fix the coordinator there. But, yeah, I'm going to say that he'll probably get a couple out of this with the way he plays.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to go true on that as well. I think he can get 2 out of this. When you look at the landscape of quarterbacks in the NFC, he could end up being the best or one of the best, and that is a young roster, and it seems like they've got that marriage of the head coach and quarterback figured out with LaFleur, and that can be a scary thing. Eric, true or fart, Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, he should be the favorite to get a lot of these head coaching jobs.
Yes, dude. He should absolutely be talked about like Ben Johnson is right now for the Lions, their OC. I know it's not as sexy, and these days everybody wants the offensive-minded coach, but he has proven like the most unstoppable offenses in the league. He is not only slowing down, but he's completely nullifying what he did to San Francisco, what he did to Ben Johnson in Detroit this year already, what he did to Miami. I mean, dude, it's time and time again. This dude knows how to take the offenses that are Dan Quinn's kryptonite to this point. Mm-hmm. Are the offenses that he completely erases.
He's their kryptonite.
Yes. So I'm totally on board with this dude.
Yeah, I think there's some great personnel, but you need to start paying attention to some of these defensive minds that have led the way on how to stop the modern offenses, because they have been pressure tested the most in the NFL over the last 5 years, and the ones that are coming up with the answers have the best processes, probably the smartest football people.
Yeah, if you can figure out how to stop these offenses, but find a way to hire a guy that can run the offense successfully, you could be a dangerous guy. He deserves more opportunity.
No doubt. Preach. That is truth. All right, Brian, back to you. Josh Allen's Bills will never get over their playoff hump.
I say that's false, though. I mean, the problem is
it's either true or fart.
It's fart.
Oh,
fart.
Yeah.
Fart.
False.
Yeah.
Respect.
The fact is, his record is, I believe, now what, 1-4.
He's 5-5 overall in the playoffs,
but he's 1-4
against like Burrow and Mahomes.
Yeah. That's the issue right there.
Yep.
You know, he's dealing with those two guys. I mean, that's a difficult thing to have to stomach there. But they'll get over the hump with this guy. Yep.
I think it's true, man. I think they've had their best opportunities, and unless you're dealing in a season where Mahomes has something happen to him, it seems very clearly that Buffalo, their best opportunity has gone by the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
So it's unfortunate because Josh Allen's playing out of his mind, but it's not quite good enough to unseat in a down year. This is supposed to be the down year.
Yeah.
The down year for Kansas City is still they can go into your house, beat you, and go to at least the conference title game. I don't think you're getting past that one.
I would bet against it. You know, I think at most Josh Allen has 4 seasons left being this moose who's out there running through and over people and juking them. And, you know, throughout this 4 years, they kind of got to get a handle on their salary cap. They're not in a great team building situation right now. And I'm not fading Patrick Mahomes at all. And then you're going to have Lamar Jackson and Burrow. No, just chances are no. I'd give him about a 10% chance of getting a Super Bowl here over the next 5 years in Buffalo.
Agreed. I mean, I think this is true. They're going to need somebody to come in like Carolina, knocking off the Cowboys for your Packers there. They need somebody else to take care of the Chiefs. And then again, maybe you do have to still play a Burrow in Cincinnati, whom knocked them out of the playoffs last year. It's tough. I thought this was their chance, and unfortunately they weren't able to do it. All right, Gavin, last one here. Baker Mayfield, true or fart, deserves to be paid like a top 10 quarterback by the Bucs.
No, the thing is if you just need to find the next Baker Mayfield, and whether his name is Case Keenum or Jameis Winston or whatever,
Nick Foles,
you got to hope that, you know, he has one of his better seasons for you, and you pay the guy $10, $15, $20 million. You save $20 or $30 million bucks on quarterback. You don't need to pay $50 or $60 million for 5% better than Baker Mayfield. We're Baker Mayfield. Just get somebody that matches that description, who the league has decided can't be a franchise quarterback. Sure. That's your guy. And then build out the rest of your roster. That's how I'd be team building right now. Until I draft a Hall of Famer. I'm going to marry the Hall of Famer. Everybody else, I'm just kind of, you know, we might move in together for a while, but you'll be moving on before too long, sweetheart.
Treating him like Wolchuk likes to treat the running back position.
Turn and burn.
Turn and burn. Yeah, that's a fart. You're not doing that.
Fart.
Yeah, I'm farting on that as well. I think, honestly, they should franchise tag him. Like, I don't think you should lock him up long-term whatsoever, whatever that price might be, because it seems like all these quarterbacks are just stacking up. They're going to overpay most likely, and they're probably going to regret that when it comes to Baker.
682 says, do y'all realize that when you dump on other organizations, you look tone deaf, as the Cowboys are an absolute joke outside DFW? The Packers organization is better than the Cowboys. I would agree with that for the most part. I think they're very similar. I'm just talking about their team-building philosophy of going draft first and not spending big on free agency and trades. I think it limits you. I think you need to use all 3 factors. You need good talent and a good game plan. It's harder than ever to win the Super Bowl. And I don't know who has the better chance, Green Bay or Dallas, but I wouldn't bet on either one of them. It's time now for Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup and the G-Bag of the day.
Slip, slide, trying to survive for me. It's slippery out there, boys.
It is.
It's slippery out there.
Unless you're following distance.
Hey, but you know what? Everybody was driving pretty good on my way here. I took 35. That's what I usually take. I was driving pretty good, but the ultimate driver's still showing out. Y'all are still ultimate drivers. It is amazing. I don't get it, bro. All right, let's see. Our winner so far,
It's like they look at this weather and they're like, challenge accepted. Do it.
They were just in and out the lane. Shoot. And it was a white Ultima, too. I was like, look at you go, man. Let me hit my brakes for a little bit.
I was thinking it was going to be the dark gray one when you were talking about it.
With the fender kind of messed up.
That's always the way, man.
And the bumper, too. They still going at it.
Guaranteed.
Like, look at you just living. Wow. All right. After this weekend's NFL games, this is probably apropos. Our winner right here is Mo Mitchell from the Burt Show over there in Atlanta. Mo Mitchell has a letter for the Cowboys.
Dear Cowboys, I do not hope this letter finds you well.
Yeah.
I hope it stings, actually. About as much as it stung to watch you fall short in the playoffs once again.
Yeah.
The ups and downs are a natural part of sports. But the way that you'll continue to end up being losers at the end of the season every season should be studied. If only the goal were to lose, you'd be gloats. The gloats. There I was, an 8-year-old kid, excited, full of life, and stupid. My dad walked in wearing a blue and white jersey and turned on the television, said, "Son, come watch the Cowboys game with me." And that was the moment I should have walked away from my dad and never spoke to him again. I didn't. We bonded and have shared that bond for over 30 years now. It pains me to know that although my dad claims he loves me, he wanted this for my life. It has been 30 years since the 5-time champion Dallas Cowboys have tasted true victory. 30 years. Do y'all know what people have been able to accomplish in 30 years? Let's see. The internet. And the Dallas Cowboys can't find a win a damn football game when it matters. Although you have saved me a lot of money by never forcing me to attend a Super Bowl, it still hurts when I think about the fact that I have attended at least one game every year for over 10 years. Every season with the Dallas Cowboys feels like a repeating Linkin Park song because they tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Facts.
Well done, Mo.
Was well done.
Very well done.
Yeah, he smoked them.
He did.
All right, well, let's see what I got for you boys next here.
Baby.
Y'all be careful out there on those roads. Reminds me of Raining right here, this song. It's on my little rain playlist.
Little
I'm
bad
gonna start making my
company here.
playlist
Yeah.
public. I am. All right, let's see what I got here. Let's go to some high school basketball. We got some commentators. One of these guys is 15 years old. I think he's ready for the big leagues. This is Carlsbad High School.
Carlsbad.
San Diego.
Carlsbad. Oh, you know where that's at?
Yeah.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's like right there by San Diego.
Yeah, right by
Awesome,
San
man.
Diego, yeah.
They were playing this high school, El Camino High School. That sounds like a place I would like to go. Yeah, I'm in El Camino, bro.
That is badass.
You
We'd like to
you
walk.
you want an old El Camino is what you want.
That too. Yeah. I sure in the hell do, man. Put some Vogues on it. All right, here we go.
Jet Kennedy guarding down low, and the steal. I can see a big
Sam
one.
Freeney.
Oh my God! Sit down, little boy. Let the man fly. I don't care about the technical. He is up in the sky, sending it down, big man. Sam Freeney. Boom, 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 boom. That's a body. Put him in the sky and let him fly.
That's a body. That's a 15-year-old kid?
Yeah, it says he's 15 on his Twitter account.
Digging that.
Wow,
There
poor
we
guy
go.
got dunked on. He's with God now,
Yeah,
apparently. He's with
yeah.
Jesus.
He lost his life.
He's in the bosom of the Lord right now.
Let him fly. Boom, boom, boom.
That's a body. Without having seen the dunk, I think the call's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, the call
than
is
the dunk
better.
itself.
Dunk is cool. The call is hell of a lot better for a poor guy. He's up there with his
got a
ancestors
future.
now. That's great. Up there with the ancestors. Yes, he is, Lord. Don't step in front of them dunks, bro.
No.
You gotta learn how to move out the way, Phil. You just gotta learn how to
Don't
let
you
him
feel
have
like that should be day one?
That's what you gotta learn.
If the coach cares about his players,
Yeah.
this is day one.
Yeah.
This is youth basketball things. At some point, someone's going to be able to dunk and embarrass you in a way
Move
that
out
you
the
will,
way.
and no one else will ever forget.
Move out the way. Watch the rhythm of those feet. You
feel
can tell
like-
exactly where he's at.
You
You're
feel
like,
like we
let
need
me move.
to, we have drills to practice getting out of the way?
Yeah, like before you're doing
Like-
shooting
like-
drills,
yeah.
before you're
Like
dribbling
layup
between
line,
the legs.
Layup line, like, you know, like, okay, let's practice avoiding getting dunked on.
That should be day one, maybe
Yeah.
maybe the first full week of practice every year.
Yeah.
My favorite move is right when he's gathering it on his last dribble, you go for the steal there.
Yes,
Ooh.
yes.
Okay.
Mess up the rhythm. Mess up the rhythm.
And get out of the
Rhythm of the
picture.
night.
Boom, I'm out of there.
Yep. All right, yesterday's a church day. Hope you got your blessing, folks. I did get in my Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. Yes, I got Reverend Ike. That is my pastor right there. And Freddie Haynes, for sure. One's for body, mind, and soul. I'll let you figure it out. But if you know someone that is praying for someone else that's dealing with substance abuse issues, tell them, hold on, don't give up.
Hold up.
I don't care how drunk he get.
Oh.
Keep praying.
Yeah.
How late they stay out. Keep on praying. I don't care what drug they get strung out on. Keep praying.
It's like the Blues Brothers.
Because you're going to live. I said you're going to live to see it happen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Careful.
Live, 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 live. Live, 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 live. Going to my seat, but live, 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 live. Live, 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 live. Live, 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 live.
Come on, catch the beat.
Live, 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 live. Live, 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 live. Live, 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 live.
Live, 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 live. Yeah. Wait for the next verse. I was like, all right, what's next? Yeah. And last one. We up against it. Last one. Sports play-by-play maniac. We've had him on the show, and we played his cuts forever. Joey Zanaboni.
Oh, Joey's back.
He's calling a game for the St. Louis Ambush. It's an indoor soccer team.
Soccer.
Yeah, he even put sauce on soccer.
Oh, James Togba. Great feed from Almeida. Togba! I haven't seen feet look that good since I hacked Rex Ryan's iCloud account.
Well done.
Joey's
in it, Boney.
He
He's got the best punchlines in play-by-play. Some might be a reach. We had him on the show. He's like an author. You know, he's like a literary poet style. So he
Fantastic.
He's definitely getting in his bag there. Is it our, 3 or maybe 4-time champ, Mo Mitchell? His letter for the Cowboys. Is it 15-year-old broadcaster ready for the big leagues with a call of a dunk for his high school team? He's got like senior energy already.
Yeah.
That's like a freshman or a sophomore. He's in charge. That's an alpha.
He's an alpha for sure.
Pray for that man. I like that theory. Don't get on our backs. Doesn't matter. Just pray for us. Appreciate it. Joey Zanaboni at the St. Louis Ambush.
That's tough.
Isn't it though? I could easily vote for any one of these. I'll go with the 15-year-old broadcaster, Chief. How about you?
Same here.
Lucius?
Yeah.
Wilchuk?
I'll give a vote to Joey.
Ryan?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 15-year-old as well.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's a high school play-by-play call of a terrific breakaway dunk there by a rising star in the world of broadcast. Okay, Brian, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Where are you going to take us today?
Yeah, guys, the metrics from these weekend playoff games tell a lot. Let's get into a few of them. We'll do those next.
I got to tell you about some good news.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, General.
Thank you.
Just got up this morning and was, by the way, I'm having fun doing this college draft stuff, by the way.
What a shocker.
Some fun players, man.
I'm
a lot of fun linemen. It's unbelievable.
I am really enjoying this group of players so far.
Like Joe Looney fun or like Zach Martin fun?
Zach Martin fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get some good linemen.
Yeah. I think there's some really good overall players in this thing too. I'm excited about that. So keep an eye on that for sure.
How many guys have you watched?
55.
Ooh, shot for LVE, right? You're a big wolf hunter.
Yeah. 55. I thought you were going to be well eclipsing me right now.
No.
I'm pumped. This is good.
Where are you at
63.
right now? Are you 63?
Let's go. But I will say 3 of those have gone back to school, so really 60 for this current draft.
Yeah. It's you kind of bang along there, you know, and just kind of.
You find a groove.
You do.
And you're like, wait a second, I'm not going to stop because I'm in it now. Like I know what I'm seeing.
That's kind of where I'm at right now. So now that the season's over, you fully immerse in this thing.
You'll get your whole Sundays back.
So, well, yeah, exactly. All right. something I immersed myself in this morning was just looking at because the Cowboys had me on the next gen stuff, so I was just curious of maybe some things that maybe there's some trends or 2 or 3 that you could pick up from this game that maybe you're watching the game and you're like, oh, okay, I get why something happened. And I just kind of went through and found some for each one of these games. Just want to go through a few if I could and get your guys' reaction. L'Jarius Sneed, you guys mentioned him. Mm-hmm. He was aligned across from Stephon Diggs 17 of his 35 routes, which was 48% of the time. And that's without Diggs being targeted a single time, with him being as the nearest, Sneed being as the nearest defender. Sneed pressed Diggs 53% of the snaps.
Yeah, his press, I'm telling I've just seen the one play of him pressing Tyreek Hill from last week in the playoff game, and I'm as blown away as anything I've ever seen before. It's one of the most impressive things. I'm like, if he can do that to Tyreek Hill, he's got to be one of the greatest press man corners anyone has ever seen.
It's super impressive the way he does play, and his ability to cover. Kansas City does a nice job with that. Buffalo's fake punt on 4th and 5.
Oh, my God.
From their own 30.
Oh, no.
Okay, the coach goes for it, as we all know. 31.3 say go on the metrics. 31.8 says punt. So metrics say, but usually you don't see the metrics say punt, but 0.5% metrics said punt on that one, and they went ahead and went. 31.3 say go. 31.8 say punt. It's like kind of a 50-50 deal, huh? Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, if that's the case right there, then it seems pretty close. Like, going for it wasn't necessarily a terrible idea, but going for the fake punt there, I think less than the decision to go for it, it was you decided to run a fake punt. You have an alien at quarterback,
right,
who's sort of having his way, doing what he wants to do, running the ball. He needs 3 yards, and you're going to trust your personal protector.
They wanted the DeMar Hamlin moment.
Yeah.
Kansas City playoffs. He hasn't done anything all year. This is the time.
Everyone's
watching.
I thought it was like there's no free lunches, and Sean McDermott was like, no, DeMar, if you want this comeback player of the year, you got to damn well earn it. Okay, you've done nothing this
year.
See
what Joe Flacco did, DeMar?
Yeah.
All right, you really want that award? You go out there and get this 5 yards.
Go get it.
No handouts. You got to go take this thing.
Patrick Mahomes was 9 for 9 for 67 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, and passes of under 2.5 seconds.
Mahomes?
What?
9 for 9.
Yeah. There's not a single aspect of his game where you're like, well, if you can just get him to, unless the one thing you can do is have a few years ago version of the Tampa Bay Buccaneer pass rush, and then you have to make sure Kansas City's offensive line is as broken as an offensive line could ever fathom being in a Super Bowl, and then you can be like, we might be able to take advantage of him here. But otherwise, it's like, get the ball out quick, fine. Make him hold it for forever and diagnose your defense and pick you apart that way? Cool. Pressure him? No problem. He'll find a way out. Doesn't matter. Oh, just get into a big game moment, and then all of a sudden he will lose it for his team in the balance, the pressure, everything fourth quarter. Nope. No, he just actually gets a little bit better, or maybe everybody else gets worse. But he is just as unstoppable as it gets, dude.
His ability to navigate the pocket and slide, and then the arm. I mean, we know about his arm, the way that he can throw from various platforms and levels. It's unbelievable.
Jamar Gibbs' best carries were against stack box. That's eight guys or more. He had 3 carries for 43 yards and a touchdown. All 3 of Gibbs' runs were successful versus stack box.
That touchdown run he had. Yeah. Ooh, just running away. Bye-bye.
Dude, when you have the trifecta of best offensive line, great play design. Their rushing attack is beautiful. I bet you brought us film guy watching that is just like, this is gorgeous.
I love that.
And then you put in a super explosive young legs back there with great vision, and all of a sudden now you have the makings of, can you stop this? I don't know. San Francisco, you're not going to be able to stop that.
Yeah, he had 4 carries of that went for more than 15 miles per hour in that game.
Yeah, that dude's got
speed.
4 carries. How about this one? Detroit's attacked the Tampa linebackers in pass coverage. The Lions were 12 for 12 for 102 yards and a touchdown versus the Tampa linebackers in that game yesterday.
It's not easy to do. I think, you got to give them a lot of props for doing that. But I think even against great players, what Chief was saying, if you can get the 3 things lined up at the same time, that's what beats really good defense. That's what the Cowboys were able to do in 2016 with Zeke. You know, oh, you have a full loaded box. Okay, that's fine. We're still going to get 6 or 7 yards here.
And at that point, and they were doing it with just 2 of the 3. They didn't have a maestro play design. Right. It was just, we're better than you, and we're going to push you around. The Lions actually have a guy designing this rushing attack that's like, okay, there's some sophistication involved here, plus all his players are dominant.
Jordan Love was 12 of 17 of passes outside the numbers for 161 yards, 2 touchdowns. Between the numbers, he was 9 of 16 for 33 yards and 2 interceptions.
That angle is the thing the Cowboys must take into next year's game. Like, I know up the middle of the field is important, and prioritizing that has spelled success, but the way to beat the 49ers is to get away from the linebacker sphere of influence.
No doubt.
Yeah. And you mentioned linebackers. Trey Greenlaw was targeted 6 times in the game, which was the second most on the team. He ended up with 2 interceptions in that game.
He's special.
Love's
and
interceptions.
The whole sideline yelling at him to get down.
Yeah. Love's interceptions.
Get out.
It's funny. Love's interceptions, their 2 interceptions came on a cover 3 and a cover 4 with the 2 that he threw it into.
The first one was he had done it a couple of times where he's got to understand when to throw a touch.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't have to rifle the ball that's 7 yards away when you're checking down, and all of a sudden it's a doink off a hand, and now it's landing in the defender's arms. The game sealing interception was just, hey, we all know you can't do what you did.
Can't do that. C.J. Stroud faced pressure on a career high 51% of his dropbacks in the game. He finished 7 for 17 for 62 yards on those attempts under pressure. He was 2 of 8 for 23 yards versus man coverage in that game against the Ravens.
That Ravens defense it's
filthy.
It's legit.
The Ravens blitzed him 34% of his dropbacks. That's the second highest rate in a game this season. And they generated pressure 52% of the non-blitzes that he had. That's the second highest rate in a game this season as well. The Ravens got pressure on all 3 of their snaps where they played cover 0, where they played with no free safety help in the middle of the field, and they just went all out.
Just bringing it.
They brought it.
They didn't trust the Texans receivers, and they were wounded.
No.
I mean, they pretty much just had Nico Collins and Schultz.
Yeah. And then my final thought here is Lamar Jackson. He was blitzed on a career-high 75% of his dropbacks in this game. He completed 13 of 18 against the blitz for 120, 2 touchdowns. Wow. Jackson was 8 of 9 for 57 yards, 2 touchdowns for 0 coverage as well. So one quarterback handled it really, really well. The other didn't. That's sometimes the difference in your football games.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
A terrific report. Some of the more interesting stats from this weekend's divisional round games. When we come back, it's time for the NFL News of the Day with the Woolly Bully. Zach, what do we have today?
Hirings, firings, and the Kelsey Buffalo takeover. That's next.
Let's chat Men's T Clinic before we do that, though, because
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. As we jump into the second hour of the show, we are going to do some shopping for future Cowboys coming up at 3:20. What free agents are we looking at that we want the Cowboys to go after, and who are the key Cowboys that are going to be free agents other teams will be desiring? Here's Zach Wolchuk, your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you. It is official. The Eagles and their defensive coordinator, Sean Desai, are parting ways. He's been fired by Nick Sirianni. One name that is coming in to possibly interview for the job is former Commanders head coach Ron Rivera. He is going to interview for the Eagles defensive coordinator position.
Ron.
It is expected Sirianni's not going anywhere. Him and Howie Roseman will have a press conference on Wednesday, which means I think Sirianni's job is safe, but it is expected they could also fire Brian Johnson, their offensive coordinator, who is also having like 3 or 4 different head coaching interviews. So they might just...
He's this year's what not to do interview.
Might just bleep can both guys and move on. But
it makes sense. They were both terrible.
They were both bad. And if Ron Rivera ends up getting that gig, hey, maybe they try and bring back Frank Reich, and we just got 2 former head coaches as our coordinators.
From a front runner standpoint, if the Eagles did that, I'd be like, thank you.
Because yeah, absolutely, yes.
Because if they lose Quinn and they bring in Rivera, I don't think any of us are going to be fired up for that to be the DC.
Because Washington's defense underachieved the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And then they traded away their parts this year because they weren't any good.
Well, the guy started he started talking about the last 6 games that he was coaching again. He was happy about that, and they actually got worse.
They did get worse.
Yeah.
They did. So there's some coaching stuff. We also have news with the Jags. They're set to hire former Falcons defensive coordinator Ryan Nielsen.
There we go.
As their new defensive coordinator. So that was a name you brought up, like maybe if Dan Quinn gets one of these jobs.
Need to hire this guy.
Ryan Nielsen went ahead and said, so this is you.
I had something to do with
Damn
this.
it, Brian.
I told him, I said, the Falcons have had a top 10 defense in 100 years. Somebody's doing something right there. I didn't say that. I wish I did, though. I was thinking it, though. To me.
I like the idea of you being football consultant guy.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you've said, hey, hire this coach, they've turned out to be pretty good. I mean, Andy Reid, you kind of bleeped us with that one in Philly.
I did bleep you with that one for sure. But, yeah, no, well, I tell you what, LSU tried to hire a guy, who's the guy? Why is I'm forgetting the guy here from the Cowboys.
Linehan.
Yeah, Linehan.
Oh, that's
you
right.
tried to warn him.
I tried to warn him. I said the guys called me up. They're like, "Hey, what do you think about Scott Linehan?"
Don't do it.
I wouldn't hire him.
Don't do it.
Spit out your drink. And you started laughing.
Yeah, I just kind of went on and on and on.
Were you that nice about it? I mean, that's your school. I think I'd have sworn.
Guys, what the hell are you doing?
No, I told him.
Dare you?
But you know what's funny? When they called me back though at the end of it when it was all over, and they said, "Man, you were right," and that's all you can do, man. I just said, "Listen, I personally wouldn't hire the guy," and I gave my reasons. And, he ended up being not very good. So, yeah. I'm not telling you so. I just if you let me be around somebody long enough in this football stuff, I could kind of figure it out.
You get a feel?
I could get a
feel. This
feel.
guy legit or not?
Yeah, I can get a feel about that.
Well, the Eagles, on top of Ron Rivera, now that Mike Caldwell got bleep can there in Jacksonville, they're also going to interview him. So the Eagles, Ron Rivera, Mike Caldwell as their 2 options.
Yeah, he used to play at Philadelphia.
Makes some sense. Caldwell's also going to get an interview with the Raiders.
Andy Reid guy,
too.
Yeah.
Andy Reid guy. Well, they're pretty set right now with their defensive coordinator, Steve Spagnuolo. I don't think he's going anywhere. We got concerns, though, with this Lions offensive line. If you're hoping Detroit can keep this going and knock off San Francisco, their guard, Jonah Jackson, underwent surgery for a slight meniscus tear. Former Pro Bowlers expected to miss the NFC Championship game. Could come back for the Super Bowl if the Lions advance, which is just absolutely crazy.
The majority of their pressures came from that spot.
It's a bummer.
Yeah.
Well, and then Frank Ragnow, who's their center and is the anchor of their entire offense there, he suffered a sprained knee and sprained ankle in their win over the Bucs. Missed a few plays, then came back in. He's expected to still play in the NFC Championship game.
He played with a broken throat.
He did.
He had
in 2020. He fractured his throat in the first quarter. Finished that game.
Yeah.
What does that even mean when you fracture your throat?
There's a bone in there.
So it's not the Adam's apple?
I don't think so.
No, we have a bone in there somewhere.
Yeah.
The esophagus.
I think it was probably
Speak for yourself on that one.
The area, he probably fractured that area where the.
That is insane, dude.
Yeah. It's nuts.
And he's
the hyoid bone.
He still played in the game. So he's definitely going to play. So Ragnow's going to play.
He's just a tough.
I would say we talk about Deebo Samuel, but Detroit, it would be a bigger loss for Detroit If they didn't have their center, then it would be
you've already got the
Niners.
guard out. I mean, that's tough.
I think that ends up being the difference in the game.
I agree.
I mean, to be honest with you,
the line of scrimmage, and that could be an issue because running the football, we know, hey, you can run on San Fran. That's something that the Lions are built to do. But if you don't have two of your best offensive linemen, that's going to be a challenge.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's the only floating bone in your body. It's not connected to any other bone.
It floats.
It's held in place by ligaments, muscles, and cartilage, which does make it difficult to break.
Just moving
You
around.
need like a karate chop.
Damn, you must have gotten hit perfectly.
See, that's what I was going to say. We need to get the video of this. We need to see how the fractured throat occurred. Like, is he on the ground? Is he like being stepped on here? Is somebody karate chopping him? Like we talk about the hand fighting when it comes to pass rush and like defensive linemen. Did someone like Aaron Donald get overzealous and go freaking Bruce Lee on him real quick?
Maybe a choke slam.
Could be a choke slam down on the ground.
That happened to me versus Denton Geyer.
Oh yeah, well Denton Geyer would get after you.
A pulling guard, he'd grab me by my throat and slam me to the ground.
Yeah,
but even he didn't fracture my throat.
Oh,
but I got it was the windpipe situation, when the air just leaves your body.
Yeah.
And you feel like your soul sort of does as
that was
well.
Your soul. Yeah, it wasn't the wind.
Yeah, it was just everything in my football being leaving.
That was
retired after that game.
That was a should I hang him up day.
Yeah.
That was his recruiting video.
Probably, dude.
Go back crying.
He should whatever his highlight tape was, just run that one on a loop, bro, and you will be a first class ticket to Nick Saban.
What other tapes were you or plays that you were responsible for? They were like people's greatest.
Like,
highlights.
that would be fun to be able to know.
If I was Cam Daniel, I'm not playing that highlight. That was kind of stupid on his part.
We got to get the artificial intelligence to a point where you could just search your name and then they could find something like that.
Fun.
And it's like every time you appeared in someone else's highlight tape, here's yours.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for you, it's about 3 hours long.
My God,
you better sit tight, big friend.
tape.
Buckle up, homie.
It's awesome. The Bears are hiring ex-Seahawks offensive coordinator Shane Waldron to run their offense.
Hashtag good hire. Bills. I didn't know they were or Bears. I didn't think they were capable. This is what you file that under the category of good hire. Didn't think the Bears had it in them.
Shane Waldron.
Is it a good hire?
I mean he revitalized Geno Smith, bro.
Yeah, he sees an improvement over what they had. Now we'll see if it ends up being good. I mean, clearly he still got fired he got let go. They had a different coaching change, but
yeah, their whole situation
I think it's an upgrade for them. Definitely an upgrade for them.
For the Bears, I'm trying to see who else is really out there that you could go get. I think that's a guy.
So one guy I'm looking at and saying, damn, the Steelers might nail this one. Steelers and Raiders are requesting to interview passing game coordinator of the Rams, Zach Robinson, for their offensive job. He's the former quarterback at Oklahoma State.
I remember him. He wore a visor.
Yes, he did.
A good aesthetic. A pretty good aesthetic.
But, I mean, if you're going off the McVay, the Shanahan, the LaFleur trees now, it's like that dude's probably going to end up being a badass.
That's
true.
true.
If the Steelers hire him, he's probably going to be awesome.
Is Waldron sort of his own tree? Or did he?
I've never done much research on the Waldron tree.
He might be a weed.
I'm gonna look at see if there's any sort of is he this? Okay, you think he's a weed? Okay, maybe.
I'm just asking.
There's hopes that the weed could turn into a tree, right?
Or get pulled and thrown into the
We don't
trash.
want that, dude.
Or burned.
All right. Oh, dude. Okay, here we go. He's on the McVay tree.
All right, McVay tree. Good
there
hire.
He is.
It's a good hire.
Good hashtag. Good hire.
Hashtag good hire.
He at least knows who Sean McVay is and can say I've been in a room with him.
Yes.
What else do you need to know?
Sign me up. I'm down. We can go ahead and have you.
I've carried his bags for him to the bus.
There you go. You were his caddy.
But that's at least you're in the area, right? You had contact, and that's what we're looking for.
There's just something that doesn't sound right here.
No, man.
Because his name's Waldron.
Sounds perfect.
It's like a Where's Waldo type of deal.
I might have to put a bet payoff on this one.
Like the Bears are just going to stink, not win a game next
Well,
year.
yeah,
He'll
the
get
Bears
fired.
are
I mean, it's still the Bears. I mean, they still have Eberflus.
They still have Eberflus.
That's why I think what's going on there, man. You got these coaches that are in their final year. Kind of, I worry about that a little bit.
Oh, like Mike,
the lame ducky ducks, right?
Yeah, well, Mike. Yeah, Mike's in that mode right now too.
Sink or swim, man.
I mean, they might have a good coach, they might have a good scheme, but I don't think they have enough good players.
No.
Still going to need a quarterback.
They need another good draft.
That's the first overall pick.
Go get old Caleb Williams.
About a 30% chance. You don't regret who you take.
Caleb would hate playing there in the cold.
They've had 3 shots at a quarterback now.
They
you
just
look at
failed.
their situation. Mitch Trubisky.
Brant.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Fields.
Brant.
Have they ever had a good quarterback? Like, you probably got to go back to the 60s, right?
Well, like
McMahon.
Jim McMahon was my favorite guy.
No, Jim McMahon was not good.
We can't say he was good. I don't know. I didn't get to watch him, but Dawson, I'll take your
Eric
word
Kramer
for it.
went bad. He took him to some.
What about Jay Cutler?
Eric Kramer's a jobber.
What about Kyle Orton?
Tony
Come on,
Romo's
Jay
jock?
Cutler.
All right, Bill Wade.
What about Rex Grossman?
Never heard of him.
All right,
the Grossman
he was a good quarterback in the 60s. Jack Kincannon. You ever heard of him?
No.
Did you want me to start naming them all?
I wanted you to name somebody I could remember.
Sid Luckman.
Wait, there we go.
There we are.
Jack Kincannon?
For $5, Jack Kincannon.
That's a hell of a name.
For
That's an
$5,
all-time football
Dawson.
name.
That's an all-time quarterback name.
Kincannon?
Jack Kincannon. For a meatball sub, Dawson.
Sid Luckman might be number one.
He probably
followed
is.
by Jay Cutler is their second best quarterback of all effing time.
Smoking Jay.
I was going to ask you.
Don't care.
Give me Sid Luckman's number for a meatball sub, but you've already looked it up.
Damn it.
42 or 45, 48.
The number that he wore?
Yeah.
44.
42, bro. You had it.
I nailed it.
You did. You did.
Meatball sub.
You almost had a meatball sub.
Almost, man. I let the meatball sub slip right through my fingers.
Luckman, what a beast.
Do I owe you a brisket sandwich, by the way, from
Yes.
Friday?
I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
Good.
Oh, you were talking to Broadus. I'm sorry.
What was the brisket sandwich bet again?
Was it Tampa?
Tampa.
That was Tampa.
Detroit? Yeah.
That's right. Lions have reached a deal with veteran tight end Zach Ertz.
I totally forgot about it.
I did too.
Well, hey.
I remember we had that conversation, but I didn't know what it was actually for.
Man of your word.
Yeah.
Man, here's Ragnow's on the ground right now.
Yeah, he's tough, man.
Still?
Well, he just got whacked. I'm watching
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's watching the game. It's great radio when he does this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Zach Ertz.
Oh my gosh, Ragnow's on the ground now. You guys were just talking about how he might get injured today, and he did.
Wait a
It's
second.
Vita Vea, man. That guy, he's
a badass. He's a dancing
He
bear.
got rolled up on.
Dude, literally, he's the one who put the final nail in the tush push coffin.
He did.
I think they're hanging that thing up forever.
Well, okay, did you see this story? Apparently, Jason Kelsey, every time they lined up and were going to do this tush push deal, he would yell, F my life, and then they would just snap the ball.
That was the
It might
snap
have
count?
contributed. Yeah, he talked about how claustrophobic it made him.
He
playing
hated
at the
it.
bottom there.
Yeah, he
Wait,
did not like it.
Are you telling me when they leave the huddle, they go like,
it's like right when he's snapping,
F my
he's
life
like,
on
F my
three?
life, and he gives Hurts the ball, and they just go.
Here we go. F my life.
Yeah.
Boom.
Crazy. Okay, speaking of the Kelseys, they took over Buffalo. I mean, everything Jason was doing was awesome. He's
Did he
shirtless.
do shots out of a bowling
He
ball?
was doing shots out of a bowling ball with the Bills Mafia in the parking lot. It was brilliant. He's shirtless. He's chugging brews. He's jumping out of the suite. He's taking fans over to meet Taylor Swift. It was amazing. He stole the show. Like, I didn't need Taylor. I needed Jason Kelsey. Afterwards, Travis gets interviewed, and they ask him about his brother being shirtless. Clearly, Travis has no idea. Here's Travis's reaction.
So you're talking about the fans. There was a certain shirtless fan up in your box. Did your brother ever surprise you?
My brother was shirtless? No, it doesn't surprise me one bit. Doesn't surprise me one bit. I love that guy. And every time we're not on the field together, we're always rooting for each other.
And we're always shirtless.
We're always shirtless. We're drinking booze. It's amazing.
I didn't think there could be someone that would capture the same drunken energy as Drunken Broadus at the Rangers parade, but Kelsey did it. And now that I think about Kelsey the last night and Kelsey at the Eagles parade, he might be the greatest drunk person in the world, guys.
He's amazing, dude.
Yeah,
I think he gets it. I think he does.
He does.
Yeah,
he gets it.
The way did you guys see the videos? Because there was the up close ones, but then there was
jumping in,
where he jumps out of the window and then jumps
that's
out.
An athlete, man.
The athleticism,
it's incredible. And he almost slipped. He lands it. You see like a little bit of a slip. He's fine, but his ability then, the explosion to jump back up, was insane. And he only jumps back up because one of their friends or was a security guard. Someone pokes their head out and said, "Kylie told you to get your ass back in here." That got picked up on a mic, which is his wife, who was just in the background like laughing. And then he says, okay, wifey says, I need to get back. I'm going to get my rear end back up there. But his athletic ability to make that jump was incredible.
It was jarring. Like the explosiveness, you just see him around normal human beings.
Yeah.
And then he is this giant drunken polar bear who is freaking leaping, and it's the athleticism is insane.
It is.
It was extremely impressive. And to your point about his 1 seed alcohol consumer guy or whatever it was, Shale Kapadia, who sort of covers the Eagles, he says relevant to this game, Jason Kelsey once told me he had north of 20 beers before his speech at the Eagles Super Bowl parade, the one you referenced.
Wow.
I then asked him to rate his drunkenness on a scale of 1 to 10 that day. He said it was a 5.
Wow.
So this guy was going for it. Animalistic.
And could,
It was so
and
funny.
had a good tolerance built up.
Yeah, never
was
get
so
that.
funny.
And he was a perfect showman.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
wasn't
his speech.
slurry,
Yeah.
never been here before guy. His freaking speech was run through the wall, and I would do
Legendary.
anything to just transfer that to any other team and not be the Eagles
Yes.
because it's like one of those things you could wake up, watch, consume, and then go have the most personal, dominant day of your own life.
And
if
the
you just
costume.
started your day for breakfast with that.
was
The
incredible.
costume was amazing.
Those guys that are built like that, like wide and huge, like
Like
your
mailboxes.
Your interior offensive linemen, they can go 40, 50 beers.
They can. And apparently he gave Labatt Blue, I think the beer he was drinking, they got like $600,000 in free advertising for that.
That's good beer.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Michelle Tafoya told CBS Sports Radio, this came out yesterday, that she expects Travis Kelce to retire this offseason, citing different priorities at this stage of his life. So maybe they just both hang it up together. Now, he did say like a couple of weeks ago, Travis, he said, I love playing the game too much. I don't see myself retiring, but a lot can change. And if you want a Super Bowl run, again, maybe it's the perfect time to hang it up. I just going out in the sunset with my bro.
I think a lot of those guys, once they know they can't put on quite the same show, they want to get out before the rough time ends. Yeah. Some guys, they can't leave the game because it's awesome to play, and they'll play even if they're average or below average. They just want to be around. But a lot of dudes, as soon as they're like, whoa, this might end up getting embarrassing, I'm out of here.
Well, it would be a little bit sad to see him go the Witten route. Like all of a sudden, well, damn it, man. Like the last 2 years of Witten's career, I think people view him differently.
Dude, I disagree. Watching him catch footballs inches at a time was riveting. Anytime you get a chance to watch a Hall of Famer,
Kelce doesn't have to worry about any other team being that foolish about overvaluing their legends.
No doubt.
Chuck.
It's crazy.
Luckily for him.
But catch balls from the GOAT. Let's go win some more Super Bowls,
I'll just
man.
play as long as I can for him.
Yeah.
No doubt. Todd Bowles, by the way, said after not taking that timeout with about 30 seconds left, he was like, well, the Lions were just going to kick a field goal. There would have been about 12 seconds left on the clock at the end of the game. We weren't going to come back from that. Like, if I'm a Tampa Bay fan, it's like, Coach, just go bleep yourself. What if he misses the field goal? You never know. Play it out. We shouldn't even be having this conversation that you left a timeout. Give our team any chance to win possible.
They were getting put in the squeezer, weren't they, with these timeout decisions late? It's like,
Tough.
what do you do? Should I call the timeout now? If they get another first down after I've called this timeout, then I'm going to look like an idiot.
Yeah.
It's like you just got to pick one and hold your breath, I think.
Dude. Yep.
Okay, shopping for future Cowboys. What free agents are we looking for the Cowboys to go after, and what key players might be poached? That's coming up next right here at the Nation, the Fan.
Let's get you on over to Platinum.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Have the best of the weekend here coming up at 3:40. We're going to do a little shopping for future Cowboys here in just a second. I want to salute B4 Barbecue out in Maybank. We were out there this weekend for a little 7th grade basketball tournament. And I was texting with Sean about it, just some stuff about Sunnyvale because he's moving to town. He was like, man, since you're out in Maybank, you should try out this spot I've been hearing about. So we went in there. It's one of those that's in the back of like a feed store. And so you go through there and people are shopping for their different items and everything. And then the barbecue spot in the back with some picnic tables. And there's like an Army veteran dude and his wife, it looked like they were running the place. And it was just outstanding. So congrats to Maybank for having some quality barbecue.
So in the back, did it have like an outdoor pit that was just smoking in the back? I mean, was it?
No.
Is that like you walk out there and the smell is just incredible? Those things.
No, a lot of the smelling was happening out back. So we were
around the pit.
Oh, maybe yes, but I did not detect any heavy smoke smell.
Yeah.
It was more of an indoor spot once you got to the back of the feed store. But they had the situation pretty much knocked out of the park as far as the tenderness and and everything that you would want.
My dad has this uncanny ability. Like we'll be driving through small town Louisiana, or someplace in small town Texas, whatever, and Dad can roll down the window and like turn left, turn right, turn left, and then next thing you know, we're standing at some screen door barbecue place, having a chopped beef sandwich.
Gosh, what a talent,
it's just by just the ability, just like
a skill.
I smell it. I smell the smoke, and
I'm gonna have to change my response moving forward when people ask me about a desired superpower. That feels like one right there, dude.
To find like
that's kick ass. People talk about dog noses and their sense of smell, sharks or whatever.
Man, I was just trying to get home.
Papa Bear brought us
the meat scent.
I was just trying to get home from school. It seriously like a 7-hour trip. 12 hours later.
Yeah,
because you're like stopping at every little barbecue place.
3 barbecue joints.
Yeah.
Just see what they're doing.
Just see what they're doing
with that.
Just see what they're doing.
I love being in small towns and trying to figure out like, okay, what's the barbecue spot that everybody's talking about in town and see what they got.
Dude, kudos to you that like it proves the love that Dawson and the desire he has for great barbecue. Knowing the condition that his gut was in after the Bangkok burger on Friday, go less than 24 hours later and say, yeah, I'm gonna handle my own at this barbecue spot because when in Maybank.
Might not get this opportunity again.
I mean, gosh,
gotta take advantage of it. Play like a champion.
That Maybank High School is pretty impressive, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, it's all of a sudden it shows up. I pass by that way going fishing. I have to go. That's the route I go. And but you drive by Maybank High School and you're thinking, man, it's like a legit high school.
Football there.
A legit high school stadium, big school. Yeah.
Cassandra, grew up in East Texas and they would play Maybank, so she was like, "Wow, this place is a lot different than when I was here." Yeah, terrific facility, cool stadium, 3 like full-size basketball courts inside their gymnasium. So they had like a full-on tournament going on, and it was a fun afternoon out there.
Did you find yourself fighting in a junior high bathroom stall?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
Good for you.
Why did you avoided it?
Well, because I thought you were nervous about the prospects of spending the day
fighting. The toilet.
Yeah. Not like a fist fight.
No, I don't.
Blockage.
Yeah, it was bad, and it still is bad, and I don't think that barbecue helped anything. But I'll soldier on. It's nothing new,
Soldier on.
These are regular battles that I fight.
Keep my head down, and
usually not to this extent.
Maybe gave you some little grease content to help you.
Maybe. Okay, shopping for future Cowboys here. We go to Pro Football Focus. And we're going to go over the top free agents here for this class. If you could snap your fingers and actually have them spend money on one position, what would it be? Now they are good at corner, but if they wanted to go after a guy to keep Bland in the slot and have an insane defense with Diggs, this guy, and Bland, Jalen Johnson is a free agent with the Bears, great player, probably going to be tagged. L'Jarius Sneed.
Yep.
We just talked about
at
him.
10. We've been talking about him a couple of times today because he had such a good game. He's one of the top corners in the game right now. And his projected payday is 3 years and $52 million. But those are your top corners. What position would you guys want the Cowboys to spend 15, 20, maybe $25 million a year on?
Zach, how many of these linebackers in the draft have you looked at?
4. And honestly, I've liked everyone.
Yeah.
So I feel like we can draft one here and be all right.
I kind of do too.
I think that you've got some premier. Now we'll see what happens with franchise tags and do teams re-sign them. But you've got some defensive tackles that can come in and be major impact players. Like what happens with Chris Jones in Kansas City. Now that could be a contract you got to be careful because he's getting up there in age. Or maybe the next up-and-coming stud defensive tackle, former Texas A&M Aggie Justin Madubuike. The Baltimore Ravens. Like because one thing about the Cowboys, like I think Osa had a good year, kind of faded towards the end. But they've
done that a couple of times.
Yeah,
now.
they've been a little hit or miss with drafting defensive tackles. If I can go ahead and throw some money at the line of scrimmage and get a guy that I know is going to come in here and be a beast, I'm okay with doing that.
You put Chris Jones on this defensive line, and it would be really, really hard to get anything going against the Cowboys at all. I would be surprised if they would go out and spend money like that.
I don't think they would either.
You look at the Chiefs, and are they going to let these guys go? They have some really tough decisions to make. With key players getting older and highly paid, I don't know if they can hang on to those guys anymore. They've already been hemorrhaging players and having to, prove they're still the best in the AFC with Patrick Mahomes fully paid. And it doesn't seem like anything's stopping them. But one thing that has slowed them down, they let offensive linemen go. They let Tyreek Hill go. And I expect that trend to continue.
Yeah. They'll have to really make some tough calls, like you said. Like Chris Jones and Snead are two like top 5 or 10 free agents in the entire class,
right?
And they're both on your defense there, and it's like, okay, then I was wondering how much Kansas City would be willing to go try and buy like a Mike Evans or something and try and bolster the offense, but I feel like, man, if you're going to bring those two guys back, your hands might be tied a little bit.
But here's 4 impending defensive tackle free agents: Chris Jones. I mentioned Justin Madubuike already. You've also got Christian Wilkins from the Dolphins, and maybe they pay him.
That's going to be a big money guy for sure.
No doubt. I mean, I think most of these dudes will be. But hey, if you want to spend, that seems to be a position that you might have to.
Okay, I think DJ Reader's the guy.
DJ Reader's also, and Leonard Williams, who was a Giant, traded to Seattle. There's a lot. I mean, you've got some good DJ Reader. You've got some good defensive tackles that are available.
Reader is your classic one tech, eat up a bunch of blockers dude. He's been in the league for 8 years.
The least expensive out of that bunch.
The thing about him is he tore his quad in week 15. So, how is he physically, but does that lower the price tag? When you start thinking realistically for the front runners, like what they're going to be trying to bid on, that would be the guy that might come on a pretty good deal, and he is a bona fide anchor in the middle of your defensive line.
I mean, we can go back and forth from realistic to what we would do. I think the Cowboys would probably look at their young defensive tackles, and history tells me they'd want to give these guys a chance.
I think so too. To me, the bigger problem, in my view, is the linebackers.
I agree.
You guys you're throwing some great names of defensive tackles out there. I don't see the Cowboys doing that at all. I see them looking at linebackers. That they're going to try and have to figure that out before they do anything. But somebody's going to tell me what they're doing with Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to tell me. And is Mozzie Smith the 329-pound Mozzie Smith, or is it the 293-pound Mozzie Smith? Somebody's got to explain to me where we're going that direction.
I think it's really important that if you want to play with him, you allow him to play like he played in college.
Yeah.
Because he's totally changed his body and gone away from his greatest strength, which is his size and raw power.
Right.
And now you're trying to make him into a different player than what he is naturally good at.
I'll tell you what.
Trade him.
Dawson and Zach, I don't know. Have you watched Chris Jenkins from Michigan yet?
You know what? I haven't watched him yet.
Okay. Let me explain real quick.
Please do.
Chris Jenkins is a 3 technique, but when you watch him play, you understand what Michigan does.
Right.
You understand how Michigan plays their defensive linemen because he doesn't play quick either. He's a 3 technique that kind of reads. So you're sitting there going, I've seen this before. I've seen this before. Okay, why is he not moving quicker here? Why is he reading this guy this way? Why is he not getting off the ball? That's a 3 technique. That's not even a 1.
That's not even what Mozzie
That's not even a 1.
And Harbaugh's stocking his team with guys that play like that.
Sure.
And it pays off for him in his system. You take somebody out of that system and ask them to be a quick twitch guy
That
now,
is the problem.
lose 30 pounds. That's weird.
That is the problem right there because you really do understand. After watching what Mozzie Smith went through and now watching Chris Jenkins, who people have in the top 20 on their board for defensive tackles, I've seen this before. I've seen a Michigan guy not play very quick, That's
and
it's a scheme.
The Cowboys might not care, but you take another Michigan defensive lineman, and this is scouting the helmet, not the player. But with what's happened with Taco and now with Mozzie, Cowboy fans are going to be like, why the hell are we doing this again? Yeah, Schoonmaker.
You need a blue-collar draft, so I think the smart thing to do is just to shore that up with Hankins coming back if he wants to continue to play. Have Mozzie Smith in there, get some reps, and try to build something. But you need your resources to fix how you played linebacker and how you ran the ball. And I don't think you can fix it by bringing in a veteran running back or drafting a running back. I think you need to be more athletic and dynamic on your offensive line and in your backfield. So I'm trying to focus everything on those two things, like linebackers and running backs, or offensive linemen, a real blue-collar type of draft.
I'm watching San Francisco kick everybody's ass with linebackers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give me those guys.
Okay, well, in free agency, I mean, I think when you start being realistic about what they would do, maybe this would finally be the year that they go make a play if Dan Quinn is still here for Bobby Wagner.
That would be very Cowboys.
Probably won't cost a ton. You wait till he's finally what you're comfortable paying him. He's not the coverage linebacker that he was, but as a run-stopping, high IQ, legit, thoroughbred linebacker, an actual a professional linebacker, not one of these tweener, hey, he used to be this, he's undersized. He is a guy that knows how to stop a rushing attack.
Would that still get Cowboys fans excited?
I
or
feel
is
like
he too old?
I think they'd be doing it a year or two too late, and this would be the year that they actually do it. It would make a lot of sense.
He might really improve your defense.
He probably would be a massive upgrade.
Kevin Dotson's a guard with the Rams. I think they need to find an offensive lineman in free agency and draft one as well. And I'm looking at center and I'm looking at guard and tackle and trying to get two spots. And then I'll adjust Tyler Smith how I need to move him.
Give me a center, please.
There you go.
Let me have
Brian knows.
Give me a center.
37 is back to Connor Williams, who figured out how to be a center in Miami.
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys would want.
Didn't he just tear his ACL or something?
He sure did. He'll come cheap though, Wolchuk. Off an injury, that makes him more likely to be a front runner than not.
It's a weirdly good center draft though too.
It is a very
Tyron Smith is the 13th best free agent on the Pro Football Focus list. What do you guys want to see the Cowboys do there? You guys want him back?
I'm okay with bringing back Tyron as long as you have your contingency plan in place, which should be Tyler. But they proved this year they don't want to move Tyler. So you can't go into the season with a Chumea Doga. I think you feel good about your backup interior lineman in Bass and Hoffman. You've got to find a backup tackle.
I think you need to run the ball, and I don't know if you can run the ball with old Tyron Smith. The more modern you get, the more changing direction and space that your offensive linemen need to be able to cover.
If you want to commit to moving on, totally fine with that.
Give me Travis Frederick at center. I'll run this football.
You can do anything with the tackle spots.
You know what? Just let me control the middle of these defense. You saw what Green Bay did. Green Bay controls the middle of the defense. What happens? They're cutting the ball back behind the center. Tyron Smith he's not perfect. He's not as mobile as he once was. But I know one thing though. If I can control the middle of that defense, I feel like I can run the ball. That's just my 2 cents.
Stephon Gilmore comes in at 33. It'd be interesting to see if the Cowboys want him back. He definitely had some good games. Other interesting names, Lloyd Cushenberry is the Broncos center coming in at 57, Brian. Good in the run game and doesn't get run over.
It's a power bottom.
Is that an LSU Tiger?
Yes, it is.
Sure is.
We got to run best of the weekend coming up next, Chief. Where are we going?
The jinx, the daddy, and the flop of the weekend next year in the nation.
DFW's number.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, so why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and it's time now for the best of the weekend. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, man, what a weekend it was. Great football weekend. Really enjoyed all four of those games. But there were some interesting things across the world of sports and just around the world that were interesting to say the least throughout the weekend. I do want to start from a football standpoint. We'll go to Baltimore, where the first half it was like, all right, maybe Houston will have a chance here. Turns out they had like sort of one huge play offensively, but for the most part, that Ravens defense is as real as it gets. A heck of a season for DeMeco Ryans, C.J. Stroud, and the Houston Texans. After the game, you see Ravens linebacker Roquan Smith wearing a cowboy hat at the locker there with the microphones in front of him. They ask him about wearing the cowboy hat after beating the Texans, and this was Roquan Smith's response.
I had my boots at the house today, and then I was just like, hey, when I was thinking about it this morning, I'm like, hey, they are the Texans and they are the Cowboys, but I got this hat on, so I'm daddy.
He's daddy.
So he's daddy. He's wearing the cowboy hat, the cowboy boots, to celebrate beating the Texans, and now he is daddy. And I will say, I mean, it's him and Fred Warner. And then Greenlaw too. Yep. Greenlaw sort of doesn't get all the headlines that he probably deserves. And he had a monster game Saturday night. But going from the Ravens game where it was like, okay, second half, the Ravens sort of ran away with that one in a big way. They looked like themselves. Then you get to Saturday night. Here is Niners and Packers. And this was as fun as it gets. In terms of just kind of back and forth, good and bad on both sides, but tight game, close game. Shanahan finally gets the monkey off his back in terms of being able to win a game where his team is trailing by like 5 or more points in the fourth quarter. And Jordan Love looks like he is going to be legit. And Brock Purdy was not quite himself, but the Niners find a way to get it done.
It has to be just a terrible, terrible feeling going into these playoff games knowing your field goal kicker's no good. Or you can't, or when you put him out there, there is a chance that he is going to miss a 41-yard field goal.
And that's where the Packers found themselves. And I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. Every team that lost missed a kick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Every team that lost this week, they had their field goal kicker miss a field goal.
That'll get you, man. Not here, not us, right?
No, at least we got.
No, we were sitting at home baking bread.
Front runners lose so bad it doesn't matter.
It's true. That's true. No, this was
field goal kicking doesn't matter.
I couldn't believe I was getting this report here. Like it was coming from Tom Rinaldi, so I knew it was real. Maybe a different sideline reporter, I'd start to question how real this actually is because I can't fathom a coach saying this. But before the rookie Anders gentleman, who is the kicker for the Packers, trotted onto the field for what would have been a huge game-winning field goal, this was the report from Tom Rinaldi while the Packers throw the ball. They're driving. All of a sudden, okay, they might need a kicking situation. Here's the sideline report from old Tom.
When we talked to the head coach, Matt LaFleur, about this, he basically said, when he goes out there, I just pray, guys.
Yeah.
When I go out there, I just pray.
Are you kidding me?
That's when Jimmy Johnson would say, I need to find myself a new kicker.
Yeah, that was a horrible idea.
What the hell?
It's just how naive or cavalier some of these teams are. Cowboys did it last year. What are you doing? Try somebody else. But I think it's notable how difficult it is to pull these things off. It must have sounded like a good idea. We got a European dude, Anders Carlson, from the famed Carlson family.
Right.
Brother kicks for the Raiders.
And he's really good.
Auburn. Yes. Auburn. Yeah, they put out some kickers. But, yeah, this Carlson's not very good.
No.
Seems a little weak mentally.
Yeah.
Did the Wind get that one? Or was that just a Zerline ball?
I think he just missed it.
Took a big right turn halfway to the goal.
41 yards. Think about that.
Yeah.
Like your playoff existence is on the line. Dudes are missing, it's crazy.
Especially with your
Tyler
organizational
Bass
history.
Like 44? Yeah, it's not good.
Well, let's get to Tyler. Let's get to Buffalo. Let's get to Sunday Night Football, and it's Pat Mahomes, it's Josh Allen. It's can we go to the AFC Championship? Can we do this? Here's the call. Jim Nantz. Now he feels a little bit too excited, if you ask me.
Yes,
like he knows something.
That this was a miss.
Well, he saw the script.
But listen to the jinx here, and listen to the call as Tyler Bass, kicker for the Bills, is up to tie the ball game.
Tyler ass kicking.
Sean McDermott, after his 1-for-3 performance last week, he has tremendous support in the building. If he has to make one for us, the game on the line, he will. 44 yards, Bass. No, he doesn't make it.
No crap. You just jinxed him.
Right. Wow. The two most dreaded words in Buffalo.
Broadcaster jinx.
I did like the way Hagee put it earlier, where for a moment there it did look like he's drilled it.
Yeah.
And then it just veers right. Like, I'm 3 lanes over. That's my exit, and I've just got to cut this thing over to make sure I make it.
I mean, dude, that is, it's hilarious. The sound is hilarious. The build up, Jim Nantz painting the picture for you that there's, as the Packers are in just pray mode when their kicker trots onto the field, you have a very confident Sean McDermott and Bill's sideline as Tyler Bass, according to Jim Nantz.
They're not
Jim
confident
Nantz says that McDermott's
no.
like, yeah, man, when Bass, if the game's on the line, I trust my Bass man.
It's like a Punch and Judy kicker.
And then, of course,
in my mind, Jim Nantz wanted the Chiefs to win so bad. You could hear him anxiously trying to get that jinx in before they hiked the ball. Like he's planning the jinx, and then it's like, oh crap, they're not wasting any time here. They're about to snap it. I got to get this jinx in.
Okay, let's hear that. Can we hear it?
Yeah.
We're going to hear it one more time. Let's hear him rush into this. He's got to get it in before the ball's snapped. And then I feel like he's very excited to let the world know that this is now
I did
a
it,
miss.
guys.
Mahomes still in it. Let's go.
Sean McDermott, after his 1-for-3 performance last week, he says has tremendous support in the building. If he has to make one for us, the game on the line, he will. 44 yards, Bass. No, he doesn't make it.
Nance is never in a hurry. He never stumbles over his own words. In any other situation. In any other situation, he's just like, well, I just won't say that. I'm definitely not going to be in a hurry. I'm Jim effing Nance. Yeah. But he got in a hurry to get that in. I felt like he and Romo were cheerleading for the Chiefs throughout a lot of that game.
I think did they probably have to spend about 10 days there in Buffalo? Did they ever get out? Did they ever get to go home? Did they just stay in Buffalo thinking that they were never going to? Maybe I think they'd had enough of Buffalo. I think they'd honestly had enough of Buffalo.
Yeah, they had their fill of the wings.
Yeah, hit
beer.
We can't get the stadium dug out. We can't, we can't play the game. The governor's not letting us play the game. I think they'd had enough of Buffalo. I really do.
Looks a little torturous making those fans go shovel the snow now.
Oh man, yeah, that's tough, dude.
That's a badge of honor for those folks.
No, but the idea that you spent you got your house all nice and tidy so someone could come over there and just kick your ass in it.
Just poop in the center of the room.
All right.
That's heartbreaking, dude. I tidied up my place so you could come over and take away everything that I love here.
Okay, if you're the Buffalo fan that's been shoveling snow, do you help them build a roof for the new stadium that they're not going to have?
No.
After watching us miss field goals,
not with my fear of heights. I'm not getting up there. Okay. I mean, if you want to catch me on fire or whatever, I'll throw me down in a pit or something.
I'd like to throw you into the pit.
I know you would.
Just grab you by the collar and throw you in the pit.
If you could just punch, just an arm punch, like you just punch one person at the station, really no harm, no foul, just a good slug to the arm.
Bobby. Just punch Bobby.
It's Bob.
Yeah, Bobby.
Okay.
I'd punch him right into the pit.
Well, did you guys see? It wasn't a punch, but there was physical contact in the world of women's college basketball.
Yes, did see it.
Ohio State.
What are we doing?
Iowa. Caitlin Clark.
What is she doing?
She's losing a basketball game. That it starts there, and she's doing it on the road in Ohio State, where Buckeye fans are going to be, of course, rabid and storm the court for their women's basketball team in the regular season. And a fan was running down the court and collided with Caitlin Clark, who is the face of all of women's basketball right now. And Caitlin Clark has what looks to be the most egregious flop in sports history. I mean, the arms go up. She gets hit like shoulder to shoulder, like two shoulders colliding, and then the arms start to flail, and then she does like a 180 spin.
It's like a sniper got her.
Yeah.
It's kind of an impressive, like she's clearly athletic with the way she was able to doctor up that fall there.
Or very unathletic, one of the two.
Yes, yeah, however you want to perceive that. But I view that as a huge, like she's a great basketball player, and she has the talent of acting, and she is just a very, very skilled individual.
It was funny that
was thespian like acting,
the girl who
flopping
bumped
right there.
into her, just like looks back real quick and then just keeps going. Doesn't even go over.
Yeah, that was a sturdy gal.
Like, no big deal.
You guys can't underestimate the brute force that Caitlin Clark was struck with last night.
Well, she did say that she had the wind knocked out of her.
Basketball player runs into a softball player.
Yes.
Who wins?
Fire hydrant.
Definitely the catcher. Thank you, Chief. There it is. Best of the weekend every Monday afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we return, a multiple-time G-Bag of the Day champion who might confront you in a grocery store parking lot one day soon. We'll pay off that and chat with the gentleman next. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Quality sports. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Welcome back. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys and your World Series champion Texas Rangers. You should check us out here at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube if you want to watch it. A special guest is going to join us here in just a second. There's a juicy Cowboys storyline coming up. We'll get to that for you in about 5 or 10 minutes. But this guest is a multi-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Might confront you in a grocery store parking lot one day soon if you violate. And whenever I'm out shopping and I leave my cart without taking it over to the corral, I'm checking my shoulders, I'm looking around at the different vehicles, and I'm looking for this guy to pop out on me. Here's some of his G-Bag of the Day winning work there on the socials.
You know what? I'm a nice guy. I'm helping out the community, actually. I have one need. And I want your card. Okay, I got one for you. But yeah, so did you have one need when you walked into the store too, or did you lose it on the way in? That's me. I'm a nice guy, actually, sir.
Dude, I watch your stuff all the time.
Thank you, sir, Igor.
I work here, and I'm actually doing cards right now.
Oh, well, you are one of the heroes. How about a sticker? How about that?
Can I take a picture of you?
Yeah, definitely.
It's Agent Sebastian from Cart Narcs. If you don't take your cart back, he's looking for you. And Sebastian joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Well, thanks for having me, but I just heard something very disturbing there, that you sometimes don't take your cart back, and look out for me.
I do, yes. I'm looking forward. I'm actually leaving it on purpose, hoping you'll be out there, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so it's like a little trap.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I don't mean to do any misdeeds to you or cause you any harm. I'm just a huge fan, and I'd love to be on your channel. You know, getting called out.
Okay. Yeah. No, I hear that now and then that folks they do it just for fun. They want to meet, take a selfie, take a sticker, and that's fine. My only question is, do you then, if I am not there, do you then return that same shopping cart?
Well, no. It's so that brings up my next talking point with you, and I mean no disrespect.
He's so offended.
Now I will have you know, I am a one-time. Back in my day, we called it courtesy clerk. So I would not only stock the shelves, but I would also do the cards. I don't know if you've done that job yourself. And
yeah.
But no, I wonder because so I have a 12-year-old and I have now a 2-year-old, Sebastian, and I'm a paranoid hawk of a dad. You know what I'm saying? So what do I do? It's cold out. I'm gonna leave my toddler in the back seat and then take my cart 30, 40 yards away. Not knowing what kind of predator might be watching me at the time. I was wondering if there are any exceptions to your cart narking that you'd give a dad or somebody else a pass on.
Well, you will note in our videos, we never approach anybody where there are any small children visible to us.
Yeah.
Just because we know there are folks unfortunately, like yourself, who apparently lose all rational logic when their children are around. There are several options to solve your dilemma.
Okay.
In fact, we published a video a month or two ago about just the same thing. You could park right next to a cart corral, cart return. You could walk your cart back with your children in the cart after you load your groceries, and then walk your children back to the car. You could, yes, lock your car with your child strapped in and walk back to the cart return. Those are 3 good options right there for you.
Appreciate the education on that. Agent Sebastian from Cart Narcs here with you, turning the temperature up on me, Chief.
Dude, this is great, man. And I think the temperature gets turned up on you a little bit. Your comment section, how many people do you feel hate watch you? Because right now, our text is blowing up with bleep this guy. Stores pay people to get the damn cards. If I have to check myself out, then they can get the bleeping cart. What do you respond to that, Cart Narc?
Yeah, these are all common, unfortunately, low-level rebuttals to the cart narcs. These are people who are just looking for an excuse not to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, number one, yes, they pay, again, courtesy clerks. I myself was one in high school. Yes, they pay them to pick the carts up from the cart return. But when you leave your cart, let's take that example, in the middle of a spot or halfway out into the driving lane, whatever, any one of the many options we see, that courtesy clerk isn't sitting there over your shoulder right there to grab it. So when the next person pulls right into your spot, they now have to worry about opening their car door into your cart or moving around your cart or their kid getting out or their grandma or somebody with a wheelchair going through an access walkway, which we've seen all the time. So yeah, there's a lot of folks who will make excuses as opposed to doing the right thing. And I would think people who play organized sports know that one of the big teachings of that, playing on a team is taking care of yourself and taking care of the team and not leaving it for others to take care of.
It's Agent Sebastian, the card narc, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, so in your run-ins, have you ever had one where you do feel like this could get violent? I'm a little bit fearful here.
Well, let's talk about Richardson. You guys know North Dallas there. There was one where a man popped out of his SUV, and the first thing he said is, "I'm going to put 6 in your forehead," meaning bullets, of course. This happened about 3 years ago. If you search "Texas is messy" on the Card Narcs YouTube channel, it'll pop right up. This guy pops right out, and he's hot, obviously. He's throwing stuff, claiming he's a killer, and he's going to come and shoot our agent in the forehead. Well, it turns out that earlier the previous year, this man appears to have shot somebody, quote, in self-defense on a dart train, and for which he was not charged. So apparently he's willing to, sling some lead.
That's kind of his bit. You lead with aggression.
Yeah, that's his go-to. Again, which shows you a couple things.
Sounds like Texas to me.
Yeah, like be common, reasonable people, and number 2, be responsible gun owners. On top of that.
So, are you a Texas guy? Are you from here?
No, I am not myself. I love and respect, of course, the great state. Our Agent Cordell, is the one who patrols Texas. I love getting out there as often as I can, but I would think Texas would be better than that.
What neck of the woods have you found over the years is the most repeat offenders?
It's city centers. So, when you get outside, like between Dallas and Austin, for instance, on those like nice long drives, those smaller areas, I think it's just because people know each other. It's a tighter knit community. There's less anonymity. When you get inside the city, inside Dallas, inside Houston, and Austin's a whole other story for a bunch of different reasons. But you get into those city centers is where people are offending more, because I think it's more of a, no one's going to know. I'm not going to know anybody here. No one's going to call me out.
What was your goal when you started this? What was the impetus for this whole movement, Agent Sebastian?
Well, it wasn't to have a movement. In fact, it was very mundane. It was, hey, why do people do this? What's going on? Why can't somebody put their darn cart back where the sign says, "Please return carts here"? They've got a little corral set up for you. That's where they go, but why don't you do that? So I didn't have the whole Cart Narcs persona. I didn't have the vests and all this other stuff. I just walked up to folks and asked them, and instantly, all the defensiveness, all the excuses, a sample of which we just heard a minute ago, that stuff all poured out of their mouths. So I was like, wow, there's a whole like psychological thing going on here, as opposed to just talking about a shopping cart.
Agent Sebastian, could you do anything about the carts that are jacked up? The wheels are jacked up. That's my biggest problem. I think there needs to be a movement for, if we're going to push carts and take them back to their rightful spots, there should be carts that actually the wheels all work. I think that needs.
And that's a fair point.
I think that needs to be your movement right there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the folks that they'll say that, they bring that up. Why are this cart so janky? Well, part of the problem is folks that throw the wheels up in the mulch and on the rocks and in the dirt, and then they say, then they wonder why the wheels are all janky. Well, you threw your cart up on the curb or in the little, the median with the trees and stuff in it. So you're part of the problem in that case. But I do understand your plight.
How do you select kind of the various stores that maybe you'll post up at and try and watch for these people that are not putting back their carts?
Well, my number one thing is, do they have a reasonable access to return the cart? Are there plenty of cart returns? Are they close to one? Is it a big lot where there's really no excuse? So that's the kind of the idea. I'm in the big cities all over the country and the world, but it's about having easy, inexcusable access to a cart return.
And how does America generally fare in this department? Are we above average?
Pretty bad.
We're pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Ooh. Yeah, because I've gone to Australia, UK, Spain, Japan. It's a pleasure. The cart narc would not exist in Japan. Everyone backs into spots perfectly. They're all returning their carts. And I get a lot of texts and messages from around the country saying, for instance, in England, for instance, this wouldn't be a problem at all. Like, it's just, we wouldn't even consider throwing our personal responsibility away to not return our shopping cart.
Now, when I was a courtesy clerk myself, I didn't mind it.
I just kind of looked at it as my job. I don't even know if there were corrals back then, though. I'm borderline boomer here at this point in my broadcasting career there, Agent Sebastian. But, from my perspective as a courtesy clerk, getting out of the store, cruising around, getting some carts, maybe running and jumping onto one as if it was like a scooter was kind of fun.
Yeah, and you're right. Actually, I ask people, Google like shopping center parking lots, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And you're right. A lot of times there weren't even cart returns. You want to know why? Because either there was a courtesy clerk or, like my grandmother tells me, I just walked my cart back to the front of the store. I wouldn't think of leaving it out in the parking lot. That's insane. Yeah. So, either they had a person with them or they just took it back to the front of the store. But to your second point about it being like a nice break, sure, I've heard that argument too. I've also heard the argument of, hey, man, it's 105 outside. Yeah. I'm not excited about going out there and getting the cart. So, you can't have it both ways.
What sex seems to be the most guilty of not returning their cart, male or female?
That's a pretty good question, and it's pretty much 50-50, probably leading male though, who don't return them as much. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just women are more like there's often a person there, so they're just kind of tidying up and cleaning things out and double and triple checking. But it doesn't really lean heavy one way or the other sex wise.
Do you pretty much know, like when you're going on one of these stakeouts, like do you know you're gonna get a hit at some point, or will you sit all day at a grocery store and just not get anything?
It's a lot like fishing. Sometimes it's 5 minutes in and there's a dude threatening to blow my brains out, and sometimes it's a couple hours and it's just a nice, pleasant day. And that's not a bad thing to have happen. Doing this cart narcs for so long, it's nice to have that people are actually decent and nice and courteous sometimes.
Are there certain stores that are more at fault for this? Like we got some text like Costco is the worst when it comes to returning carts.
Costco on a Sunday is a madhouse. It doesn't matter where you are. The weekend Costco is bad just because there's 1,000 people in and out of there. Walmart's, just because they're big, tend to be a problem. I've tried going to a Buc-ee's because they have those little tiny carts at the front of the store. Again, speaking of Texas, love Buc-ee's. You guys are starting to export those now to different states. But it's the bigger, more crowded is typically your bigger problem.
Is that a functional bulletproof vest that you're wearing?
Yeah, actually, I was donated a bulletproof vest by a police officer out of Baton Rouge right after the video out of Richardson where the guy, he said, hey, man, I'm about your size. I got an extra vest. You want it? Like, yeah, sure. Why not?
To be fair, that doesn't help your forehead in that situation. It looks like that's where he was aiming, right? He said he was going right for the forehead.
Right. Your face is rarely bulletproof, no matter what you're wearing.
Yeah.
Wow. So we can't compromise and put in the landscaping then, huh? No. That's out too?
Well, because here's the thing. Let's say you do that. Number one, it can, like I said, you get mulch and other garbage in there. But number two, once one person, and it sticks out, it knocks off, let's say, a foot of that driving area. It's knocked off by the butt end of it hanging out. Well, the second person, they'll say, and I've seen this 1,000 times, they'll say, oh, he did it. I'm going to do it too. And suddenly you got a daisy chain of 3-4 carts that eats up a whole lane of traffic. So again, we are social creatures. Monkey see, monkey do. Lead by example, darn it. I've had so many like high school football coaches message me about like putting your cart back, racking your weights, holding doors open for old ladies. These are things where you lead by example.
So you're like an always do the right thing always kind of guy. That's what we've learned here.
I am a do the right thing as often as you can. And when you are caught lacking, which we all are, be polite and courteous about correcting it. That's the other thing about cart narcs is I try to put different examples now of, yes, the psychos in there, but also the people who are like, you know what, you're right. I'm sorry about that. Let me fix it. So I'm not the perfection police, but I am the, hey, let's be kind to each other. And when we are corrected, be gracious in accepting that correction.
Well, best of luck to you staying safe out there, brother. It is a hell of a series, and we hope everybody in Texas is just a little bit nicer to you and your crew.
Thank you all for spreading the word, and hopefully I hear less excuses in the future.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Happy narking, sir.
There he goes. The cart narc Agent Sebastian with you here on 105 through the Fan. A multiple-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Lucius brought him to you for the first time probably 4 or 5 years ago. So he's been entertaining our ass off for a long time, and it was awesome because the tone of voice, the quick-witted humor was dialed in. And yeah, I sometimes I do leave my carts. Take your cart back, Gavin Lazy Bones. Yeah, it's extra shameful when you hear that it's not even an issue for other countries, but like literally growing up, that was a regular thing you would do. You know, you like leave your cart in the parking lot, and I was a courtesy clerk that would go get them. And I just thought that's what happened. Like you had the option. You could take it back to the store, or if, you know, it was kind of crazy, go ahead and leave it out there, and the courtesy clerks would come around there and pick them up. And, well, shoot, I guess now these grocery stores, they just don't have enough employees.
No, they really don't.
You know,
and quality employees.
Their margins are.
We're all employees. We just don't get paid there, but we're self-checkout.
Pretty much.
We are.
Yeah.
Self-checkout.
100%, dude.
Yeah, and it's great. They're passing along their extra profits to us all along. Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Had another chapter in the Mahomes and Allen rivalry, the top 10 playoff rivalries between quarterbacks. That's next.
We have you.
Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. This segment is presented by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com, and here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. We will get to the top 10 quarterback playoff rivalries of all time as Mahomes and Allen have added another chapter into their rivalry. Got a lot of texts coming in, 877-881-1053. What do you think is the best playoff quarterback rivalry? Speaking of one quarterback that might end up making one of these top 10, Tom Brady. I guess there was an article that kind of got hidden in an ESPN article that came out last week from Nick Wagner, but it's now kind of starting to make the rounds. It was an article about Brock Purdy, and buried within the story was a little quote about the Niners early in the offseason and Coach Kyle Shanahan sitting down with Purdy and assured him that if he was healthy, he would be the starter unless Tom Brady wanted to play one more season for his hometown 49ers. And we kind of kicked that around last offseason. Like, it would make a lot of sense. If Brady didn't retire, maybe the one team that he would play for, because it is built to win now, they might be the most talented roster in all of the NFL, and it's home, would be Brady to the 49ers. But we now have it in ESPN saying, yes, that 100% conversation did happen. And I don't think this is a knock on Brock Purdy. I don't know why the hell any team really wouldn't, if you were as locked, as loaded as the 49ers, wouldn't say, like, yeah, Tom, you want to come play for us for a year? Let's do this thing.
Yeah, it would almost, I mean, it's all interesting to me, but I think it would be even more interesting if they were at a place where Brock Purdy wasn't injured at the time. You know, like, he was still dealing with the elbow situation, so there was enough question marks to garner, okay, do we need to have somebody legit in here just in case? Because that was a throwing elbow injury for a quarterback that could be extremely difficult to bounce back from. So that makes it more palatable, I would imagine, if you're Brock Purdy. But that's a no-brainer. I mean, and kudos to the Niners for even being willing to, you know,
be honest. We know, dude.
We know plenty of teams that would not be willing to do that. Oh no, we got our guy. We're not concerned with anything else. You know, Tom Brady's out there. I feel like Tom Brady's got to be kicking himself that he wouldn't be like that. He didn't say yes to that. You know.
Yeah, I would jump at that opportunity if I'm Tom Brady. You know, things got weird last year, but after the family kind of fell apart, you're like, you know, I'm going to continue this thing, and you could have won it. I think he gave up last year, maybe because he was tired or the stress of life just kind of caught up with him, and he wanted to calm things down.
It might have been a situation too where he felt like he's not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
Cowboys definitely got the best.
Yeah, after what happened to him in the in the playoffs and stuff, he's like, man, you know, I understand it. I've had a great career. I'm not good enough to go help somebody right now.
Yeah.
I think Tom Brady knows. I think he's the one guy that when, you know, he like everybody's like, yeah, go play, Tom. He's like, I can't play like I once did. I think that got him this time.
Well, going to the top 10 quarterback playoff rivalries, we got a lot of love for Brady and Eli Manning in the Super Bowl. Certainly, that's a good one. I mean, Eli's got the bragging rights there. Staubach and Bradshaw.
Yes.
That's certainly in the conversation. We got some love, you know, Peyton and Brady as well. I mean, that one certainly. Are you guys still viewing, like, if they were to match up next year, because they're both awesome, and I don't think the way Josh Allen played yesterday, while there were some missed plays, certainly some of them were drops or he's getting hit, ball just isn't quite as accurate, but is Allen Mahomes, like, up there for you in quarterback rivalries, or is it kind of skewed because Allen hasn't beaten Mahomes yet?
The games are always good against those
They're
two.
fantastic, man.
Aren't they?
I think they're great games. It's not on the level of Brady Manning. I won't put it past Josh Allen to get to that level, but yeah, they need to get some dubs. Now, the more interesting thing is Burrow Mahomes. Burrow keeps getting hurt.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, for my money, it's right up there. It would obviously feel more like a rivalry if there was some level of back and forth in terms of who actually won. But it's not like Josh Allen doesn't show up in these games. He's holding up his end of the bargain. I mean, one of these games is the overtime game from a couple of years ago.
Which I was hoping we were going to get last night, because that's the reason they changed the rule, right?
Right.
So I was like, damn it, wouldn't it be awesome if we get a rematch now in Buffalo divisional round and they both do get to touch the football?
The difference is
you just can't miss that throw. You know, to me, there's
the one to Shakir in the end zone.
Yeah, there's moments that Josh Allen and Justin Herbert and these other guys make that the GOATs just seem to have the answer. At least Mahomes does.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, ultimately, it speaks more to the greatness of Pat Mahomes than it does like a knock on Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Like Josh Allen was dynamite. I mean, about as good as you can play. He played. Unfortunately, he played Pat Mahomes, which we've never seen anything like this before. I know he doesn't have the Super Bowl 10-year resume yet of a Brady or anything like that, but otherwise, we've never seen anything like this, dude. His QBR, 91.2. Pat Mahomes gave his team a 91.2% chance to win that football game. 50 is average. Josh Allen was fantastic, 66%. Gave his team a 66% chance to win that football game, and he's running all over the place. He's doing whatever he can, but unfortunately, the greatness of Mahomes is otherworldly, man.
It really is.
And it's outshined how Josh Allen has been legitimately great pretty much in all of these games. But Mahomes is just that's a Teflon tier 1. There is no one that is on his level.
Let me ask you this. He's 186 yards passing. You know, is that, don't you want more? Don't you want more than checking it down and completing passes and running? You know?
Yes. I mean, I'm with you on that. Now, I mean,
I don't think there were chunk plays over 20 yards by Buffalo at all last night.
He missed all four throws of 20 air yards of 20 plus.
Right. Well, they were incomplete. I wouldn't say he missed it. Well, I mean, he hits to Stephon Diggs,
should have caught
60 freaking yards down the field in the hands.
I'm just saying it wasn't complete. They were 0 of 4.
Yeah.
But he was 16 to 16 of passes at or behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
That's kind of where his game was last night.
No, you definitely want more explosiveness out of your passing game for sure. And there's plenty on him for that. I mean, yeah, his average completion went like 5 yards. So there are issues there, but I mean, he still was, I mean, the threat running the ball, 72 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns.
Rushing success, and Brian, they got away from it, but a lot of that was because of Josh Allen. What he's doing.
The touchdown throw he made to Shakir at the pylon. Well, and it was a great catch too. But yeah, I mean, I think Josh Allen is still really, really good. Unfortunately, he's going up against like what these dudes in the NBA did in the 90s, where you're going up against Michael Jordan, and he is going to prevent you from doing all of the things you are, you know, in any other era, maybe extremely capable of doing. Mahomes is just on a different planet, dude.
6 seasons starting, 6 AFC championship trips. I mean, it's unbelievable what Patrick Mahomes is doing right now. Number 10 on the quarterback rivalries
Can I throw one
list.
at you?
Yeah.
Is Drew Brees and Matt Ryan going to be on this list?
Brees and Ryan they were in the top 10 all-time quarterback rivalries, but they're not for playoff rivalries.
Oh, this is playoffs.
This is just specifically playoffs.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know if they actually ever played in the playoffs. I don't think they did.
No, I'm sorry. I thought they were all-time rivalries.
They were on the top 10 because I think we did it before the season started of just general quarterback rivalries. Okay. Like Kelly and Marino got texted in as well, and that would be in the top 10 overall quarterback rivalries too. But I don't know how many times the Dolphins and Bills faced off in the postseason during their run, so they're not in the top 10. Number 10 is Flacco and Brady, and they say that the honorable mention here was Flacco's 3-game playoff rivalry with Big Ben, but his rivalry with Brady gets the nod because of the historical relevance. Flacco's first playoff win came against Brady in 2009. In fact, that was the last wild card game Brady and the Patriots would play until 2019, his final game with the Patriots when they lost to Tennessee. Quarterbacks faced each other in back-to-back AFC championship games, with both games getting one win over the other. So they were 1-1 in those. Brady's Patriots won the first game after Flacco's game-winning touchdown pass was dropped. You remember Lee Evans in the end zone? That one got ripped away. So that was a fun one.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker.
It was
for the Ravens.
Number 9. How about this one, Brian? John Elway versus Bernie Kosar.
That was one I was gonna absolutely mention. I didn't know how. I know that they had a couple of them where it went down to the very end where they had the Browns fumbled the ball a couple of times.
Yeah. Well,
the drive, was one that was So
Elway was 3-0 against Bernie Kosar in the playoffs from 1986. His first 2 wins came in 2 of the most memorable AFC championship games in history. Down 20-13, Elway had that 98-yard drive, then including a game-tying touchdown pass.
I was like 9 or 10, and I just liked the dog pound. I didn't have a team.
Yeah.
And so I wanted the Browns to win so bad. And then I'd play with them in Tecmo Bowl and try to recreate it, and of course I would kick their ass.
Damn.
But I mean, Bernie Kosar is a good comp for all these quarterbacks that are trying to have a rivalry with a dude who's just better than them.
Yes. And man, all those games were close, but Bernie just came up short. Bart Starr versus Dandy Don Meredith.
Yes.
Comes in at number 8. Meredith's legacy would be vastly different had he and the Cowboys found a way to defeat Bart Starr and the Packers in the 66 and 67 NFL championship games. Cowboys lose both of those in excruciating fashion. Packers went on to win the first 2 Super Bowls, but that one's certainly very memorable. Number 7, I thought this one would be higher, but this is Terry Bradshaw versus Roger Staubach. I mean, the Super Bowls that these had, Staubach responsible for the only touchdowns allowed by the Steelers defense during the 75 and 78 seasons. What? Can you believe that? Yes, in the Super Bowl, he was the only quarterback that was able to score on them through the air. That's insane. Both scores occurred in Super Bowls, touchdown passes by Roger Staubach. Unfortunately, we know those didn't quite go the Cowboys' way, but I saw this from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. 7% of all members of the Hall of Fame took part in that 1979 Super Bowl between the Cowboys and Steelers. Like, those were 2 of the best teams ever. That was the Jackie Smith, you must be the sickest man in America.
Gotta be the sickest man in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 903 says you are smoking crack rock if you think Mahomes and Allen is anywhere close to the same level as Bradshaw versus Staubach or Brady versus Manning.
Different, probably, you know? I mean, and I wasn't alive during Staubach and Bradshaw, but it seemed like those two were no-brainer, best teams in the NFL.
It was tough. It
like
really
the
was tough.
all-time great players in those games.
Yep.
It was like USC, Texas, you know, just legendary. Yeah. Number 6 is Mahomes and Allen. They did top Bradshaw and Staubach on this list, which might just be recency bias, but
a little bit.
Some of it, I mean, the games have been outstanding between the 2 of them. You had the 2021 game that we brought up, 4 touchdowns for Gabe Davis. There's 4 lead changes. The lead changes might have a lot to do with this because, like, I get the football, I'm going to go score. You get the football, you go score. They're just going back and forth, ping-ponging it, but they did end up coming up ahead of Staubach and Bradshaw on this list.
And it only takes 2 games to push you in this conversation. You know,
yeah.
There hasn't been a lot of rivalries that have gone long-term.
You know what's interesting? You don't look at it this way, but when you, like Brady versus Manning in the playoffs, they met 5 times. Manning won 3 of those.
Yeah, the Broncos, they got 2 of them in Denver.
It's kind of
once as a Colt, twice as a Bronco.
You don't. I mean, I don't think of it that way. If you'd have just asked me yesterday who's got a better record head to head, like in the playoffs, it felt like it always went Brady and Belichick's way there.
Yeah,
but it clearly did not.
Favre and Young. Steve Young comes in at number 5.
We own that one.
Yes, you did. That was one where the Packers certainly had the 49ers number, and ever since then, it has not been that way. It has been flipped. Bradshaw versus Ken Stabler. These 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks faced each other in the playoffs each year from 72 to 76. 3 times the winner of that game went on to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
What was it? Stabler? Is he the snake?
Snake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was just, I mean, scrambling all over the place.
He was, he was that was, he wasn't really a great, well, I shouldn't say this at Alabama, he was a great athlete, but his mobility was sneaky in the pocket, the way, like one of the great games ever was a game they called the Sea of Hands against the Dolphins in the playoffs, and he's literally rolling out to his left and falling and just pushes the ball, and then all of a sudden it's Dolphins, it's Raiders, it's Clarence Davis catches it, and they dubbed the game the Sea of Hands.
That's awesome.
But he was running to his left and just throwing it out there.
Is he the first ever known sneaky athlete? You know, like sneaky quick guy?
Sneaky quick guy?
Uh-oh. Maybe.
I see what you're doing there.
Top 3 quarterback playoff rivalries. Number 3, Eli versus Tom Brady. We know about that. The Manningham catch, the David Tyree catch.
Epic games.
Crazy. 2 is Troy Aikman versus Steve Young.
I'm looking back at these old Houston Oilers teams against Pittsburgh. With some of them.
Was that Warren Moon?
Dan Pastorini.
Oh, Dan.
I think the Steelers, because there were some legendary games that the Bum Phillips was coaching, and the kick the door down games. Like, they lost the Steelers a couple of different times.
That Aikman versus Steve Young rivalry, this one's pretty loaded, though. I mean, all the times they played against each other, it was basically the Super Bowl. Cowboys get him in 92 and 93. Steve Young comes back, gets a win in 94. That was fun. Number 1, though, is indeed Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And 2 of the best quarterbacks in NFL history defined a generation. And yes, Peyton Manning went 3-2 against Brady-led teams in the playoffs that included a 3-1 record in AFC title games. Started Tom's way and Bill's way, winning the first 2. goes back to Indy. They get that crazy win with Joseph Adai running it in, and then Marlon Jackson with the game-winning interception. And when he went over to Denver, really was the pass rush of Ware and Miller that tortured Brady, but they also did have quite an offense there, at least his first year that he won. The second year,
Yeah, go figure. It was tough for Peyton Manning to get it done early on when his defense was just atrocious with the Colts, and but yeah, they ended up. I think the Colts went out in the first round, his first 3 trips into the playoffs. So this narrative built that Brady's skyrocketing and Manning can't do jack crap, and he could never really get that narrative fully reversed until he went over there to Denver and played with a more complete football team. Okay. We still have this juicy Cowboys storyline to get to. I think I'm going to move that to 5:20 as multiple family members of Cowboys are talking, and it creates a number of interesting talking points and kind of makes you wonder. But coming up next here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, it's time for a proper round tripper, Wolchuk. What kind of baseball goods do we have today?
Yeah, let's talk Justin Foscue. The A's plans and a divisional rival has signed a relief target that I had my eye on. That's next.
I love my friends at Diamonds Direct, though.
It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, an edition of Football's Finest. Hey, your guy Zach Wolchuk right now is going to take care of you Rangers fans. We got a proper round tripper. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Yes, you're on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. We will find out tomorrow night your Hall of Fame class, and it is pretty much a lock that Adrian Beltre is all but certain to be a Hall of Famer Tuesday night. And congratulations to Adrian. If and when that happens, we will have Rangers Hot Stove on this week as well. And I think Jared's got a special show planned to celebrate that. Elvis Andrews and some of his former teammates were interviewed in an article for ESPN. Elvis saying in regards to Adrian Beltre, a lot of people were scared of him. But I never understood that because he was the type of person who, if you did things correctly, played hard, and played to win, he was never going to have a problem with you. I never saw him have a problem with anyone who did things right and got to the field to give their heart every day to win. That's the only thing he asked for us from his teammates. And it wasn't that just he asked for it. It's what he gave us. So whatever he was asking you to do, he was putting in return. And Elvis also talked about, him rubbing Adrian's head all the time. He was like, yeah, he didn't like it very much because he hates when people touch his head. But like I told him, the only way I like to get hit by somebody is when you hit a home run. I'm going to keep doing it and keep being annoying so you keep hitting home runs. I think that's a fair trade-off.
That was so funny because Adrian Beltre was notorious for that. And by the time he'd arrived here, he was a stoic old man who kind of had a get-off-my-lawn type of energy about him when it came to the kids because he was just here to kick ass at about 310, come up with some great plays at third base and, be an icon. But Elvis kept him young and fun and opened it up for the fans to see that part of Beltre's personality here, which is what endeared him to us even more.
Like the two of them in the outfield, there was that time Beltre took off his glove and just threw it like a little leaguer, and they're going back and forth and fighting. I think Elvis talked about this story one time where he told Adrian, like, I'm the shortstop. I'm the captain over here. If I want to come over and catch one of these pop flies, I'm going to do it. And Adrian said, okay, we'll see at the next at bat. Elvis did it again, and that's why he just got so frustrated he chunked the glove. It's amazing. I mean, him and Elvis did have such a fun relationship to watch play.
It saved those years.
I thought it was always funny when they both acted like they were going to catch the pop up. They were like they'd stand next to each other, and then you're like, and then one guy'd catch it. You're like, that would just like freak me out if somebody stood next to me and was acting like that they were. But these guys, it's just
they were so much fun. They really were.
But you're talking throwing the glove. I think one time they had a mound visit, and like Elvis like tapped him on the head, and then he went running off, and he threw the glove at him.
He chased him.
He chased him and threw the glove at him.
My favorite Beltre is when you're getting ready to play the Blue Jays and he's hurt, and you're like, oh, you just lost Beltre for the year, and he was like, nope, I'm in this thing.
We go hit a home run on one knee.
Yeah, oh, dude,
no big deal.
Yeah.
So I talked about Wyatt Langford last week and how I still think this Rangers offense is going to take an even better step. Last year, they were one of the scariest, if not the best offense in the American League for the majority of the season. I think this year with the two youngsters, and Wyatt is a guy that, I was talking with Baskey about this off air, doesn't seem like they want to, hey, if the DH role is open, they'd rather him be an everyday starter. So we're not just going to put you on the opening day lineup if we don't think you're going to get that playing time in the outfield. It would be we'll play you down at AAA, and if there's an injury or we decide to make a move, maybe Leote's not playing well, whatever it is, then we'll call you up and you can have your career start. But I did see today player projections for 2024. Wyatt Langford, my gosh, the MLB.com write-up on him is awesome. Best rookie hitter in the 2024 projections. It's not Jackson Holiday. It's not Evan Carter. It's a different Ranger who was drafted last year, and it's Wyatt Langford. There's a lot of hype around him. Projections are he could have 16-plus home runs, 10 stolen bases in 97 games. And, as a rookie, those would be pretty outstanding numbers. I think the pop that this guy has, the home run numbers might be even tough to project, just how powerful he is. But a guy that could be the DH then, because that's a hole that the Rangers have now with Mitch Garver leaving, Justin Foscue. And Justin Foscue's been doing the Rangers Winter Caravan, and he was interviewed recently, and he said, last year I felt like I thought I was going to debut, and it didn't happen. This year, from the things everybody's been telling me, it seems like I have a shot. It builds that excitement toward the season. I'm definitely excited myself to just debut and be a part of this team. He's the number 4 prospect in the Rangers organization right now. When it comes to DHing, I think that he's a guy that certainly is in that conversation. He said, I love DHing. I'm not going to complain if I have to DH. all you've ever got to worry about is going out and having 4 or 5 at-bats a night, and that's the best part about who I am as a player. I hit.
Yeah.
So, the glove defensively, do they try out Wyatt Langford or Justin Foscue at different spots? But I think if you're looking for, hey, who could be your Rangers starter opening day at DH, it's probably Justin Foscue. It's not Wyatt Langford.
Yeah, and he makes a lot of sense. I love his patience. I think Wyatt Langford, probably the dirty secret is you want to keep him out for a couple of months and then have him debut in the middle of the summer so it doesn't count against you for control. But, either way, the prospects that are coming up for the Rangers have an opportunity to turn this thing into a dynasty. So it's hard to contain the excitement about
the
this
young
club right
talent
now.
that they've got is why this thing, I get the frustration. They're not doing much this offseason, but they have previously. They've spent the big money, but now you've got to look at your pipeline, the organic growth that you have within your organization. That's what's going to keep these Rangers being around and being contenders again. The Angels have signed setup man Robert Stevenson to a 3-year contract. He was the reliever from Tampa Bay that I thought, okay, this dude could come in and be pretty good. It's a 3-year, $33 million contract, but he's now off the market. He introduced his cutter to replace his slider 2 weeks into his Rays tenure, and he was fantastic at it. And I thought maybe, okay, the Rangers, that might be a name to look at. They didn't. The big news over the weekend, though, was Anthony Rendon. You guys see this story?
Yeah, he didn't want to play baseball.
He doesn't like the sport.
He didn't like playing baseball.
And the Rangers, we were all, hoping.
And he's played 50 games.
He's an injured guy.
Always.
And ever since he got that contract, of course, he was huge for the Nationals, getting them to win that World Series, and was a free agent. Houston kid. Thought, the Rangers were going to go out and spend. Maybe he was a guy that the Rangers would sign. Rangers dodged a bullet. Anthony Rendon, via the Jack Vita show, said the MLB season's too long. He goes, we got to shorten the season, man. There's too many dang games. 162 games in 185 days or whatever it is. Man, no, we got to shorten this bad boy up. And then the baseball purists are all really attacking Anthony Rendon. There's nobody in Major League Baseball that hates the sport that he plays more than Rendon. So, yeah, that's something that's been widely speculated, but he's now just letting it known for the world to see.
He makes $235,000 per game.
Ouchie.
And he plays 36.8% of them.
Yeah.
Whew. Yeah, that is a dodged bullet and a half right there. All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. A proper round tripper for you here on your home of the World Series champions. We got 3 hours down and 2 to go. Okay. And when we return, it's time for an edition of football's finest. Where are you going with that, Chief?
Oh, from football misery to football euphoria, we got it all this weekend. Plus, do you buy this report about our team and that coach next here in the nation?
Okay, I want to chat Twin Peaks here, though.
105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a terrific day. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll hit the expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top from there, including LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40. Family members are chiming in about how the Cowboys season ended, and it made me wonder how many of these guys want to be gonzo. Okay, so we'll talk about that coming up at 5:20. Right now, it's an edition of football's finest, and here's Eric Chiafalo with the details.
Okay, so a lot of people are talking about the rule that was made apparent in last night's game.
I've been trying to convince you about this for a couple of years now.
Yes.
And so far you've not been on board. Do we have an update?
I do think there should be a rule in place. There should be a forever rule in place. And that rule is on 1st and goal from the 1 up 3 in the 4th quarter in a huge game, you never hand the ball to McCole Hardman. That's the rule that should be in the for the competition committee. Is this the worst single stat line in football history for a wide receiver? McCole Hardman, 2 carries, 1 yard, 2 fumbles, no targets, no yards. Worst stat line in NFL history.
They were trying to work this play twice now, and it's blown up in their face.
I mean, my gosh, dude, you're running all over these folks with Isaiah Pacheco. Of course, you have the GOAT Pat Mahomes. There's Travis Kelce, knows a thing or two about scoring touchdowns in the playoffs.
There's no need to trick them to run the ball if you're running it like Pacheco was.
Oh, Andy, man. Oh, Andy. And we'll get to him here in a second. We'll get to Andy. But, there was so much to love or despise about the football weekend, depending on where your fan resided or what you were pulling for, whatever. But last night was a ton of fun. And Pat Mahomes now 9-1-1 against the spread as an underdog in his career, 8-3 straight up. When he's supposed to lose 8 out of 11 times, he wins.
Wow, that's something right there. And, I wanted to circle back real quick on that Andy Reid thing. Do you feel like sometimes coaches, they want to show how important they are?
Yes.
In the middle of a game, they do a play, and it's like, why did you do that? Because they've had it in their back pocket. It's been burning a hole in their pocket. They want to show the world how smart they are, and you end up nearly costing your team the game. Even Andy Reid.
Little human nature. No. It's human nature, but the Bills did it on 4th and 3. You want to go for it, okay? But that's your plan. The old fake punt.
Well, 4th and 5. Yep. Two stupid pills and a cup of Gatorade. I've seen it a bunch.
Is that before every game? Or?
Nah, it's like you turn to the trainer, you say, okay, here's key decision. Give me 2 stupid pills and a cup of Gatorade. I've seen a lot of this. I mean, it's amazing some of the things these coaches do during a game that you feel like that they've got these things managed. It's going along the right way. We're managing the game the right way. And then they'll do something, they'll make a decision, and you're like going, why?
Yeah.
Why would you put your team in a worse position? Two stupid pills.
At the same time, I think you have to be willing to make mistakes and take risks, and probably the best coaches have made some decisions where they learned significantly from them. But even a wise man like Andy Reid, who has nothing more to prove, could fall into that trap last night.
You do that in week 3 against the Carolina Panthers. You don't play cute in the divisional game. No. It's a saying. I'm not saying these coaches, they're not perfect. But there's ways that these guys can help their teams. That's the thing that always bothered me.
The clock management stuff is the one that it seems like all of them, besides Belichick,
they have no
all
clue.
of them are willing to fumble the bag and they don't get it. They don't get the final 2 minutes. It's bizarre.
How to use timeouts.
And maybe it's easier for us as armchair quarterbacks as we're watching it on our couch, comfortable, like in the moment, that you just kind of brain fart and you're not realizing there's so much going on. But holy hell, like some of the best coaches in the NFL, they're about to cost their team games because they don't know how to properly run out the clock or when to take a timeout.
Yeah, it's a league-wide issue for sure. All these coaches get caught slipping time and time again.
Was that? I'm looking at TV again. Is that Sean Desai? Was he who was with Denver? Who was with Denver?
Evero.
He's the one who's a stud. He was with Carolina this year.
I was thinking. I thought, man, it couldn't be Desai that was with.
No, Ejiro Evero.
Okay, Evero. That's the guy I'd want to. Okay, I got you.
Mike McDonald, defensive coordinator for the Ravens, and Evero, defensive coordinator for the Panthers. 2 guys that are getting head coach interview opportunities, but really should be. Yeah, based on the work of their defense, it's like Carolina, terrible, top to bottom, awful. Defense was pretty dang good.
They just hired Dan Morgan, their former player,
Oh, they promoted him from assistant GM to full. Okay,
he's a GM. Yeah,
dude, one of my favorite thumper linebackers from the early 2000s.
Those Super Bowl teams were fun. We talked about Chris Jenkins. His dad was a defensive tackle on that team.
Yeah.
Dan Morgan. That's an intimidator.
Miami, right? Dan Morgan?
Miami for with the Hurricanes, and then a stud. Stud, classic linebacker. He had a nice aesthetic too. I think he wore the dark visor.
He did.
And he was just ready to crush people, man. He was their Kuechly before Kuechly.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the coverage man. I don't imagine he was.
I don't know if you were.
But yeah, you didn't want to see Dan Morgan in a hole. He's winning that 10 out of 10. How about Mahomes, speaking of winning, tied for 7th all time with 13 playoff wins? That's pretty impressive. If he wins the Super Bowl this year, he'll be alone in 3rd place. He'll be behind only Brady and Montana for most playoff wins if they end up winning this game and then going on to win the Super Bowl.
Like, it's unbelievable.
And he's doing it in 6 years. It's crazy.
I started calling him the future GOAT 5 years ago, and we're still on track, aren't we?
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
This thing is so consistent, and they don't even have a great roster.
Yeah.
This is their down year.
Yeah,
this is their down year.
So with some of the rumors of, let's say, Travis Kelce retired, or if Andy Reid did retire, like, how much do you think that affects Mahomes moving forward? Or because he's there, it doesn't matter the head coach?
Okay, then I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that I wanted to bring up was if there is any even slight 1% possibility that Andy Reid is going to retire at the end of this Chiefs season. If you're Bill Belichick, you cannot commit to a coaching job until that one is for sure not available.
Ooh, yes,
right?
Yes.
Like if there is anything resembling of a rumor that Andy Reid might want to hang them up, Bill Belichick has to hold out with the Falcons or any other team until he knows for sure Andy Reid is not there, because that's the no-brainer situation.
It is, and that's amazing to think about that. It kind of gets me excited. But all right, Brian, so you've lived this and you know all. So how can he find that out? Is there a way he can get that information? Like, Andy, are you actually going to retire? Because I need to know.
Yeah, you just call Andy up and ask him.
And you think he'd tell him? Like, be honest about it?
Andy would, yeah, absolutely. That's
the fraternity, man. These coaches.
That's the thing about it.
We're not going to lie to each other.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as Jerry Jones. No, it's the same thing. Jerry Jones. He calls up these general managers during the draft and says, "Hey, who you taking?" Usually, these general managers will say, "We're taking a defensive player here." I saw Jerry get on the phone with 2 different general managers, and both of them told him who he was taking. And next thing you know, he's like, "Well, they're not taking our guy. Well, let's go trade with Kansas City." You know, people, these famous, legendary people spill their guts. If he called Andy up, Andy would tell him, "Yeah, Bill, I'm thinking about hanging him up after this, man. Getting tired." You know?
Well, speaking of Belichick.
Son's about to go to jail, you know?
Oh, man.
Yeah, he is, right?
No, he is, yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things going on here.
Yeah.
You know?
Adam Schefter says the Falcons are the only team so far that is engaged in heavy conversations with Belichick. That seems a little crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
But the other report from over the weekend was Pro Football Talk saying, Belichick to Atlanta is not done yet, but there's buzz around the league that it's moving in that direction.
Yeah.
And Belichick believed that, like the assumption or the report is that Belichick got the phone call or whatever from the Cowboys and the Eagles, but it punted on either one of those opportunities or potential opportunities because of the quote unquote big market media. Didn't want to deal with the Philly media or the, I guess the Dallas and everything that comes with it media wise. Do you guys buy that? Because I don't
think so.
I just don't buy that.
I don't think so. I do believe that if Bill Belichick got a call from Jerry Jones to talk about this job, that they would have talked about this job.
I believe that too. 100%.
I just don't. Bill Belichick has that kind of respect for Jerry Jones. I think if Bill Belichick and Jim Harbaugh both would have gotten calls from Jerry Jones about this job, I think that they would have. Now, Jerry could have called Bill and asked him, "What do you think about? I'm thinking about keeping Mike and all that." I mean, he could have asked him for advice, but I think if Bill Belichick and Jim Harbaugh were offered this job, I think that we would have a different head coach.
I think when Jerry Jones after the game was asked about Mike's coaching security, and he said, "I haven't spent a single minute thinking about it," he was being honest there.
Yeah.
And I think he spent about 2 seconds thinking about it at some point in the next 3 days and decided he was keeping Mike McCarthy. It was never a serious question. So I'd be shocked. I mean, why would you call Belichick if you're not even considering moving on from McCarthy?
Yeah. No reason to, unless you're asking his advice.
Sure.
I'm thinking about keeping Mike. What do you think about it? He goes, "Well, I think Mike's a great hire and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, I think the Bills fan base can go toe to toe with any fan base for feeling like they're the single most tortured in all of sports.
That's just a bad kick. God, was a bad kick.
It's a bad kick for sure. And it seems like there's no way to ultimately get to the pinnacle and the promised land that is football and hoisting that Lombardi trophy, no matter what. Yeah. Doesn't matter. You have every opportunity in the 90s. I mean, my dear God, to go to 4 Super Bowls and lose. And then this run that they're on with Josh Allen here, and they can't find a way to get past Mahomes, even when they finally are home, and this is the down year for the Chiefs. And then you factor in what I got from OptaStats here. The Bills both rushed and passed for over 180 yards. They had 0 turnovers. Their quarterback got sacked 0 times.
Yeah.
They had less than 30 penalty yards. They had more than 35 minutes of time of possession. They had 5 separate 10 or more play drives.
Wow.
No other NFL team in the Super Bowl era has done all that in the same game, regular season or postseason, and still ended up losing. I mean, it is a historical loss.
Yeah.
And
they won every single stat.
It's gut-wrenching, dude.
And they were lucky to be
the
close. You know, they were lucky that it was a one-score game.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wolchuk. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. With all the fumbles. I mean, they got the touchback, which was crazy. That went in their favor. And then they fumbled. In the opening drive, they fumbled and luckily got back on. Went out of bounds. Dalton Kincaid kicked it out of bounds. And then Allen fumbled on that final drive. I mean, Kansas City, same way. There were some interesting bounces, but my gosh.
Yeah. The jokesters on the internet are saying the Bills lost by 3 for DeMar.
Killed him.
Now, the other one that I felt bad for, did you guys see this betting nugget here? James Cook's rushing yards line was his prop for yards in the game last night. Bills running back, 61.5 yards. He had 67 going into the fourth quarter, and then his final 4 carries went -4, -3, 0, and then 1. And then his final total rushing yards was 61. His prop was 61.5.
That is the ultimate bad beat. You think you've hit it.
Yes, you've hit it by the third quarter. Yeah. Except, of course, you didn't.
You didn't.
Because there was a moment early on throughout that fourth quarter where the defenses were starting to the Bills sort of get lucky on the McCole Hardman situation, but you're getting some stops there. But the Chiefs defense really hunkered down from a run defense standpoint there in the fourth quarter. That is as heartbreaking as it gets, dude. The amount of gambling heartbreak going around, that's sort of at the top of the list, I would imagine, for most folks. It seems like decent news for the Chiefs when it comes to their All-Pro guard, Joe Thuney. He had the pectoral injury, and apparently there's still an opportunity for him to play, being tracked throughout the week. It was a pec strain, still up in the air, but that's going to be a huge situation going into that game if Thuney can play. Because they were able to push around that Bills front for most of the game. Now, here's some sound of Lamar Jackson after the Ravens victory over the Texans. Now, this was a tight game at halftime. It's a tie ball game. Mm-hmm. And listen to what Lamar had to say in the post game about what had to happen at halftime.
Who did most of the talking at halftime?
I did.
You did.
A lot of cursing at halftime. It'd be inappropriate if I said it right here. It would. We wasn't really doing anything, to that defense. They was playing great, and that offense was playing great as well, but we wasn't doing our job with our unit. In second half, we went to put points on the board, start moving the ball, moving the chains, and start looking like ourselves.
All right, I'm looking at you, NFL Films. We need to get the footage of this. I want to see Lamar Jackson, who's tied at halftime. He knows he more than anybody has so much in the way of narrative and legacy riding on this football game.
Yeah.
We better get our bleep together, and he's taking ownership because it's like, man, the defense is doing their part. I mean, come on, they gave up one big play in the first half that resulted in the touchdown, but bottom line is we got 10 points here at half, fellas. I want to see, because I imagine the halftime performance there from Lamar Jackson is almost as good as the on-field performance, where he was just fantastic.
There's an absolute gold mine in there if they could ever just mic these guys up and leave them mic'd up and then harvest the best stuff afterwards. The ratings are great and privacy is important, but dude, it is some of the most interesting stuff when you get these, candid behind the scenes looks, and maybe just because we rarely do, but if I'm, the NFL, I'm holding that in my back pocket. Dude, these ratings ever start to dip, we're micing these guys up because you're right. That's what we want. They're so protective of that, though, aren't they? They don't want any cameras. They don't want any phones. If audio comes out, you get they'll do the post game when everybody's celebrating.
The Harbaugh dance. Did you guys see the Harbaugh dance? The Ravens head coach, John Harbaugh, his dancing was as goofy and funny. And
we've seen Jim do it a few times with Michigan, and that's also cringy.
He was having an out of body experience. I wouldn't even describe this version of the Harbaugh dance as cringy. I would just say hilarious. Hilarious. He was wide legged and moving around, doing a lot of twisting with the hands and whatnot. He was getting after it.
I think as the favorite, as the number 1 seed, you don't dance like that after divisional game. Maybe you're going to the Super Bowl. But I'm thinking I'm winning the Super Bowl before I'm dancing like this, guys.
I agree. I mean, what is he going to pull out for a Super Bowl championship? What type of dance is he going to do there? Because that looked like, if you didn't know any better, that looks like a coach that just won the Super Bowl.
That makes me worried, actually. You don't want that level of pandemonium. Do you?
I mean, that's a team that's
act
lost.
Like you've been there before, Coach?
Maybe. They've lost a lot in the playoffs. I mean, I feel like they need to celebrate that one.
Okay.
They got to a championship game. That's a big step.
Let the good times roll. We saw it work for the Texas Rangers. They celebrated like they won the World Series after winning the wild card, and they proved ain't nothing wrong with it. Okay, when we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We got updates from 4 different Cowboys family members and a former Cowboy who hit big last night, big score. And we'll talk about both those stories and more as we jump into Cowboys Twitter next in the nation. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts, proud sponsor of taking you commercial-free to the top right here. LA Live's coming up in about 17 minutes. We have a family member edition of Cowboys Twitter here and some venting going on, perhaps. Before we get to the venting, I do want to salute Des Bryant and his friend hit a big parlay. They put it on social. They were breaking up $6.7 million if the Chiefs won. The Chiefs won. And later on, he tweeted that he gets $2.8 million out of the $6.7, and this bleep is crazy. So, man, it's fun if you can hit, and you hit big like that. I imagine your memories of sports wagering are going to be a lot more pleasant than mine have been over the years, Brian.
Yeah.
I was chased out of it.
Nah, man, it's tough. I mean, that's sports. I've sat on parlays before where, it's that one, comes down to that one match, that one game, or that one, and you're just like,
yeah,
man. And when it happens, or like you say, you see something fall apart, or a missed field goal, or
parlays terrify me
bad
because
snap.
I'm nervous with one game. I'm leaking confidence like, hey, who's going to win, this team or that team? I don't know. How am I possibly going to pick 4 or 5?
Yeah. Do you guys prefer